Dozier, Lombardi, and Kane at 7. You're locked into the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's 6 in the morning with Brett King. Here's Brett.
Here we go. It's a cold, snowy Broncos overreaction Monday. Baby, let's fire it up with every single Broncos highlight from yesterday's clash with the Ravens. Here we go.
And they are going to go for it on 4th and goal from a yard out. It's officially the 2-yard line.
Throw the fade outside.
That's Sutton you're drawing up there at the top. They got a reverse play. Sutton with a throwback pass. Caught at the goal line for the touchdown. And Bo Nix has caught his first NFL touchdown.
It was Philly special.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What else we got? Come on. Seriously? That's it? No, come on. I had some other highlights here somewhere. I swear to God, I had multiple. There was more than one. The Broncos had to have done something else. I mean, come on. I had it here. It was here a second ago. Maybe it's over here. Shoot. Jeez. All right, maybe we should just start the show.
Held that out for a possibility yesterday. Remember, heading into this game, I said there's a game on the schedule. I think there's one that felt like you could really get taken to the woodshed. And here's the God's honest truth. The Ravens are better than you. Like, a lot better. A lot more talented. Did I think that the defense would be able to hold up a little bit better than that? Yeah. But they weren't even really tested on the offensive side of the ball. They put up almost 400 yards of offense, 7.3 yards per play, and 41 points. And do you know how many times that they had third down? 8. That's it. They were forced into 8 third down situations the entire day. They're just really good, and you got eaten alive through the air. And here's the thing, guys. I think a game like that's okay. Like, obviously, don't feel good about it. There's a whole bunch of things that they need to clean up, but I said from the beginning, this is a 2-week stretch to get one win, so you could easily bounce back and make up for that in a hurry with a game against the Chiefs this weekend. Especially the Chiefs coming off a short week. They play tonight. Give you at least a little hair of an advantage in that. But you just see the difference between, I said this all week. The Broncos are a good team. I didn't know if they were a great team, didn't feel like they were a great team, but they're good because they will beat the lesser end teams in the league. How do you stack up to, I know a lot of people have been talking about the Ravens defense. I think some of those numbers are screwy, especially those passing yardage numbers, because they have a lot of games that look like this. They play soft, allow you in like the fourth quarter to rack up 150 yards passing in 8 minutes. And I think that skews the numbers a little bit. They're a great team, though. They are great. Lamar is well on his way to getting another MVP award. His passer rating yesterday, perfect. 16 of 19, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns. Didn't even have to run the football. I think I remember him taking off and scrambling just once. He was in the second half, early second half. It was 3rd and 11, 3rd and 10, something like that. Took off, ran, and picked up the first down, and that's all they needed him to do on the ground. Because outside of that, Derrick Henry was his Derrick Henry self. Felt like you were keeping him in check early in the game, and then they just do what the Ravens do, which is they wear on you and wear on you and wear on you. Eventually, Those times that it's gang tackled at the line of scrimmage in the first quarter turns into a lot of guys, whether it's exhaustion, you're worried about Lamar Jackson through the air, holes open up, he gets one-on-one situations, and he's hard to bring down. They're just really good. Now, I don't mind this reality check of a game at all. And by the way, I listened to most of the Sean Payton postgame, and I thought that he had a pretty damn good tone, actually, where he wasn't huffing and puffing and super angry and nothing like that. It was just kind of one of those, yeah, man, we got our butts kicked by a team that's, he didn't say this, but you could tell in the tone, like they're better. Are they 31 points better if they play that game again next weekend? Is it 41-10? Maybe not. Like, here's the bizarre thing. And you guys let me know if you think I'm wrong here. The way that the first half was going, it didn't feel totally crazy, right? Like, you start the game off about as bad as you could, which was a second play of the game, hits little Jordan Humphrey in the hands, goes straight to the Ravens, and they start the drive at the 36. That's about as bad as you could have imagined. But you get a sack from John Franklin Myers on third down that pushes them out of field goal range. You get the ball back, no harm done. Then you have a little bit of a sustained drive. You get to the other side of the field around the 40 to 45-yard line. It's 4th and 1, can't convert. Ravens turn that into a touchdown. Next drive, same thing. It's 4th and 4. You have a wide open Troy Franklin in the end zone, and you just overthrow him. So a 7-0 game turns into a 7-7 game. But if you take that back to the previous drive, if you pick up the first down, you're going to get points out of it. Hold the Ravens to a field goal. Now it's 10-0. You come back, you score a touchdown. You get that reverse pass from Cortland Sutton, which was another 4th down situation at the goal line. I mean, obviously, they were going to have an aggressive mentality yesterday. In 4 drives, you go for it on 4th down 3 times. You convert once, which is the big one at the goal line. You make it a 10-7 game, and you feel like you're in it. And still, touchdown given up the next drive. You get a field goal off a long drive yourself. It's 17-10. You think you're heading into halftime. You know, there's 50 seconds on the clock. But at least within striking distance, maybe you don't hold them to nothing, but you're thinking, okay, maybe they get a field goal. Well, they turn that into a touchdown on a huge play to Zay Flowers. And at that point, you know, I said it heading into half. If they don't get a stop to open this thing up, it's going to be a boat race. And that's exactly what happened. Ravens come out, receive the ball in the second half, take it right down your throat for a touchdown. It's 31-10, ball game's over. But that's the thing. That team is capable of doing it that fast. But the bizarre part, and I mean this, despite the final score, you were like 3 plays away in the first half from that being like a tie game, and who knows what the hell could happen in the second. But that's the difference between the good teams and the great teams. The execution level for the Ravens was elite. Hey, and a half, if we get a score, we can really start to put ourselves in a position where we can put the game away. And literally 2 plays later, bam, it's done. Hey, it's a short distance on a 3rd or 4th down to pick this up and extend a drive. We need this. Ravens execute, Broncos don't. That's the difference. Again, was a little weird watching the defense play the way they did yesterday. I thought they would stack up a lot better. It wasn't just like giving up yardage. They had a whole bunch of penalties, a lot of holding penalties. I think 2 were on Surtain yesterday. And let me crack this. This isn't a beer. It's a monster.
Let's go!
I don't know how you guys feel. I'm not super pissed off this morning. I don't know how else to say it. Texture says, oh my God, you're trying to put lipstick on a pig. That was a total ass kicking. I mean, it was an ass kicking. I don't think I'm wrong here, though. Like, in remember when I was being called a Bo Nix hater? Because I said accuracy is going to be incredibly important against teams like Baltimore. 4th and 4, zero coverage, send a blitz, one-on-one on the outside. Troy Franklin beats his man, wide open in the end zone. You execute that play and don't overthrow him, the game's different. Like, the vibes change immediately. That's the little stuff that I'm talking about. And they aren't far off. I think by next year, a lot of these things can be fixed. But, I mean, you heard me talking about this, Nelly. I think the separation in beating teams like Baltimore, where you have to be damn near perfect, can't turn the ball over, can't miss out on opportunities like that, that's the separation between you being in the game in the fourth quarter and getting your butt kicked like that. Like, I truly think so. You make that throw to Troy Franklin, and then all of a sudden, who knows how the game looks? You know, you execute on 4th down, and this is, I said going into halftime yesterday, I tweeted this out, that I thought the play calls were a little bit weird. And I do. You get a 4th and 1. They were actually running the football pretty good early in that game. And you get a 4th and 1, and you go with a pitch? Why? It's 4th and 1. Give it to Javonte and let him run right up the ass of Quinn Miners. So I just think there was a lot of little things that led to that whooping by Baltimore. But again, not too bothered because I don't think that's going to happen against Kansas City. Kansas City can't do what Baltimore just did. They just don't have the offensive firepower to do it. And so I think you're going to be in that game. And being in it, it's going to give you an opportunity to where you don't need to be nearly as perfect as you were on Sunday. Go ahead.
I think the thing that a lot of fans are feeling is we've just been riding the narrative roller coaster, right? Like when the Broncos limped out to start the season, it was, oh, well, this is a rebuilding season. The Broncos are going to be bad, except maybe this defense is good. Then they start stringing together a couple of wins on the road, and now everybody goes, oh, my God, this is a playoff team. Look at that. Wow. Oh, geez, I didn't know this team was going to be as good as they are. And now they go to Baltimore, and they get smacked in the face over and over and over again, and now everybody's going, oh, well, that's what should happen because they're rebuilding. Well, this week ago, we were talking about playoffs, but now they're a rebuilding team, which is what they were the whole time. Brett, get me off this roller coaster.
It's not so much rebuilding as just, look, man, there's good teams in the league, and then there's great teams. The Ravens do this to a whole bunch of people. You know the Ravens just did this too, not too long ago? They beat the Bills 35-10. The Bills are pretty good. Like, they were just up on Tampa 41-18 before the final score turned into a 10-point game. But they do this to teams because they're incredibly talented. And I'm just saying, the execution things, the little stuff, is what matters in games like this. It's the separation between getting your butt kicked and being in the game at the end. Like, I don't know if they convert on 4th down, if they don't run a pitch to Javonte and they run it up the gut and they end up getting points out of it, either a touchdown or a field goal. If they hit Troy Franklin on the deep ball on 4th and 4, like, does that mean you win? Like, I don't know about that. But the score's not going to be like, hey, let's pull Lamar Jackson at the end of the game and get some other guys some playing time sort of thing. You know, it's not going to look that way. Texture says the Ravens just lost to the Browns with 15 exclamation points. Well, why is that? The Browns a week ago executed on stuff like that. Jameis Winston made throws. You know what happened to the Browns this weekend? They got rolled by the Chargers because he threw interceptions. It's all execution problems. And that's what I'm saying when we talk about rebuilding or where they're at in their sort of progression arc from team that looked like they were restarting to maybe a playoff team. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You're playing against a team in which they were almost perfect on offense, and you had to match that. You didn't. I honestly, give me a singular bad play that Lamar Jackson made yesterday. Everything was perfect. Every throw was a perfect spiral on the money. Like, this guy is going to win his third MVP. If he plays at this level, are you joking? Again, Lamar Jackson, one of the greatest things that he has in his arsenal is his ability to run, right? He didn't run yesterday because he was perfect through the air. And when I say perfect, I mean that in a literal sense, like he had a perfect passer rating. To match that, you can't make big, crucial errors in big moments. And the Broncos just had, look, man, I don't even think they had a lot, but they had like 4, and that's 4 too many. Always talk about the Broncos, their recipe to win, it's a baking recipe. You can't have things go astray. And now for the 4th time this year in which the Broncos have lost, what's been the common denominator? And I know it didn't feel like it hurt you early in the game, but it's turnovers. Each game in which Bo Nix has thrown an interception, even though that was not his fault, catch the ball, Humphrey, even though it wasn't his fault, every game that's featured an interception, the Broncos have lost. The games in which they don't do that, they win. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. A whole lot more to break down with this game. Got Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend I'd like to talk about. Not to mention, we'll get to this a little bit later. Remember all those things I told you that could happen this weekend in college football that could open up a door, a pathway for CU to get themselves not just in Big 12 contention, but college football playoff contention? And Mosher said, "You're crazy. South Carolina's not going to win this weekend." Uh-huh. We'll get to that a little bit later in the hour. Stick around.
What does bolstered mean?
The Broncos, the Buffs, the NFL, college football, the Avalanche, the Nuggets, the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
As we enter November, we need to remember to give thanks, and one thing I am thankful for this season is the professionals at Zero Res who clean my house. You have people coming over to the house for Thanksgiving, for all of the fun holiday festivities. It's Texture says the Ravens sat the Broncos down and forced them a double chunk chocolate cookie. Yeah. Again, man, like, I'm not going to sit up here and be yelling and screaming today about this because this is how can I be mad at something that I thought was a possibility of happening? I can't. Now, certainly disappointed that they didn't keep this close and make it a game. But you make a couple of different plays and you probably could. You know, there's something that's very clear to me. And it really came in two different ways. I say this every week, but it's the truth. One thing that is highly encouraging to me with Bo Nix, the amount of ways he uses his athleticism, because it's not just taking off and running, but it's buying some more time, throwing the ball on the run, that kind of stuff I think is great. Sometimes he throws the ball on the run when I think he could get his feet set and throw a more accurate pass. You know, I think to the one of Lil Jordan Humphrey in the back of the end zone, he's all by himself. Another one, Cortland Sutton, had open space in front of him on a fourth down that he was missed on. Like, that stuff I think will come in time. But again, this is the accuracy stuff that I'm talking about in big games against big opponents. It's not like, again, it's not being a Bo hater, but I think if you're using your eyeballs correctly, you can see what I'm talking about here. There's about 3 throws that could have ended up as touchdowns that weren't because it was just a little bit off. Like, wide receivers did their job. Franklin was open. Sutton was open. Humphrey in the back of the end zone was open. And you can say he is under pressure and throwing across his body or whatever, but they're just throws that have to be made. You know, I saw Lamar do that over and over and over again, and I get it. I'm not going to compare Bo Nix to Lamar Jackson. Lamar's arguably the best quarterback in the league right now. And that includes Mahomes, by the way. Like, I think he's playing better than Mahomes. And you can say, well, let's see what happens in the postseason. Okay, well, we'll wait and see. In the regular season, Lamar Jackson has been unbelievable. But that's one thing, is his ability to use his legs, get out and make some stuff happen. I think it's huge. Here's the other thing. God, do they need playmakers? You know what I mean? Zay Flowers can do that for Baltimore. Derrick Henry, obviously. Mark Andrews. Cortland Sutton, I'll give him credit. I was harsh on him early on the year. I think he's really upped this game. But still, I would love to see, like, when I say a playmaker, Sutton makes some amazing catches. But I don't think that he keeps a defensive coordinator up at night. And I don't think anybody does on the Broncos offense right now. And I saw this thing from Diana Rossini that the Broncos are likely to not be buyers or sellers at the deadline, that they're going to stand pat. I'm like, okay. I mean, look, you can convince me. You can say that they aren't going, I don't even think would necessarily be going all in. It would just be a matter of can you find somebody to help not just for this year, but maybe next year too? But they're missing that. You know? They don't have a guy that can break a game wide open. Like, longest plays of the year, you compare that to other teams around the league. Do you have a home run hitter type? And you don't right now. Texture said, you guys created the roller coaster you're riding. You're the one to change your expectations, even though they should have remained the exact same. You have a rookie quarterback, no offensive weapons. They start finding a way to win, and you morons all of a sudden start building the bleeping coaster. Get your bleep together. Don't say you're tired of the roller coaster. Stop creating one. Okay. There's a lot of anger in there for how about this? I don't think my tone is super angry this morning because, again, I kind of expected this. But expectations shift with wins. You know what? How about this? But I don't even think this is a roller coaster. It's just like they're going to play good some weeks and bad other weeks, and especially if their defense can't hold up, the game's going to look like that because their offense isn't good enough to overcome it. And to expect the defense for 17 straight weeks against elite offensive opponents to put up the same 17-point total every single time, I think is irrational. It's why I thought this was possible this weekend. But this isn't a roller coaster. Can I ask you a question? Do you think that the Washington Commander fans had some certain expectations before the year started and different ones now? And do you think it's fair? Because they should. The Commander fans should expect differently with where their team's at now as opposed to where they were when week one started. Because this is how sports work. Sometimes our teams are better than you think, and the Broncos are better than I thought they would be. But I think all that last week proved to you was that they aren't elite yet. Now, speaking of expectations, speaking of a roller coaster of emotions for the Nuggets over the weekend. Because you play against Minnesota, you're all jacked up, it's national TV, it's on ESPN, and you're hanging in there. Jamal Murray leaves the game with a concussion protocol. You're getting good games out of the guys you need it from. Like, I think Porter stepped his game up in that Minnesota game. He's 11 of 18 from the field, 26 points. Aaron Gordon put up 31 in that game. You had some bench woes yet again. Christian Brown has been remarkable this entire year. Every time that guy hits the floor, good things happen. The dunk that he threw down on Rudy Gobert was one of my favorite highlights in a long, long time. Dunk on him, get into a little scuffle afterwards. Like, I loved every second of it. In fact, we got to have that highlight somewhere, don't we, Nelly? Can I hear Kaz talking about the Christian Brown dunk?
What are you going to do, Rudy? Start another pandemic? Got to eat that one, bro. That was awesome.
I mean, just yammed. Christian Brown is as good of a dunker as Aaron Gordon is. Christian Brown is the most ferocious dunker on this team. No doubt about that. Like, he dunks and you feel it. Feel it. But when he did that against Minnesota, that's in the middle of this great stretch that you had towards the end of the game. And felt like you were going to win. Go ahead and play the highlight. Let's hear it.
Westbrook's got that sniper look in his eyes. God, I used to hate this when he wasn't on our team. He throws it on the high left side over to Porter. Porter back out on top over to Jokic. Jokic goes to the right hand in the corner to Westbrook. Back over to Christian. Down the lane and a dunk with two hands. That's all up in your face. And then Gobert shoves Christian, and we got a melee underneath the Minnesota bench. What's the problem, Rudy? You don't like people dunking on you? Security from both teams immediately out there, and we'll see what we have here. Oh, my goodness. Rudy just got absolutely dunked on by Christian Brown.
Demolished. And once that happened, the tide started to turn.
What's the problem, Rudy?
3:30 left in the game. You're up 10. This feels like you should win. And then much in the same way we were talking about the Broncos. Execution problems happen. Minnesota makes shots. You don't. Game flips. They win. I think it's clear here, especially at the end of that game. Without Jamal, they get a little bit confused on how to do offense late in games, how to close things out, because they've been so used to doing it one way that when Jamal left the game, they looked a little bit confused. You know, Jokic turns the ball over, can't make a shot, don't know who they want to take the shot in a certain moment. Jokic misses a bunny. Christian Brown misses a layup. You know, like it just kind of went over and over and over again, the same sort of story. And so you're like kind of sick with dropping that game at the end. They come out a couple days later, and yeah, they lay it on a Jazz team that might be the worst team in the NBA. I'm not joking. That's a terrible team in Utah. Absolutely horrible. So they play great in that one. Fantastic. The most encouraging thing from that game was Julian Strawther, I thought. By the way, I'm going to say something, and I know it came against Utah, and so I don't want to make too many sort of judgments off of this. I think they got to play DJ as the backup center. And if they want to throw Sarge in at the 4 and see if he can do that in those minutes, and that's fine. But I don't think Sarge can play the 5 anymore. I think you got to put DJ in as the backup center. And if you want to play a few minutes with a smaller unit, then go ahead. But it's just, that's not what Sarge is built to do. And so they're still trying to figure out what's the right sort of bench rotation stuff to get things really rolling. I'm still awaiting Peyton Watson to start playing some really good basketball. He just can't shoot right now, can't make shots. I mean, he's shooting 23% from the field so far this year. Again, it's early and things can change. But look, man, they totally dropped one, let one go in Minnesota. And I sent you a DM earlier today, Nelly, if you got this for me. Scott Hastings was talking to Jokic after the Minnesota game about what happened, what led to that collapse that featured them losing that game. And Jokic took full accountability, as he always would. Here's what he said.
Season, but still kind of a tough one. You feel like you could have won this one. How does this feel after you lose it?
Yeah, I mean, we had 8 points in the last 5, it was 4-3, I don't even know how many minutes. We didn't execute them. I mean, I missed basically all of my shots in the last 2-3 minutes. They score easy. They had open looks. I mean, I think this defeat is on me, so I need to do a better job. And getting guys involved, I had a turnover, so it was a really bad stretch for me.
Still a building process, and no Jamal, like that kind of hurts a little chemistry, doesn't it?
I mean, but of course he's a really good player, and it's always good to have him. But we cannot think about that. He was out in the whole last quarter, so we needed even more, right? Yeah, 3. So we need to find a way.
I think he's right. I mean, it's difficult not having Jamal in at the end of games to try and help close things out. But bottom line is, got to find a way, especially when you're up 10 with, what did I say was left? 3:30 left. Can't have that collapse. And then the Avs over the weekend. Told you guys it's going to be hard to make a whole bunch of judgments about this considering what they have in the lineup. But Juice was back in. I thought that they looked a lot more comfortable with him between the pipes. Against Nashville, had a prime opportunity to go out and win that one, as it was a 2-3 game late after McKinnon scores, gives himself at least a chance with the extra attacker. But I don't know what to do with the Avs as of right now. Arturi Lehkonen just got taken off IR. Looks like he's going to play tomorrow. So this is the start of maybe some reinforcements and the cavalry coming back. You hope in a couple of weeks you're going to have Valnichushkin back in the lineup. You hope that Drouin will be ready by then. Hell, you hope that you get some news on Landeskog, because it's feeling around that time of year that Landy should be put back in the lineup. But a very, I would say, overall disappointing weekend from all these teams, including the Rapids, who lose 4-1 on Friday, and their season ends with a, I don't know, can you call 2 games a sweep? But a 2-game sweep in the 3-game series against the LA Galaxy. Just kind of ugly throughout the entire weekend. But if there was any good news, and there was good news, we started this thing last week on Friday. This new name. Some of you guys tweeted it at me. And I said to keep an eye on this over the weekend. And it happened. We'll get to it next. All right, so listen, Friday. Myself, Nelly, if you are a listener to the appetizer, we coined a phrase. There are leaf peepers in Colorado. You go out, you look at the fall foliage, you look over the mountain range, you see a whole bunch of different colored trees. This is a hobby of people.
But not Vic, though.
But not Vic.
Don't put that evil on him, Ricky Bobby.
Well, we came up and termed the phrase CF peeping in regards to the Buffs. And I said before this weekend, there is still a chance that the Buffs make the college football playoff and could potentially do it even without going to the Big 12 title game. And they're going to have a couple of things going in their favor. Number one is that they have a favorable schedule right now, which could lead to them being around number 12 in the country by the time that the season is all said and done, if they take care of business and win out. That's number one. Number two, they would get a little Dion bump, which college football has been known. Maybe a team, if you're battling with another one, is more deserving than you, but who's going to bring the eyeballs? And we know that Colorado can bring the eyeballs to a television screen, especially in a playoff situation. You kidding me? Of course.
College football!
Well, we went into the weekend, and Nelly, I was talking to Mosier. And I said, Moj, this isn't just about watching for Iowa State and Kansas State and whether those teams lose or not this weekend. This is about some of those teams hovering around that top 10. Because I think there's a chance that some of these teams lose. And I picked out 3 games in particular. One was Louisville and Clemson. Clemson being the number 11 team in the country. Louisville wins 33-21 over Clemson on the road at Clemson. The other game, Texas A&M was number 10 in the country, was playing in South Carolina. And I go, if you guys have been paying attention to what South Carolina's done this year, they've played really well against really good teams. They lost by 3 to LSU early in the season. They lost by 2 to Bama just a couple of weeks ago. They beat Oklahoma in Oklahoma by like 30 points last week. Well, guess what? South Carolina at home wins by 24 points to Texas A&M. And the last game I said to keep an eye on was Kentucky going at Tennessee. I said, I know Kentucky's record is bad, but they, like South Carolina, have played good teams very tough. They lost by 1 to Georgia early this year. They beat number 6 Ole Miss early this season. And they went to Tennessee and lost 28-18. But they had a shot at the end of the game. But on top of that, you get the double scoop of Big 12 losses as Texas Tech goes on the road at Iowa State and beats Iowa 23-22. You get Kansas State somehow blowing it in that game to Houston as Houston put up 14 points in the fourth quarter to win 24-19. And you wake up this morning with a couple of things. Number one, CU with 4 games left in the season, all in games in which they should be favored, are 21st in the country. Number 2, they are tied for second in the Big 12 standings with a 4-1 record equal to Iowa State. 3 teams in the conference have 1 loss or less in conference play. That is CU, Iowa State, and the still unbeaten BYU Cougars, who had a bye week as the Buffs did this past weekend. Things are looking up. Now, listen. Take care of business. You play Texas Tech this weekend, beat them. You play Utah the weekend after that, beat them. You play Kansas, you play Oklahoma State. Okie State, by the way, 6 losses in a row. They are 0-6 in conference play. That should be a given. Kansas, 2-6 overall, 1-4 in conference play. That should be a given. Utah, 1-4 in conference play. Take care of them. And this next weekend's the toughest one. It's Texas Tech. It's by far the best team left on the schedule. And it's on the road. Beat Texas Tech, you are going to have a huge argument. for maybe the Big 12 championship game. But even without that, you'll have an argument for the college football playoff. Take care of business. And by the way, in these games, if we're talking about the super outside shot of CFP, style points are really going to matter, guys. Yeah, just win. But if you can help it, win and dominate. Give me 30-point victories. Really prove your case. It's amazing on a bye week. Bye week. A bye week. CU did more for themselves than maybe any other week so far this year.
Still counts, baby. CF peeping. Let's do it.
It's a real thing. People thought I was joking. I'm not. Now, I didn't expect all of these things to happen at once this weekend, but that's college football for you. And especially this year where there isn't some like super proven, holy bleep, this team is amazing type.
The Big 12.
Oregon's probably the closest we're going to get because they've been on a roll lately after a really slow start to the year. And now they close out the season. They got 3 games left against Maryland, Wisconsin, Washington. They might go unbeaten this year. Indiana wins again, by the way. Indiana has Michigan, Ohio State, and Purdue left. And I can only imagine what that Ohio State game's going to be like if they get past Michigan this weekend and play them with both of those teams at 10-0, 11-0. Going to be crazy. But college football was good to watch this weekend if you were a Buffs fan. It was good to watch if you were a CSU fan, too.
I was going to say, not only did CSU win, they dismantled Nevada. That was, you gotta get PETA on the line because they killed some wolves. That was nasty.
Well, here's the weird thing about that game. It's not like CSU just absolutely torched them. They put up 38 points, and they threw the ball for 150 yards. They ran the ball well for 170, but it's not like they were going crazy on the ground. What they had was some pretty amazing special teams. First of all, end a half situation to go. Trying to get a score. Push it to 17-0. And that 32-year-old kicker boots one from 60? Hits a 60-yarder heading into half to put you up 17-0. And then you get a fumble return for a touchdown. And the fumble return, by the way, you scored a field goal. A 21-yarder, couldn't quite punch it in the end zone. The ensuing kickoff, you boot, that is essentially just picked up by CSU and taken for a touchdown. One of the most bizarre plays that you'll see.
And I have the video pulled up right here. The guy from Nevada, he tries to field it at like the half-yard line.
Yeah.
If you just let it go into the end zone, let me check my notes here. Yeah, that's a touchback. But he touches it at the half-yard line. CSU jumps on it, and then boom, it's 27-0 early in the third quarter.
Yeah.
That's fundamentals, Brett. Fundamentals.
Everything looks normal, but the ball, like, I think the guy was waiting for the ball to roll in the end zone because the second the ball touches the end zone, it's a touchback. But then he feels the heat coming down from the CSU guys. And because of contact on the play, the ball squirts out and they score. It's the most bizarre touchdown you're going to get in football.
So you know what that means? Both CU and CSU are going bowling.
They're both going to a bowl game. But more importantly, they're both in position to go to their conference championship games if CU gets one more bit of help with a loss from Iowa State, which I'm still holding out hope that despite Kansas State playing awful this past weekend, they can beat Iowa State towards the end of the year and punch their ticket. But all that's available. Yeah, I was just talking about Chimoj. You started laughing at me. Oh, South Carolina's not going to win. Boom. South Carolina wins. Don't give me that face. You basically called me an idiot for suggesting it was possible this weekend.
South Carolina got you.
It was.
No, it was.
It was Kentucky, who almost beat Tennessee, too.
That's the one.
They almost won.
But did they win?
They almost did.
It doesn't matter.
Just say, Brett, you were right. You're a genius. That's all I needed to say.
I'm not saying that. Here's what I am saying.
Gosh, you got cologned out this morning. Woo!
Do I smell good?
I mean, it's a good smell. It's
Well,
just very powerful.
I've got to make up for what you bring to the table, which is gross.
Okay.
Nelly, grow your beard back, by the way. Halloween's over, all right? Enough jacking around. No, man. Yeah, South Carolina could win. I said, yeah, it's okay, fine. But Kentucky's not overcoming minus 18 from Tennessee.
They almost did.
But they didn't.
You thought that they would get the doors blown off. And I'm telling you, end of the fourth quarter, they had a chance to win that game. Okay. You can't use that reference anymore. I know you whispered it to me, so I'm not going to say it, but you can't use that anymore.
Okay, fine, I won't.
Mosier.
Anyway, I got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Well, then, Mosier, this is all you have to say, by the way. This is what Brett wants you to say.
I'm stupid. You're smart. I was wrong. You were right. You're the best. I'm the worst. You're very good looking. I'm not attractive.
All right. As long as you're willing to admit that now.
Is that so hard for you to say? Can watch a show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app for exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. A lot to break down. Broncos loss over the weekend. Avs and Nuggets over the weekend. And some CF peeping. We'll do a lot more of that. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Here we go. It's a cold, snowy Broncos overreaction Monday, baby. Let's fire it up with every single Broncos highlight from yesterday's clash with the Ravens. Here we go.
And they are going to go for it on 4th and goal from a yard out. It's officially the 2-yard line.
Throw the fade outside.
That's Sutton you're drawing up there at the top. They got a reverse play. Sutton with a throwback pass. Caught at the goal line for the touchdown. And Bo Nix has caught his first NFL touchdown.
It was Philly special.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What else we got? Come on. Seriously? That's it? No, come on. I had some other I had some other highlights here somewhere. I swear to God, I had multiple. There was more than one. The Broncos had to have done something else. I mean, come on. I had it here. It was here a second ago. Maybe it's over here. Shoot. Jeez. All right, maybe we should just start the show.
Mose, you heard me. I thought that was possible yesterday. I think it's one of the only games on the schedule where a game like that is possible because the Ravens, that Lamar, he's pretty good. that guy didn't miss.
That Flowers, he's pretty fast.
Lamar didn't have a single throw that wasn't directly in the breadbasket of a wide receiver. He was quite literally perfect yesterday. A perfect passer rating.
Well,
Perfect.
Nelly got all the splash plays. Good job getting all those splash plays in there. Although you did miss the long pass from Nix to Sutton down the left sideline.
It's a pretty nice pass. Pretty nice throw.
Now, can I say a couple things here?
Yeah,
I don't know how you guys feel. I'm not like super crazy this morning. Like, I can't believe that happened. It's like, part of me gets it. Like, the Ravens are really good. They're a lot better than you are. And that game was always a possibility. Did I think the Broncos would keep it closer than that? Did I think the defense would show up a little bit better than that? Yeah, I did. But I think it's very simple. And maybe this is stupid on my part. Please tell me. I'm going to say this and get the hell out of the way. You guys go. I think there were a few moments in that first half that could have completely changed that game.
No doubt about it.
I think if you execute on 4th down a little bit better on a couple occasions, if you don't miss Troy Franklin in the end zone, the fabric of that game changes. But that's the difference between good and great teams.
That's exactly
that
correct.
Execution stuff in big moments didn't happen for the Broncos, and it happened every time the Ravens needed
it's
it.
not just that. I was thinking the same kind of thing, Vic, and I compare it to the Avs need some depth scoring. They need some guys to put the puck in besides Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. Same kind of story. Listen, good teams may make 2 more plays than you.
Yeah.
But it changes the course of the game, and then they start stacking good plays. You see, that's how it works. Yeah. A third liner or a fourth liner may put himself in a position to score in 4 out of 8 times down the ice. Whereas a first and second liner, maybe it's 6 out of 8 or even 7 out of 8, and you get more chances. You have more finish. You have more point. That's why you're a star, and that's why somebody else isn't. That's why these teams are good, and that's why your team is an average football team.
I know the result was a blowout, but in my humble opinion, that game was decided in the first quarter on 2 4th down plays. 4th and 1 early. Javante's got to get that first down. He's got to get the first down. He's got to dive. He's got to do something to get the pass. I don't know what else to tell you, but I don't think he was truly aware where the marker was. I don't know how you don't dive to that marker. First of all, I don't like the play call where you're going stretch wide.
That's the other thing. Why are we doing a pitch on 4th and 1?
Yeah.
Can't we just bash it up the middle?
Whatever. They didn't get the first down. 4 plays later, it's 7-0. Then 4th and 3 on the next series. You've got to make that completion. Troy Franklin is open. And I'm reading people say, Franklin let up. He didn't. Stop it.
It's a bad throw.
Just stop it, okay? This is not on Bo the game. I'm not putting the game on Bo. That was a bad throw. That's a touchdown toss for anybody else. There was a pass later in the game that Lamar made, just a wheel route to his back, just was perfect, that perfect touch. That's the kind of pass you needed there to Troy Franklin.
I remember that play because that was Jonah Ellis trying to keep up with Justice Hill. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Franklin had 3 strides on the DB, and he overthrew him badly, and you could tell he overthrew him.
Yep.
Those plays early changed the tone of the game. I'm telling you.
100%.
I'm not saying that the Broncos would have won had they executed there, but it changes everything. You're not playing catch-up anymore. You're not taking as many chances. You're not getting cute at the goal line.
Correct.
When it's 1st and goal from the 1 and you're running. What the hell was that?
Hey,
I mean, I know they scored, but what the hell was that series of plays?
Okay, hang on a second. It's so funny you mentioned that because I kept my mouth shut, at least on Twitter, on that play. I was like, that's cool.
I didn't.
But I'm like,
well, you never do.
So you get
You're
the
flapping your gums all over Twitter.
But hang on, to Vic's point, like I said this going into halftime, I go, weird play calling. It felt like in the first half in some big moments. And somebody said, play calling. I had multiple people say, play calling is the least of our issues. And I'm like, well, the 4th and 1 pitch seemed weird. And then you get the pass interference that puts the ball at 1st and goal. And can we all make an agreement here? Michael Burton doesn't touch the football ever again. What are we doing with Michael Burton? He's in to block. Let him be a lead blocker and give the ball to Javonte in short yardage situations or Estime or somebody. But they lined up with Burton and Jaleel on 1st down. And I go, okay, the tiny back end at the goal line seems weird, but fine. And then they hand it to Burton. I was pissed. And then they throw twice. And then they do a reverse pass. Yeah, it worked, and it was a great catch by Nix. But I'm with you, Vic. I'm like, what is this series of play
You're
calls?
at the goal line. What is wrong with what the Patriots did for years? 4 straight quarterback sneaks.
Or
4 straight.
Give it to Javonte. Javonte can get a yard.
Bo is athletic enough. He's proven he can cross the plane. He's done it before. 4 straight quarterbacks. I don't need anybody else touching the ball. Don't waste time. I don't understand all the fanciness. I don't get it. You need to survive. It felt like they were in cutesy mode rather than survival mode.
I don't mind going for some things in a game you're not supposed to win. I don't mind opening it up and even being a little bit fancy. I guess it depends on the situation, though.
Look, 4th down aggression is fine with me.
Yeah,
I think this game called for aggression.
Okay, so then let's talk about it then. And it's time and place is what it is. Time and place on where you actually employ those tactics as opposed to not. I love me a good double pass. I've been saying this for weeks now. And by the way, it's not just the Broncos doing it. Other teams are doing the old double pass. I love it.
By the way, can we credit Bo for making a hell of a catch there?
Great
that was
catch.
athletic.
Dude, but if he doesn't catch that, then that game turns into even more of a sort of disaster because you're like, good Lord.
But Vittorio, Britsky, everybody out there listening right now, I think this was a good thing because it shows you where you are and who you are at this point. What you saw is, Vic, like you said, I want to get me one of them Zay Flowers. Where do you go get you one of them Zays?
He was all over the field. They couldn't stop
Dude,
him.
he's so zippy. Not only that, the credit Baltimore's offense for really exposing and opening up the Broncos defense. They exploited the middle of that field a lot and did a really nice job doing it. But you see Lamar, you see how confident he is in the pocket. You see Nick's takeoff running. Fine. But you see Lamar, do you see how quick he is as a bigger man, but from point A to point two, boom, boom, and then he makes a simple pass. You see what I mean? It's like he just looks so much better doing it. He executes it so much better. That's what an MVP type of player does, and that's the reality of the situation. That's who these guys are. You are who you are, and now you need to know what you need to be. Fine.
You want to know what's crazy about Lamar?
What?
I remember one time he took off and ran in that game. Once. It was early in the second half. It was 3rd down. He ran for a 1st down. That's the only run I remember.
That's the only one.
Didn't use his legs the entire day because he didn't have to.
He only had, he had a couple of other ones where he had a gain, but basically he bounces himself into soft spots, into areas, and makes a play. That's what he does.
Well, we knew this would be the biggest test for the defense, and before everybody piles on and says the defense is fake, this isn't, Baltimore's done that to everybody. First of all, they've done that to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, moving the ball is not hard for them. They've made some boneheaded mistakes at times, but they've been able to always move the ball. What this tells me, two things. The Broncos, as bad as it looked, as bad as the results were, if you look at the standings today, they're still a playoff team.
Yep.
That's how bad the AFC is at the bottom. That's how bad it is. 7 teams have a winning record in the AFC. 7. That's it. You stay there, and you're in the playoffs. And that's the goal. The goal, listen, if you're aspiring to win a Super Bowl this year, more power to you. Man, I hope that fairy tale works out. My aspirations are a bit more, let's get in the playoffs, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if you're doing that, you're winning. You're winning. Look, and yes, Flax, how is my nose still plugged? I don't know. It's going on 2 months of nasal passage issues. It's plugged.
Brett, I have some specialized tools at home. If you would like, I'll drive. We're going to go to Vic's house after the show. We're going to hold him down.
I think if you just punch his nose a couple of times.
And then
it's
you
just
and I, listen, I know what to do because I've had it done to me on a professional level, but now I'm amateur. We're going to Roto-Rooter his ass.
Okay,
we're gonna get in there.
Fine.
We're gonna get in there. We're gonna take care of him.
Let me say two things.
Back up in there. Get a blocking back up in there.
Yeah, get a
and
blocking
move some things.
Oh, by the way, dude, so this is what a game plan too. I mean, it's just the pure joy that the Ravens must have. So you've got this lead, and then you say, "Oh, hey, by the way, number 22, I know you haven't really gotten off today. Why don't you start running people over?"
Oh, this is what they do, though, man.
But dude, I forget who his own guy was, but his own guy on the touchdown run. His own guy is blocking a Broncos linebacker.
Yeah.
And Henry runs into the back of his own guy, and he pushes both of them forward. Like, he goes bang, and then both those guys go forward, creates a space, and he jets into the end zone. I'm like, this guy is incredible, man. Come on.
This is what they do, though. Like, remember, early in that game, you did a pretty good job bottling up Derrick Henry. And then they wear on you, and they wear on you. And then that gang tackling stuff at the line of scrimmage in the first quarter turns into a lot of single guys trying to tackle him in the third.
Because he's hard to tackle.
Yeah.
He's not fun to tackle. And you're out of position by this much, and your guy is this close to being late to getting to his spot to make a gang, and then he busts through. And then he runs a dude over, and then he throws a guy into the ground, and then you're dead.
You know what's bizarre about what the Ravens did? So they averaged 7.3 yards per play, which is around what they've done throughout the course of the year because they're good. You guys know how many third downs that they faced in scoring 42 points? 8.
That's it?
They had 8 third downs the entire game on the way to 42 points. Now,
I did not. Let me look that. I got to verify that.
Now, again, this is what I'm talking about with execution. And a texter says, I thought Brett said the Broncos are good. I still think they're good. The Ravens are great.
They only had 8 third down situations.
The Ravens are great. The Broncos are good. The Broncos will beat teams that are at the bottom tier of the AFC.
The Broncos are currently a playoff contender. That's what they are. They're just not great.
By the way, do you know who else is a good? Would you guys say the Buffalo Bills are good?
Yeah.
Do you know what the score of the Bills-Ravens game was a few weeks back? It's 35-10.
Yeah.
Pretty close to this one. Like,
Same
the
thing.
Ravens are just incredibly good. They are. But I'm so with you guys, and part of the reason why I'm not – it was a butt-whooping, okay? You got crushed. But I'm telling you, you were just a couple of plays away in that first half from making that game feel totally different. Totally different. You make the throw to Troy Franklin, that changes things.
Yep.
You execute on fourth down, you're going to be in at least field goal range. That changes things. Like, there's just little stuff that a young team with a rookie quarterback couldn't do that a – going to be 3-time MVP on the opposite side can.
And you have to test them. And again, if we're being fair, I don't want to hear it from the Bo Nix believers to a fault, okay? I don't want to hear it from them. He still made some faulty throws off his back foot. He did. He made some great throws. The one to Sutton was great. When he uses his wheels, he's great. He also made some bad throws. Now, if you don't see that,
I counted 3 touchdowns that he missed.
Yes. If you don't see that, if you're sitting there with your head in the sand saying, you guys are just putting the blame on him, I can't help you. He will develop fully at some point. We hope. We hope he continues to develop. Yesterday was a game where you're like, okay, he looked great at times, and then not so great. But you could say the same for the entire team.
Sure. I'll back
the
you up.
entire team.
I'll back you up, Vic. Like I don't think that he played poorly yesterday, but he certainly missed a couple of throws that were pretty big in game context.
Well,
we talked about the Franklin one. There was two more, and I can't remember the situation of the game. The game could have been pretty out of hand already. But do you guys remember he had that one? He was kind of throwing on the run to Lil Jordan Humphrey. He was all alone back in the end zone, sailed it. He had another one to Sutton. Sutton was running open to the corner of the end zone, and he threw it too far out ahead of him.
I watched the game with C.J. Anderson, former Bronco, and he made note of it every single time. Every single time he said, watch his back foot. He's not driving through the ball on a lot of passes, and he continues to do that. Just watch his back foot.
CJ's just first of all, you're a name dropper, and he's a hater.
Okay, I'm just telling you
that's just the way it is.
I'm telling you the source.
So I'm watching the game with my buddy Carl Mecklenburg yesterday. Anyway, and he's.
But see, he notices things that I wouldn't notice.
Right, Vic. But you're, and that's Coach Sanford is the same way. I mean, these guys, they pick up on little stuff because they've been there. They've seen it. They've done it. They know what it looks like. And we know what it looks like. It's just that we're not always paying attention to that.
Continue this, get to a weekend. Avs, Nuggets, Rapids lose on Friday. It was pretty miserable. It was good for one team that didn't even play. We'll get to that in a little bit as well. Stick around.
Here's what I think about your stat, Moj.
Oh, God. Doesn't sound like you got anything in there, dude. Sounds like you're just blowing your brains out.
All day.
Yeah.
That's the sound of luck, and the sound of Tulatero today is the Powerball. $63 million up for grabs. And if you download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, when you do so, you get a free credit in your first Colorado Lotto game. And whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, all of your favorite games available on the app. And skip the long lines at the convenience store. Skip going to the gas station to get your ticket. Do it right there on your phone. Or not only does it create the ticket for you, it'll tell you if you won immediately right there on the app. So download the Tulatero app and try your hand at $63 million in the Powerball tonight. That is Tulatero, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC for a free credit to play in your first Lotto game. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
Well, I think if you're an older team and you've been in this situation, you can't flush it. So I think as a younger team with not as much experience, you kind of have to take it like it is and learn from it and grow from it, because you don't want to be back in this situation. So you kind of accept the pain and accept the reality that, we didn't get it done today. And as a young team, we got to find ways to not let this happen again.
Good job, kid. Good job. I love that perspective from Bo. I think it's healthy. He's right. What did the Ravens do after their little debacle in Cleveland? They flushed it. Came on out and said, you know what, we're a Super Bowl contender, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's what those veteran good teams do. For the Broncos, it's like, okay, well, we're going to have to learn from this. Vic, I know you're...
Just quickly,
Yes,
Mush,
sir.
before you continue.
Yes, sir.
I listened to all of Sean Payton's press conference after the game.
Yeah, so did I.
I thought he had really good perspective as well.
Yeah.
He didn't seem too testy with anybody. He acknowledged realities. He's like, yeah, we got our butt whooped, but you know what? He kind of had this tone of, I know we got our butt kicked, but we're getting better.
Uh-huh.
Like that sort of thing.
Okay. Which is exactly...
Although he did have... Can I hear the one where he cursed? He said it was a first for Nelly. He had to do a bleep in a Sean Payton post game. If you got that, Nelly, let's go ahead and hear it. Because, again, I thought it was really good. He was really good in the post game. Because we've seen those before. The Broncos lose, and he gets really kind of fired up and defensive. Didn't seem that way at all. As you try and find that, Nelly, go ahead, Moshe. Say what you were going to say.
Well, I'm saying there's nobody that should wake up today. Broncos fans, you can be disappointed that they lost, and they lost by 31. You can be bummed about that. But if you're a self-aware human being, and you've been listening to anything we've been saying the entire season, or certainly last week, then you should just put it in perspective as to where they are and who they are and how it was going to look.
Mose, you're so right. Perspective matters. And
it absolutely does.
If you are so full of it that you went into that game thinking that you're going to lay it to the Baltimore Ravens, I don't know what the hell you've been watching. Expectations matter. They matter, okay? And that's why this morning I can wake up and say, all right, got some work to do. Need to add some talent. I still don't think they're a player away. This is going to affect, I think, the trade deadline tomorrow. Do you think adding a player is going to take the Broncos from A to B?
No, it is not.
No, it's not. It needs some fermenting. They need to add some juice. There's a few players that they still need to add to this roster to get to that level. That's all.
Well, they need better play out of the guys they have to get to that level. It was a bit of a reality check for a defense that can beat the snot out of Bryce Young. Okay? But when you face... Why do I love Lamar so much? Why do
Bryce Young won yesterday, by the way.
But I know he did. I know he won. So good. And you know what? It's not fair, but he was thrown into the fire against the Denver Broncos because of the injury, and the Broncos beat him up. And by the way, the Saints, they're terrible too.
Terrible.
So it's pretty damn clear. So anyway, the point is that there's a big difference, obviously, talent-wise, experience-wise, and so on. And so you realize that you're going to. No, I don't like that at all.
Did the ghost just close our door?
Well, I used a crappy doorstop. Go ahead. The point is this: is that. Look, man, it's just that's who you are. It's where you are, and accept it. You don't have to like it. You can say, "Oh man, it's a bummer that we got throttled, or we couldn't win the game." Okay, that's fine. But as a rational adult human being, thinking adult human being, rational thoughts. Hey, come on, man, put it in perspective.
Hey, good teams do this to you. Like this is what happens occasionally. You have this. It just gives you an awareness of kind of where you're at in the pecking order, right? Like, nobody expected this team to be winning Super Bowls or anything like that this year. They have surprised so far to get to this record. Now, I said from the beginning, like, this is a 2-week chance to get one win. And I still think that's available this Sunday against Kansas City, who's going to be on, like, sort of a shorter week playing tonight on Monday Night Football.
And it's funny, you and I both said before the Baltimore game, if you take a look at these two games, which one are you more likely to win? We both said Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't think it's close.
On the road at KC was the more likely win, no doubt about it.
To be blunt, I didn't think they had much of a shot yesterday, which is why I'm not that out of shape about this. Big deal.
And I said all week long, I said maybe I'm overestimating them, or maybe I'm not really believing, the the people who thought, oh, God, they're not that good because they lost to Cleveland. The Baltimore Ravens are a very, very good football team. And I thought they were a very good team, explosive offensively. You can't outscore them. And when your defense gets exposed a little bit, this is the way it looks. It's just you shouldn't be freaking out or unhappy today to an extent where you lose perspective.
Can I hear Sean Payton just real quick in postgame? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, look, we've had tough losses. I think that it gets back to that grit, and sometimes embracing the misery a little bit. And you just can't bullshit yourself.
Sean, I love you even more today. Yes. Yep. You can't BS yourself.
He's not, he's not doing the typical, we're going to look in the mirror. We're better than that. They know no, you're not. You're not better than Baltimore. And until you can get on the field and prove you're better than Baltimore, there's no need to try and fake it. Right?
And Vic, you're not better than a lot of teams in this league, but you are better than some other teams in this
league.
You're
a playoff team right now.
Yes.
You are a playoff team, and that's legit. But the Denver Broncos deserve everyone's praise for that.
It's okay to aspire. I think that's great. And then maybe if you play better, you can aspire to more things, but it's not okay to be delusional. And Sean Payton, he's not going to allow himself to be delusional, and certainly he's not going to allow his team to be delusional.
Moj, I always have to go back to the golf analogies. It's like having that one great round or two, and you're like, yeah, I'm a scratch golfer. And then you go out and play, and you shoot 88s, 3 straight. And then you see you know what you are. You know what you are.
There's nothing like, Brett, I'll have a round, and where I'll fire a 71. I'm like, oh, my God, I think I'm ready for the senior tour. I think I'm ready.
Yeah, and then you're playing with us, and you want 4 mulligans on one hole.
Then I back it up with a sweet 87 that I was lucky to shoot.
It literally just happened earlier. You guys remember when I had my lifetime best 74?
Yes.
Next round was an 87.
Yes.
Yep. You swing. I know you swing.
You back it up where you actually run in a bird on 18. Just to shoot 87, right?
Yeah.
Like
guys,
it's just reality.
The story of the game, in my opinion, is I think offensively we knew that the Broncos were still in motion. They're still learning. They're still climbing that ladder. Defensively, they came in as the third-ranked defense in the NFL. Was that real? And here's the bottom line. The Baltimore Ravens yesterday, at one point in the game, scored on 7 straight possessions. Yep. I will repeat. They scored on 7 straight possessions. Wow. That's a slap in the face.
Well, the killer, Vic, being, I keep hearkening back to the first half, but I think it matters. You cut the game down with that Knicks touchdown catch to 10-7. You're like, all right. Despite some remember, the game started second play of the game with a pick, and your defense, the possession started in field goal range.
Yeah, they forced a 3 and out and pushed him out of field goal range.
To force a punt. That's a great start to erase that mistake at the beginning of the game. But it's a 10-7 game, and quickly the Ravens go down and score again. Broncos get a sustained drive. They cut it 17-10. And I think we're all feeling the same thing, aren't we? Like, okay, wasn't a perfect half by any means, but if you can escape this down 7 going into halftime.
Beautimus.
And then execution. Ravens know I got a lot of time. It's like 50 seconds, I think, before the end of the half. I got time to go score, and 2 plays later, they're back in the end zone. And then you win.
And that's Lamar buying time, allowing his. Oh my God! It's just it's such beautiful football to watch. Tony Romo was like,
see, that's what the elite teams in the league have that the Broncos still don't. They're still trying to find those weapons. And Sean Payton said it. Hell, Tony Romo said it. When the Broncos had the ball in the red zone late in the first half, he's like, okay, got to get that clock going, get it going. And when they went out of bounds on the first play on 1st and 10, he said, oh, and you could sense he knows what we know, that Baltimore's going to get another shot. They did. And what happened? They went right down the field. They don't have the explosion plays. The Broncos don't have that. Even Sean Payton coming off the field at halftime, I thought that was a great interview with that halftime interviewer, by the way. He was like wide open. He said, yeah, the explosion plays. We don't have them, and they do. And that's the difference in the game.
By the way, so that's what elite teams do. Got a limited amount of time before the half, got to find a way to get a score. They did it. Do you know what really elite teams do? oh, we got the score before the half, and now we're getting the ball out of half, and I'm going to bury you with
Correct.
one
We're
more
gonna
score.
kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they went down, smacked you in the teeth, and said, hey, the game's over.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're going to break your teeth, and we're going to eat your teeth.
Like there's like really good hockey teams. Here's what they do. Let's say they get one toward the end of a period, right? It's I don't know, they're up 2-1. Or even tied at 2, whatever the case may be. They say, all right, let's come on out. We're gonna bang 2 in here and put them out of their misery. Or you carry a 2-1 lead, right, against a weaker team. We're gonna come get 2 in the first 5-8 minutes of this period, and we're gonna put them away, and we're just gonna chill the rest of the period. That's what good teams do. That's what good football teams do. You get not only do you score, but you compound the misery to the opposition by marching down the field and putting it in on your first possession in the second half, and then the game is over, and everybody knows it.
So
everybody knows it.
Let's jump back to some NFL stuff at the top of the hour. We got Adam Schefter going to join us. In the meantime, a roller coaster watching some other teams in that, look, man, you got that game against Minnesota. Christian Brown ends the life of Rudy Gobert. Everything's starting to change. You're up 10 with 3.5 left and can't close it out. Can't do it.
You know what that was? That was that last cigarette before walking the plank. That's what that was.
Yeah.
Because the joy that you saw in every Nugget player, every Nuggets fan, when he dunked on Rudy's dome, and you're up by 10 in mini. You're up by 10. You have all the momentum. You're on a 25-3 run. The game is over. You've stolen it. Let's get out of Dodge. And then they fell apart and couldn't do anything. They didn't know what to do with their hands. And it felt a lot like Game 7 last season. It did. It felt like that. Losing a big lead and then forgetting what to do with your hands.
You know, I always notice this when Jamal left with concussion protocol and he gets to the end of a game like that, and it feels like if those two can't run two-man game, they get very confused on how to do offense and close a game out. Now, not an excuse. Joker will tell you as much as he talked to Hastings after the game and said this.
It's still kind of a tough when you feel like you could have won this one. How does this feel after you lose it?
Yeah, I mean, we had 8 points in the last 4-3, I don't even know how many. We didn't execute. I mean, I missed basically all of my shots in the last 2-3 minutes. They score easy. They had open looks. You know, I mean, I think this defeat is on me, so I need to do a better job in getting guys involved. I had a turnover, so it was a really bad stretch for me.
Still a building process, and no Jamal, like that kind of hurts a little chemistry, doesn't it?
I mean, but of course he's a really good player, and it's always good to have him. But we cannot think about that. You know, he was out the whole last quarter, so we needed even more, right? Yeah, 3. So you know, we need to find a way.
What a leader! What a leader! How many guys are willing to say, "Put it on me"?
Yeah.
I want you to put yourself in the shoes of some of the other stars in the NBA. Put yourself in their shoes, their mouthpieces after the game. Does LeBron say that?
No, not
that I know of, no.
I'm just curious. When's the last time you've heard LeBron say this is on me?
Oh, I mean, he said it. He knows he's been the best player on his team forever.
Hey, but listen, you know what you got in that game? Now, the bench was still a massive problem, but you kind of got what you asked for in this sense. You wanted some other guys to step up and start playing like their roles. Well, Michael Porter Jr. played a really damn good game in Minnesota, and so did Aaron Gordon especially.
And so did Christian Brown, except for the end of that game. Christian, after the dunk, the problem he had, and he'll admit this, he tried to go to the hole too much after that.
Yep.
Take those jumpers. There was one particular jumper late in the final minute of the game. Joker should have shot it. First of all, he passes it cross court to Christian, and he hesitated and then tried to go to the hole. Did get fouled, but hesitated. You've proven now you can make those.
Well, how does Dillweed,
for the record,
how does Dillweed not get tossed?
That's a great question.
How does Dillweed, I mean, when you choke a guy, how do you not get tossed from the game?
You know what?
Did you guys see his face when Westbrook started running at him? Did you guys see that, by the way?
You know what? He did the full no.
You know what? I think that the honest response, and listen, we're always talking about the Minnesota game because the Nuggets came back the next night, second game of back-to-back, and he raced Utah at home.
Utah's the worst team in the league.
Yeah, that's
They're
a winless
terrible.
team. You expect to win that game. Frankly, we're not trying to we're not talking about the Minnesota game just because they lost. It's just the most important topic because it's Minnesota. It's the rivalry. That's the game. I want to say this about Rudy. I think human nature, in my opinion, the opinion of the referee, he saw him get thoroughly embarrassed by getting his butt dunked on. He saw the reaction from CB. If he gets ejected there, Rudy, nobody would have even, you don't blink an eye. Of course he gets ejected. He went after the guy. But I think they're trying to save face for the guy. He was so thoroughly embarrassed by getting dunked on, the referee's throwing him a solid.
So the injury to the insult would be to toss him?
Yes. They gave him the old time served punishment, which is, nope, I think you've been punished enough. That's fine.
And yes, did Christian Brown go a little nuclear with his reaction?
Sure.
But he didn't do it right in his face. He sort of turned, and he did it toward the crowd. If you look at the replay, he did it toward the crowd. And Rudy was just so embarrassed, he took a little shot at him.
By the way, we'll get to a lot of other details with the Nuggets, get to the Avs in a second.
And I don't want to hear, by the way, I don't want to hear it from Mosier. Do not tell me that Christian Brown could not replace KCP. He has, and then some. His numbers are better than KCP's numbers right now.
I could not give Christian Brown a better grade through this point in the season
He's
than how
better
he's played.
than KCP right now for this team.
But the issue is, Vic, nobody's being Christian Brown off the bench right now.
No.
That's the problem, is that if KCP is still here, then you have that coming off the bench.
Yes.
You don't have somebody like that right now. So we'll get to that in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
I was in Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic late last week getting my blood drawn. My low testosterone is back to where it should be. Everything's going well. You just got to do a little checkup here. I'll do another one coming up in February. And there's all kinds of dudes in there. And if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, well, they fix that too. And it's Better Medicine. They are the leader in treating men's sexual health issues here in the great state of Colorado. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, awesome. Don't be embarrassed, guys, and don't put off treatment any longer. Get back in the game. Plenty of dudes in there saying, hey, you know what? If I had a bad elbow, I'd fix that. We'll get it fixed. It's important physically for sure, but mentally it's going to change everything for you. And they've got a success rate at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men living better lives, and that should be you if you have some form of ED. Staff are total experts. Your initial visit, $99. You'll get in, you'll get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then everything is free. The lab work, the appointment, all that stuff. But you know it's going to work, so call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations in Colorado. Find the one that's close to you. You'll be happy that you did it. Your partner will be happy. It's a total win-win situation.
Uh-oh, Westbrook's got that sniper look in his eyes. God, I used to hate this when he wasn't on our team. He throws it on the high left side over to Porter. Porter back out on top over to Jokic. Jokic goes to the right hand. In the corner to Westbrook. Back over to Christian. Down the lane and a dunk with 2 hands. That's all up in your face. And then Gobert shoves Christian, and we got a melee underneath the Minnesota bench. What's the problem, Rudy? You don't like people dunking on you? Security from both teams immediately out there, and we'll see what we have here. Oh, my goodness. Rudy just got absolutely dunked on by Christian Brown.
Hell of a play.
With the
Get back to the Nuggets in a bit. Moj, I do want to get to the Avs, but I want to say something real quick because we, myself and Nelly, we coined a phrase on Friday heading into the weekend.
What's the problem, Rudy?
Vic is not a fan of these leaf peepers in Colorado. These guys who clog up traffic to go look at the leaves.
Well, the leaves are gone. It
just
took like
saying.
a week, and my poor maple tree in front. I mean,
Mine's
dude's
still
like,
hanging. Mine's still hanging on.
My dude was like, adios. Like, into like a week, he's like, adios, man. I'm done.
Ours are done. I got 3 inches here in Golden.
Well, 6 inches is what it takes to hurt you. Here's the deal.
Why you guys do this?
We coined a phrase, though. Instead of leaf peeping, we called it CF peeping. And I gave you a list of games over the weekend just to keep in mind because there is a real shot, might be an outside shot, but a real shot that CU could not just make the Big 12 championship game, but maybe make the college football playoff. And so the obvious ones were Iowa State and Kansas State because BYU had a bye this weekend. And you got exactly what you could ask for. I thought Texas Tech with their offense could keep up with Iowa State and make it a game, and they win 23-22 in Iowa State.
Close?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was going to the bench in Nashville to do an interview in the pregame. But up there on the upper concourse, which is where we are, I stopped and I watched TV for a while. I was worried I wasn't going to make it down there in time, and thank God Tech pulled it out. Thank God.
Well, it also shows you that game at Texas Tech ain't going to be easy. That's going to be a true test.
Well, this
Are you worthy?
Huge.
Yeah. Are you worthy? Can you close it out? Listen, man, the fact that we're talking about the CU Buffs having an opportunity, if they can close the regular season with dubs, they have a chance to make the conference championship and thereby make the CFP. That's astounding news.
Well, and think about this. Not just Iowa State. Kansas State blows it in the fourth quarter against Houston as they give up 14 points and they lose.
I've seen Houston play in person. They are not a good football team.
Sunshine over there is just not very good.
I don't know. Well, Zion Chris went crazy in that fourth quarter for Houston. I don't know what happened because I didn't watch the game. I just saw all the stats and read the recap. Oh my God! I mean, Avery Johnson. Did he just blow it? Did he just throw the ball away?
Yes.
That's what he did.
He's terrible at throwing the football. Like, he's a bad thrower.
Well, he certainly did it in 2 damn passes against the Buffaloes.
I know. He got what you needed here.
Well, listen, you got the 2 things you needed from this weekend. You still need another loss from Iowa State, okay? And who knows, like BYU playing against Utah this upcoming weekend, I'm not throwing that out either. But I told you nationally, keep an eye on 3 other games because I think these could be upsets. The first one I gave you was Louisville at Clemson. Clemson's the number 11 team in the country. Louisville came out of the gates and just started dominating. I mean, that game was not close. It was something like 26-7 after 3 quarters. So they win 33-21. The other game, I said, Moj, I know South Carolina might not look great, but they're playing number 10 Texas A&M. South Carolina plays these upper-tier SEC teams tough.
Blew them out.
They blew out Texas A&M.
I thought that Carolina could win, but it blew my mind how they won.
So
I mean, they smoked A&M. A&M was shut out in the second half. It was a complete butt kicking.
And Penn State is always going to Penn State. They can't beat Ohio State. They just can't win those big games.
But the other game that I said to keep an eye on, and this is strictly for CU purposes because it's like these are teams that are hovering around 12th in the country. I said keep an eye on Kentucky going to Tennessee. Kentucky has played teams very tough this year despite not winning. And they lost. But it was 21-18 with like 4 minutes to go. They had plenty of opportunities to win that game. So even with the Big 12 losses, if you're just, let's say that the luck doesn't happen, Iowa State wins out, BYU wins out, and that's the Big 12 championship game, I still think that if you continue to win 4 straight, they're 21 in the country right now, you can put yourself at an at-large spot.
Now, Iowa State
I don't
needs
think
to
that's
lose
happening.
Again. Iowa State needs to lose again before we get ahead of ourselves.
They need Kansas State, do the Buffaloes, to go to Ames and beat them the last game of the regular season. That's what they need.
Because Iowa State owns – I read through the tiebreakers yesterday, and it gets a little convoluted. But Iowa State currently owns that tiebreaker against CU. They need Iowa State to lose again. Even if CU wins out.
The best thing that they could get is Iowa State loses to Kansas State at the end of the year.
Absolutely. Because they're not going to lose on the road. Well,
because now Kansas State doesn't matter if you take care of business.
Yeah, they're not going to lose on the road to
Kansas.
They're not going to lose at home to Cincinnati, I don't think. They won't lose at Utah. I think that K-State game is our only hope.
Like, I'll say this right now, guys. I'll say it. If Colorado wins out, I think they're in the Big 12 championship game, and I think you could be a college football playoff team, despite having 2 losses this year.
That would be pure insanity.
I don't think people understand.
Pure insanity.
They're taking old thought college football playoff. Oh, you got 2 losses, you're done. There's not a lot of 2-loss teams at the end of the year, guys. There's really not. There's only a handful of them. I haven't checked this. Let me go back and look. Maybe I'll look stupid on this. Maybe we can all laugh at me. But if I go back to last year, at the end of the season, and I just try and see how many teams were 2-loss teams at the very end of the year.
In major conferences or all over FBS?
All over. I'm just going to look at the end of the year standings.
Okay.
Before conference championship weekend. So
as you're saying that, as you look that up, I want to give some credit to CSU.
Yes.
Also becoming bowl eligible.
I was just going to say, hey, Vic, don't look now, but Mary had a little, Mary had a little lamb. The Rams, dude, they're good. The Rams could win out. I knew they were going to pound Nevada, and they did. They're going to beat up Wyoming. The poor Pokes are not that terrific. This is a rivalry game. It means everything. Fresno State could, that's going to be a tough one on the road. But I'm telling you what, man, the Rams could win out and be a 10-win football team.
The story of that game is
9-win football team.
CSU's family man, 47-year-old kicker hit a 60-yard bomb.
That's crazy. Well, and they scored on a kickoff that they kicked.
Which was, oh my God, could Nevada have played that any worse?
They
have played
kicked
it any
off,
worse?
And their kickoff resulted in 6 points back to CSU, which was weird.
We have a family man with a pipe in his mouth hitting 60-yard field goals at the collegiate level.
No, the guy is 2 years younger than me, and he's booting 60-yarders out there. By the way, last year, 14.
God, you're terrible if that's the case. What's wrong with you?
What's your problem? Why don't you go walk on someplace, you loser?
I have no eligibility.
You're just a loser.
He's playing
in
Division
football.
I
You
football,
do,
and you're sitting here.
That's not how
barking
eligibility
into a
works.
Microphone. What kind of loser are you?
I have no eligibility left. Okay, I used it because I was an actual athlete.
Seasons? How many red shirts?
Dude, once you open up your eligibility window, it ends after a certain amount of time. You don't get to go back when you're 50 years old if you played already.
Haven't you ever seen Unnecessary Roughness?
Anyway, I saw the numbers. 14 Power 5 teams finished last year with 2 losses before conference championship weekend. That was it, 14. So that puts you right around that number. Now, they had a couple of 3-loss, like a 3-loss LSU team was 13th in the country. Okay, fine. There was a couple of, Liberty was undefeated at the end of the year. Tulane was 11-1. But as far as Power 5 teams, only 14 of them had 2 losses on the year.
Oh, it's called Necessary Roughness. My bad.
But you're right. CSU, this is what's crazy, guys. CSU is in prime position to, they control their own destiny. If they want to make the Mountain West Championship game, continue to win, and you can do that. CU needs a little bit more help, but if they take care of their business, I think there's a really good shot that they can do it too. It's as fun as you can get, I think, right now in college football for both of these teams, truly. The only bummer is it turns out to be the one year that Air Force just can't play, right? Air Force was always the given for 9-10 win seasons, and it's the one year that they can't do much of anything.
the reload season down in Colorado Springs because they just don't have the horses. They just don't this year. College football for me, guys, and again, I will echo my sentiments I made in the offseason and how hypocritical I'm now stupid. I'm saying I'm stupid. I thought I was done with college football. I thought it would be boring. I thought the portal changed too much. I didn't know who played for whom. I'm still into it, man. Into it probably more than ever.
Okay, dare I say this? It's very early returns to say something like this. Has the portal kind of evened things out?
I asked.
There's not a truly dominant team right now. Outside
here for it.
If you think it's Oregon, maybe it's Oregon now.
You know what it's done?
I'm
you know
here
what
for
it's
it.
done? I'm going to tell you what it's done. And this goes across other sports too, college basketball. We had Tad Boyle on our set the other night for the debut of our brand new studio at Ball Arena after the Nuggets game. CU basketball coach Tad Boyle, whose team opens the season tonight against Eastern Washington. And I said to him, I opened it, hey, how's Eastern Washington? And he goes, I don't know. I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, that's the era we live in now, the era of the portal and all this NIL. We don't know how good teams are. They don't know how good we are. It's just it's not like the old days where you have some people that have played in your program for a while that you can substantiate how good a team is.
Yeah.
It's all up in the air. Nobody knows.
Get back to this in a little bit. Let's talk to Adam Schefter, ESPN, as he joins us every single Monday following the NFL weekend next.
And they are going to go for it on 4th and goal from a yard out. It's officially the 2-yard line.
Throw the fade outside.
That's Sutton you're drawing up there at the top. They got a reverse play. Sutton with a throwback pass. Caught at the goal line for the touchdown. And Bo Nix has caught his first NFL touchdown.
It was Philly special.
All right, so Adam Schefter texted Nelly and said, might be a few minutes late, news happening. That news is that Dennis Allen, the head coach of the Saints, has just been fired a few minutes ago, according to Adam Schefter.
Yep.
Wow.
So Dennis Allen, if you guys remember, in 2011, he was the Broncos DC. He then gets the head coaching gig for the Oakland Raiders. That lasts for like 2.5 years, fired.
Yep.
He goes back to New Orleans. He's the defensive assistant and coordinator there for years, and they give him the head coaching gig after Sean Payton leaves.
We'll talk to Shefty about it, but I mean, obviously he's worked for Sean Payton before. He's coached here before. Who says you can't go home? I mean, Vance Joseph has, and he's done a great job. What?
What's he going to do here?
Get one of those
special assistant
gigs.
Special assistant to Schefter assistant specialist.
Let's ask Adam this now. Is Adam ready to go there, Nelly? I see him on the Zoom. Yeah. Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline and talk to Adam Schefter. All conversations with Schefter are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. All right. So, Adam, appreciate joining us right after some breaking news. It is a question, though. I think it's not a bad one here by Moshe. So Dennis Allen was in the Saints system for a long time under Sean Payton. He just gets fired as the head coach. I know that they've had a struggle to this year. I guess would that open the door for one of those special assistant roles for him to come to Denver or something like that eventually?
Well, you have to see how much time he has left in his contract, which I'm checking right now. You have to see what he wants to do. Look, here's the thing. I think when a lot of these coaches get out of this initially, it takes a heavy, heavy toll on people. It's you need to kind of rehab. Like, I know you're talking about him jumping in, but these guys are tired and beaten down. You know, like sometimes you need a break. And why does Dennis Allen need to go finish the season? He's getting paid this year, next year. Like, why are you jumping into something? It's not so he could go resume coaching next year, next season. There's no rush. Now, everybody's different. I think Josh McDaniels got fired. And wound up like finishing the year in New England. So, everybody's got a different appetite. Robert Saleh winds up in Green Bay. Like, he's got 7 kids. He doesn't want to be home. Like, okay, let's get out of the house here. Right? So, I mean, everybody's different. I don't know what Dennis Allen's mood is right now.
Vic Fangio, when he was fired by the Broncos, he purposely took the following year off. I remember I played golf with him. He said, I'm not going to work. They're paying me. Why should I work? Let them pay me. I don't want to ease it up on them by getting another job and having them offset the salary. They can pay me. So every coach does it differently. Hey, you're watching your phone right now. How hectic are these 24 hours for you, Adam? This has got to be the craziest period of the season.
Yeah, you know what? It's the kind of thing where free agency is always to me like the 2 craziest weeks of the year. But this is almost a precursor to that right now, and waiting to see exactly what happens. But it's going to be busy, and we'll see how these couple of days go. I knew I got a call yesterday. If I could tell you the backstory now, Game ends about an hour. I get a call from somebody. Hey, Saints are firing Dennis Allen after the game yesterday, and I'm like, I was waiting. I'm waiting for confirmation. And it never came in. And, that's wow. I mean, someone just sent me a stat. The Saints outgained the Panthers here. This is incredible. The Saints outgained the Panthers yesterday by 150 yards, ran for 150 yards, and won the turnover battle. Over the last 20 years, teams with that combination were 275-0.
Oh, my God.
That is an implosion. How do you lose that game?
One reason why the Saints, another reason why the Saints moved on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, I've known you for some time. Do you need to borrow my NFL Sunday ticket password? I listen. Vic said on Friday, he goes, "We got to talk to Adam about that." I'm like, he's not
He's not going through Iran or meth
Oh,
stream.
you're talking about his Thursday.
Yeah, I mean,
Thursday
let me
come
say
on,
this.
man.
I am shocked that became something. Number one.
Me too.
Okay. Number two, I'll just say there's some things I will say. Okay, I'll give you a couple of brief comments. So you can draw your own conclusions. Okay. I wouldn't be technologically smart enough to figure out a workaround to get to that. That's number one.
Neither are we.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, I saw somebody put out the quote that I was trying to save the $8.99 a month. My wife spends $8.99 per minute at Amazon. Do you think I'm looking to save $8.99 a month? Like on average, she's spending $8.99 per month. I mean per minute Amazon. Like, give me a break.
Well, we saw that story come down, and I go, you guys know what I can guarantee? I guarantee Adam Schefter has never typed methlabs.com or whatever that was into his computer browser before. Adam, so as we approach this deadline, who are some of the names that you're expecting to move in the next 24 hours? Because the deadline is it 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, right?
Deadline's at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And I think there's some people. I'm waiting for the Lions to trade for Zadarius Smith. Waiting for that one.
Like, you're saying, is that going to happen? You have a pretty good feeling, or is that just one that your antenna's out for?
I just think that makes all the sense in the world.
Okay.
By the way, like, we got a lot of stuff. If I'm doing this right after a firing, my phone's going to be going a little nuts.
No, I got you. Yeah. We get it.
So so welcome to being married to me like my wife, where I'm multitask, talking to you as I'm answering texts. Welcome to what she feels all the time as I try to figure out workaways around to get to meth on Thursday night to avoid $8.99.
Honey, I'm just trying to talk to you about the laundry machine. We need a new one. Yeah, I get it.
No, but it's interesting too, because not only you have the trade deadline, but man, McCarthy and company, I don't know that Jerry would ever pull the trigger in the middle of a season, but you can feel that coming down the pike sometime. This is the last year of his deal. Will he let him get all the way to the end? Cowboys are in a really bad way. Other teams in bad ways. That this might be a crazy week for you, like it always is. I mean, I know it's a crazy week for you all the time, but this might be even more crazy.
Here's what I would say to that, Mark. Every time I think, and I'll go back to my wife. Amazing how she keeps coming up. I'm like, honey, this is going to be a crazy week. You say that every week. And it's true. In this league, every week. Like, if we go back 1 week ago, okay, in a roughly 20-minute stretch, which I was aware of all things, and been waiting for confirmation on all. Stephon Diggs confirmed torn ACL. Colts bench, Anthony Richardson. Ravens trade for Deontay Johnson within a 20-minute stretch. In fact, Diggs and Richardson came down within 36 seconds of each other, not 36 hours. Like, it was like I had been waiting all morning. I've been waiting all morning to get confirmation of Richardson. Nobody was confirming. And then all of a sudden, I finally get confirmation at the same moment that DeMeco Ryans confirms that Diggs was diagnosed with a torn ACL, which was terrible for him. And then I'm getting a text that the Ravens are trading for Deontay. Like, it was bam, bam, bam. So, like, that's going to be – this week's going to be busier than that, like that day.
Good point.
I don't know,
point.
maybe.
Hey, do you turn on your notifications? How do you keep looking down at your phone? Does it vibrate when you get a text? What does it do?
Yeah. When I get a text, it vibrates. Yeah.
Okay, so it does a little
Why are you shocked by this, Vic? You
No,
asking
I'm
him
just
how
curious.
phones work?
No, I'm curious if he has it like go on all blast when this time of year. And I need to ask you about the Broncos, right? So they proved they're not in the same weight class as the Ravens yesterday. Does this mean that they're less inclined to make a move at the deadline?
I don't think it changes anything. I think that they were going to listen if the right offer came along. I think they were going to be willing to trade for the right guy if the right offer came. Like, everything was on the table, and I don't think that they were going to be overly aggressive any one way.
On top of that, I was looking around, some of the scores over the weekend and what that meant for, playoff implications and divisional standings. And I can't get over two divisions here. One is the AFC East, which outside of Buffalo just is is garbage, it seems like, with 3-6 Jets, 2-6 Miami, 2-7 New England. But then you look over the NFC West, the Cardinals are leading that at 5-4. And the Rams, who are like maybe going to be selling Cooper Kupp 2 weeks ago, now rattle off a couple of wins with some healthy wideouts, and now they're right back, a game back of the, or half game back of the division lead. What do you think happens in the NFC West?
I think the division's wide open. I mean, the 49ers are coming up by. I expect that they're going to have Christian McCaffrey back this week. That'll be a boost to that offense. You got the Rams playing well. Puka's back. Cooper Kupp's back. When they're back, they're dangerous. Arizona is finding ways to win, playing good, smart football. Seattle's falling off. Seattle had been in first place every day of the season. And after losing yesterday, they're now in last place.
Wow.
Raiders they part ways with their entire offensive staff. Is that a scapegoat move, or did you see that one coming? Their OC, Scangarello, spent some time here in Denver, so the quarterback's coach there is gone. Their OC's gone. They said goodbye to their entire offensive system.
Well, for the last 5 years, they've changed their coordinators or head coach. So I don't think it's a big surprise when the Vegas Raiders are making changes. It's kind of matter of course, standard practice there. It's every year almost. Just so happened, like last year, they fired Josh McDaniels on trade deadline night, Halloween night. So this year, they're 4 days late to the party, fired their offensive staff. They're struggling there, and they decided to make those moves.
It's still amazing to me. I've seen this 100 times already this morning, the Saquon Barkley reverse leap. The Giants, I'm telling you, there is no escaping this. Not only is he in the division, right? But, I mean, the guy's a player, and he does things like we saw yesterday. You can't escape it if you're the New York Giants. It's right there in your face that you blew it every single day of your lives.
Yeah, it's well, and you watch John Mara on the offseason Hard Knocks talk about, I'm going to lose sleep if he winds up in Philadelphia. Well, he did wind up in Philadelphia, and he's playing pretty well. And I remember being around the Eagles this summer. I was checking into a hotel. They were in Foxborough. I was in Foxborough checking in, and some of the offensive linemen and tight ends were checking in. We're standing in the lobby talking. And I always like to say to people, like, give me one thing that's opening your eyes this summer. What's the most surprising thing at camp? Something that's caught your attention. And I remember they told me, Saquon's better than we thought. And I said, really? They said, yeah, we knew he was good. He's better than we thought. Which is why I took him.
The reverse hurdle is ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I had to watch it like 3 or 4 times. I have never in my life seen anything like that on a football field, ever.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason I took him with my 5th overall pick in one of my fantasy drafts.
Just quickly here, Adam. Last week we were talking to you about 2 things you hadn't seen before. So one we've already kind of discussed. Anthony Richardson takes himself out of the game. Said never seen a quarterback do that. He's benched for Joe Flacco. But I think a lot of that can also be contributed to him completing 44% of his passes this year and just not playing well. The other one was Tyreek Stevenson, who was jawing with fans before a Hail Mary in which he tipped, and then they lose the football game. So he was benched this past weekend. Is that solely a punishment of that play? Is that poor play throughout the year? What went into that decision for Eberflus? Because the report that I saw, I think was from you, was that didn't go over well in the locker room, his reaction to the benching.
Yeah. It's a situation where basically they felt like they had to do something. And I believe it was Jay Glazer who said that he didn't react favorably. Like, the guy made the wrong play. They were doing what they had to do, what they felt was right. And that team right now, it's just amazing, the one play, because it was 5-2. Or if it won that game, it would have been 5-2. Instead, it was 4-3. Like, psychologically, just think of the difference between 5-2 and 4-3. Like 5-2, you got breathing room. 4-3, you're scratching and clawing,
especially in that division.
Yeah. So that's where we're kind of at right now, and so a tough loss for them.
All right, we know you're busy with your phone. If the Broncos make a move, just make sure you bark twice, okay? Here in the next few months or few weeks, because I know that the Denver Broncos at this point, they're a playoff team, Adam. And I did not expect that the Broncos to be a playoff team at this juncture of the season. Are you surprised?
Well, they're playing well. They're playing good defense. You know what I'm surprised about? And the defense fell off yesterday, so that wasn't great. But, we've talked about this. A defense that over a year ago gave up 73 in Miami all of a sudden is, one of the foundational units of this team here, something that they can lean on. And so pretty impressive how that's worked out for this team. Didn't play a great game yesterday, but they got another opportunity next week at Kansas City. Time to bounce back for them if they can.
It's Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every single Monday following the NFL weekend. Always appreciate the time, Adam, especially on a day like today. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate putting up with me. There's always going to be days like this, and that's just the way that the league works, right?
Yep, absolutely. See you, Adam.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
See you, Adam. I
Adam
bet you, Adam, and many people in our business, sometimes you yearn for the day where the cell phone did not exist. I mean, take yourself back. Moj, take yourself back to 1994, okay? What would you do on NFL trade deadline day if you're a reporter, if you're in Adam's shoes? 1990,
wait for the wire?
Yeah, I suppose. Well, it's hard to get national news out. I mean, you got to be calling on the landline, right? Trying to talk to people, that sort of thing. It's way different, man. The instantaneous nature of this world nowadays is crazy. I mean, it's instant.
All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Back after this. All right, so just had Adam Schefter on. He was in the middle of breaking news about Dennis Allen being let go in New Orleans, and we're a day away from the trade deadline. Report from Diana Rossini I saw over the weekend, by the way, is that the Broncos aren't going to be buyers or sellers, that they're just going to hang.
Yeah, that's what they should be doing. They just should be hanging. I know, Vic, that you want them to make the playoffs and do something and blah, 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 blah. If it happens, I think that the idea would be that would be a very nice byproduct of a team growing and becoming a better football team, a change of culture, and so on. There's no aspirations of winning this year. So stay the course, do the right thing. You have a plan in place, and let's do it. Let's move forward.
It's so crazy for getting beat up the way they did yesterday, getting blown out the way they did, the second biggest defeat under Sean Payton's watch. I am not at all upset this morning. I'm
actually
not
with you.
Nor should you be.
I'm not walking into the show saying, oh, my God, like some people were yesterday. I mean, the reaction you get from some people is amazing. It's astounding. As if to say that this team was a Super Bowl ready roster. I mean, we knew this. They're ahead of the pace, guys. They're ahead of expectations right now. On paper, right now, they're a playoff team. What else do you want?
Well, again,
there is a line for next week's game already.
I know.
You know that.
It's approaching 10.
Well, the last time I saw it was 8.5, but it might get there. It might get there. I don't know. It depends. I mean, Kansas City still got to play tonight against the Tampa Bay, so anything could happen tonight.
Can you explain to me why next Sunday's game at Arrowhead is an 11 a.m. kick? Usually Arrowhead games are afternoon games. Why is this an early kickoff?
I don't know.
Somebody smarter than us, please answer that question. Why are they putting this game in the morning? When is the last time a Broncos-Chiefs game happened at 11 a.m.?
Well, I don't know, right?
It doesn't happen.
Could be just whatever.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
I'm positive.
I don't know.
They don't play in the morning. No, not these teams. They don't do this. I can't remember the last time the Broncos and Chiefs played an 11 a.m. football game. Strike me down right now. I don't remember if any time they've ever played an 11 a.m.
I feel like it's happened.
Find it.
Well, I don't even know how to find it.
Yeah, let me see if I can do some digging here.
I don't know that it's critical.
I'm going on feel here. I don't have anything in front of me.
Well, I mean, the Chiefs are a central time zone. Usually those teams play earlier, don't they?
Yeah, but that would be noon. It's going to be 12 noon kickoff in Kansas City.
Yeah.
How many 12 noon kickoffs do the Chiefs have per season in Kansas City?
I always feel like it's an afternoon game in KC.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Okay.
In the meantime, I feel a lot better about the game next weekend than I did this past weekend. I really do. And at the end of the day, I said this leading up to the Baltimore game.
Let's see what happens tonight, and then maybe you'll change your tune.
I don't think so.
Maybe you won't.
I got 7 games of sample for Kansas City. I think I know what they are. They're a team that's okay on offense and really good on defense. Leading into the game this past weekend, I thought this was just, hey, man, this is a 2-week chance to get one win. I don't care how it comes. I said that from the very beginning. I was like, if you get blown out in the first game and you win 3-2 against Kansas City, fine. Take that. But getting to 6-4 through this 2-week stretch would be massive. And the difference between that and being 5-5 is, I think, the difference between being a wild card team and not. Truly. I mean, you mentioned it, Vic. Look at the AFC. There are not good football teams in the AFC. And ones that, like, shockingly, the Jets are 3-6. Who would have thought that with a fully healthy Aaron Rodgers all year? The Dolphins 2-6 because Tua was hurt. Cincinnati is a game under 500 still at 4-5. Cleveland is 2-7.
Yeah, but Cincinnati's doing that
Jacksonville is 2-7.
Thing. Cincinnati's starting to build. They're starting to do the Bengals shuffle where they come out of the gates falling down, and then they secretariat that stuff all the way through the rest of the year.
You don't want to play Cincy right now.
I understand.
Well, you're going to play them. You're going to play them right after
the
Christmas,
Raiders.
though.
They lost by 20 the week before that to Philly. Like, I don't know if they're doing the turnaround thing. I don't know how good Cincy is.
I think they're pretty decent. But here's what I look at. I think you're going to be a 5-5 football team, and I'm okay with that. What you cannot do, the critical nature of this, is you cannot lose at home to the Falcons on November 17th. You cannot do that, okay? And again, your bye is not coming for another month, so you better be aware. But you cannot.
Hey, speaking of a team that looks pretty good, by the way,
Falcons?
Atlanta's good. They're 6-3.
They look pretty good to me. I know. But they just beat the snot out of the Cowboys. Here's the thing. If you win that game, you're going to right the ship because you'll win at the Raiders. You'll beat the Browns at home. You can be an 8-5 team if you win the Falcons game, and then you take your chances. That Colts game, that's at home, but that's going to be maybe for a playoff spot, or that's going to be for positioning.
Hey, man.
At the Chargers, at the Bengals, loss, and then you take your chances against the Chiefs in January when who knows if they already have it all wrapped up.
Everybody's texting me that kickoffs in KC are always 11. I don't know. Maybe my body clock is off after the time zone change, but I've always felt it's an afternoon game.
Yeah,
clearly I'm wrong.
A lot of people have chimed in with. I thought you were wrong, Vic. That's why I said I don't know about that.
It's always
Vic.
felt like an afternoon game to me.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, you used to go there a lot.
I was there every time they played.
It's felt.
Yes, it felt like an afternoon game.
Okay.
Hey, the other thing I want to mention is this. There are 7 teams in the AFC with a winning record.
Right.
And the Denver Broncos are one of those 7.
Mm-hmm.
Past the midpoint of the season. If I had told you that before the start of the year, we're past the midpoint of the season, and the Broncos are one of only 7 winning teams in the AFC, would you have taken that?
Absolutely, all day and all night. 100%.
Why do you think the tone is actually really good this morning from us? You know what I mean? I think let me give us a little pat on can we all pat ourselves on the back for a second?
Sure.
I think we have taken a very measured and realistic tone.
I prefer adult.
An adult tone where it's not, the Broncos got whooped. Okay, they did. But it wasn't totally unexpected. And here's the thing, man. You put these two teams on paper next to each other, it kind of feels like that's how the game should go, right? Like, the Ravens are, at least on the offensive side, and Moj, you and me pounded this drum all week when people were saying their defense is terrible. I'm like, dude, when you're up 41-10 in the fourth quarter and you let them throw for 150 yards in 8 minutes because you're playing soft, your numbers are going to get skewed. I don't think their defense was nearly as bad as they were billed to be heading into that game, 1. 2, their offense, execution-wise, I mean, I'm telling you guys, was that about as perfect as an offense could play? Let me remind you guys of something.
Yeah.
They averaged 7.3 yards per play, and they put up 42 points and only faced 8 third downs. That's how efficient they were.
I still can't get over the first quarter. And if things go differently for the Broncos, I think it's a different game. And I know people are looking at the final score and saying, what are you talking about, Vic? They got blown out. I'm telling you, if they can execute in those critical moments in the first quarter, the game changes. The tone changes. 4th and 1. Javonte Williams. First of all, I don't like the play call, but whatever. You got to get to that marker.
Yeah.
You got to get to that first down marker. And I don't know. You tell me, am I being too hard on him, or you got to get there?
No, I think you're being fair, Vic, but I think that's what teams like the Denver Broncos do. All right? And again, I mean, I just think that average teams do average things at the most inappropriate time. Yeah, agreed.
4th and 3.
But that's why you are who you are. I've had this conversation a million times with people. They talk about this guy. Well, this guy can't score goals. Well, that's not who he is. Yeah, but he had a great look. I know he had a great look, but that's why he's a third, fourth line guy and not a top line left winger. I mean, you got to be more. That's who you are as a football team, bro.
You got to be more aware of where the line to gain is, and you got to stretch to it. And here's the thing: I know that these guys are hearing it from their head coach. Don't fumble, don't fumble, don't fumble. Javonte's fumbled a couple times this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now Cortland Sutton has fumbled, so I know in the back of their mind they're like, don't fumble, don't fumble. But it's 4th down. 4th down. Who cares at that point? Stretch, get to that line. He couldn't do it. So 4 plays later, Baltimore's up 7-0. Then 4th and 3 for the Broncos. Early second quarter. Sorry, Bo. You got to make that play.
Yeah, it's got to happen.
You cannot overthrow your receiver.
It was a pretty good play design, though. I mean, they had it. I mean, it was there, right?
Oh, dude, 0 coverage, bring the blitz, 1-on-1, beat your man,
now,
and this is good shape.
This is
wide open.
This is where I start to question, really, how good can this guy be? because it doesn't matter if you're a rookie quarterback or not. The play call was right. You had the Ravens fooled. Your guy got behind their guy by 3 strides, and you just flat out missed him.
It's like
now
he hurried the throw.
So that's a problem. Now, is that fixable? I'm sure it's fixable, and he'll probably make that throw another 100 times in his career and complete a boatload of them. But
Next year, I bet he nails it. But here's the thing.
Well, I don't know if he nailed it. Maybe he will.
Well, Lamar had a similar throw on that wheel route to his running back, and it was right in the pocket.
Right on the money.
That's the kind of throw you need there. You need a little bit more air under it, a little bit more of a rainbow. Let him run under it.
Oh, don't you even start with the teardrop crap.
Okay,
That's what you need.
Don't
that
you even
pass
start
that
with me
invented.
with that crap.
You guys remember last week, I think it was the day you were gone, Vic, when somebody said they had to change the station because I was too negative about Bo, which I don't think I was too negative. But here's what I said. And by the way, Bo is not the reason you lost this weekend. I thought he played fine, but he did miss some throws. I said the difference between beating teams like Baltimore and Kansas City is when those plays present themselves, you can't miss. You can't miss on that. And that's the difference, because what we're talking about, Vic, is you make that throw to Franklin, the entire game changes.
Everything
right?
changes.
Everything, the vibe, the way that the Ravens react to it, the good
defense
field
can be more
position they
aggressive.
get.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And here's another play or a set of plays. And I know this resulted in a touchdown, and Bo made a hell of a catch. All right. Give Bo full credit. I don't know many quarterbacks in the league outside of the 2 that played in that game that can make that kind of catch.
Yeah.
All right. But previously on that possession, what's going on there on the 3rd down where if you go back and look at it, he overthrew Lil Jordan Humphrey, okay? Forget the overthrow. He had Javonte wide open in the flat for a touchdown. Wide open. Go back and look at it.
Well, here's the thing, though, Vic. Humphrey was wide open, too. He just missed, right? Like, if he just puts that throw... And Humphrey's not a small man. His name might be Lil.
Yeah, but
There's nothing Lil about him.
He was throwing... Yeah, but he was... If I remember correctly, he was rolling to his left.
He back
It was under some pressure, and he back foot sailed it. That's exactly right.
But, I mean, both of those guys were open. It's just like you got to make the throw. And, again... I think that stuff will come in time. I think he's going to get more comfortable with stuff like that in time.
I thought he made, again, every single week I watch Bo Nix play, and boy, is he speedy. His legs look fast. He's like...
You know what about him most? Let me say this.
Maybe it's because he's not super tall.
Do you know what he is that we haven't had at quarterback here in a long time?
Baker Mayfield?
No, he's a fun watch. Like, despite some missed throws that he has and stuff like that, you can't tell me he's not a fun guy to watch back there.
I love watching him scramble.
Yeah.
I love watching him use his wheels. I don't think they did enough designed run plays with him, to be honest with you. Designed. He had to do it in a scramble form. I had a good time watching that game, albeit a blowout. He does make it more fun to watch.
I will say this. I'll see him make a couple throws per week where I go, that's a big boy throw. It's a good, that is a pro... that's okay. I can see this guy being here for the next decade. He does some of that. Then he does some other stuff. But that's, I think, all part of the process. But I'm going to say that I think he's getting better at throwing the football, even if, like you say, Vic, and you're watching it with CJ, he's still got the back footy foot going on, and he's got to plant. He's got to be serious about it and get the ball in the money.
Can I express my disdain? And I know people are making fun of me right now on the text line. This guy says, Vic, hey, Adam, how do notifications work on your phone? Vic, imagine a day without phones. Technology crazy, ain't it? Vic, back in my day, KC and Denver always an afternoon game. Vic, don't even get me started on darn daylight savings. You're exactly right. Yeah, you're exactly right. That is me today. My apologies. My nose is stuffed. I do have one more to add to that list. Here's another one.
All right, listen, you might as well get it all out while you can. Yeah.
That tripping call on Nick Bonito
was a bunch of crap.
Well, and I want to talk about the whole flag for tripping. I want you to think about this. Close your eyes when I say this, Moshe. Close them. Close your eyes. Brett, close your eyes. I want to ask yourself, is football a violent game?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a collision sport where collisions occur where
Mm-hmm.
one team's goal is to bring the other team down, bring them down to the ground.
Hurt them,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have tripping calls?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how you tackle a guy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't face mask him. But if it takes you throwing your leg out to trip him, big freaking deal. Why is tripping a penalty? Leg whip, different story. Leg whip's a different. But trip, you just leave your leg out there and you fall over it. Big deal. You do that downstairs in the living room with your kids. And that's a penalty in the National Football League?
Are you tripping little baby Jamal Kale across the living room?
Not once.
Are you sure?
Not once.
You
You mean to tell me when you have a buddy walking?
Has she ever been cruising by and you're like,
When you have a
Not
buddy
once.
walking.
I've never done it. I've never done it either.
When you're in school and somebody's walking in front of you, you never kick that trail leg and have it hit the front leg and trip up a little bit?
I've done that.
Yeah. It's fun.
It's not fun.
Big
No,
deal.
it's not.
I actually disagree with you. I think if it's like, here's the difference. That calls BS. He's laying there.
Well, technically it was
An
tripping.
an
He used his
intentional
foot.
trip is different.
Wait. Now you're
By
getting.
the way, he didn't even really trip him.
What's intentional now?
Ridiculous.
How do you know it wasn't intentional? How do you claim what's intentional?
How do you claim that anything's intentional? You just use
Exactly.
your judgment. You
Get
use
rid
your
of the
judgment.
rule. Get rid of the rule.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I disagree. 303-504-0925. Mose, you want to talk about the Avs and their game over the weekend? Juice got the net again. But it kind of looks a little bit of the same. The good news, though, Arturi Lehkonen has been taken off injured reserve, and I'm assuming that means he's going to play on Tuesday.
Oh, he will be.
So we'll get to all that in just a minute. Stick around.
I cannot wait until we're out of all this election crap and people get back to normal lives. Hopefully that is the case. I know you want to talk some Avs, Brett, and I want to get to some Avs momentarily. This is from the 6763. Mosier, you're a clown.
Oh, that was me.
That is your number, isn't it? Yeah. Mosier, you're a clown. It's his 9th game. I guarantee you Lamar missed some of those throws his rookie year. Josh Allen missed some of those throws his rookie year. But Nix misses a throw and his career is done and he can never improve and develop?
Nobody said that. Allen. Nobody said that.
Did I ever
Nobody said that.
Did I ever say that?
Ever. That was an assumption made by the texter.
What do they hear? What are they hearing when they hear things?
They hear this, what they want to hear.
Hear this, 6763. And I want to know who you are. I want your name. I want to be friends with you. I want to stay in contact with you because if this mother trucker ever, and I mean ever becomes as good as Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, I will buy you a massive steak dinner and all the booze you can drink until you pass out. Now, you want to talk about
the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You want to talk about being irrational, 6763? What's your real name? By the way, I'm going to keep your number, and I'm going to text you from my personal phone, and we're going to stay in touch. If you... I bet John Elway and Dan Marino missed guys in their rookie year. Well, no guff, Chet. But
this goes back...
So what you're doing is you're putting Bo Nix on the same level as Lamar and Josh Allen. Okay, I get it. I understand that. Okay, I get where you're putting it. I don't. Okay, and by the way, if he ever is that good, I swear on my mother's grave, and she's dead, and I've talked about it many times on this show, I will buy you a steak dinner.
Moj, this goes back to honk status that I talk about so often. You know, we discussed the Dion honks, and everybody wants to send you receipts now. We're talking about the Bo honks. Nobody is disparaging where they can be in the future. When we make observations, we make them in the here and now. Yes or no? Should he have made that throw to Troy Franklin? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay to criticize a bad throw. It doesn't mean he can't grow into it, but it was a bad throw. The honks refuse to hear that. The honks automatically assume you believe he'll never be able to make that throw, which is not what you said. But he didn't make it yesterday.
What I did say is that I don't know how good he can be. I just got done telling you I'm watching him make more big boy throws every single week and improving, and I like it. But I don't know what his top end is. And by the way, 6763 and everybody else, you know what you saw yesterday? You saw a friggin' stud. And you know what it takes to win in this league? A friggin' stud. Yeah. You saw a friggin' stud on the other side in Lamar Jackson. If you want to get a reality check as to what a real star and MVP-type quarterback that you win Super Bowls with looks like, that's your guy. Okay, so if you want to compare the two, you go right ahead. But I can't bring myself to do that quite yet. Sorry, Brett.
I think it's just a pretty simple thing. Like, Bo could get better. I actually said that I think if you give Bo Nix that same throw next year, I bet you he makes it, just with time, experience, being more comfortable, working on footwork, all that stuff. But look, when I was being called super negative last week heading into this game because I said, hey, there are some throws, accuracy-wise, that need to be made to beat teams like Baltimore and Kansas City, that's what I was talking about. Because I think we've all acknowledged multiple times today, if he makes that throw, if they get a first down on one of those fourth down conversions early in the game, a lot of things can change. And maybe that butt whipping of 32 points turns into a game where you're in it in the fourth quarter. But that's the difference. Like, you know what happened each time the Ravens faced a situation like that? Like, hey, we need to go out and make a play here and execute properly. They did it. Yeah. And that's what a good team and a really good quarterback does. Now, Bo Nix can get there, but we were talking about a huge portion of this game, guys. It was a 17-10 ball game with 46, 53 seconds left in the half, something like that. And the Ravens were thinking, all right, go down, get a score, make it either a field goal or touchdown, make it a two-possession game, and then we get the ball back after half. We can do that again. Guess what they did? 2 plays, end of half, end up in a 70-yard touchdown. They get the ball back at halftime, score a touchdown again, and then guess what? Ball game's over. Now they're just waiting for the clock to tick down to zeros. But that's an execution thing that, look, you make a throw like that to Franklin, it can change a lot of the feel of the game.
Sure.
That's all it is.
They weren't going to win that football game. But could they lose 41-26? Yeah. I mean, the answer is yes, okay? They weren't going to win the game. Baltimore, they look the part. They are the part. I was just watching highlights, and Rex Ryan is just over Lamar Jackson, and who wouldn't? Hey, Vic, he's got a jump pass.
Hell, he threw a jump pass for like 40 yards.
Dude, everybody out there, understand what you're looking at. He threw a 40-yard jump pass. The guy is such a stud. It's not even funny. So I'm not asking our guy to be that. Someday he's going to have to try to be. But right now he's not. And you know what? There are a lot of dudes in this league who can't beat that.
I'll give you another example. Late window games.
Come on,
if
man.
you guys are watching the afternoon slate. Did you guys catch the end of that Rams and Seahawks game?
Yes.
You want to talk about execution at a high level by both of those quarterbacks,
Yes.
Geno and Stafford?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it looks like. That's the difference there.
Stafford to get them into field goal range, dude, he's still got it.
Well, then the throw to Demarcus Robinson to close the game out is just like, dude, that was 40 yards across his body on the money. Like, it's
big boy stuff, man. And,
a lot of balls on the table.
Yeah, you know it when you see it. When you see big boy quarterback play, you know exactly what you're looking at.
We watched a lot of football over the weekend, both college and NFL variety. I saw something I've never seen, and I couldn't believe it. That Saquon Barkley reverse hurdle, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I mean, to have the reflexive instinct to, all right, he spins once, he spins again. He's in the middle of a chaotic moment where people are coming at him. His back is to the tackler. To jump that high, toss your legs up in the air like Kerry Strug, Mosier's favorite athlete, and not get hit? Who does that?
Here's the difference. He didn't break his fragile ankle.
It was already broken. But let me say this about that. If I were Saquon Barkley, I would not do that. Not just because I don't have the physical ability to leap over a human being backwards. You're leaving a lot of stuff exposed that you can't see what's coming behind you. And I think just the thought, if that helmet's a little bit higher, guys, if that helmet's just a little bit higher.
You don't have time to think there. You're just reacting.
You're making wine.
But you gotta
smash grapes.
Hit in the little thingy.
You gotta start taping stuff tight, tucking stuff.
That's how you make wine, right there, this close. I don't think I'm doing that.
Do you understand how talented and how quick his brain has to work for all that to happen?
Well, it's
in
just
a span
instinct.
of
It's got to be. Instinctual.
That's the thing, Vic. I don't think he's thinking at all. I think he's just my body moves this way.
He just has the natural ability to leap back, but he knows dude is coming. Vic. It was incredible, an incredible
I want you
play.
to try, Kane. You're a tall guy. You're 6'4". Try and jump backwards, spread your legs out, see if Mosier can get up under there. See if he can clear it.
First of all, your height has nothing to do with your vertical. See Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, but
it's about vert. It's not about height.
Yeah, but there's a tall little bridge. It's a tunnel. It's a big tunnel there. Get up there and see if Mosier can get up under it.
No, is my answer to that. Just no.
Because I'll use the crown of my helmet.
I know you will.
Absolutely, I will.
I mean, listen, I know I'm going on and on, but that is the most amazing play I have ever seen from a running back. Ever.
Hang on.
In the history of running backs.
Can I
I've never seen anything like that. Look at this.
Nelly, can you play that play back for us just real quick and let me do something that we haven't heard in a while? One of these. What? What happened to Boomer doing the old whoops?
I know, so good. Somebody who was it that said to me yesterday? Or maybe it was over the weekend. I miss Boomer and Tom Jackson.
I think we all do. That was great. Yeah.
I do too. I miss Boomer and TJ, man.
Hey, Moj, Avs over the weekend. So Juice gets the net again. We're hanging in there. A couple of bad things happen in the second. You're playing catch up, and it feels like that's just a theme of the Avs season so far. Playing catch up.
You score the first goal of the game, Makar with a great shot, and you can't build on it. Okay,
right.
So then here comes Nashville on the power play, and that first one is all on Juice. Stammer's shooting it high. I think that puck is probably going to go over the top of the net.
And he gets, yeah.
It goes into his glove, the end of his glove, and then it flops out the end of his glove. Now, it was a bomb by Stamkos. Don't get me wrong. Absolute bomb. And it might have been going in. I mean, could it have gone top shelf? Maybe. But either way, he doesn't secure it with his catching glove, and it goes behind him and into the back of the net. Okay, it happens. Colton Sissons is a guy who, for some reason, loves to play the Avalanche. 10 games into the year, 0 points. No goals, no assists, fourth-line center. And he leaps in the air and redirects the puck with the middle of the shaft of his stick. I mean, good play, great hand-eye, pretty lucky. And instead, you had a 1-0 lead, and now you're down 2-1 going to the second period of play.
Well,
it's like, and then from that point on, the Predators made it piggish. It was ugly.
Well, in McKinnon's goal to at least give them a shot with an extra attacker towards the end of the game was brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's what you were talking about earlier. It's a little too much of McKinnon, you guys got to save us tonight. And I get it. The injuries, this is why I say every time we're talking about the Avs right now, it's hard for me to really give you an expectation considering what they're missing. But here's the good news. In a short amount of time here, guys, you're getting Lehkonen back tomorrow. Lehkonen's coming back. So that's one.
What's the date today? 4th.
The 4th.
Val can be reinstated, I believe, in 9 days.
Yes.
And he will be immediately in there.
That target game for him is around the 15th.
Correct.
So in less than 2 weeks, you could have Lecky and Val back. Druin is supposed to be getting somewhat close as well.
He's skating a lot. He's bag skating even. He's keeping in shape so that when he feels well enough to play, he'll be able to play.
So that's 3.
Right.
And then, look, I know we get the no time frame, no timetable response every week from Bednar. This month is around the time where we were supposed to be thinking Landeskog, okay, is he really getting close to coming back on the ice too? So just to keep that in the back of your mind. But those 3 guys should be, I would think, in the lineup in the next couple of weeks. And we can start to discuss a little bit differently of what the Avs are doing.
And Miles Wood, theoretically, coming back too.
Right.
You're not going to see Colton probably until Christmas.
Right.
Okay.
Who's your goaltender moving forward?
Vic, I don't know. Here's what I do know. I think they're still in experimental stage, and I do know that they're going to make a decision because they're going to have to make a decision.
Yeah.
But right now, Vic, I do not know.
See, we don't even know who's getting the net tonight. Tomorrow. Georgie hasn't played in a while. I would assume he's probably going to get
You
one.
have to beat Seattle tomorrow night because you're going to Winnipeg for a game on Thursday. They're 11-1.
Wow.
To start the year. And Minnesota's 8-1-2 to start the year. Kaprizov is going insane. You're already 12 points out of the number 1 spot in the division. Now you can make stuff up. You can go on runs. There's no doubt about it. But you can't start to lose touch with that third team, which right now is Dallas at 14 points.
Well, how are you going to balance?
But
how are you going to balance
one less
that?
game than you?
How are you going to balance that, Moj, with them saying that we got to see what these goaltenders got because we need to make a decision? The only way you do that is them playing.
Well, absolutely. No, I'm saying no. I'm not talking about. I'm just saying. Oh, I don't care who's between the pipes.
Oh,
you have to win tomorrow night.
I got you.
You have to win tomorrow night. Have to.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, what?
You said something smart. Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
It's so. I want all the sports fans out there listening to this program. Listen carefully, because this is where you want to live. And it's not being irrational either. It's just expectation and the flow. I was telling Brett, I on that text thread with him and his dad and his brother. And I said, the Lions are so good right now. Your father does not know what to do with this information. His dad, Troy, does not know how to handle the Lions being so kick-ass. Now, he's worried yesterday. They go to Lambeau,
he thinks they're going to blow it.
in a sloppy pig mess, and they were by far the better team. By far the better team against the Packers team that was 6-2, and you were 6-1, right? Because you already had your bye. And I'm like, dude, they were by far the better team. He's like, I know. I said, your old man, he doesn't know how to deal with this. Vic, it's now where Brett can with the Lions because they are that good. But like we were with the Nuggets and sometimes with the Avs, and even with the Broncos at times where you know you're not going to win every game, but you know what? You expect to win every game, right? You know how good you are. You know you're not. You're not. It's so irrational to think that you're going to go, 17-0 or whatever, or 82-0. But you go in thinking, you know what? They can absolutely smoke this team. They can absolutely beat that team. There were times with the Nuggets, dude, I'm like, they're gonna reel off 6 straight here. And maybe they don't, but it's a great place to be as a sports fan when you believe that your team can and should win every damn game they play.
Well, it just means you're a championship contender, right?
Absolutely,
Like
it
that's
does.
when you have that feeling that's like, oh, okay, then this team is good enough to win a championship.
And don't we strive for that? I want to get back to that for the Broncos, man. I'm not even sure I felt that way in 2015, but I'll tell you what, that second Super Bowl year, Vic, I expected them to win every single game.
Can I say this about them? Because here
Every
is the
game.
difference with the Broncos. There have been multiple occasions this year in which you felt that. Which I don't know if there's been games in the past where you're just expecting the Broncos to walk in and beat a team.
Well, it's not every
This
week.
team has some of that. Now, obviously, it wasn't this past weekend. But
Yeah.
we said that about the Saints. We said that about the Panthers.
Oh, for sure about the Panthers.
Said it before.
Absolutely.
Hey, do you feel that same way about the Nuggets this year?
No, not now. I don't. No, I don't.
Not at the moment.
I don't.
They easily could get that, though. I expected them to win against Minnesota, and they should have won. They should have won against Minnesota.
You expected them to win that game?
He
I
said it on Friday. He did. He said it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was right until the last minute, the last 2 minutes of the game. He was correct.
It's funny you say that because it sucks to lose. Nobody wants to lose, but the next night the Wolves went to San Antonio and lost. If I'm a Minnesota fan, I look at that Nuggets game and say, wait, they lost Jamal and they almost beat us.
Oh, yeah.
And they got problems with their bench, and they almost beat us.
There's
something wrong with Minnesota.
Where is his head? Do you know?
Jamal? He's
Yeah.
not playing tonight.
He's not.
Still a concussion protocol. Yeah. I don't think he'll be back until maybe Friday.
That was a pretty hard hit.
Yeah, he got sandwiched there. And, you go off the shoulder of Julius Randle, who's a stout dude to begin with. That cannot feel good.
Can I say 2 things real quick about the games over the weekend? So, yeah, it was ugly, and you said it, Vic. We're focusing a lot more on the loss than the win because, you know what, Utah, I think, is the worst team in the NBA. I don't know what the hell that roster is. I don't know who those people are, but they are terrible.
That's it. They really stink.
But hang on. The 2 things I noticed over the weekend, and one of them I think just needs to happen. It's not ideal, but it's better, okay? DJ's got to play the backup big minutes. And you can throw Saric in there. I think put him at like a 4 spot. But I don't think he can play backup center. DJ playing backup center looked right. That's how it should have looked when he was in the game. And the other thing is, Hunter Tyson's starting to get some run. And I don't know what to do with that. But Julian Strother was great in that Utah game because that's one guy off the bench that I'm just like, I'm happy with. Like, I know what Julian is. He's a shooter. He can get some buckets. He can get some points. That's fine.
You are right about DJ, though. Okay, so he can't shoot, but when the ball is in the middle, when you get him the ball, he's either going to dunk or get fouled.
Yeah.
One of the 2 things are going to happen. And then you don't have to worry about rebounds. That's the one element. He's big enough to where he can clean the glass defensively, which is where the Nuggets got hurt the first few games. Defensive rebounds.
Yep.
He was good.
Listen,
he was
the
good.
Sarge thing has not worked. I mean, look at me. Point your finger at me. I thought he was going to be a great. You heard me barking for him all season last year. I don't know what's going on. I'm still going to hold out hope. Maybe he's just feeling something. I don't know. Maybe he can come back and hit some shots. I don't know. Hasn't worked.
What's with
at
Hunter?
all?
What do you think is the deal with Hunter Tyson? Do they keep giving him some run, or what do you think happens with him? Is this just like we're trying to throw stuff at the wall and just see if something sticks type of thing?
Well, you have to see if these kids can play, man.
Yeah.
You just have to. And I'd rather see them play against the Utahs, the Torontos, these games. You know, you cannot lean on your starters as much as they did last year. They've told you that. You cannot do it. So if it means you have close games, did you see the look on Malone's face when the Nuggets blew a 17-point lead against Utah? They came back, tied it up, and he was just like, oh, my God. And that was all the young kids in the game, right?
Yeah.
You're going to go through that. You got to live with it.
I mean, AG is plus 28. MPJ plus 25. Joker plus 31. And then you look, minus 7. Minus 3. What's up with P. Watt, by the way? What's his story?
Yeah, he's got to shoot better, man.
He's had a rough start.
He's shot what is he shooting right now? Like 23%?
Yeah, well, yeah. He won't shoot from the outside. Okay, fine.
Yeah, he's had a rough start. Hey, you know what I noticed about Westbrook's jump shot, by the way?
What's
This has
that?
been ongoing for the last few years. He shoots on the way down. Like, watch his jumper. He'll jump, and then it hits the apex where most people let it go. He comes back down, and then he lets it go. That's what makes it so flat.
Why don't you talk to him about it?
Yeah, he's going to listen to me. Hey, who's the weirdo with the bad nose?
By the way, you mentioned this.
Bethel, I need to talk to you.
You mentioned
fun of me, dude. This is
about
pain.
your jumper.
I actually do. I feel bad for Vic. Like, I do want to make fun of him, but I feel bad because
There are
Look, as bad
multiple
as it
remedies out
sounds-
there for him.
As
Don't feel
bad as it sounds,
Tell me what
it's got
remedy you
to
haven't
feel
tried.
worse.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Well,
Ask
have
me
you
if I've
have
tried.
you
Is
have
it-
you
It's called a neti pot. Is that what it is?
Yep, I've got it. You want me to go do that thing where you squirt that thing up your nose and it comes out the other nostril? I've done that like 75 times
Okay,
over the last week.
I do that. I think
Tell
it's
me what
good.
else you want. Drugs? I've had every drug in the world. I've stuck everything up my nose. Anything else?
Eat some jalapenos. Eat some spicy food.
Doesn't work, dude.
What do you mean it doesn't work? It makes
You
your
know,
nose run.
I haven't been able to smell. I haven't smelled anything for a month and a half.
Eat something spicy.
A month and
you
a
haven't
half,
tried
I
it
have
yet.
not smelled.
You have not tried it yet. Eat something spicy for a second. It'll clear you out.
Vic,
You'll feel better.
have you been to an ear, nose, and throat guy?
I've consulted.
Okay, because I've had 2 sinus surgeries. The first one was massive. The second one was he said about 25% of the first one. And
what'd they do?
They go back into your head. You cannot believe. I think I've said this to you before, Brett. You cannot believe how far back into your head they can go through the nose. It feels like they're tapping on the back of your skull. It's a terrifying feeling.
Wait, are you awake? I'm not doing that stuff awake.
Oh, no, not during the surgery, but like to get the bad guys out after the surgery. Like for weeks, you got to pull these horrible.
Oh, no.
Okay. Well,
I should have got a 2-for-1 when I got my colonoscopy last week. I should have
Yes.
said front, back,
Give me
let's
a
go.
front, back, side, both
All
sides,
sides.
all sides. It's for anyone who's ever had sinus surgery. It's frightening. No one of the Egyptians were ripping brains out through the nose. You can go way back there, man.
Okay. Well, can I say something else here?
Okay, so Vic, my point is, go see an ENT, get fixed.
Got it. Shut up. 8 p.m. tip tonight against Toronto. 7:30 pregame.
Yeah,
right
what are we
here.
doing with the late
Altitude
tip?
Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic?
It's a late tip because it's on NBA TV as well as Altitude tonight.
Well, can you tell Adam Silver that I don't like it?
Yeah, I don't like it either. If you don't like it, imagine me. By the way, if you're at the arena tonight,
How did it go the other night?
How
How was the news set? Was it awesome?
It's so cool. The news set is cool because it's in front of a live audience. So if you get to the game early and you're in the club section, coming out to section 230, and you could step up to the mic and ask questions, viewer participation, we welcome it. Trust me, we have an hour to fill. And then after the game, in the fourth quarter, if you're in the arena, everybody in the arena is welcomed up there in the fourth quarter and then on. And drinks are flowing for an hour after the game in our little section, behind section 230. Again, viewer participation. You want to ask a question, fire it off. We had Tad Boyle on the other night. I got to find out who we have tonight as a guest. We usually have a guest on every game after
I think
the
it's
game.
DMAC.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, when are you on, Brett?
Friday.
See, I'm trying to promote
Guess who we have
this.
tomorrow night?
See,
Sakic, correct?
We have Sakic coming on tomorrow night.
Super Joe.
So let's see. D-Mac, Joe Sakic, Brett.
I know. Bump that bum Sakic out of there.
Yes!
What exactly are you going to add?
I mean,
to
it'd be like, we're going to bring in Nelly. It's going to be D-Mac, Nelly, and then Brett.
What are you going to do? Unless you do the boom song and dance on the floor in front of us.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have you do that. That's what your role when you come on the show. You're going to do the boom.
If you were a good entertainer, Vic, you would have done that after Christian Brown dunked on Rudy Gobert.
I'm getting a message here. It's supposed to be D-Mac, but he busted his face.
Oh, he did? What happened?
I heard about this.
What happened?
We got to get him on and ask him. I guess he rode his bike.
No.
And he accidentally rode it into a fresh cement area.
No.
Fresh concrete.
No.
And his bike, like quicksand, fell into it and busted his face.
He went over tea kettle?
Well,
no.
Listen, I love D-Mac, but my retort would be, your face was so busted as it is. How bad can it get?
Yeah.
If you're D-Mac, this is God's honest truth. His wife is so lovely, by the way, Kim. Do you know his wife?
I do. I have met her. She's great.
She is a terrific woman. Awesome woman. She should be like this. All right, tell you what. Let's go put you under. He should ask for like the Brad Pitt. Like if you're going to mangle your face, mangle it so bad that you get, like you pull the Vic Lombardi, and when you're under, you just do some other stuff, right?
I thought his face got busted up on somebody else's fist.
Who, Vic's?
No,
I fell off my bike right into somebody's fist. It was super weird.
I'm telling you
Weird
right now,
timing.
it's street cred. D-Mac, if you're listening, you come on the show with the busted face tonight, we'll spin a yarn. We'll tell people that you took on somebody. Let's go.
You were sparring with Tyson getting ready for the Jake Paul thing.
Hang on. Yeah, I can't believe that's happening. Hang on a second. I need to say something here. I have to, okay? Oh, my gosh. Look at his face.
Holy crap. That is busted. What the hell happened?
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, my God. That nose is a balloon.
He caught every single piece.
He's got a black eye?
Yeah, he caught every piece of that facial. Yeah. And those are his backup. Those have to be his backup glasses.
Dude, is that what's going to happen after I have nasal surgery, if that's what they choose to do?
No, you don't look like that.
I feel bad now. I feel bad. D-Mac, get better. That looks bad.
That does feel. I take back everything I said.
Yeah.
You do look worse with a busted up face.
I need to say something before we get to break. I mentioned this for a second. I didn't give it the effort that it deserved early in the show.
Remarkably good moods for the Broncos having gotten smoked.
Well, that's one thing, but that's not it.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm going to do something that's not a good mood.
That's what I look like after Chris Apple got a hold of me.
And I'm telling you, this isn't a threat. It's just a mental threat, okay, that I'm going to yell and scream. So it's a mental threat. If you allow Michael Burton to touch the football one more time this year, I will break everything in the studio. Okay? Everything.
He's caught the ball out of the
I don't care.
No,
don't care.
Vic, he's also dropped the ball.
No.
He should have at least a couple picks by now.
No.
He's
okay.
Like, what was the nickname for former boxer Roberto Duran? What was his nickname?
Hands of Stone?
Hands of Stone.
Twice.
Michael Burton. Yes, Hands of Stone.
Twice in that game over the weekend. It was a crucial down in distance, short yardage to go moment, and you hand it to Burton, and he got tackled 2 yards deep in the backfield despite being a yard deep from the line of scrimmage. Not doing it again. Done. Over. Can we all agree?
Yeah, listen, I love Mike. I love Burton. Absolutely love him as a linebacker.
When he does his role. No,
yes.
Fullback.
I mean, fullback, sorry. But I say, as a fullback, I love him when he does his role blocking, not carrying, right? Am I right about that or not?
Fullback. Block, lead block.
That's exactly
Don't touch football.
I just missed the day. What did I say? I mean, yes, the days of the fullback. I'm losing it. Are gone.
There are no more Mike Allstats in this league, except for maybe Juszczyk.
First and goal from the 1. And I know that whole series resulted in a touchdown on a Philly special. What do you want to see as a Broncos fan? I want to see 4 straight quarterback sneaks. If you cannot score on the 1-inch line, 4 straight tries, then you shouldn't be on the field with that team. Is that too old school? Is that too archaic? Is that like, oh, okay, tough guy? Or is that just practical? You tell me.
No, it's practical. And if you don't want to sneak it, then give it to Estime or give it to Javonte and run right over Quinn Minor's butt. That should be the play.
I think you're worrying about all the wrong things right now. I don't feel bad about this loss. It's part of the,
it's about
part
the execution there, though.
Understood.
It's
Understood.
Not, forget the loss. It's 1st and goal from the 1.
Get back to this in just a second. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado, and game tonight, Monday Night Football. Chiefs 9-point favorites over the Bucks. You can look at that, get an early look at the weekend lines in both the NFL and college football. But not to mention tonight, Nuggets playing 8 o'clock tip against the Toronto Raptors, as there's a whole bunch of games in the NBA tonight. But Nuggets 10-point favorites. You can find that in all the game props right there on that beautiful, easy-to-use Circus Sports app, and they have the best odds in the game. Type moneyline splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, he caught every piece of that facial. Yeah.
Goodness. Hey, can I take a moment, please? Can we all stand up? Stand up out of your chairs, please, everybody, just real quick. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. And can we give it up for Brenton Doyle, who has won his second straight Gold Glove as a very, very young player and crucial piece of this Rockies lineup. I would say probably MVP of the season for the Rockies in that what was a bad year, but either him or Zeke Tovar. Gotta love me some Brenton Doyle getting some love because I don't. He's going to, if he continues to play a long time with the Rockies, which I hope he does, he's going to go down as maybe the best defensive outfielder that this franchise has ever seen. He's remarkable in center field. Uh-oh. There you go. Mosier had a little spill.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. He is a beacon of hope in a sea of despair. How's that?
Sure.
Is that
yeah,
fair
that's
to say?
fine.
What else would you say?
That's fine. I just, you know what? He deserves credit because that guy is truly remarkable out there in center field with his – he's got the potential to be a five-tool guy, especially with some of the power and average that he added to his repertoire last year. So, shout out to Brenton Doyle. Now, over the weekend, we'll take a larger look at the NFL overall tomorrow when we go around the league. But did you guys see – I made note of this in Brady and his bets Friday before the weekend. I said the Dolphins are being treated as a team that still has like Snoop Huntley playing quarterback, and they're given like no shot. I think they were like 6 or 7 point dogs in that game over against Buffalo. Tua played a really good game for Miami, but did you see the walk-off 61-yarder from Buffalo to win that game in Buffalo?
Did. Yeah.
Insane. And I watched that ball go through the uprights. Guys, that had like 70 yards on that ball.
Dude, these kickers and their legs, again, he had that. The CSU kicker, who's a father of 7, he had a 60-yarder.
I don't think he has 7 kids.
He is a father. He's 32, correct? Whatever. The point is, he had a 60-yarder.
Yeah.
It was no big deal. It was like it was no big deal as well. College dudes out there booting 60-yarders. Tyler Bass is who you're talking about. Vic? Brett, like you said, it would have been good from 70. I mean, he got all of it.
Just you know what it was, Vic? It was a big boom. That's what it was from 61 yards. Here's the other thing.
And by the way, the Dolphins, they're a 2-6 football team, but they sure look different with Tua.
They are different.
I mean,
they are. You want to know why?
Because I hate him. I'm so scared for him. But, man, can he play the game?
Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill exist when he plays quarterback.
Yes.
They don't when he doesn't, which is weird. Here's the other thing. You know what's bizarre? Is that for years, the LA Chargers, especially with Justin Herbert under center, have been seen as this team that's the sneaky championship Super Bowl pick. And this year, that kind of dissipated. They got some skill position issues where they don't have very talented guys out there like they used to, like Eckler's and Keenan Allen's and Mike Williams and guys like that. The Chargers play an incredibly boring style of football right now under Harbaugh that is remarkably effective, which is the complete opposite of what they were under the old dope that was running that franchise in Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
They played a very fun and exciting brand of football that did not net them wins. And I am kind of scared right now at what Harbaugh's doing because they're winning games in a way that is very championship football-like and not very exciting. We score 38 points a game like.
Well, part of it's because Dobbins usually runs the ball very well. I mean, they have
no coincidence that the second that Harbaugh steps in there, they can run the football well.
Agreed. I mean, they didn't even hit 100 yards yesterday, but he went for 85. Herbert yesterday did go for 282 because the Browns wanted to slow Dobbins down as much as they possibly could. Herbert was pretty effective yesterday. I mean, he had no picks, couple touches, quarterback rating above $120. I mean, he's doing what it takes to win, so maybe he's been reined in a little bit, even though he did throw for 282.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, they're playing a more boring style,
yes.
But God, does that looks like it can beat a lot of teams, a lot of them. And that's just Harbaugh. Like, I know, Moj, you talked about this, I think it was every day during the offseason, about you're terrified of this combo between the two. But how many coaches can be as effective as Harbaugh every single place that he goes? Like, everywhere. Pro teams, college teams. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
He's won everywhere. Bottom line.
Sean Payton laid it out. He has won everywhere he's been. He won at San Diego. He won at Stanford. He won with the Niners. He won at Michigan. And he's probably going to win now with the Chargers.
Hey, the Big Noon Fox Off kickoff, lunch off, just announced that they're going to be at Texas Tech for Buffs and Red Raiders this week.
Oh, baby.
It's the first one of the year with CU, right? Between game day and the noon off?
Sure is.
I think they recognize this is pretty damn big, man.
Well, you're darn right. It could determine a Big 12 title.
God, if they can just get by Texas Tech. I mean, guys, the games that are left on the schedule is Utah, who's been struggling this year, especially with Cam Rising out of the lineup for the rest of the season now. And then they play Kansas, who's won 2 games all year, and they finish the year with an Oklahoma State team who is the only team that's winless in Big 12 conference play. They've lost 6 consecutive games. 6. Texas Tech feels like your final really big hurdle to cross, and as long as you don't step on your own junk on the way to the finish line, you should be a 10-win team.
They've got better Tech every week. Remember, this is a team that beat Abilene Christian to start the season by 1 point in overtime.
And then last weekend goes on the road to Iowa State, the number 11 team in the country, and beats them.
Yes.
They can be very Jekyll and
That's the
Hyde.
thing about college football this season, guys. We've seen upsets in years past, but the amount of upsets across the board this year, it's crazy. In every conference, every team, everywhere.
You guys all dropping things now? I heard a big crash over there, Vic. You okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what dropped.
My heart.
By the way, you've been hoping that maybe BYU gets upset by Utah.
Yeah.
I texted my nephew, who's a Ute.
Mm-hmm.
Utes don't stand a chance. He said the scuttlebutt around Salt Lake City is the Utes don't stand a chance. BYU's too good. Our best quarterback is my age. Cam Rising's old and dead. Okay, well, thanks, Neff. Appreciate that.
I forgot about this, by the way. The Big Noon was at the UCF game earlier this year with CU.
Oh, you're right.
But
you're right.
How genius, by the way, and I do think it's genius. You got an off week. Hey, Travis Hunter, let's make the flight over to Penn Station, and let's go ahead and...
Penn Station?
Sorry, Penn State.
I was going to say he wasn't in Manhattan.
Penn State, jump on the College Game Day broadcast and give yourself a little bit more pub, because he's going to be right there. We all know this. At the end of the year for Heisman, I think he should win it. Him. It's basically like 3 people now, right? Yeah. If Miami continues to win, Cam Ward can put himself in the conversation, but it's Hunter, Cam Ward, and Jonty.
That's the first time I've ever seen an active player who wasn't playing that day on game day. I've never seen that before. Have you guys? Do you
I've never seen that. No, I've never seen it.
I don't think so.
Not that I recall.
I mean, as far as a sit-down thing in a game that they're not playing?
No, live on the set. Live on the set, actually fly to game day.
I think have we seen guys when they're on campus, maybe they stop over before the game or something like that?
Yeah. You know, they're part of the game all the time. But I'm talking about not playing in that game on that show and then flying in. That's pretty special for Travis Hunter. Mm-hmm. They think that highly of him, clearly.
I think that highly of Cam Ward. He's awesome.
God, you know what? But Miami has won by the skin of their teeth like 4 different times this year.
Yeah, they've also scored. Let's see. Here's
no, Cam Ward's amazing. I'm not doubting anything you're saying about Cam.
They barely won at Cal. That was a tight one. They barely won at home against Virginia Tech. But check this. At Florida, 41-17, 56-9, 62-0, 50-15, 52-45. That was the Louisville game, right? Versus Florida State, they smoked them. And then I'm taking a nap Saturday. A little nap ski before the Avs game in Nashville. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching, they get to halftime, and I'm kind of, just up a little bit in it. It's 21-17 versus Duke. I'm like, there's no way the Dukies pull this off, is there? I'm out. Wake up, it's 53-31. I mean,
hey,
Cam Ward just said, hey, enough of this crap, and went insane in the second half.
Good luck trying to determine the top 10 teams in college football this year.
I think it's great. I love it. I think it's great.
Hey, by the way, as so many things are happening tomorrow, so here's what you have tomorrow. Obviously, there's the election, whatever. Get that over with.
Avs.
You know what else? But no, Moj. So deadline is at 2 o'clock tomorrow Mountain Time for the NFL, trade deadline. And then 5 o'clock tomorrow, we get the first college football playoff rankings.
Oh, really?
And I'm curious to see, because I think, what is CU now? They jumped 3 spots? Are they 20 or 21 now?
They're 21.
21. They're 21 in the AP poll. We all know that the AP poll doesn't make a lick of difference to what the committee says. Do you think CU will be higher, lower, or at that spot when the CFP rankings come out tomorrow? Do you think the committee values them the same way as the AP does?
I do not. I don't think the committee believes yet. That's my opinion.
I wonder how different the committee's picks will be from AP's, from top to bottom. I just wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Because they usually are.
Yeah.
They usually are. They're different.
Well, I mean, they were not in the rankings last week in the coaches poll. They had a bye, and they got in at 24. Go figure.
Well, I want to kind of look this up.
Is that tomorrow, by the way, Brett, for sure? The first?
Yes, tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Think about all this stuff happening tomorrow.
That's
a
what I'm
crazy
saying.
day in the world. Trade deadline in the NFL, CFP, some election going on.
I'm trying to find from last year the first sort of rankings that came out where they had a team with the largest sort of difference here. Okay, so one of them was last year when the rankings came out, the CFP had Oklahoma State at number 22, and they were unranked in the AP. Like, you get some teams that really move. Oh, here's a big one. You guys remember this? The undefeated Air Force Falcons at 8-0 last year, the first time these came out, they were 17th in the AP poll. They were 25th in the rankings. So they will see teams differently. And maybe I'll be proven wrong. I really think there is how do I want to put it? The things that surround CU, non-football-wise.
Do you think that's a bump?
I think can bump.
You think it's a bump?
Now, I don't know if it's going to happen now, but towards the end of the year, if they're still in that conversation, I think it could.
Okay, I mean, listen, if they're a 10-2 team, yeah, I can see that as well, if they're a 10-2 team. Now, again, I don't think they're going to get in, period, Brett, unless they win the Big 12 title. I don't think they get in. I really don't. I think I don't know, I guess. I don't see a 2-loss Colorado team getting in. I just don't see it.
There's 12
unless they win.
Teams, though. There's 12.
Understood. But, again, you have 4 of those taken up, 5 of those taken up, and then the 7 at-larges.
Well, you got to be careful.
And they're always gobbled up by, and an at-large will be Notre Dame, for sure.
You just can't take any game for granted anymore. You know, I looked at the schedule. I saw the Houston game, and I said, okay, they'll take – well, look at what Houston just did. They just beat K-State. You can't take anyone. Not even Kansas now. Watch out for Kansas because they've played every game close this year. They're not good, but they've had some close shaves.
So all of that is happening tomorrow. Let me say one more thing before we get the break, going back to the Nuggets. So they had this weird weekend. They played the worst, for my money, the worst team in the NBA, which is Utah. They beat the snot out of them. Cool. Had the collapse at the end of the Minnesota game that made us all feel bad. But you mentioned something last week, Vic, that every year Nikola Jokic plays basketball, and he plays almost every game, and we say, God, there's no way he can get better from last year. I mean, it's as elite as you can be. Numbers-wise, style of play, all of that. And then the next year he goes out and he somehow tops himself. Almost every single year he does that. We're 6 games into this season, and this is not a small sample. Jokic is taking by far the most threes per game. Now, only 6 games, but still, it's quite a few. He's averaging 4.5 threes attempted per game. He's shooting 60% on threes through 6 games this year.
Yes,
60.
he is. Yeah.
Huh?
Guess who else is shooting threes pretty damn well? Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
If you give me Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic shooting threes the way they have, let's go. Christian Brown is coming around. He's finding that confidence out there. You saw Julian Strother the other night with a career-high 19.
He's just, you know what Julian's got to do? He's just got to be more aggressive, especially with that bench unit. He's just got to be like, get me the ball. Because he can create a shot, man.
Yeah.
He's not a catch-and-shoot guy. Like, he can create on his own. That little floater that he has is such a good weapon to go along with his three-point shooting.
I need to see 9-10 attempts minimum from Julian every game.
Yes, I agree.
There's only one guy in the top 5 in points, assists, and rebounds. That's Joker. Period.
Did you guys hear?
He's 5-3 and 4.
You see
or
what's
5-3
happening?
and tied for 3.
You see what's happening in Philly with Joel Embiid? My goodness.
What a mess.
So I actually, you know what? You can't put your hands on somebody. And it was first said it was a punch. It was a shove, right? He shoved this reporter. So here's what happened. This reporter's a Philly guy, and he's incendiary, I guess, in some of his columns that he does. And he said something to the effect of this. Don't get it in front of me. But he brought up how Joel Embiid's brother, his first year in the league, died in a car crash. And he named his son after him. And he goes, Embiid wants to leave a legacy for his son who is named after his brother who tragically passed, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, well, if he wants to do that, then he needs to play. And Joel Embiid went up to him in the postgame and said, do not use my brother's name out of your mouth ever again.
Yeah.
And then gave him a shove. Now, can't put your hands on people? I would be kind of pissed like Embiid, I think.
So would I. You can't invoke your dead brother's name. I mean, that crosses the line.
Yes.
At the same time, this physicality is interesting. How do you guys view what Jason Kelsey did with that fan at Penn State, was it?
Yeah.
Who ran up to him with a camera in his hand, had a derogatory comment about his brother. Kelsey turns around, grabs the camera or the phone, and smashes it on the ground right in front of him.
I would ask you, Vic.
I loved it. Good.
Fine.
The kid deserves it.
Where's the civility in our country anymore? I mean, what makes this kid think that it's
Where
okay
does he get
to
off
do
thinking
that?
he could say that
Yeah.
and put it on? It was obviously trying to get a viral moment out of it because he's sitting there on his phone saying, watch this. I'm going to get into it. I love the fact that Kelsey took it and smashed it.
But why do idiot kids think that stuff is okay?
Because they can get a lawsuit out of it, or they can go viral. That's what
viral.
it's
That's
stupid.
ridiculous.
This viral thing.
But I'll give some uninitiated advice for Jason Kelsey. You need some bodyguards, man. You're a pretty famous guy, and that's what bodyguards are for. Like, I remember I was telling Nelly this earlier. I saw this is Ndamukong Suh was at the height of his powers. He's one of the best players in the NFL. Obviously a former Husker. He was back he was at a bar for the College World Series. And my buddy said, why does he have 4 bodyguards that are his size surrounding him? 20 minutes later, some drunk guy goes up, pushes hard Suh. Yeah. What happened next?
Bodyguards jump in.
I said, that's why.
Yeah.
Because if Suh does that, Suh could get a lawsuit.
He's going to get a lawsuit.
Do you know that Russell Westbrook has a bodyguard with him everywhere he goes, everywhere?
Probably pretty damn smart.
It's smart.
Hey, real quick, Miles Wood on injured reserve, retroactive to the 28th. Not good. Ivan Kovalenko and Prishapov were called.
Wait, Miles Wood is still going to be out until the end of the month?
It's 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
But they put him on IR. Val Nichushkin
retroactive to the 28th. Sorry, I heard that wrong.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Val Nichushkin cleared to practice with the team. Remains in stage 3 of the players' assistance program, but he's cleared to practice with the Avalanche. That is great news.
That is great news. See,
Great
reinforcements starting to trickle their way back.
Brett, by the way, going back to what you were saying a second ago, in the words of the great Mike Tyson, he said this 4 years ago, social media made y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yep. Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports
I mean,
Radio
who's
app
raising these children?
Is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Monday Night Football tonight, Bucks at Chiefs, 6:15, and you can join Kreckman and Lindahl at Hofbrau and Westminster from 3 to 6, leading you up to Monday Night Football. We got an 8 o'clock tip tonight between the Nuggets and the Raptors. That game is going to be right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with pregame at 6:30. And don't forget, Monday Night Football during halftime, it's Altitude After Dark. Rob Trujillo, Mike Sanford hit the film room as we wrap up Week 9 of the NFL season. Again, a lot more to discuss in what we witnessed over the weekend. Just to kind of go back to where we started, and I'll speak for everybody on this show because I think we're all in agreement on this. Nobody's freaking out this morning. You got your butt kicked. To a certain extent, it was always known as a possibility playing a team like Baltimore. But as insane as this might be to say, dude, you were like 2 or 3 execution problems away in the first half from that being a ball game. And it sounds like a loser thing to say when you lose by 32 points, whatever the final score was.
Completely zero freak.
Hey, you know what?
Zero freak at all.
If the Broncos beat the teams they're supposed to beat, the teams they can beat on paper to close this season, they'll be a playoff team.
Yeah.
I mean, they're currently in the playoff picture.
I already laid it out for you, bro. What more do you want me to do? Vic, I do all I can for you. You know? I mean, I care. I lay it out for you. They're going to be a 5-5 team. I honestly feel much better, even though they're an 8.5, 9-point dog at Kansas City next week. I feel better about their chances of actually winning that game. I don't think they're going to win. I'm going to be honest with you. They're not going to win. But I think they can keep it close. Now, the whole season to me rides on the Falcons game at home. And they're pretty good. But if you beat the Falcons at home, you're going to win 3 in a row, and you're going to be an 8-5 team.
Would you guys like to hear something real quick?
You're going to lose at the Chargers, maybe lose at the Bengals, and then we'll see that last Chiefs game.
This sounds absolutely right, by the way. I love this NFL.com. They have the playoff picture thing where it tells you percentage chance that they give teams to make the postseason.
Where are we?
Broncos are at 47%. I think that sounds about right.
50-50?
Yeah, sounds about right. But here's the difference. And you mentioned this earlier, Vic. I think for a while, it was always seen as the AFC was a superior conference to the NFC, that the NFC, they'd have 2 really good teams at the top and really nobody else to worry about. The NFC is now stacked. They got a whole bunch of teams that'll be in contention. The AFC really doesn't. They're kind of like, hey, here are the teams at the top. Everybody else is in this different sort of mix here. The teams behind the Broncos right now in the AFC, the 4-5 Colts are the 8th seed. Is anybody scared of them? You know, the 4-5 Bengals, we talked about them earlier. They still don't look right. Now, they have Joe Burrow.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, they don't even scare me. There's only 2 teams. There's 3 teams in the AFC that scare me.
But just to give you comparison's sake.
3, that's it.
Just to give you comparison's sake. The 10 seed in the AFC is the New York Jets, who are 3-6. The 10 seed in the NFC is the 49ers. The 11 seed in the NFC is the Rams, who now that they're healthy at wide receiver, I mean, would it shock anybody if they won a couple of playoff games this year?
Sure would not.
That's the difference we're talking about. Like, you're on the right side of the ledger if you just need a little boost, a little help to get yourself into a playoff spot.
Here are the scary teams. Kansas City always, Baltimore, and Buffalo. Here are the, I could be scared, but we'll see, Pittsburgh and the Chargers. And then there's everybody else, including the Texans, including the Colts and the Bengals, and nobody, and then the rest of the conference is crap. Once you get past Cincinnati, the rest of the conference is absolute junk. 10 through 16 is garbage.
You want to see what a difference makes, by the way, in just like a couple of plays? Because we were talking about, hey, if you hit Troy Franklin on that deep ball, maybe the game changes. You execute a 4th down, maybe the game changes. Let's go back a week ago. The Bears, who play in the toughest division in football, the NFC North, if they won that game on the Hail Mary, they would have been 5-2 and still in last place in the NFC North at a 5-2 record. Well, they lost that game. They go on to lose this weekend as they got smoked. And they're now 4-4. But listen to this,
hold on. Are the Cardinals actually good?
The Cardinals got a weird thing going on with them.
They do have a weird. They're as under the radar as
but
you
hang
can be.
Hang on, listen. To stick with the Bears, you want to see what difference that makes? Because let's say they still lose this weekend, then they would be a 5-3 football team as opposed to 4-4. And I don't think this would be happening. DJ Moore, their star wide receiver, was on a radio show, 670 The Score, in Chicago. And they said, did Eberflus lose the locker room?
So I'll ask you, has Matt Eberflus lost this football team?
I want to say no. The message yesterday was that we know we 4-4 now. It's just like being 0-0. But you just got to go out there and start stacking wins how we did. And that's the best thing we can do is win and then let the chips fall how they fall after we do so.
That's an interesting answer.
If they're even 5-3,
Yeah.
Does it sound that way?
Yeah. See, that's why Sean Payton prohibits, if not suggests strongly, that his players not do media interviews during the course of the season.
Well, here's the thing, though. The answer to that's simple. Did your head coach lose the locker room? No, we're good. We know we're just a couple plays away from.
The fact that he didn't say no,
but he goes,
he lost the locker room.
He said, I want to say no.
Yeah.
Just say no. I mean, it's not that hard. You don't need a lot of media training.
No, but still, the Bears, the funny part is.
Do you think Mosier sucks at his job? I mean, I want to say no,
but, dude, Tampa Bay is currently 8th at 4-4. I'm trying to think who could drop out for them to, I don't know. I mean, the Bears, they're in 9th.
Yeah, they're done, dude.
Of course, yeah, they are. The
done.
Rams and the Niners are right. Yeah.
Doesn't every team...
That NFC West is a mess.
Does every team in the NFC North...
Say no.
Every team in the NFC North, I think, has 6 wins outside the Bears, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Which is insane. And compare that with the AFC East. Have you guys seen the AFC East? Remember that powerhouse of a division that was supposed to be because Miami was good, and then the Jets with a healthy Aaron Rodgers were supposed to be competitive, and remember the Bills were supposed to take a step back? The second-place team in the AFC East is 3-6. 3-6.
And that's the Jets who are going nowhere.
Crazy.
They're junk.
I'm actually kind of happy, by the way, that the Chiefs are playing tonight. Give them a little bit of a shorter week than beforehand as they take on the Broncos next weekend.
It'd be a lot cooler if they had to come to Denver.
Can I say something that might sound blasphemous?
Sure.
I want them to win tonight. You aren't winning this division anyway. Yeah. I want them to stay comfortable heading into the Broncos game. I don't want a pissed off KC team next week. I want them to beat the Bucs tonight.
Well, hell, they're 10-point favorites.
Yeah, they are. Final Avalanche thought. I thought the youngster Nikita Prishopov, first career game, 20 years old the other night in Nashville. I thought he looked pretty good.
Say his last name again.
Prishopov.
Prishopov. Okay.
Now, here's the story. If you were in Russia, it would be Prishopov. Prishopov. The focus would be on the ship. Prishopov. But he wants the Americanized version. He said it himself. He wants Prishopov.
Sort of like Nikola and Nikola.
Correct.
In Europe, it's Nikola.
Because he thinks we'll sound like posers if we try and say it correctly.
He's probably doing us a favor, but he wants Prishopov. He got stoned twice by Soros on Saturday night. He laid a huge hit on Evangelista in the corner. I like this. I like his game. I like the confidence he came into the National Hockey League with. I like it. Give me more.
All right, got a couple minutes left. Fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I have some information on Colorado State's kicker. There we go. That's the right volume knob. His name is Jordan Noyes, and he is 32 years old. And Vic, your estimates were a little high. He has 3 kids, all of which are daughters. 2 of them are twins.
Wait, that's a real thing? He does have 3 children?
Yes. 3 daughters, 2 of which are twins.
Okay, I challenge you. How many people in the world with 3 children can hit 60-yard field goals? Because I have 3 children. I can't do it.
Well, the only thing holding me back is 2 more kids.
Yep. How many kids did Justin Tucker have?
I don't know.
Tyler Bass. I mean, he just hit one.
How many kids does that Buffalo kicker Bass have?
You know
College kids with 3 kids.
You know what my favorite thing is, by the way? One of my favorite things? about College Game Day is when they have the guys do the kicks, and they've actually been pretty good this year. They've had a couple of guys hit those 40-yarders. But watching the guys who can't kick is just magic.
Did you watch Kelsey?
It's absolute magic.
Did you watch Jason Kelsey?
Wrong?
He did it with those work boots on.
Did he really?
Yeah.
You know what they're all doing wrong? Watch their plant foot. When you want to hit a field goal, it's all where your plant foot
What
is
do you know
located.
about hitting field goal? You know
Trust
nothing
me,
about it.
Anybody who's ever kicked listening to my words right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's all about the plant foot. If the plant foot moves, you're going to miss.
Vic,
if the plant foot is too deep, you're going to miss.
Vic, this isn't a request. It's an obligation.
You must fix your nose.
You must do a film breakdown of College Game Day next week on the guy kicking the field goal.
On the plant foot?
Yes, on the plant foot.
I will. Remind me.
Okay.
I swear to God, it means everything.
It's
you see
a
the
must.
dude tore his ACL when he couldn't even plant?
What kind of animals can get in your head?
Huh?
What kind of animals can get in his nose? I need something to go in there and chew it out today.
Leech.
Throw a leech up there.
I'm just exhausted.
Something that will chew through that stuff.
I have dry mouth, constant dry mouth. Everything's dry in there.
iTunes, Spotify. Ooh, I like this little Austin Powers music. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mose Lombardi, and Cairns, where you can find the podcast. Talk to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning, so tune into that as he joined us right after breaking the news of Dennis Allen being let go in New Orleans. But game tonight, Nuggets, Raptors. We'll break it down tomorrow along with so much more. You guys have a great Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Come
Love
on,
you. Bye.
Nuggets.
Whooped is right. 41-10's the final. Baltimore over Denver in their first real test against a legit contender this year. 5-3 going into the game, 5-4 coming away from it as they head to Kansas City in week number 10. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us today on an Exaggeration Monday, 303-504-0925 on the Shot Miles and text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Coach, one, good to have you back. And two, I don't think it's an exaggeration enough to say, well, if we're grading your test against a true contender, that's an F.
Yeah, that's what a Super Bowl contending offense certainly looks like, the Baltimore Ravens. You saw it in real time. Lamar Jackson is the best player on planet Earth today.
Holy smokes.
In the game of football.
He made that look so easy.
And it's like, you know what? I'm arguably the most elite runner of the football at this position. Nah, I don't need to do that today. I'm just going to do it once. The rest of the day, I'm just going to throw darts all over the field and only attempt 19 passes and throw 3 touchdowns and have a perfect game, because that's exactly what it was. And yeah, we're doing a pretty good job on Derrick Henry. Yeah, still had 100 yards. That is the real deal offense. And Zay Flowers is a real one. They're just getting Deontay Johnson back into it. They have 2 really good tight ends. Like, you imagine if the Broncos had either one of those guys between Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews?
They haven't used Mark Andrews at all this season. Like, they just, as compared to what they've done in the past with Andrews, who has just been the guy that they pass to every single time, they've barely used him. Lamar was unbeatable. He takes the 1 sack from Jonathan Franklin Myers. And at the beginning of the game, as you said, you thought you were doing a decent job stacking Derrick Henry up, and you were the first 3 series of the game. But the fact that Denver can't capitalize on 4th down conversion after 4th down conversion, couple that with an interception thrown on the second play of the game, I think it's a ball you should probably catch.
You definitely don't want to volleyball tip it up for the opposition with one hand.
You think it's more on the quarterback throwing a tougher ball?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, you got to remember these bootlegs that have layered concepts. The closest throw that is your underneath option, and typically when you have an unblocked outside linebacker, which in the case Baltimore did have, and that's something to be expected when you run a misdirection bootleg, which is called naked, is that you do kind of throw a little, kind of a finesse touch pass over the outstretched hand of that outside edge player. This was a piss missile, and it was hot. And so when I'm coaching quarterbacks, I always talk about, like, what can you do to minimize the potential of something going bad? Was it a bad throw? No. Was it awful by little Jordan Humphrey to just put one hand up and the ball just tips right off to a would-be, was it a Darius Washington or something like that? It just was, it was a bad way to start a game. And kudos to the Broncos defense. Actually, the only time you could say it, they swelled up.
You stopped Derrick Henry twice. You find Lamar on 3rd down for an 11-yard sack, a great play from Jonathan Franklin Myers. He had no chance to get outside the pocket on that one. And outside of that 1 sack, he was sidestepping pressure all day long with ease. It wasn't one of those ones where, you get 2 hands on Lamar and somehow just because he's slippery, he zips out of it. I mean, he was baiting guys into arm tackles in the pocket and just making like little 12-inch adjustments.
Yep.
Like, oh, yeah, you go that way. I'm going to go out to the right side hash and then find Nelson Aguilar down the field for 29 yards. He was a master. And sure, you look at the box score, 41-10, and it's a damning indictment of where you are as a team right now. Still a good team, but not great, like Baltimore. Baltimore is a great football team. Could this have been way closer or way different had the interception not happened and had you converted on multiple 4th downs at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, there were 2 of them. Really, the first one was in the first half, and that was the crack toss play.
Loved it.
To Javonte Williams.
The call.
Yeah, anybody who wants to put this game on Sean Payton, I would disagree as strongly as I've ever supported Sean Payton. I thought this was a very good coaching performance from Sean Payton. The horses the guys that are in the helmets didn't hold up their end of the bargain on the offensive side of the rock. And that started with Javonte Williams. That was inexcusable for him to be in a profile tackle. That means there's guys coming from the side and you get touched at the 45 and you just got to get to the 44.
The 44 and a half was the yard to get.
You dive for it. You run through another man's face. Whatever it takes, you got to know where the sticks are and you've got to move the chains in that situation. And you know what I say to that? If you can't do it, you're not an NFL starting running back. Period. Point blank. End of story. And that's what we have seen such a roller coaster of Javonte Williams this year. At what point do we just start realizing that the consistent aspect of Javonte Williams' game is inconsistency? What it is.
I heard Vic and Brett both complaining about that call. 4th and 1, middle of the field. Definitely definitely 4-down territory. Like with what the NFL is right now, that is go for it territory. You're not going to punt there. You're on the road. You want to press the issue. You just got a great stop from your defense. You don't want to put, I know it's early in the game, but they're still huffing and puffing after a quick 3-and-out, but you're forcing a punt. You don't want to put them back on the field. Brett and Vic were like, why not just pound the ball at the middle? Why not just pound the ball up the middle? Why not, Coach?
Well, to you, I would say, did you notice before the ball was snapped that Bo Nix said, kill, 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 kill? Well, he did that for a reason. Sean Payton called an inside run play, like you do on a 4th and 1 situation, but he packaged it with a second play if you get a particular defensive look. And watching the film this morning, you had 6-2 gaps defense, which means that the Baltimore Ravens had 4 interior down linemen in every single one of the gaps between the center and the guard on both sides and the guard and the tackle on both sides. If you run an inside run against that particular look, it's not only going to be a 0-yard gain, it's probably going to be a TFL. So Bo Nix sees the look like he's trained to do, and you get to the edge, you get to the perimeter. And Sean Payton did it with misdirection. He brought a receiver, I believe it was Mims. It looked like it was going to be a fly sweep, and then you toss it out there. And at the end of the day, you give a 220-pound-ish running back with a full head of steam an opportunity to get the first down, and he didn't do it. So
listen, I loved the call when I first saw it, but then I saw the reaction from a lot of people online going like, "Oh, how couldn't you just pound it up the middle?" I go, "Oh, am I wrong here?" Javonte had his feet on the 45. Your feet were on the 45. You need the 44 and a half. All you got to do is reach, make a little dive, like Coach said. And you know what the worst thing about it was? 4th and 1 gets stopped there. What happens on the next drive for Baltimore? 2nd down and 3 at the Denver 7. Derrick Henry gets hit at the line of scrimmage, spins off of a tackle, drags one with him, and then as he's being hit by another Broncos player inside the 1-yard line, makes a dive for the pylon. And that's the difference, I think, with not only the players, Javonte to Derrick, but it's the same exact thing from Denver to Baltimore. That is good running back to great running back, Hall of Fame running back. That is good team to perennial Super Bowl contender. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think the Derrick Henry addition to this Ravens team makes them even a more likely, I think, winner of the Super Bowl this year. You could point to the fact that their defense is not that good. And Bo Nix was having success, particularly in that late first quarter into the second quarter. He got into a rhythm, and that's what I'm learning about Bo Nix. He is a rhythm-based quarterback. When it's going well, it's going well. When it's not going well, the feet start kind of talking to him. And you saw it. It all played out over the course of those 4 quarters. But that is a Super Bowl, a legitimately contending Super Bowl team. And I would say after this weekend, the 2 games that I watched, there are 2 teams in the NFL that happen to be on the opposite sides. And it's the dang Detroit Lions and the Baltimore Ravens that look like they are going to be a problem.
Kansas City doesn't play until tonight, but, I mean, it's an undefeated football team.
They're undefeated, and they have Patrick Mahomes. And they're going to play with their food next Sunday. And the Broncos are going to beat them.
You said this is the winnable game, Coach.
What? No, I said that the Chiefs game was the winnable game.
I thought you said the Baltimore game was the winnable game.
KJ?
Are you sure
KJ,
about that?
KJ, man.
Are we sure about that?
Hey, I have tape on 9 News from last week. KJ, did I say the Ravens game was the winnable game or the Chiefs game was the winnable game?
I think you said Chiefs. We can go back and pull the tape.
Yeah.
We'll find it.
We'll go back.
We'll
We'll
find it.
You know why? You know why I didn't think this was a winnable game? Because the Ravens can freaking score. They can score in chunks. So far, the Chiefs aren't scoring. And the Broncos, the bad matchup for the Broncos is trying to match score for score against a legitimate offensive juggernaut.
And that's the end of the first half too, right? Like that's where this game gets out of hand. Like 17-7 wasn't the worst thing in the world, especially when you had time to go down and get yourself a field goal, but you only have a 2-minute and 53-second drive that you give way too much time to a team with 3 timeouts. What was about a minute to go left in that half? Sure, I guess you can score with 7 seconds left on the clock if you just go 2 yards or 2 plays and 70 yards. But I think it was very clear that, unfortunately, you go out of bounds, you have to settle for a field goal, and then Baltimore runs out there and extends the lead to 24-10 and gets the ball back. The chunk plays were nuts, man. Were absolutely nuts. You find, who do you find on first down? You find Hill for 12 yards, 1st and 10. You find Zay Flowers for a 53-yard touchdown. And then the second half starts and you're worried about chunk plays now because you've seen guys get open without anyone within 7 yards of you. And then if you're worried about all those chunk plays down the field, what happens? They pound the ball with Derrick Henry in the first drive of the second half. They're multiple, and you're not right now.
Yeah. They have weapons. You don't. It's the reality. Right now, the Broncos don't have offensive weapons, and they didn't going into the year. And it doesn't expose itself until you play teams that really have weapons. And crazy as it seems, through the first 8 games, how many bona fide, like, that dude is a baller type of players had the Broncos played? Not many. Not too many. I mean, you could point to, J.K. Dobbins is a really good back, but he's not Derrick Henry. He's not hitting home runs.
Justin Herbert, I think, is a guy that you look at, you go, well, he should be that level, and he's not quite there, but
Godwin from the Bucks, and he's out for the year now.
Like, I don't know, I can't look at Geno and Justin Fields and go like, yeah, those guys are world beaters. Yeah, this is their first test, and unfortunately, it was sobering. That's what Week 9 was. It was sobering. It was, you're still a good team. You're still in a playoff spot, and you can very much make the AFC playoffs because of how beat up the AFC is. It's just not great right now. You can still do it. But oftentimes, playoff contending teams get the doors blown off them by Super Bowl contending teams. That's what played out in Baltimore. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. We'll keep breaking down the 41-10 loss to the Ravens on the other side. Trickery gets them into the end zone. 4th downs failed. And Bo Nix overthrowing yet another receiver. That Oregon connection just isn't quite working. We'll break down that play and more next.
Gotta love the tape. The tape's the best.
Exaggeration Monday. Mike Sanford, Alex Renemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 41-10 loss for the Broncos at the Ravens. They'll take on the Chiefs next Sunday. Chiefs play tonight on Monday Night Football, looking to improve to 8-0. The highlight that you heard coming back, and we will get into Bo Nix just straight up missing his homie from Oregon on another 4th down call, 4th and 4, shot play down the left side, 33-yard pass, just misses a wide open receiver in Troy Franklin. We'll get into that. But the 4th and 1 call on the goal line for Cortland Sutton on a reverse end around pass to the quarterback was without a doubt the most creative touchdown the Broncos have scored in a decade. It is the coolest, most exciting touchdown that this franchise has scored since Peyton Manning didn't tell a damn soul in Arlington that he was going to take his 38-year-old ass on a naked boot to the left side. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. And also, Vic, if you're listening, I love you, man, but I've heard you for the last 5 years complain about this Broncos team being boring and you can't watch it and where's the flair? And I wake up, listen, I know the Broncos got the doors blown off them 41-10, but I wake up and I hear you, Vic, saying that wasn't the right play call? What's more fun than that?
It's pretty fun. What I like more
It was so cool.
What I like more than that is when you just so eloquently described Peyton Manning's 38-year-old ass and also said naked and boot. That was awesome. That got me fired up right there. I love that play call.
I don't even know if he was 38.
If we go back to
he was.
If we go back to the audio of that call, just the very beginning of it, can you play that audio again there, KJ? Of
officially the 2-yard line. Throw the fade outside.
That's good right there. Tony Romo's lost his stinger, man.
Yep.
He's really lost his stinger. Throw the fade outside. No, it's going to be a double reverse pass back to your quarterback.
It was fade-ish. But fade adjacent.
But then he said, he circled Cortland Sutton for where the fade throw should go. No, our wide receiver 1 in Broncos country, his name's Bo Nix. That's wide receiver 1. He'll go up and moss you.
Listen, if I thought that, and I did, I thought the Broncos were going to lose this game. I didn't think it was going to be 41-10, but if the one thing I get out of it was that Bo Nix goes vertical for a touchdown grab, you know what? They were going to lose anyway. I'll take that and I'll run with it.
It was the way that he went up and high pointed the football. He almost was going to be short of the goal line. But guess what Bo Nix has that Javonte Williams doesn't have? He has the wherewithal to understand where the pylon is, where the line to gainer in the case the end zone is. And he's a quarterback. Stop it. Make it make sense, Raj.
I have no idea, man. Are we at 22 Jano's point? We just need 22 bows?
It's a lot of
bows.
It's a lot of Southern Americans on the field at once.
From him high pointing a football to him unfortunately not being able to find a wide open receiver down the left side. Listen, we have found him 3 times this year that Troy Franklin hasn't been able to come down with the ball that he should have caught. Who knows if he actually catches this one if it was in his breadbasket, but it was another good call. It was a ballsy call to go for on 4th and 4 instead of taking the points. But he had one-on-one coverage on the outside. Franklin beats his man, and Bo just can't place it. And we saw, again, this is like the difference between Javonte to Derek, the difference between the Broncos to the Ravens. This is the difference between Bo to Lamar. You know, a good budding quarterback to perennial MVP candidate. Lamar puts it in the breadbasket. Bo misses his dude by 3 strides.
Yeah, it's an inexcusable miss from a quarterback, period. And you are a starting quarterback in the National Football League. You are in your 9th start. This is not, training wheel Bo Nix anymore. And that is a critical moment that you have the perfect play call. It was actually a slot fade. So Troy Franklin, the perfect guy to have in that position, also was covered by whoever number 10 is for the Ravens. I watched the All-22. He absolutely cooked number 10 from the Ravens.
Arthur Mollett.
Yeah, Arthur Mollett looked like me covering Troy Franklin, to be very candid. It was bad. Like it looked like an old man with back problems because his wife made him put up Christmas decor all weekend.
Oh, coach.
Yeah.
Coach.
Yeah, back's blown out. And I look like Arthur Millette covering right now.
It's been 84 years.
That's what I feel like right now.
Pre-Thanksgiving holiday decorations?
Oh, way pre.
Oh.
Yeah, my wife actually, we put the kids to bed on Halloween night, and she started playing Mariah Carey Christmas music. And I was like, no. You don't do this to me. Do not do this to me. Storage locker. I'm just
Did you go that
massive
night?
bins. No, I went the next day. But she already had some stuff in place.
I do love me some Mariah. But it's a little early, man.
It's really early. But the snow? I don't know. All I wanted
it's
was
melt by the end of the
all
day.
I wanted for Christmas was for the sun and 90-degree weather to go away. And I just wanted some snow. I got it.
But now you want the snow to go away.
No, I love the snow. Give me all the snow.
I don't know.
I just like POW.
As I continue to get
Fresh
older,
POW.
I want all the POW to stay up in the mountains. Like all the snow can stay up the I-70 corridor. Go up there. Go away from my house. What's up with Bo not being able to find these deep passes?
The only thing that I would tell you is when I watched the film of it, I didn't like his follow through on the throw. Okay, that sounds like it's like, really? You're going to talk about a quarterback's follow through. So anybody who's watching this on Twitch, you'll see. Okay, a fully confident throw right there, standing tall. Bo looked fine in the pocket. His feet were great. It was not a footwork issue. It looked like an aim. Okay, so typically you want to see to drop a ball in and have the ball turn over, which helps the ball come down accurately. You want to see here, and then the follow through is here, which is down in your opposite hip pocket. Okay. What I saw in this one was a throw, and then the finish stayed high, which means he was aiming it because Troy Franklin beat him that bad at the line of scrimmage. He had him by 4 or 5 steps right off the bat. And anybody who thinks that Troy Franklin slowed down, you're dead ass wrong. He was fully running, and then he peaked for the football, which is what you do as a receiver. And if that takes like a nanosecond of your 40 time off, that's what happens every time a receiver looks for a football. That's an inexcusable miss. And I think that miss turned the game on its head.
Because that miss happens. What was this? 7-play, 44-yard drive, 2 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock. That miss comes at the end of the first quarter. And that thing would have brought you tied at 7. Rather, you turn the ball over on the 33. Baltimore goes down, gets a field goal to go up 10. And it was back-to-back possessions. If you throw away the interception on the second play of the game, where you felt like you had points on the board. And it was just a failure to execute both times.
Just got to hit your layups, man. You got to hit your layups. The ones that
That's
are
what
there
Baltimore
for you.
did. Baltimore hit the layups all day long. They hit the layups.
To the tune of a perfect passer rating for Lamar Jackson, who everybody said is just a runner. He can't throw the football. I hope nobody's going to say that if you watched the game yesterday. Because that dude made wide open throws easily.
Against the best pass defense in the league, arguably. And they missed, how much did they miss P.J. Locke?
A lot. And you know what? It catches up to you when it catches up to you. Because Devin Key, who I coached at Western Kentucky, I went on a full-fledged glaze session last week on Devin Key. He had a rough day at the office, man.
Deglazing now.
Yeah.
It's more of a buff session.
Yeah, we're going straight cake donut now. No glaze. Have you ever had a cake donut without anything on it? It's not great.
Why would you? No.
Take the glaze off. And
why would you do that?
That's what happened, man.
It's just dry as a
Devin
bone?
Key didn't have the glaze this particular week. Still a good football player, but you need P.J. Locke.
It takes the whole point out of eating a donut, Coach. That's just cake at that point. That's just dessert. I need the best donut on the planet is a maple glazed donut. Maple, double, Timmy Hortons.
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid. Can't miss it. I know Connor McGay, he's listening to the show right now, and he's salivating at that.
The 4572 on the Shop Mazda text line said, trying to put this loss on Knicks is insane. I agree. I'm not putting this loss on
I don't think I'm putting it on Knicks at all. I'm putting the throw on Knicks.
I do think that the game did turn on its head after that miss. That's a part of it. But Bo Nix didn't allow 41 points to score. The defense got the break speed off.
The defense got shredded. And I thought this was going to be Bo's coming out party. I tweeted out before the game. I went, I don't think they're going to win. But I think Bo is going to combine for 350 yards. And he played well on that pace, and they just couldn't find it. And what you said to me prior to coming in to doing our show today was this comes down to the horses running the race. Bo's not there yet, but there's not a thoroughbred on the offensive side that plays with him. Not one, not a single guy. Like, there isn't a Zay Flowers on the field for the Broncos. Certainly isn't a Derrick Henry. There's not a Mark Andrews either. They don't have the horses around that guy to elevate the rookie play. I didn't think they were going to win, but I thought Bo was going to throw for 300 against a very gettable Baltimore secondary. They just couldn't get anything going. Nothing.
Courtland Sutton and Bo Nix, the developing relationship is a positive for the Broncos in the remaining season, which I'd still stand by will be a playoff appearance for the Broncos. I stand by that. And I think that starts this Sunday against the Chiefs at Arrowhead. When's the last time the Broncos won at Arrowhead? It's been forever, right?
I thought, didn't they win last year at Arrowhead?
That was at home.
That was at home? I couldn't tell you.
It's got to be 2015, I think.
2015? It's a long time ago. But Courtland Sutton, the thing about him is he is a really good off-schedule playmaker. Even some of the throws that Bo had, Bo's throw of the day was the back shoulder in the first quarter that he threw down the field. Courtland Sutton's big. He's physical. He finds the football. He makes acrobatic catches on contested throws. And then some of the other throws that Bo found Courtland Sutton on down the sideline and really going from left to right. Some of those are almost kind of like busted coverages that Bo just found him, and Courtland Sutton's savvy enough to get the width away from maybe the squatting corner. That's a positive for the Broncos, but the problem with Courtland Sutton is he is just not an elite route runner, man. He does not create big-time separation. He's great against zone because he's a big target, and he's very good on contested catches that are thrown up into his general airspace. Outside of that, he's not creating consistent separation.
31-24 is the last time the Broncos beat the Chiefs in Kansas City back in week 2 of the 2015 season.
Long time ago.
Long time ago, man. Here's the scoring summary from that game. Emmanuel Sanders, 16-yard touchdown pass in the second quarter. Virgil Green, 1-yard TD pass from Peyton Manning in the second quarter. McManus followed up with a 54-yard field goal in the third. Emmanuel with a 20-yard pass reception from Peyton, and then Bradley Roby iced the game on a 21-yard fumble recovery and return when Kansas City looked as though they were going to find a way to win that game, having possession late in the fourth. Last time
was
he beat
that
them
Alex
in Kansas
Smith?
City. Let's look at player stats for KC. Alex Smith, 16-25, 191 yards. Jamal Charles had 21 attempts on the ground for 125 yards and a touchdown.
Good.
Jamal Charles was still playing football the last time
back.
that the Broncos beat Kansas City on the road. DeAnthony Thomas was still in the league. Remember how good DeAnthony Thomas was in Oregon?
Oh, that was I coached against him.
DeAnthony Thomas, did he play with Mariota?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Unstoppable option duo.
Speed.
That was my. So like I grew up on Pat White in the option offense at West Virginia, and that was like my new version of the Pat White offense when he was going nutso as a Mountaineer.
You know, we're getting a lot of Twitchers that are dropping stuff about how many drop passes there were in this game. Like, I get that after every single week we get back in here, and it's like, no, there are so many drops. Just to be clear, like, as a football coach, you do grade players on a weekly basis, and dropped passes are, it's not that you have a fully sprawled out individual that touches the football. That's not a drop. Watch the Packers game yesterday to see what blatant drops look like. I'd love to hear from the Shop Mazda texters and the Twitchers how many dropped passes by Broncos receivers, tight ends, and running backs were in the game yesterday.
Statistically, I have, 7 catchable balls thrown on 10 targets to Courtland Sutton for 7 receptions and 122 yards. 0 drops. I have 1 catchable pass to Troy Franklin on 4 targets, 1 reception. So catchable ball, reception. Still no drops. I have 2 catchable balls on 3 targets to Devon Vele for 2 receptions and 11 yards. No drops. Lil Jordan Humphrey, although this says no drops, 2 catchable balls on 5 targets. Humphrey, you could argue that one is a drop because it's in the
one.
catch radius.
The interception's the one in the back of the end zone. I think he made
the one he climbed up the ladder for.
Tremendous effort.
That's not
for
a
that
drop.
ball. Yeah, I mean tremendous effort. And even then, he was not going to get his second foot down because it was thrown high and hard outside of like the framework of the end zone.
I didn't see many, man. I really didn't. No shot that I saw drops be the issue for Bo. It was the fact that your defense that came in as arguably the best defense in the National Football League got shredded by an MVP candidate, by 2 MVP candidates. They didn't even need Derrick Henry to win that game, and he still went off for north of 120 yards and 2 scores. That's just where you are right now as an organization. You are a team that is going to beat the teams that are in front of you that you should beat. You're going to beat New Orleans, Carolina. You're going to beat the Jets. You're going to beat the Raiders. You're going to find a way to beat the Colts and the Browns. And you're going to go into Vegas and beat the Raiders as well. But we don't know what's going to happen on the road at the Chargers. We don't know what's going to happen on the road against a resurgent Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. We likely know what's going to happen on the road at Kansas City. I said it weeks ago that they're not going to win either one of these games. Coach thinks differently. But that's who you are. And all you have to do to make it into the playoffs, and that's okay, that's outkicking your coverage as to what we thought was going to happen at the beginning of the season. You have to carve out 5 wins in 9 weeks against teams like Atlanta, Vegas, Cleveland, and Indy. And then you have to steal 1 game. You have to steal 1 game, either this coming week at Kansas City, the final week of the season, home against KC when they're likely going to be sitting everyone and their mother, or the LA and Cincinnati road games. Steal one of those, and you're a playoff team. And you should run away with it. You should run away with it. Streak down the streets with it. That's how happy you should be. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi will be joined on the other side for a season recap by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. The season came to an end at the hands of the LA Galaxy, a 4-1 loss at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We will wrap up the season with the head coach next.
like you said, a wonderful season for Colorado, a great season for the Rapids, especially to have a season where you bounce back like you did from 2023 to make that Leagues Cup run, to finish in third, to secure a CONCACAF Champions Cup spot, to make the playoffs again, spending most of the season in a top 4 position before obviously the bit of the fade at the end. The Rapids, really an incredible turnaround.
From the basement in 2023 of the Western Conference and MLS to a playoff spot in a CONCACAF Champions League appearance next year, the Rapids season unfortunately comes to a close over the weekend with a 4-1 loss to the LA Galaxy in round 1 of the playoffs, as we welcome in the head coach of your Rapids, Chris Armas. Coach, how are you?
Good over here at the stadium, just getting to the next season, which is the off season. But yeah, good to be with you guys.
Coach, when you look at the tail end of this season, so many good things happen in the totality of the season, but not being able to pull a result in the final 6 matches of the game, of the season. What are the things that you learned about this particular club, about your roster, and about the culture here at the Colorado Rapids that you're going to apply going forward to have different results in the postseason? Because this is going to be a perennial postseason type of a team.
Yeah, look, the team had an incredible year. You know, from day one, the way they came together, the way the team scored goals, the way they performed in general, but especially at home in front of the fans. Lots of wins, the Leagues Cup run, the Rocky Mountain Cup. There's lots of things there. And listen, I learned that we're a real team and we have a hungry group. I also learned that when you are young, that playoff games, those type of decisive games aren't the easiest, and that what we just went through will pay dividends in the future. But yeah, that we're going to be more experienced moving forward. We'll add to our roster. That listen, we're a bunch of fighters over here, and that's what the group showed me, that they want to achieve success. They want the ultimate prize. They're really hungry for it, and they showed me, and I think the fans, that they're winners.
Coach, in addition to all the lessons learned, you have a particular style that you want to be upheld, and that's playing on the front foot. I said it from day one when you got this job, and for a large part of the season, we're able to play on the front foot. What additions in the offseason do you think, what types of players and at what positions could help this roster play in a perfect Chris Armas style of football?
Well, listen, it's a good question. I think that the base of everything that we do around here is going to be hard work. So minimally, footballers that are willing to work hard, run for the team. Secondly, good guys, good human beings, good character guys. I think then all is possible. So once you get good guys that are willing to work hard, I think we want guys that play with intensity. So physically, that play with intensity, and intensity in possession that focuses on verticality. That guys can run forward, pass forward, look to run behind, love to attack, score goals. If those players are defenders that also want to play on the front foot, that can put out fires, that can run, good in 1v1 situations, can defend crosses, but again, proactive. So yeah, our style will revolve around intensity. So any player that we add moving forward has to be ones that in the DNA of those players play with intensity. Once you have a roster that everyone has this innate ability and desire and willingness to play with intensity, I think it can start to look really interesting. And I think we saw that this year, that we could do that in for large stretches, and other times we couldn't. But moving forward, that's the type of profiles we'll add.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas is our guest in the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, that's your macro view going into next season. Let's zoom a little bit farther in and go to the micro view. These last 2 games against LA Galaxy, big playoff games, young team obviously that you have going for you right now. It wasn't as battle tested as a team like LA may have been. What went wrong over those two games, and particularly the one at home at Dick's Sporting Goods Park over the weekend?
Yeah, look, we real time, we don't talk about certain things because it sounds like excuses. But now, after the fact, the reality is we had a version of Georgi Mihalovic coming back off a terrible ankle injury. Played 90 minutes, but he's a warrior and did his best to be out there. But he wasn't at it full strength. Cole Bassett has been a guy that has been a mainstay for us, covering the most mileage in MLS. We didn't have him for the last, I think we lost 6 games in a row at the end of the year. We were 0-6 without Cole Bassett. Some of those were without Georgi Mihalovic. And to be honest with you, Kevin Cabral was back in the team, but I think he missed 3 or 4 months. So you had 3 dynamic attackers not really at full strength, and we didn't really score many goals. I think in that stretch, and especially in the last game, we just weren't able to produce the goals and at the pace that we did all year. When you're not scoring goals, it puts stress on the defending. And listen, it was 2-1 in the 90th minute. We concede the third and the fourth, but we just we're probing, we're trying, we're on fumes to try to get the goals. But the first goal we gave up in this match was one of the strangest you'd ever see. Zach Steffen, our goalkeeper, kicks it off at an attacker. It trickles into the empty net. Very, very odd one there. And the other one is 30 seconds before halftime, which was a dagger for us. So what happened specifically in this playoff game when the margins are even thinner than ever? Yeah, we gave up some goals that weren't great, and we couldn't get our attack to get it over the finish line. So, but it wasn't for a lack of effort. This team fought hard, and we met essentially a number 1 seed. They've been the best team in the Western Conference all year, and we had to do a little bit more.
Coach Armas, now looking back to the macro view of this season and everything that was accomplished, you set the foundation for what this team is going to be and really was competing incredibly well in competitions, not just the playoffs, not just the MLS regular season, but doing what you did in the CONCACAF Leagues Cup. What do you see for this team and from the foundation? What does the next step look like for this Rapids club and going into next season?
I think the next step is roster. Let's look at the roster. It's not wholesale changes that are needed, but I think, as always, you have to think forward and to keep up with the rest of the league, address some of the areas that we can get stronger. So that's what's going on. It's why I'll be working every day right now on the roster, wrapping up team meetings, individual meetings, get things going for next year. So the next step is wrap up the season, review it, analyze it. How can we get better? Think about the roster, improve it. And then, quite honestly, for me, we have to get better at all the things that now we have in place. We have to double down on. We talk about team first. We talk about attacking. Well, we have to continue doing that next year. We're going to become more close knit as a group. The culture will be set. We'll fight for the culture every single day. And then the last big ticket item is we've given up too many goals this year. Yes, we've doubled the scoring production, but we've conceded a similar amount of goals. And is that the price you have to pay for attacking so much? I don't think so. I think we just have to get better in all ways defending. So if we give up 60 goals this year, next year, could it be 40 to 45 goals? That's going to be 10 or 12 more points in the standings. Then you're competing for first place if we can continue to score at the same rhythm. So that's it. I think it's time to take a step back, analyze how can we get better, take a little bit of a break for many people that have worked really, really hard around here. And I'm getting ready for next preseason already, let me tell you.
Again, from last place in the West to the CONCACAF Champions Cup next year, Coach Chris Armas, as always, thank you so much for your time, for joining us, as you do every single week here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're excited for next season. Again, best of luck next year, and thanks for bringing this team back to relevance, Coach.
You guys have been amazing all year for us. Thank you for having us, and then also for the genuine support. Appreciate you guys.
There he goes. The Chris Armas Show is sponsored by Intermountain Health. Visit intermountainhealthcare.org. Intermountain Health, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Still so much more to get into today. More Broncos unpacking. The Avs have lost 3 straight games by a score of 5-2, 5-2, and 5-2. The Nuggets split over the weekend. They're back on the court tonight against the Toronto Raptors. We have all of that to cover in the next 60 minutes.
The Toronto Raptors? Is Drake going to be
the
there?
The Rappers.
It's all good, man.
I hope, and this is what I said to them, I hope, when I'm long finished, that they learn after they're finished playing, that how to handle the adversity that might come up in so many other areas of their life. And so, we got to walk into it, and it's tough and difficult, but it's a trait that I think can be pretty powerful, and is a responsibility for us as teachers to work on, and we have to do it ourselves as well. All right, thanks.
Sobering thoughts from Sean Payton after the Broncos get hammered 41-10 at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens. They fall to 5-4. I think that sounds like a coach who knows what his team is, and that's a far cry from what we heard last year. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mike Sanford. This is Altitude Sports Radio 90.5. Last year we were talking about the differences between winning and losing football games that could keep you in or out of the playoffs, and really pushing to try and get the most out of a veteran quarterback. While the team was, again, 5-3 going into this, still in a playoff spot, coach, 7 seed, like you're still there. He's talking about teaching. And for me, that means everything. That you are not fooling yourself that you're in a different spot than you should be. Broncos are right where they need to be right now. Right where they need to be.
I think that Sean Payton, in the way he called this game against Baltimore, it was one of those moments where, as a coach, you say, can you keep up with me, the play caller, the decision maker? Go for it on fourth down 3 times in the first half. And then you either can meet that expectation, you can keep up with that pace, that mentality, or you're not fit for what we're building in the future.
Or not there yet, which is what I got from Coach. What he just said there is they're just not up to the task yet. Or there are certain players that are there that we don't.
That have been afforded those opportunities over a long period of time. Not talking about rookies, not talking about Bo Nix, but even Sean Payton calling a slot fade on 4th and 4 that goes down the field, and Bo Nix is able to see it, feels it, incomplete. He knows what he needs to work on now. Like, he knows that those are the types of things that his play caller, his head coach, is going to put him in that situation. That's how you learn, is by failing. I mean, as a coach, I always talked about, like, there's a process. The acronym is FLG. Fail, then learn from that failure, then you grow from it. And the one thing that I do think, and why I'm so big on Bo Nix and this team beating the Chiefs, which most people are going to think I'm crazy. If it doesn't happen on Monday, people are going to drag me. I don't care. The one thing I've seen from Bo Nix is that he has a tremendous response mechanism. And he didn't play well. Did he play terrible? No. But can you say he played well when you lost 41-10? And a lot of your stats did come a bit late in the game. He was on track early. And then it was just second, third quarter, it just kind of hit a lull there. I just think that he's responded any time that it's been bad. It's happened in training camp. He had a bad day at training camp. Next day, he was awesome. After the first 2 games of the season, comes back, plays great at Tampa.
Rattles off 3 wins, horrible weather game at the Jets against Aaron Rodgers, and he was I know it's not saying much because it was such an ugly game. He was the better quarterback out of the 2 in week 4. And you rattle off 3 wins. You win 5 of 6 weeks. Unfortunately, you lose a divisional game to the Chargers there. Again, they are on track. You've said multiple times that you liked the way that Sean Payton called the game. Is there anything that you would have liked him to do on top of perceived game plan success? Like, obviously the execution didn't get there for this team, but you liked how he called it. Is there anything that was missing?
You're always going to hear this from me because I do believe that Bo Nix's best attribute right now is his ability in designed run game, particularly when you're knocking on the door in the red zone. That was not a part of this game plan. And the team struggled inside the red zone mightily. Now, some of it was late in the game and you're down 41-10. Who really cares? Do you really want to put Bo Nix in that situation? No. But the field goal before halftime, I would have loved to have seen 2 out of the 3 calls be something where Bo Nix could take off and run. He did have the scramble, but that was a design pass play that was nullified where he did score the touchdown on a holding call. I believe it was Garrett Bowles, and it was a bad holding call. Not good. I want to see more of that, leaning into what he, as a quarterback, Bo Nix being the guy that can be a weapon, just like Lamar Jackson was early on in his career, right? He didn't even have to run yesterday.
Like Josh Allen was at the beginning in Buffalo. They used him as a battering ram. I don't want you to use him like Buffalo did Josh Allen at the beginning, because I got nervous about like Allen's long-term health there. I was just waiting for, concussion after concussion, or, a popped shoulder, something like that. I don't need you to be Taysom Hill. But I find myself agreeing with you. Get him to the outside, get his legs moving a little bit more so that you actually have to sit back and respect it as a defense, much like the Broncos did. Again, like they had to sit back and wait for it, but Lamar still picked him apart.
Do you remember the Saints game? That's where I loved Sean Payton's utilization of the running ability, designed running ability of Bo Nix. It was the off to the left on a 3rd down as a critical. It might have been a 4th down actually, and you essentially have an empty backfield, 3 receivers off to the right, tight end in line, and Bo Nix runs a pin and pull scheme where it is just down block, kick out, down block, kick out. He goes for 30 some odd yards. That's the type of stuff that I do believe that Bo Nix can help you get to the finish line right now when you're trying to score 7, not 3. That's the one. I wouldn't even call it a complaint, because Sean Payton has sprinkled it in throughout the course of the year. But to get the confidence built for Bo Nix, highlight the things he does really well, Raj. Because right now, is he an elite drop back passer from the pocket?
No.
He's not.
Elite drop back passers make the Troy Franklin pass.
Yeah, and with consistency.
Right.
Are there times where you see some really positive things from the pocket?
Oh, yeah.
He did it against Carolina. Yeah, you could say it was against the Panthers. Who cares? It's an NFL game, and he showed growth. He showed several opportunities in the pocket. He showed growth against the Ravens. Is he there yet consistently? No. And that's why I think that this is an all-hands-on-deck type of a week against the Chiefs, where you're going to do everything you can to squeeze every drop of juice out of that orange this particular week in a divisional game against Kansas City. You just don't want to lose both these games in a row.
Coach, I got news from the ice.
Got a little ice news.
Guess who just got on the ice with his team?
Val Nichushkin.
Val Nichushkin is skating in a green jersey. He's still ineligible to play, right? He has to go through reinstatement 9 days from right now with the NHL. The NHL has to allow him to come back to play, but all signs are pointing towards he will be available for like the November 15 game for the Avalanche. He has been cleared by the league to participate in practice with his team. So he'll be out at practices, getting reps in with top players. Arturi Lehkonen is in a first-line Blues sweater. He will be playing on Tuesday evening. So while the Avs have lost back-to-back 5-2 hockey games to Chicago, Tampa Bay, and Nashville on Saturday night, they're getting healthy, and they're just 2 games below 500.
Raj, you know people over in the Avs franchise. Can you just advocate for me that 5-2 losses doesn't become the equivalent of the Denver Broncos offense scoring 16 points? I just don't like that 5-2 loss. Like, I mean, all Okay, I just don't like 5-2. It's kind of like the U.S. men's national soccer team versus Mexico beating them 2-0. I just don't like when it's 5-2, 5-2, 5-2.
I don't expect it to continue that way. But again, Bednar has looked at those situations, and there's a lot of people who are like, oh, look at Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen and Nathan McKinnon's plus-minus numbers. They've been out on the ice for 8 empty net goals against already this season. They've only played 12 games. Like, plus-minus is a flawed stat. It's just as flawed as pitcher wins in Major League Baseball, where it like tells some of the story, but it really doesn't tell any of the stuff that matters. If you take away those empty net goals against for the Avs, those 3 players are just fine in terms of plus minus. McKinnon scored an all-world goal to get them within 1 of Nashville on Saturday night. Like, there's like 3 dudes in the world who can spin around and throw a short side backhand like that.
You liked Nashville preseason, right? To make some serious noise. They started
Struggled.
bad. How have they started to show a bit of the signs of a team that is going to compete at a
I
high
thought
level?
Colorado was the better team.
Yeah.
I thought the Avs were the better team on Saturday night. They just couldn't find a way to get it done. And the reason why they lost all of these games 5-2 is with all of those players being out and injured, and I've told you guys this a billion times, is when you're missing damn near $30 million out of your lineup, you should not expect to win more games than you lose. And I know it's been a 3-game slide, but the way to win those games, the reason why they went on a 5-game win streak with all of those players being out of the lineup is, one, you had a lighter schedule. You had some bad teams in there. You had San Jose mixed in there, Anaheim mixed in there, bad hockey teams. But you have to dominate special teams when you are down players. And in that 5-game win streak, they went 89%, let's call it 90% on the PK, 30% on the power play, which is an elite number. In the 3-game losing streak, 5-2, they've gone 25% in the power play, which is fine. That's a very, very good season-long number. 1 out of 4, you'll take it. 63% on the PK. You're not going to win those hockey games. You had to dominate the power play in PK. There's a number called the Scotty Bowman number when he was winning cups with Detroit. And it was, what he basically said was, if you take your ranking in the NHL on PK and power play, let's say the Avs are the 3rd best power play team and the 6th best PK team. If you are underneath 10, if you add those two numbers together, you're a bona fide cup contender. And the way to do that game to game is to be like, oh, you should win every single one of these hockey games, is if you combine the percentage numbers of your power play and PK. And my thought process going into this was, you can win any game, regardless of how hurt you are, if your combined power play and PK percentage is 150. And the Avs weren't anywhere near it. Weren't anywhere near it. But they're getting healthy.
Scotty Bowman?
Scotty Bowman, Hall of Fame head coach.
So you modified that and made it the Raj.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I like it. The Raj equation.
The Raj equation. The Raj coefficient.
How to survive having your entire roster out and still finding a way to win hockey games.
It's my Scotty Hastings 120 points. Scotty has amended the 120 points. It used to be 110. Now it's 120 for Scotty. You hit 120, you win the basketball game. Nuggets split as well. So much more to get into today. KJ's NFL notes are coming up next. We'll get more into the Broncos. We'll address those Nuggets who played tonight. They split over the weekend. They gave up another late 4th quarter lead to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Don't do it anymore.
I promise I won't bring that up too much. That and more next. Every single day here, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. We do it at 11:15, 11:20-ish. KJ, take it away.
Well, yesterday in Sean's post-game presser, we didn't get Slim Shani. We didn't get too many lattes Shani. We got blown out and we got humbled Shani. And here is Sean Payton discussing why exactly they went 1 for 5 on 4th downs.
I think there's some games where the change, and certainly we felt this was one of those games. And that can vary based on the opponent. But yeah, to answer your question.
What was the biggest challenge with the Broncos in regards to why they didn't have success on 4th down the way they intended?
Players make plays, players win games. Javonte Williams, you had the opportunity to put your shoulder down to dive for a first down. You didn't do it. Bo Nix had an open Troy Franklin. He missed the throw. Okay, that's 2 of the 3. And then the third one was Bo Nix climbing the ladder on a 4th down. These were 3.
That was insane.
And he became an elite receiver in that moment. So 1 out of 3 against the Ravens and that offense, that's a recipe to get beat 41-10.
I think the failures on 4th down come from the failures on 3rd down. And if there was one thing that Sean Payton I thought made mistakes with was like goal-to-go situations, you're giving the ball to Michael Burton. And
can't do it.
I'm done with that.
Can't do it.
I'm done with that.
Cannot do it.
Again, I thought he called a good enough game to put you in a position where you could have scared Baltimore, but that's a piece that I'd like to have taken out. Burton's a fine blocker when he gets into space.
He's good if you slip him out into the flat on a goal line power pass.
Yes.
That's it.
But I don't know if we need to be turning around and handing the ball to him a yard behind center.
It's like, if you'll, at least from the outside looking in, I don't have the analytics in front of me, but it seems like it's like 0 for 15.
Yeah, let's not do that anymore.
Over the course of the last 2 years.
I can move on from that.
There might be one mixed in there from last season. I just can't remember.
And also, like, it does bring on this air of you can't punch it home in 3rd and short or 4th and short situations in the middle. You talked about the A and the B gaps in terms of Baltimore when we talked about the crack toss to Javonte that he doesn't get done, but it's the right change of call from Bo Nix. When you hand it off to your fullback and you can't get the push to get the 18 requisite inches that you needed, it brings this energy around the team of like, yeah, you don't have the grit to get it done in that trench. Mm-hmm. And I don't love that.
Yeah, it's not Moose Johnston, Daryl Moose Johnston toting the rock.
It's Michael not Mike Allstott.
It's not. And it's got to be, the guy was on the practice squad, and I get that it was a little bit of, roster gymnastics, but you're going to put the ball in his hands? Like, we got to know, can Audric Estime do it? Because we haven't seen that with the game in the balance.
We did get in Peyton's Zoom presser today. He did talk about Estime possibly getting more touches. Let me find the tweet. I know DMAC came out with it a handful of minutes ago. He did talk about like Estime possibly getting more touches moving forward. So I don't know why that didn't happen against Baltimore, but he did say today in his Zoom presser that like they're heavily looking at that in the coming weeks. KJ, what's next?
Today, I do not apologize.
Well, that is the exact same thing that Antonio Pierce said in his Monday presser. But before we get to that audio, obviously the Las Vegas Raiders, they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals 41-24. Desmond Ridder led them on a meaningless touchdown drive to close the game. Here is Antonio Pierce on why he decided late into the night to fire his OC Luke Getsy, his quarterback coach Rich Scangarello, and his offensive line coach James Craig.
What went into the decision to go ahead and relieve the 3 gentlemen of their duties, and also who now takes over offensive play calling responsibilities?
Yeah, just performance results and production. Just wasn't heading the direction I wanted it to go, and I'll use the next 24 to 48 hours to sit down with the staff and figure out who's going to call the offense going forward.
Hey, Antonio, will Desmond be the quarterback going forward?
I'm using the bye week to look at everything.
Antonio, Vinny Bonsignor, was this your decision, or did anyone influence your decision-making process?
100% my decision.
Doesn't it seem like if you're going to make those two decisions that you would have the next step already in your pocket?
That's typically how it goes, Raj.
What are we doing here, Antonio?
Well, Antonio Pierce clearly bought the book, Head Coaches on the Hot Seat for Dummies. And if you opened up to chapter 1, it says, fire your offensive coordinator.
Fire everyone else.
Just fire your offensive coordinator.
Get rid of the quarterback.
Yeah.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Antonio Pierce is not surviving this. He's not going to survive he will not be coaching the Raiders in 2025. No way, no how. It's a disaster.
Raiders can't find the guy.
Can they afford to keep paying these coaches, though?
They should have just hired Rick Bisaccia. It was good sledding when Rick Bisaccia was the head coach there. They just didn't want the guy. Old silver fox golden goatee.
Yeah. AP ain't it, man. He's not it. There's so much drama. There's so many different storylines. He just went out and hired Getsy this offseason, and lauded him for what he's going to do for this offense. And I get it. They don't have a bona fide number 1 quarterback or anything that resembles it, but still, like their defense is playing horribly.
To go back to the Audric Estime conversation that we were having a couple of minutes ago, Mike Kliss of 9 News says Peyton on running back Audric Estime, whether or not he's going to get more carries after he looked good late in the game at Baltimore. Peyton, quote, I think that's a good and fair question, and one that I would think I would answer yes. Less Michael Burton, more running back from Notre Dame. Give me that guy. KJ.
Today, I do not apologize.
Well, the Saints said the exact same thing because they have decided to fire head coach Dennis Allen. And that comes off of the Saints not only losing to the Carolina Panthers 23-22 yesterday, they have lost their last 7 games after starting the season 2-0. Inside of that is drama within the Saints. Former wide receiver Michael Thomas, he had a lot to say about Derek Carr. Derek Carr, he responded back to it. So there's a lot looming with the Saints right now. I'll let Derek Carr take it from here.
I don't know why he feels any type of way. I didn't see it. I won't see it because I always ignore everything, good and bad. I try to ignore everything. So it's unfortunate, especially coming from a player like that. But I wish him the best. I hope he gets on a team and does what he wants to do and loves it. I'll never change. I love him in that way, wish him the best. But as it's something I just would never do to a teammate, because it was single high. The ball went to where we talked about it going, and Chris got hit in the head. Unfortunately, that happens in our game, and I would never do it on purpose. I didn't throw him into a bad, look. It wasn't a different coverage where that guy was just, all that kind of stuff. So when it comes to the football aspect of it, I really don't have an answer for it. But when it comes to just the person part of it, I just hope he gets what he's looking for.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by Michael Thomas just going absolute ham, but nobody's signing him. I mean, you would have thought that he would have been a candidate to get signed here in Denver.
I was asking them to kick the tires.
There's clearly some issues with Michael Thomas. And these hospital balls that you're talking about, Derek Carr, that was a good fit throw in tight coverage that you have to make. Like, I've seen way worse hospital balls than that one. That was not even remotely qualifying for something that you would even say, like, he left his receiver way out to dry.
We call it a buddy pass or a suicide pass in hockey, Coach. If anyone should be talking about Derek Carr like that, shouldn't it be Dennis Allen? Who's been the quarterback the last 2 times that Dennis Allen's been fired? Derek Carr and the Raiders.
What is a metaphor?
Derek Carr with the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
That guy.
Dennis Allen's career record at New Orleans was so bad. Like, a lot of times people give coaches too short of a runway. In this case, he had a very long runway.
Is there
in
a
New Orleans.
possibility that you would, let's say Vance Joseph gets another look at a head coaching position because of what he's done in turning around this Broncos defense? Maybe he gets hired, but let's just say he gets hired in New Orleans as the head coach. Would you entertain the idea of bringing in Dennis Allen as your DC?
He's done a good job when he's been the defensive coordinator. I don't know if he has the overall vibe to be a head coach. It hasn't played out very well.
Worked well under Peyton.
Yeah, but as a defensive coordinator, absolutely. Two completely different job responsibilities. Some guys make the transition from elite defensive coordinator to a head coach well, and some guys don't. I think Robert Saleh's a great example of big-time defensive coordinator, not a great head coach.
You find it odd that Saleh jumped right back into coaching after getting let go? Didn't take the rest of the season? Milk that paycheck?
Didn't go too well for the old Packers
No,
because he was helping them out.
No, it didn't.
I mean, the dang Lions were running in them. They were running through them like poop through a goose.
Lions are unbeatable
They're
right
very
now.
good.
They're unbeatable.
Very good.
KJ, what's next?
Today, I do not apologize.
All right, guys, it is time for us to head down to old Texas because Jerry Jones, Jerry, he was in support of his of his players, and here's Jerry Jones trying to stand by his decision.
Really regret this for all of our Dallas Cowboy fans. I will tell you this, that I've been around, I've seen Michael Irvin tear up and cry when he couldn't lose anybody because he's just recovering from knee surgery. Yet his ass came back and led a team to 3 Super Bowls. I know you can be there if you're there. That room's full of guys that can get it done. I believe in them, coaches and all.
Old Jerry, you don't have to tell us that you've been around the block time or two. We can hear it in your voice.
Knocking on death's doorstep.
I can also hear it in your voice that you might have been a little teary-eyed yourself.
Settle down just a little bit.
So he had to point to his guy, Michael Irvin, to say that he also is a grown man that could cry and came back and won Super Bowls. Jerry Jones, man, it's time to hang it up.
They suck. That's just not a good football team, man.
Did you see the very easy to lip read sideline shot of Dak Prescott?
Sure did.
Yeah, he said, we suck.
It's not great when your head coach is shattering tablets on the sideline.
Not a good sign.
When Darnell Mooney is just, there wasn't a dude within 10 yards of him when he caught that touchdown pass. Bijan Robson showing up, though. I was happy about that for the Falcons. I've been waiting for him to start to take the rock of I'm the next guy.
He's on my fantasy team.
I'm the next guy.
He's pretty dang good.
86 yards on the ground,
you knew
7 receptions, 60 yards through the air.
You know who else is on my fantasy team? Lamar Jackson.
Oh, shut up.
I mean, that's a weird thing.
Shut up.
That's a strange, that's the first time, because I've never been a fantasy guy. It's my first year even
being allowed to. Yes, it's
never
very
done
new
it
for you.
It's a weird thing when you have an elite player that's on your fantasy team that you're rooting against, but you're rooting for, but you're rooting against.
That's why you can only have one team coach. Don't be the guy that has multiple teams, because then you're rooting against yourself and you don't want to do that.
Yeah. It gets weird.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't get weird. KJ, one more.
Today, I do not apologize.
The Indianapolis Colts lost 21-13 to the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday Night Football. Joe Flacco was absolute trash. 16 of 27 for...
Let him know, KJ.
For 175 or however many yards, 3 sacks for 20 lost yards, just costing his team all over the place, turning the ball over. Just unbelievable stuff from Joe Flacco. And it got me to thinking last night, did Shane Steichen put himself on the hot seat with this move?
Ooh. It's not working out. Anytime you do something audacious as a head coach like Shane Steichen did, which is to say you're benching your franchise quarterback that you just drafted a year ago, and he was a part of that. He didn't even play an entirety of last season. And then it just doesn't go well right off the rip. I agree with you, KJ.
I don't know.
It's a bad look.
I don't know if I do, because again, Richardson has been so hot and cold, and he is so careless with the football, right?
He's also completing 44% of his passes.
Right. He's careless with the football, but when he's on, and he's an amazing athlete. That's the reason why you were drafted so high out of Florida, is that everyone looked at that dude and went, he has things you can't teach. Right? We're hoping that we can teach the completion percentage, throwing the football away, not holding it on for too long. he took himself out of a football game. And if you're a head coach and you're not allowed to sit that dude, either because he's not performing well or because he quit on his team, I don't know what you're allowed to do as a head coach. You should be able to sit that guy. And if Flacco looks like crap, you can go back to him later on. He didn't strip the C off of his chest. He was sitting there with his helmet on the entire game, yawning, by the way. You can still go back to the player. He did not put a nail in his own coffin as a head coach.
But KJ brings up a great point in the sense that Shane Steichen's very first decision, significant decision on the job as head football coach of the Indianapolis Colts was to draft that quarterback, AR5.
But he's just immune from doing anything wrong.
Well,
he's immune from quitting on his team because he was tired.
But that's also it is a direct reflection on Shane Steichen, the evaluator of the quarterback position. And I think he oversold Anthony Richards as a Jalen Hurts 2.0, which is what got Shane Steichen the head job in and of itself as the offensive coordinator of the Eagles. What he did miscalculate is that Jalen Hurts is one of the toughest sons of guns on planet Earth, and he can do it over and over and over as a quarterback-driven run threat, as a guy that can take the shots, the hits. AR5 isn't built that way. So guess what, Shane? You made a bad judgment. And now you're just look like you don't have an answer because the answer was supposed to be Joe Flacco. Now it's not. All of a sudden you go back to AR5. What if that doesn't work out? You got to hit the reset button and draft another quarterback 2 years in? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you, Coach. I'll leave you with this, Raj. I may have to concede this one because I saw a stat the other day that quarterbacks that were drafted from 2000 to 2022, just around, it was like right around 40% of them went on to at some point in their career see the bench. So, I mean, I think that's an alarming rate. That says more about the scouting. That says more about the coaching than I think it necessarily says about the player. So at the end of the day, Coach, you always talk about it. It all depends on where the player is. That player can be rehabbed. And I think at the end of the day, this may be another situation where Anthony Richardson may need to sit. I was never sold that Joe Flacco was the guy. And I guess that's why I'm so frustrated with the Colts.
To steal something from Kreckman and Lindahl, is Joe Flacco elite? The answer is no. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand at mountainhighappliance.com. Once again, mountainhighappliance.com. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Still more to get into before we hand things off to PhD. By the way, if you guys aren't doing anything tonight for Monday Night Football, Kansas City, you're going to want to go pre-scout the Chiefs. If you're looking for something to do on a chilly Monday night, head on out to Hofbrau. You can hang out with Nate and Andy the entire evening. Andy's going to be there through halftime. Have a beer. They've got great burgers out there as well, especially if you're up near the northern area. Kind of near you, Coach.
Yeah, get out to the Brow.
The Brow.
Yeah, my son's 8th birthday today. I might go to the Brow.
You bring him to the Hofbrau.
Hey, son, you ready to drink a cold beverage?
Go check out the
You're
Cougar statue.
You're 8. That's right. You can do that in Germany, right?
I don't know if it crosses international lines to a bar, but you can try, Coach. Be back in a couple of minutes. Nuggets and Raptors tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Late tip locally. An 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 pregame with Berto.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
No doubt, Connor. Nuggets play Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week. All of those games can be heard on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs are on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Again, because we get those ping-ponging games for the Avs Nuggets, all of them will be on 92.5. We've got Michigan and Indiana this weekend in college football. Indiana continues to be a juggernaut. 47-10 is the final.
Yeah, when's the last time that you dialed up a Michigan-Indiana matchup and you're like, man, I feel bad for Michigan.
It's been 84 years.
Michigan got the break speed off them by Oregon.
They're bad. They're a terrible offense.
I was thinking about it, like going into next weekend with Indiana, 9-0. They're creeping in on the top 10.
Scoring.
They score like crazy. And my thought was like, oh, we're going to learn who they are starting this week. They could walk into the big house. I actually don't know if that game is it at Michigan or at Indiana? Home game. It's a home game against the Wolverines. I don't know if I learned anything about the Hoosiers if they beat the Wolverines. You have to wait until they play Ohio State in 3 weeks.
Probably like a 38-10 win.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy one.
That's wild.
It is crazy. Yeah.
I think about what Michigan a year ago at this time. It's Connor Stallions stealing signals. Just boat racing teams.
Oregon and Dylan Gabriel, thanks to 300 yards from a guy he's making his Heisman case stronger. He is. I know the Wolverines aren't what they were last season, but that is a good conference road win for the Ducks. Georgia survives, only putting up 6 points in the first half to handle Florida at home. Penn State does what the Nittany Lions just always do. They can't win the game they need to. And they did. It was closer. The score was closer than what that game felt like. Yeah. Ohio State felt like they were in control the whole game.
They did, and of course, James Franklin goes and finds a fan that was talking some mess, a Penn State fan. Here he is. He's on his way out. He told the fan, if you're going to talk, tell me your name. Like, James Franklin, why are you concerned with that? The opinions of a sheep do not matter to a lion. Clearly, James Franklin, you are not a lion.
Cam Ward throws for 400. The Canes put up 53. Miami.
That was close for a while, though.
It was close. And all of their games have been close, but they can. Cam Ward should be squarely in the conversation for Heisman. That guy puts up points after points after points. Every week I look, it's 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
It's a true 5-man race right now. It really is. It's
Travis, Genty, Gabriel, Ward, and who?
Shedeur Sanders.
You're really still throwing Shedeur in there?
Absolutely. Stats, the end of game heroics. He needs to be in the conversation.
I mean, if CU continues to run the table right now, they're 4-1 in the conference. They get help this week, right? You get Texas Tech helping out the Buffs in Ames, walking into a 1-point victory.
Texas Tech is such a streaky team, right? They're up, they're down, they're all over the place. They started the season off undefeated, and then they looked terrible in back-to-back weeks. So that's a tricky game for the Buffs.
And they're technically still alive. Like, Texas Tech is technically still alive in the race for the Big 12 title game. But CU can run the table. They would need help from... Would you need help from Kansas State at this point? Because then there would be two two-loss teams, and if CU runs the table, you're a one-loss team going in against BYU.
You actually you're great with Kansas State winning out insofar as you win out, right? Because Kansas State has the 2 losses. CU has the 1 conference loss. You want BYU to win out because they can just keep knocking teams off.
BYU gets Utah 5 days from now.
They're terrible.
Home against Kansas.
It's a little tricky.
At Arizona State, November 23rd.
Arrow trending down.
Home against Houston.
Weird team.
Weird, but they should walk all over them. Iowa State has...
You want them to lose one more.
At Kansas.
It's tricky.
Home against Cincy. At Utah.
When?
Home against Kansas State.
You want Kansas State to win that one.
And that's the final game of the year for both teams.
Clear path for the Buffs.
Buffs have Texas Tech this weekend.
A little tricky.
Home against Utah.
Should win.
At Kansas.
Tricky.
Home against OSU. You should beat the wheels off the Cowboys.
How bad is Oklahoma State?
I didn't see that happening.
The preseason favorites of the conference with a Heisman frontrunner preseason and Ollie Gordon.
Bona fide, like top 25 in the FPI.
Did you see their throwback uniforms with the sweaters? They had like black and orange checkered sweaters for like, I'm talking it's like 1900 football team. And they wore these, the helmets were cool. They looked like an Avenger logo.
I hate those.
So they put out this jersey reveal, and they have this long sleeve sweatshirt, long, socks that were all checkered. None of the players wore them. They're like, I ain't wearing that stupid, hot, awful.
That looks terrible.
Costume for Halloween.
And they're a team that has, Oklahoma State's got great uniforms. Great uniforms, good logos.
Had T. Boone Pickens money pumped into the program
That's
for
a mess.
decades.
That's
Well,
a mess.
listen.
Yeah, for a weekend in which you don't play, CU comes out smelling like roses.
What did Oklahoma State do this weekend?
Oklahoma State, get it in front of me, lost 42-21 against Arizona State. Was that this weekend? Yeah.
What's their conference record? The Cowboys. The preseason favorite.
0-6.
0-6 in the Big 12. That is the Big 12. Wild.
Started off the season with a 44-20 win over South Dakota State and the Jackrabbits. 39-31 over Arkansas. 45-10 over the Golden Wave of Tulsa. And then they lose to Utah at home, get spanked by Kansas State on the road, lose to West Virginia at home, lose a close one to BYU on the road, get beat by Baylor by 10, and then get doubled up by Arizona State. They fell off the planet.
How does that even happen?
I don't know, man. I
Is it
have
the
no
mullet?
clue.
Is it Gundy's mullet? Everybody's just tired of seeing it. I don't know, man.
Just wore out his welcome. Sometimes that happens.
That guy has been the head coach at Oklahoma State for so long.
I can't believe they came out smelling like roses without playing. They really do. If Kansas State can beat Iowa State on the road and CU wins out, you are in the Big 12 title game. And even if you lose that, you're probably out of the playoff, but you're in the picture. You're certainly in the conversation. You'd be a 3-loss team in a Big 12 title game. You'd have to show really well against BYU. And then I think the playoff committee would look at you and go, well, if it's a TV show, we want 2 Heisman contenders and Deion Sanders as the 12 team.
Have you seen the strength of schedule for all of the Big 12 teams? It's not good. Like the computer models and all that stuff.
It's a TV show, Coach.
I agree.
It's a TV show.
But we have to have an honest conversation. The Big 12 as a conference this year, it's not exactly what the Pac-12 was the last couple of years, which the Buffs were in.
You're right. We got Nuggets and Raptors with a T, not rappers, tonight. 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Heavy favorites, 9.5-point favorites in this game. They split over the weekend. They blow a 10-point lead with under 3 minutes to go against Minnesota of all teams. They walk all over Utah. The Jazz are horrendous. That's a team that you should be able to beat with your eyes closed.
And guess who had a massive game off the bench against the Jazz? Julian Strawther.
3 of 6 from 3. 19 points. You know the best thing that I saw this weekend was you played DeAndre Jordan. Like, he's just been on the team and hasn't played. That's the dude that needs to take the non-Jokic center minutes. I know he's old. Like, I know his knees are disintegrating. But Dario Saric is a healthy scratch last game against arguably the worst team in the NBA.
Is he the Nuggets version of Greg Dulcich?
That's too early to say. Way too early to say. 6 games into his Nuggets career.
I mean, Dulcich got scratched pretty early this year, too.
Yeah, he certainly did. Dario is Vic's guy, too. Dario is like, Vic's been pounding the table for Dario Saric, and he has not been good to start the year.
It's not been fun. It's not been a fun...
I want to see more DeAndre Jordan. If you're not going to play Zeke Naji, give me DeAndre.
Julian Strawther,
coach.
Is he going to continue as a center, or is it just because he played against the Summer League team, a.k.a. the Utah Jazz?
He needs to. If the Nuggets are going to get back to the mountaintop, Julian Strawther needs to have those types of games off the bench where he goes 3 of 6 from 3 in 19 minutes. Must happen. So much more to get into tomorrow. We'll go through the entirety of the Week 9 NFL scoreboard, more college football. We'll preview the Avs. Arturi Lakinen's playing tomorrow. Val Nichushkin's on the ice. They're 2 games under 500. Who gives a damn? They're getting healthy.
No more 5-2s. No more 5-2 losses.
No more 5-2s.
I speak that into existence.
PhD.
You're gone.
They're coming up next. Go hang out with Nate and Andy at Hofbrau tonight all evening long from 3 to 6 p.m. And Andy will hang out through halftime of Monday Night Football. I see Darren McKee and his face coming in here. Wish him well. He's recovering from a bike accident. Him, Scotty, Tyler, coming up next.
Oh, dear. Oh, thank you to AAA Home Improvements. Oh, man. Now, what do you guys think? Hey, good to see you, Scott.
Dude, I couldn't tell from Minnesota how nasty your face
okay.
was.
Yeah.
You're like you didn't bust teeth out.
No,
no
it actually looks worse today than it did on Friday.
It probably does, yeah. Yeah, it's more bruising and scarred up a little bit.
Dude, Halloween was last week, dog. Come on.
No, you're hitting me. And listen, the camera, the Twitch camera here.
Yeah.
if it shot the left side of my face, it really would be fine. You wouldn't notice anything. This camera, the way it's set up, just shoots right on it.
Oh, you're the what was the guy, the flipped a coin, the Batman movie? Remember,
I don't know.
He flipped a coin, and one side he was normal. It was the old commissioner or the old DA, right? And part of his side was like a human.
Right.
The other one was D-Mac.
Two-Face.
Thank you.
Two-Face Mac.
Do that. So
Mac.
look over that window and say, hi, everybody. Look,
hi, everybody's fine.
Oh, no, wait. Bo Nix is great. He's okay. It's just a tough game. He sucks.
It's pretty disturbing, isn't it? So
it's a lot. It's, you know what? I have a little more when I was, because we did it Friday and I'm in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching you, and I'm like, I can't see anything.
Well, it's kind of dark,
doesn't
too.
look too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Bad.
Yeah.
You opened the door for me today, and I went, oh, my gosh.
I know.
I screamed, and I was talking to my dad. I was talking to my dad on the phone, but I screamed a little inside.
Well, I'll give you a funny story. So the altitude set at Ball Arena, gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. And Jenny, who's such a sweetheart, said, hey, would you join us post-game for maybe some Nuggets or Avs games? I think you guys are going to have a variety. You have coaches now. So it's
Tad Boyle was on the first one.
So I said, yeah, sure, of course, I'd love to do that. And I was scheduled for tonight, actually. And I sent Jenny a note on Saturday. I go, Jenny, just a heads up. This is what I look like. Do you still want me? And she sends the photo to Matt Kroll, and she calls me back and goes, we'll wait.
Wow.
So, but
that right there, you know what? That you ought to call the ASPS or whatever what's the handicap place people?
Oh.
I think that's discrimination.
No,
for
it's
your
not.
handicap.
It's not discrimination. It's total common sense, and I don't blame Matt or Jenny at all. Give me a break.
So you're saying it's all about appearance on TV?
I don't know if it's
It ain't about substance.
Not about substance?
I don't think it's about terrifying your audience leading.
Ain't no kids up that late. It's an 8 o'clock game. It's an 8 o'clock start.
Well, if they change their mind, I'm happy to do it. If y'all want me, I'll be there.
Matt Kroll and Jenny, I always say Janne when I say her name. I think they're discriminating against
They're not discriminating anything.
Your injured face.
I'm booked for the 15th after an Avs game, and it'll be fine. It's no big deal at all. I don't blame them whatsoever. It's disturbing looking. I get it. I know.
No, it looks like you're a man today.
Yeah, Kevin said that. He goes, you look tough.
Yeah, you look tough.
You look like you got a
every
little
man needs
scrap.
an ass whooping once in a while.
Yeah.
Well, I got one.
I say in the NBA, I was 10-1-1.
Even if you got your ass kicked, it's respect.
I mean, I literally do know what it's like now to be hit in the face.
Right?
I mean, that is not a joke. I literally know what that's like.
Cement one, by the way. Anyways, it's good to see
you're
you.
not going to win that. You're not going to win that fight at all. You're not ever.
How's the lawsuit going?
No, there's no lawsuit yet. There's nothing.
Harvey.
I don't think this is a Harvey call. I know who to call, but it's not a Harvey call. But we'll see.
Oh, Mr.
Well, I'll tell you this. The voice of the people on Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm.
Well,
they're in your corner.
John?
The Frickies. Fricky Law Firm.
Remember John Fricky?
Oh, yeah.
He was on air for a while on K-Talk, right?
John, wow, we're going back a little bit for that one.
Yeah.
All right, anyways, enough about me. I'm glad to be here. Whatever, it's healing up. No worse for wear. Probably pretty lucky that it wasn't worse.
Dude, I got to tell you a funny story, too, about semi-injury.
All right.
You ready? Semi-injury. You ready?
Yeah.
So I got out of the game. God, I don't even know what today is. Today's Monday, so Saturday night, back-to-back, bing. Come in there. I'm waiting to go into the locker room doing the interviews. And I sat down in a chair, and I said, God, my right knee was just smoke.
Barking at you.
Barking at me. And I said that out loud to one of the ladies there, the usher ladies, security or whatever, there's right there. They go, it's probably telling you bad weather's coming.
I've been getting that too. I never bought into that until right now.
Thank you.
Till like today. My neck is like out of control. My back is out of control.
There you go.
Everybody always complains about it. I can't turn my neck to the left today. I can't do it.
She said it to me, and I can remember my grandfather when I was a little guy. I was mowing his backyard. He was coming down there, and he was kind of limping. I said, "You okay, Grandpa?" And I remember him saying, he said, "No, my knee." He might even call it his trick knee. I don't know what they call it.
The old trick knee.
Yeah. He goes, "It's acting up. And rain's coming. Rain must be coming."
I feel it coming.
And maybe it did. I don't remember. But he always said he could tell when the weather changed because his knee would hurt.
I suppose scientifically there's a drop in air pressure. Perhaps that hits the bones.
Don't come at me with science.
But
no science.
Yeah, no science.
All right,
my body hurt like crap at that game Saturday, and my neck was hurting. My back was. I was messed up. And then yesterday afternoon, today, I'm like, doesn't hurt at all. I'm fine today.
Oh,
but
I'm
I'm thinking maybe
today.
it already came in, and I've gotten used to it for 2 days.
My body's a delay reaction kind of body, I guess.
Because you got preset arthritis.
Yes.
I think my knees got full blown. Let me kick you in the butt arthritis.
Well, aren't we off to a peppy start? But
you know what else we got to talk about except crap? Although
it's not all crap.
lining. It was a silver lining. You're right. You know what the silver lining was?
What's that?
We scored 31. We scored 31. Well, we gave up 60. Oh, we're not talking about Ole Miss, Arkansas?
No,
my bad.
Arkansas.
We scored 31.
Yeah. Well, Broncos
gave
probably
up 63.
Broncos probably should have scored.
Really?
Let's see. What should they score? They probably should have scored over 20 for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, Cortland's down at the
can't finish
one.
in the red zone. They were 1 of 4 in the red zone.
Let's get into that right there.
What's that?
Let's get into the red zone.
Red zone.
Can we start the red zone?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, they're 1 of 4 in the red zone. They're 1 of 3 in goal to go situations. Right?
I thought Sean Payton was absolutely horrible play calling in the red zone.
Okay, so
even the one they scored on, you're going to do a trick play.
The Philly I'm going to tell you right
yard?
now, the Philly special on a 4th down was one of the most ballsy calls I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Now it worked out, and
Thank you.
They got to Bo Nix for having some hands there. That was a ballsy play call. I do understand the approach that Sean had on 4th downs in this game. I absolutely do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to beat the Ravens, you got to be reckless. You ain't going to beat the Ravens by putting up field goals. So,
but you do a quarterback sneak at one time when it was 3rd and almost 2.5. And that gives you a 4th and a long 1. I'm like, why are you sneaking on? Or maybe it was 2nd down or something like that. It was like 3 yards.
It was more than that, wasn't it? On 4th down, I thought it was 4th.
No, but
he
snuck it on like on 3rd down when it was like 3.5. He got a yard, and it was like almost full 2 yards, 1.5 yards. It was a long.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you sneaking it on 3rd down?
Yeah.
I thought the play calling in the red zone was absolutely horrendous. But saying that, Baltimore's a better team.
Way better.
Well, here's the deal. The Broncos are just not ready for the big leagues. They're not. That team is in the big leagues, and the Broncos are not. If you look at the teams, like the Broncos have got a decent looking record right now, but of the teams that the Broncos have beat, every single team that they beat has got a 500 or worse record. The Jets, the Raiders, the Saints, the Panthers, and the Bucks have all got a 500 or worse record, and the teams that they've lost to are all playoff caliber teams. The Seahawks, the Chargers, the Steelers, and the Ravens, right? So they're ready to compete in the minor leagues, but they ain't ready for the big leagues.
And we do have some breaking news about a Broncos trade. The Broncos have traded. Can you guess?
Baron Browning.
Baron Browning.
Oh, they did trade Baron.
They have sent Baron Browning for
Did he get a sack yesterday?
No. No. They sent him to Arizona for a 6th round pick.
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
And you know what? Arizona's right there as bad as the NFC West is going.
I was sniffing around this morning, and apparently there had been teams interested in Browning, but it was for the 7th round. So a 6th round pick actually is okay.
No, I'm down with it no matter what you got for it. All this is making a decision about 5 months in advance that he's not going to be on the team next year. Yeah. So we've got 2 contracts coming up at the same time, and Jonathan Cooper and Baron Browning, both pass rushers. You made a decision. We cannot retain them both, so let's take whatever value we can get.
Which in hindsight, although it worked out and you won a Super Bowl, so I think that's different. But you had the same thing kind of going with Malik and Wolf way back when. Wolf signed a quote-unquote team-friendly deal, which he was never happy with after he signed it, right? Malik said, no, I'm not going to do it. He ends up signing with Jacksonville, gets paid.
Wolf can still fly on private jets. He's okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
Malik claimed
but
that.
He ain't Malik okay.
Malik claimed that had they come to him in preseason or during the season, he would have signed. I don't know if I would ever believe that one. But it sucked losing. You lose good players sometimes. That's the way it goes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At least here you got a 6th round. I mean, say he goes up and gets 5 or 6 more sacks this year. You ain't going to sign him for $8 million or $10 million.
Coming into the season, Baron Browning was supposed to be the premier pass rusher of the group, and it just didn't materialize that way. He was coming off injuries. He had a lot going on. And then the way it materialized is Nick Benito had 6 sacks. Jonathan Cooper had 5.5 sacks, and Baron Browning was just existing out there.
I tell you what, I don't know what they count as sacks or not, but I think Benito should have had another sack yesterday. It was like a busted option play.
Oh, that was a bad play. Derrick Henry went the wrong way.
Right, yeah. And they counted that as a TFL, not a sack, but he made the tackle on Lamar Jackson 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
It's supposed to be a run, though.
He didn't. Well, it could have been anything. You don't know what it could have been. I mean, it's a busted play. He could have done anything on it. So it's a bummer because that breaks the streak, but I
thought the defense was okay for about 44 minutes, 43.
They got cut through like Swiss cheese, but
but I thought they were okay for about 43 minutes, and then
I thought the offense was okay for the first half. I thought they were okay. They did a lot of good things in the first half, and Bo Nix looked all right. Second half, that was a chicken with his head cut off. Second half, but
he also had to try to come back from behind, which was one of the steps we said we wanted to see. Now, how you doing when you're 2 or 3 scores back? How do you play?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can dig into all of it. Sean Payne had some interesting things to say after the game.
You think you'll pick any of those scabs?
I've been picking at him a little bit. My wife is yelling at me. Stop, don't blame me.
You putting a salve on it?
There's anti-scar medication. I'm ignoring that because,
You know what that means?
I want to look tough.
A lot of dirty butts around here for a week.
You know what I'm saying? I'm probably not wrong on that. Also, there's something else that happened in Colorado sports.
A lot of bloody butts.
There's something else that happened in Colorado sports that's pretty remarkable today. Happened about an hour or so ago.
Really?
Yeah, we'll find out what it is next. What's going on at CMAC for AAA Home Improvements? Dreaming about that incredible remodel, but you're not sure how to start. Got the answer for you. AAA Home Improvements. You can find them at AAAHomeImprovements.com. It's Toby Hurdle and his collection of project managers, workmen who are incredible. Over 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience under their belts, and they're here to serve you. Check out the reviews. Here's my guy, Kevin in Aurora. We've worked with AAA Home Improvements for several projects since moving to our new home, and I can say without exaggeration, our experiences have been nothing short of phenomenal. Well, find out for yourself. There's upfront pricing, no surprises. There is an incredible team of tradesmen and project managers that stay in close communication. You know what's going on with your project. So, whether it's an updated kitchen, perhaps you need a new home office, you're building an Airbnb, the man cave, whatever it is, AAA Home Improvements. Give them a holler, AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com, quality at a fair price.
We've had tough losses. I think that it gets back to that grit, and sometimes embracing the misery a little bit. And you just can't bullshit yourself, including the head coach.
Can't BS a BSer.
Can't BS yourself, man. Well said, man. That's being pretty honest. Listen, we have a couple Broncos notes. We're seeing reports that the Broncos are open to trading Greg Dulcich. That should be no surprise to anybody. If anybody wants a hold of him, they can have him for anything. And the Broncos have traded Baron Browning for a 6th-rounder to Arizona. The question is, will the Broncos be buyers? We'll get into that in just 1 second. But to let you know what happened, that was pretty remarkable about an hour or so ago. Val Nichushkin was skating with his teammates out there at Family Sports.
Well, they said we had that report Friday that coaches said he'd been skating with the team for a while.
Oh, no. He'd been skating, but not with the team.
So
today is the first day with the team.
So he's cleared?
Not yet. But there is a period where he can work out with the team in anticipation of when the suspension will be lifted. And it does look like the anticipation is it will be lifted as soon as it can be lifted, that it won't be extended. It'll be 6 months, and that would be mid-November. So they allow him to be in for conditioning reasons with the team. But no, today was the first day that he was with his teammates. First day he was allowed to be with his teammates.
In a practice situation.
In a practice situation. Well, but even in a locker room. Oh, no, he had been around the locker room. That's true. He had been around the guys. Fair point. But he hadn't been on the ice
Probably
with
doing
them.
conditioning stuff with some of the trainers or assistant coaches, maybe.
Listen, the guy's in shape. There was never any kind of doubts that he wasn't injured and all.
Well,
he's had nothing but time to be in shape, that's for sure.
That's right.
How is he suspended for 6 months? Is it because you basically now 2 years in a row you've done this and got yourself in trouble?
Yes.
Or was it?
No.
But if it's just alcohol, so we're suspending guys 6 months for being a drunk.
Probably,
or is
probably
it maybe
not.
something more serious?
It's probably something more serious.
Yeah.
And it's repeated violations in the program, and that's
it probably really didn't matter what it was. It was just the fact that it was a repeated violation. Whether it was something serious, alcohol, it probably really doesn't matter. It's just the repeat.
But I don't think you go into programs for alcohol.
I don't think so either. I would be surprised
I think you could
by that.
Gerard did it, self-imposed himself into getting help.
Yeah, well, he did that because he needed help. He wasn't a multi-time violator of in the program. Val was. There's a big difference there.
Well, like I said, but you don't get in, and it doesn't matter, other than you don't get in the program for alcohol.
Well, whatever it is, he's skating with the team today, and today is I think a pretty remarkable day in the history of the team. Because 6 months ago, I don't think any of us thought there'd be any situation where Val Nichushkin would be back on the ice with the Avalanche.
Well, I honestly, whether it was because it was the Avalanche decision or whatever, I didn't expect the league to allow it to be just the minimum. At the time, it felt so egregious that I was thinking in my head, okay, well, they're going to put that 6 months on him, but there ain't no guarantee that they're going to let him come back. I mean, because that was just the bare minimum that he had to serve.
Well, you got to believe, and I'm just going on NBA-type programs, and there's only been one guy, and I think there's been two, but the only one I can remember from Dallas, great player, all-star player, and it was doing a lot of cocaine. And he got banned because he kept failing and repeating and missing and doing all the stuff he's doing. But I know they monitor the heck. Once you're in the NFL, same thing, right? When you're in the program of the NFL, I mean, you're in the program for it's almost like a 2-year probationary type of situation, isn't it? I mean, they're testing forever and ever, where everybody else non-testing period, and we know about those. And I think once you're in the program, no, there is no non-testing period for you.
He, I think, will be welcomed back by the fans. Lehkonen comes back tomorrow.
That helps.
They have no real solution to this 3-headed goaltending thing. That is very organic. We'll see how it works out. So lots of drama with the Avalanche. They have now lost 3 in a row. They started the season losing 4 in a row. They've now dropped 3 in a row.
And then won 4 in a row.
5
in a row. And now they've lost 3 in a row.
Correct. Fun year, huh? For Jared Bednar and crew. That's a lot of fun.
Listen, I'd rather go through it now. And we got to be consistent. It's hard to be consistent. It's hard to be consistent with the Broncos. Hey, you got a rookie quarterback. Be patient. Let's just watch him grow.
Yeah.
Which means you're going to lose games and you're going to look bad in some games and whatever. But it gets hard once you get in the season. We said it before both the Avs and Nuggets started. Listen, first 20 games, if they can be around 500,
that'd be fine.
But once you get into it, you're like,
it feels different.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, there's urgency the second it starts.
There becomes more urgency when it starts.
But there is something to be said about the injuries happening now. And hopefully you get guys back and you got the bad luck out of the way early in the season.
I'll tell you this, man. When Christian put that poster on Gobert, oh my God. It was, there are not a lot of moments when you're watching sports where you jump up.
I stood up from where I was to the sideline. I'm over like a little press section. I got up, and then especially once all of a sudden, Gobert kind of swinging and hugging. I'm always thinking that maybe if they fight on the court, then me and other media members from the other team ought to fight in the stands. And so I'm thinking, what a perfect game.
Let's go.
I don't want Katie to have to get in the middle of that, right?
Yeah, everybody.
I'm there doing it. Hey, I'm looking around.
So one swing, all swings. Yeah.
You're gonna throw it the color guy or sideline guy for the
Jim
the Wolves?
Peterson doesn't want me, but I mean that goes back to our days of playing. He don't want to.
Remember when 2 weeks ago we were
that's
wondering if Chris Brown was gonna be able to get the job done
before the season started?
Yeah, he's been phenomenal.
Did I not tell you though that I have no worries about him replacing KCP defensively, hustle, effort, and then you know what? The last game made a couple threes. Actually,
I did send Scotty a little text during the game. I was like, Hunter Tyson.
Hey, those are big men. I'm going to talk about him in the pregame show tonight.
Dude, that's not garbage time or anything.
He got 5 minutes in that Minnesota game, and those were clutch minutes.
He played the next night, too.
And then he got 25. Now, I would say 20 of them were in pretty good moments.
It was nice to see them come back and just shellac Utah. It sucked losing the game to Minnesota. It just sucked.
That's a heck of a game to watch. If you're just
Good
a fan,
game.
did you enjoy the game, though?
Yeah, I enjoyed the game. Just felt like after you get the poster, you just want to get the W too and put your stamp on it. But it's all right.
But here, let me just tell you this. They win the game if Jamal plays, whether he's having a great game or not. We saw that twice in the Lakers series.
Mm-hmm.
Crap games, and all of a sudden, who's not afraid to take a shot late?
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Murray. In that game right there, only one guy wasn't afraid to take a shot.
It got squirrely.
And guess what Minnesota knows? Hey, they only got one guy that wants to rock.
Yeah.
They only got one guy. Everybody else kind of hides. And there's ways to hide.
No, I know.
Go a little slow.
I know.
Little step sideways instead of cut. You do this. But with Jamal, they can't. I think they win if Jamal played.
We have the Raptors at Ball Arena tonight. Scott's on the. Well, are you on the call or is it an ESPN game? What are we doing tonight?
No, I think I don't know why it's a late game.
Oh, okay.
But other than maybe they saw Monday Night Football, so they said, "Hey, let's start a little later."
It is an altitude game.
It is an altitude.
Okay. All right. So, and the new set and 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
But once again, I think it's because it's Monday and they
All
tried
right.
to stay away from Monday Night Football.
All right, so we'll have pregame at 7:30, and then in the paint with Dan Tanner after the game on the old digital, and look forward to it. The biggest frustration for the Broncos yesterday was what?
I guess, let me start with the biggest surprise. I was surprised with how easily the Ravens cut through this defense. I mean, look, it was always a something's got to give game. It was the number one offense versus the number one defense, and something was going to give, either the Raiders offense or the Broncos defense. I did not expect them to move the ball as easily as they did. Biggest disappointment, I don't know, man. I guess the disappointment to me was just that you couldn't be competitive. Vegas told you it was a 9.5-point game.
Mm-hmm.
That's an offensive spread in the NFL.
Guess
Flat
what?
out offensive.
Guess what the Broncos are this week against the Chiefs?
What?
9 points. They are the biggest underdog in back-to-back weeks.
Well, they deserve it now. I mean, absolutely. I'm surprised it's not even higher than that. I all I wanted out of this game was a moral victory. And that hurts that you couldn't even be in the same ballpark. I mean, not even in like you're not even the neighborhood of that team. And that's what hurt me the most. Just couldn't even keep it competitive.
More respect for Jackson?
Oh, I mean, there's always respect for Lamar Jackson. My take on Lamar Jackson is not that he's not a good football player. He's always been a great football player. And the dude is balling right now. My take on Lamar Jackson is that he folds in the playoffs. And once he doesn't fold in the playoffs, I'll come off that, and that's fine, and I'll be happy to be wrong. But the dude's always been a baller.
He had his fourth perfect quarterback rating. He was 158.3.
Dude, the dude only ran the ball like 3 times for 4 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Three times for 4 yards.
And guess this morning, Sean Payton knew that. I really do respect that Sean Payton does look at the analytics and breaks games down. This dude knows what's going on going into games. Nothing's happened by accident. And they looked at the 2 games that Jackson had missed Wednesday and Thursday practices and noted he didn't run a lot in those games. They were ready for it. They just didn't execute it.
You got what you wanted out of the game, quite frankly. I mean, when you game plan for Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, let's take away the run. That's what they're best at. That's what they want to do. It's not a shot at Lamar that he can't throw the football, but let's take away what they're best at. And you more or less did that. I mean, Derrick Henry goes for over 100 yards, but for him, I guess it was kind of a pedestrian game. He could have easily, it looked like he could have run for 200 if they really wanted to. But you took away the running game from Lamar Jackson, and you managed Derrick Henry. They just diced you up in the air. Riley Moss did not have his best game by any means.
We have breaking news for the Broncos. They have, over the weekend, signed Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year contract extension.
Cool.
So that makes more sense that they did trade Baron Browning, if you're just tuning in, for a 6th-rounder to Arizona. And they're shopping Greg Dulcich, reportedly. But, yeah, they made a bigger commitment to Jonathan Cooper, and they've got it done.
Yeah, that's
so,
cool. I mean,
him.
if you've been listening to the show, I've been harping on that for the last month, that they need to get that guy done. It was always going to be the biggest priority. I'm glad they got it locked up. I'll be fascinated to see what kind of numbers he gets, because oftentimes as a lower round guy, you just got to get locked in and you don't get that big money. And when you sign the midseason deal, sometimes that is a team-friendly deal. So I'll be interested to see how much money he gets.
Was he a non-drafter or was he
7th rounder? 7th rounder with heart problems coming out of Ohio State.
So he, listen, they signed for $11 million a year. For him, he's probably going.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Now if he ends up with 14 sacks and would hit the free agency market, he might end up getting 18, 20.
Baron Browning was a high draft pick, and he would have been more expensive to sign anyway. So they like what they're getting out of Cooper. They
I don't know
really,
about that.
What's that?
Baron Browning's not signing for more than Jonathan Cooper.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how that goes there in Arizona. And we know that Jonah Ellis they like, and Nick Benito's been just exceptional. So, good decision for the Broncos. I think they probably saved themselves some money in terms of a new deal. But I think it's a solid move. I just hope, because my biggest frustration from yesterday is not that I didn't know it, but it was disturbing to see the lack of weapons around Bo Nix. It was disappointing to me. And I really do hope the Broncos do something, because I think they can make some waves still in this season.
Courtland Sutton also looks like a true number one, and that's pretty cool. So I don't disagree with your premise there, but I will say Courtland Sutton over the last couple of weeks looks like a legitimate number one. He's balled in 2 straight games. Your guys after that with Troy Franklin, dude, if you can't catch football, you got to get off the field. But unfortunately, Bo Nix flat out overthrew him a couple times
for a wide open touchdown.
For a wide open touchdown. So
they missed a guy in the back of the end zone, the red zone, for a wide open touchdown.
Exactly, right? But I've been very pleasantly surprised with the performance out of Courtland Sutton.
I listen, and it's me. Listen, we like guys, and when we like guys, and I'll tell you, I'm biased. I'm biased on Vele. I like Vele. I think they got another steal and a low pick that's going to be something special for them. In the first 2 red zones, the first 3 downs, you got Jordan Humphreys in the game, which I know is Sean Payton's guy, but he's also started the season on the practice squad, and you got Vele right there, who really hasn't, really
How many lives
anything.
is little Jordan Humphrey going to get? How many lives? I mean, he had the fumble last week, and at what point are you just going to give up?
But I'm like saying, why aren't you trusting Vele more? I mean, Vele made another catch on coming to the ground, gets low, getting hit, boom. I don't know why you're not letting this guy.
Little Jordan Humphrey should never take the field again for the Denver Broncos. They have to have better options. David Sills is on the practice squad. You lost Brandon Johnson, unfortunately, and Bandy is on the practice squad. That's it for little Jordan Humphrey. I'm done with them. And I understand that wasn't the plan because Josh Reynolds went on IR, and hopefully he's back from all sorts of different things. But enough with little Jordan Humphrey. It was little Jordan Humphrey in the back of the end zone. Yeah, that pass was high. But I've seen other receivers make pretty good plays who are 6'4" and taller. And he ain't making that play. The effort he made on the interception was pathetic.
No. Stop. I don't mind everything you say about little Jordan Humphrey, but you got to stop on the interception.
I don't have to stop. You can disagree with me, but I don't have to stop.
Okay.
You're more than welcome to disagree, but my opinion on that effort, and little Jordan Humphrey in the locker room afterwards said that he needed to do better and get 2 hands on it. And you know what? I will take him on his word for that one. I agree with you, little Jordan Humphrey. I thought it was pathetic. You can disagree with me, but that's how I felt about it.
I thought he threw a bullet at 7 yards that was too high. I don't know if he got his second hand up there. It came
knock it down. Do something else.
He couldn't, D-back.
Oh, okay. Then he shouldn't be on the field.
God bless it.
Well,
dude, it's okay to let us interrupt and have an opinion here.
I think it's great for you to have an opinion, but you're the one interrupting me, my friend. And on this one, little Jordan Humphrey was pathetic. Pathetic. 2 games in a row. Pathetic. And shouldn't be on the field for the team.
Okay. We're good.
Well, Humphrey, I've said, and so I'll be consistent. Receiver touch. If you've got a great receiver's supposed to catch football. So all drops. I look at the receiver first. I thought that ball was overthrown. I don't think anybody could have caught that one. Maybe Will Chamberlain on a ladder.
No,
in the one in the end zone.
I understand why the casual fan looked at that and they put that on little Jordan Humphrey. You have to understand the context of the play and how it's supposed to come out. That is it's a naked bootleg. That's a soft touch pass that has to come out. You can't throw a rocket on that thing. And if you watch it closely on the rewind, you got to watch the all 22 on it, not just the TV copy. Little Jordan Humphrey is fully extended with that left arm, fully extended, and barely gets the tip of his fingers on that thing. I don't disagree with your premise on Little Jordan Humphrey not belonging on a football field, but I strongly disagree with the premise on that specific play. That play is on Bo Nix. It's not on Little Jordan.
Then we can say, the receiver should have caught it from you, but the receiver has a bad throw from us. Then it comes down to somewhere in the middle, there's probably a correct answer, right, between those two, because that's 2 scenarios. But the third correct answer is again, who put him in there and why? And I'm going to stick back to, again, I don't think Vele – I think Vele catches that.
I do too.
No, we have to assume.
I agree. I think David Sills catches it. I think I think Cortland Sutton catches it.
But
I think Tim Patrick catches it.
But then who puts him in there?
I get it.
So again, when I started the show, I thought Peyton was horrible as a play caller.
What?
And I go back. I watched. I don't know if you guys watched the game after. It's either the game after or it was the night game. And I'm listening to something, and they highlight some play happens. They highlight the offensive coordinator up in the booth, and they go, "This guy is really rising, man. He has been calling some great games." And Brady, I think, was talking about. So it might have been the late game. When have you heard of announcers? We watch all the games. You want home games, go there. But how many announcers have you ever heard said, well, it's a well-called game by the offensive coordinator of Denver? I've yet to hear that.
No. I've
not heard that yet. I've heard that on multiple games on other things, including yesterday.
Well, I think we've had some games that have looked well-called to me. That game certainly didn't feel well called. And, the fourth down calls, I don't mind it, but some of the decisions on the fourth downs is what bothers me. Not the decision to go for it, but how you go about going for it. That's what gets to me. You don't have a lot of playmakers on the team, but replacing them with guys that are currently here, it's not going to solve the problem. I don't mind moving on at all because you try something else. It's going to take some time to replace the playmakers, and it's not an in-season move that's gonna solve it.
I'd like to see him try something.
Let's go back to the ESPN article that we talked about the Nuggets last week. The young players play or If you got a guy, is Little Jordan Humphreys have a chance to be here in 3 years?
Hell no, he shouldn't be here in 3 minutes.
Does Vele have a chance to be here in 3 years?
Yes.
Then why isn't he playing over Humphreys?
I'm there with you.
That's if this is a truly development year, and we're not supposed to be too hard on Bo because he's a rookie quarterback and he's progressing, and we got to watch that progress. Then why aren't you playing younger guys? That may be part of the solution.
You know what? I'll tell you why. Because you got confused. Because you won 5 games. And because you won 5 games, you feel this urgency, just like the Nuggets and the Avalanche do in the first 20 games of the season. You're like, it doesn't matter the first 20 games. Then you play the games that it matters.
Well, one of the teams you beat already fired a coach today, and another one of the teams probably going to fire a coach before the season's over in the Raiders.
And what's crazy about that, Scott, is I already brought that up. So the teams of the Broncos have beat all 500 or worse records: the Jets, the Raiders, the Saints, the Panthers, and the Bucs. You've lost to every team that's in playoff contention. But what's wild about it is the schedule gods have favored the Denver Broncos this year. And you've still got 3 teams left, maybe 4 teams left on your schedule that are going to have a 500 or less record. So despite the fact that you ain't ready to play in the big leagues, you still have got a crazy chance of making the playoffs.
Well, I don't know if it's Nate Craigman had a stat Friday that through the first 7, 8 games, 7, whatever, Denver had like the third easiest schedule.
Mm-hmm.
But here from yesterday, Sunday on out, it's like the third hardest.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
Is that right? Because when I look at it, I don't look at it that way.
Well,
I mean, you got the Raiders, you've got
Chiefs
the Colts,
twice.
you've got the Chargers, you've got the Bengals,
and the Raiders stink. That's a bottom feeder,
right?
Colts
Colts
twice. Colts can't make up mind what they do. You maybe that.
I don't know if they suck, but
Cincinnati
they're
gets a
disarray.
big win. I mean, are they going to be a
they're
pushover?
Tough. They're tough. Chiefs are tough. Falcons are tough.
Falcons, they get a nice win this weekend.
Yep.
But then if you
Good
get lucky
Cowboys.
in Week 17 with the Chiefs, how that changes things also. If they're not playing their starters.
But when you're looking at strength of schedule now, you're not saying
No.
Well, but
Yeah,
and
for sure.
this is why this week is a big game. This is a big game for the Broncos to determine really who they are. You learn your lessons with this Ravens game, but this one, and I think it's going to go the Broncos' way. I'm actually incredibly optimistic about what's about to happen. Plus, we found out the numbers for Jonathan Cooper. I guess this wasn't that hard of a decision for the Broncos based on what he's getting paid. Details next.
Hey, guys, I want you to look and feel your best out there. So if you're struggling with low energy, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, if you just don't feel good, call my friends over at Vitalized Health. They're going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. They can come up with a customized game plan for you that includes testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. It's going to be customized for your body, your needs, and you are flat out going to feel incredible. Been going there for 7 years because they made a huge difference in my life, and I want them to do the same thing for you. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
the next 24 hours for me will be just like last Monday or the following Monday or the Monday prior. It's going to be, putting to bed the game we just played, and then the preparation beginning on Kansas City. And in the meantime, George and his staff will, I'm sure they'll get, there's always these last-minute calls either way. George will keep me abreast. He'll walk in here if he thinks it's something significant. But honestly, the focus is on the guys in this building right here.
Yeah, but the focus shouldn't be on this building.
Wow. Baron Browning has been traded. Jonathan Cooper has signed a 4-year, $60 million deal with $33 million in guarantees. They're trying to shop Dulcich. They haven't found a partner for him right now. First of all, what do you think of that signing number for Jonathan Cooper? Let's just start there. 4 years for 60.
15 per?
15 per, $33 million guaranteed.
Seems very reasonable to me.
Good deal?
Yeah. But to me, that's exactly what I was saying. You get slotted in as a lower round guy, and when you get slotted in as a lower round guy, oftentimes you just never bust out of it. So I don't know. I'd have to look up what the going rate is for edge rushers, but 14 per seems totally reasonable.
It's amazing to me, and this is what's so funny about talk radio, and probably maybe even people that listen, that we can sit there and go, "Well, gosh, it's only $15 million a year." When do we get into a society where we're like, it's only $33 million guaranteed? Okay, so hold on. So that means 33. So he'll probably collect 18, 19 after taxes. Probably set for life. We say, well, if he'd held out, he might get 18 per. Well, that's true, but that's a good contract.
So
7th round pick, that's a good contract.
Yeah, that's beyond a reasonable deal. Looking at the top paid pass rushers in the NFL right now, Nick Bosa, 34 per.
How many sacks he's got in his career?
Yeah, I don't know a lot. Yeah. Joshua Hines-Allen, he's got 28. He goes 28, 28, 25, 24, 24. Shoot, to get down to 14 per, that would put him about the 19th or 20th in terms of highest paid pass rushers in the NFL. That's a very team friendly.
But that's how good organizations do it. You get a guy that you just bet on the come. You've rolled the dice. You think, hey, we're going to hit this thing. This thing's going to keep hitting, and you do it in season to a low draft pick that's been probably making going in the season 1-3, 1-8, 2, something like that, and say, hey, by the way, we're going to bump that. I don't know if it's retroactive.
He's never gotten a signing bonus either. So
now he gets $33 million guarantee. What if they say? And by the way, here's 10 up front of that.
Exactly. For him, it's just cash in the bank because he's making good salary. But as a 6th rounder, he never got a big signing bonus.
But it's also fiscally responsible for a team if you think that's your guy.
This is what I was wanting.
This is a great move by George Paton.
Oh, it is. I've been harping on this for 3 or 4 weeks now. Almost every single week, I've been like, we got to get Jonathan Cooper done now, today. Get it done today. And they've done it. So well done by everybody all around. And I get it for Cooper, man. You can bet on yourself, which probably would have been the right thing to do, quite frankly. What's the right thing to do when you get that kind of money? I don't know. You can bet on yourself because even if you were to get like 2 sacks the remainder of the season, that would put him at around 8 or 9 sacks on the season. He would get paid even if he fell off a cliff. If he were to continue at this rate, he would have gotten 20 plus per.
You know what that does, Si?
What's that?
Calls Mama or whoever, if maybe he's by himself, but he's going, I think I can move out of the breakers now.
The breakers? Oh, my God. That's where everybody used to live.
That's where they used to all live, right?
That's in Aurora, the breakers. Yeah. I know it very. That's where everybody lived. I don't know if they live in the breakers anymore. But you can. Congratulations. Should they add something? Do you guys want to see them add something?
I don't know. This team is so far. That game was everything you need to know about why the Broncos should not do anything stupid at the trade deadline. There's a big league, and then there's the little leagues, and we are hanging out in the little leagues. We ain't ready.
And then there's a scum.
That's right. And we're not bottom dwellers. We're not there, and that's cool. But we ain't in the big leagues, and we ain't a puzzle piece away. So do not forego the future for the immediate.
I heard we get in the first round of the playoffs, and when we lose, we'll be happy.
That'd be amazing.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You got bottom dwellers, then the little league is going to try to. They're going to have. There's going to be one or two little league teams in the postseason.
There will
Why
be.
not us?
The NFC West, who has got the entire NFC West right now, has got a 500 record. So I made the playoffs in Seattle with a 7-9 record one time. That might happen again this year in the NFC West.
Did you see McCaffrey's targeted to come back in week 10?
Oh, I thought is this week?
Oh,
this is week 10. This is week 10 coming up. Yeah. Yes, I did see that. I'm losing my numbers, but it makes sense why Arizona wants to improve their team, even you don't think of them as like some sort of juggernaut, but in their division,
aren't they tied for first?
They are in first.
They
were, at least they were going into the weekend.
So they're like, sure, we need a pass rusher. We can get better. We're going for it a little bit. I dug in.
Remember last pass rusher that went from here to Arizona and actually had a pretty good career there?
Oh, my God. Ezekiel Ekuban?
Bertrand Berry.
Remember
Bertrand?
Yeah.
He went there and actually had a pretty good career.
A pretty good career. He played like 15 years.
Yeah. He became like a Arizona Cardinal legend.
Yeah, I think so.
Did a little radio, too. I think Bertrand Berry did, too. I was sniffing, or I asked some little birdies about David Njoku, and apparently they did have some interest, but at the end of the day, he's character-wise and just
nutty.
He ain't one of the Sean Payton guys. It's just a little bit too much. Sean's definitely looking for his type of guy.
And listen, all I'm going to say right now is it should be. There will be some of you out there who say, "Well, that's brilliant."
Mm-hmm.
But I think George Payton's pretty smart. I guarantee you. Dude, I would look at all these we just called bottom dwellers.
Mm-hmm.
Who's got a tight end that we might like they might be willing to get rid of?
Dude,
look, if you want to make a trade for a fifth or sixth round pick, you could talk me into it. But anything over a fifth,
you just got an extra sixth.
Yeah, well, you did. You're right. Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
just got an extra sixth.
Yeah. You could talk me into a lower tier trade, but nothing. Look, man, it's been so long since we've had draft picks. Let's hold on to our draft picks.
There are 8 teams. 8 teams. The Shadur Sanders sweepstakes are pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
There's 8 teams with 2 wins.
Yeah, there was 10 going into the weekend. Well, there were 10 teams with 2 or less wins, and if you bump that up to 3, it was like 12.
Did Raiders fire their coach also?
They fired the
offensive
coordinator, the offensive line coach, and Rich Scangarello, who was the quarterback coach.
And they fired Scangarello too?
Yeah, he was their quarterback coach, their offensive coordinator, and their offensive line coach.
Unlike you guys, I'm hardly ever on the X or whatever.
You are so full of BS on that.
No.
You send me Instagram like 100 times a day.
I'm on,
you are so full of BS.
Christmas videos and soccer instructional videos.
You send me 15 Instagrams a day.
Let's take a quick break.
But they're usually Christmas. But you know what? All of a sudden, the Raiders fans on their social media feeds are going, Great. Now they'll win just enough games, we'll get the 10th or 11th pick and won't get a quarterback.
We're here for breaking news as it happens. Lots going on. The latest, and the Broncos are in the middle of things. Details next.
This is, miserable. It's no fun. You never want to lose games like this. You never want to lose, period. But obviously that's inevitable sometimes. But you don't want to lose like this. So it is miserable, and we do have to face it. Because there's you sit there and you point the finger at somebody else, or you sit there and you take ownership of it. And the only way to get over it and not be in this situation anymore and not, continue to find ways to improve is to, look internal. And
all right. Well, when you look internally, what are you seeing? What are the Broncos seeing? And don't forget, Sean said, you can't BS yourself here. What are you really seeing?
Well, I don't know that there's a whole lot that you got to panic about. I think it really just depends on who you thought you were internally. And I promise you, internally, they thought that they were ready to compete. Shoot, they'd won 5 out of 6 games. They felt like they were ready to compete. They are not. Internally, you take a hard look at that game. And sometimes in coaching, you do your toughest coaching after wins and you kind of back off after a loss. And it would appear that Sean Payton ain't going to back off after this game. We're going to embrace the misery. We're going to embrace the suck. And we got to dig in and we got to look hard into this thing. And I think for the defense, that's the one that they're going to have to look at it hard, because I know the Ravens were elite. And look, it's probably the best two-headed backfield monster that we've ever seen in the history of the NFL. That being said, the number one defense got cut through like Swiss cheese, and they're the ones that are going to be panicking, not the offense, because the offense knew that they didn't have it.
Well, I'll still say this. I thought the first quarter they were fine. They got 2 short fields right away.
You stop them, you get a sack.
Did a good job, forced a punt on one of those, yeah. I thought the first quarter they had, but last 43 minutes, I thought belonged Volvo. That being said, let me just now I'm going to give you a general philosophy.
Yes.
We live in 2024.
Yeah, we do.
Baseball, basketball, NFL, probably hockey too. Every sport is trying to do what? Generate
income.
Offense.
Oh, offense.
So the old adage to me in the 80s was, hey, you win championships with defense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's that anymore. I think it keeps you in game. But you know what? You better be able to score in this league. You better be scoring the Nuggets. How about all the games Nuggets have done well? They're up around 120, aren't they? How about those first 2 games they lost? They were like at 87 and 98. You got to score in this league. You can't score. Would they end up with 10? They would have lost probably against 27 other teams yesterday, scoring 10 points.
No doubt.
This era of pro sports, and maybe college. I don't know if you watched some of those games this week in college. Dude, you better have an offense. You ain't gonna compete. You ain't gonna compete.
I would agree wholeheartely. The NFL has changed.
It's changed.
I mean, I do think the defense matters once you get into the playoffs, but you don't get to the playoffs without a high-powered offense.
When you have the top 15 receivers in the league making more than $30 million per, when you see Pat Surtain has the top, well, now he doesn't, but has the top cornerback salary, and it is millions, $12 million below the top receiver, or something like that, something along those lines. You say, wow, something has happened. And then you look at the Broncos and you're like, well, who's our guy like that? And the answer is, well, nobody except maybe Cortland Sutton. But if they really believed in Cortland Sutton, they would have backed up the Brinks truck, not hand him a little bit of a tip at the beginning of the season.
And let me ask Tyler this right here. I still think defensively, you probably still want to have great corners, great pass rushers. I'm saying that. But that being said, I thought yesterday, especially the second half, showed you better have some rotating big dudes that can come in there. If you're asking Jones or Myers or whoever, one guy to play, 50 of the 65 snaps, they eventually get worn out. And that's, to me, what they did. They find because they were running rating between guard and tackle 90% of the time.
Well, their starters on the defensive line, whether that's interior or exterior, are phenomenal across the board.
But they've only got 2 in the interior.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of depth interior-wise.
Yeah,
right?
and ironically, on the offensive side of the ball, you've never had better depth on your offensive line than you have right now. On the defensive line, they've got incredible starters, but on the interior edge rushers, they got depth. Interior, you're probably right.
Yeah, could use some depth. Now, we haven't talked about this.
What's that?
Another Holden Bowles McGlinchey game showed up again, too, didn't it? Another Holden Bowles and McGlinchey game showed up third and goal from the
I've never
two,
seen-
and you get a flinch.
I've never seen a tackle wrap his arms around the entire body as much as Garrett Bowles does. And it's old school habits, man, that he kind of got out of. He'd done a good job of getting out of it. Bowles has never been a puncher. He's always been a rapper. Ben Hamilton was that way. Ben Hamilton was a rapper. He never punched. But he got out of that for the last couple of years, and bad habits have returned. Mike McGlinchey is a good football player, but I don't understand why he has so many false starts. That's driving me nuts. Bowles is but I've never, like most offensive linemen, when they get a holding penalty, it's kind of like, could have been, could have not. When Bowles gets a holding penalty, it's like a freaking holding penalty.
Question.
It's like a WWE wrestling.
The one he got, a big one, and it's a smaller guy. So going back to what you said, if he's a puncher, a smaller guy. Punch that guy into oblivion, and he's done. Instead, it's a smaller guy, and I think he gets nervous with quickness, and he grabs.
Yeah.
McFlinchey and McHoldem. We had McFlinchey and McHoldem show up yesterday in this game.
You just don't have the weapons. You don't have the weapons, and it stood out.
Cortland Sutton has earned himself a huge contract this year, so I don't know whether that's going to be here in Denver or it's going to be somewhere else. He's a weapon. After that, it falls off a cliff, and you really don't have anybody after that.
You think he's a $30 million guy?
20s for sure. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be an elite guy, but he's going to get paid.
San Francisco will take him right now, probably.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah, Cortland Sutton's going to get a big deal.
I think he's a very solid number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's a top 20 guy.
Yeah, but number 2 wide receivers are getting paid 18 to 20.
18 to 20, somewhere.
Well, what's he getting right now?
14, right?
Well, he got a little 17. Bump. He got a little something. I don't know. I think he's okay. Listen, man.
He's been okay. If you want to go break down the wide receiver core, he's been okay all year.
Last 2 weeks have been phenomenal. But the season as a whole, okay.
Yeah. But he ain't special, man. He ain't taking the ball and just, he ain't Zay Flowers, what he can do.
He's not a yards after the catch guy.
Well, you know what? But you're supposed to have Mims or
right.
or Franklin are supposed to be your Flowers guy, right?
That's
They're supposed to be your Flowers.
That's
right.
Flowers,
that speed was, and I went and looked because he beat, it was pretty good coverage, but he was beat Moss, and I went, well, is Moss slow? He's a 4.4. He's like a 4.4 dude. And I'm like, wait, and Flowers is running away from him. I'm like, ooh, that guy, we ain't got none of them that can catch.
No. Can catch.
There's two that we got Nehemiahs. We got a whole bunch of Skeets Nehemiahs right now.
My biggest disappointment is the connection between Bo Nix and Troy Franklin. You would think would be there. I mean, we played together for years in Oregon. And they just cannot get on the same page, whether it's Bo Nix overthrowing or whether it's Troy Franklin not catching the passes. The two of them can just not get on the same page right now, and the Broncos are going to force feed Troy Franklin. I mean, that is one thing's very, very clear. That dude is staying on the field, and they are going to force that dude to play until he figures it out.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to take shots down the field to keep the defense honest, all that sort of stuff. Boy, I'd be very curious to go back and really diagnose that play with Franklin and Bo Nix, because it does feel weird that you design something, you call something, the ball landed kind of like exactly where you'd want in the end zone. It's just like, why was that just a little bit off? Like, what was it about that play that they missed on?
Because that was a big momentum play. I think if they scored that, you're still in the game at that
That's
time.
Another 4th down.
Yeah. And unless I'm acquiesced to Tyler on this a little bit, but I've had 2 reasons I've been told why quarterbacks overthrow guys.
Mm-hmm.
Bad footwork or nerves.
There's another.
Okay, good.
Lack of arm strength. When you don't have arm strength, it's when you overthrow. Because you redline it every single time because you feel like I got to put absolutely everything into this thing, and so you overthrow it. And you're like, oh, how could you say he doesn't have the arm strength? Well, it's because they're redlining, right? And yes, he's got the ability to throw it down the field, but does he have it the comfortable way?
So
wait, what were your other 2?
Bad footwork and nerves.
Yeah, I'd agree with all that. Yeah.
And that's a good one. Lack of arm strength, and you're redlining it. Yeah, and that way you're trying to heave.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
How about Detroit's offense in the rain?
Hey, by the way, speaking of Detroit, amazing.
Hey, so you can throw the football in the rain? Jared Goff, like perfect quarterback rating. It turns out you actually can throw the football in the rain.
Did he have a perfect quarterback rating?
I meant that facetiously, but it was damn good.
Oh, I'll look it up because Lamar actually did have a perfect quarterback rating, which is his fourth one, which is incredible.
Which is MVP.
You guys realize for Detroit too, they've lost Aiden Hutchinson. He's no longer playing football. And so they're doing what they're doing without one of the. He was, it's pretty good. He was 18 to 22, 109 rating. A perfect rating is 158.3, I think, something like that.
I mean, to this day, I have no clue what a quarterback rating is, so I don't really care. But I know the dude was 18 to 22.
You know what's funny? He only threw for 145 yards though.
Yeah, but it was in the rain, man. I mean, he was. For
kind of a fun game.
That wasn't just the rain. That was severe.
And how about that? Was Detroit's first game not in a dome?
Yeah,
and now their next 6 are all
and the dome team was handling the weather.
Yeah.
What'd you think of Bo Nix?
I thought he was okay in the first half. I thought he was pretty good in the first half. If you watch the game as it progresses, here's what happened. Okay, the offensive line was struggling. And they've got their hand in the hat of problems, right? But what happened as the game progresses, specifically late in the fourth quarter, I'm sure you guys can remember the drive I'm talking about here. There was a drive that Bo Nix was running around like a chicken with his head cut off on every freaking play. Now, the offensive line was responsible for part of that. But what happened was, like a lot of young quarterbacks, like we talked about Sam Darnold back in New York when he had the famous line, "I'm seeing ghosts." Okay, that's what happened to Bo Nix in that game. The O-line had a couple bad plays, and then after that, Bo was like sprinting out of the pocket, like boom, now. He catches that ball, and I'm sprinting my ass out of the pocket, and I'm running left, I'm running right, I'm running all over the place. What happened was Bo let a couple bad plays from the O-line affect him to no longer ever trust the O-line the rest of the game. So everybody's got their hand in that thing. The O-line's got to play better football. Bo Nix has got to play better football. In the second half, I thought I could see the confidence waning. But the first half, I looked at it like, you know what? It was okay.
Rookie quarterback. And that's not bad for me, is he? He's a rookie quarterback.
That's fine.
I'm telling you,
playing against the best team they played this year.
That drive when he had like 4 straight plays, when he was running like 20 yards on every single play, that was wild.
And the announcer said something kind of facetious. I don't know if you caught it. It was one of them where he got like 23 yards or whatever. Came back and goes, "Yeah, and he's not even asked to come out of the game." Or so, he said something like that. I went, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, it's funny having Nance and Romo on it because they got bored. You know, they're on the big game every week, man, and they think this is going to be something. They get to that fourth quarter and like, this sucks. Like, this game blows. But for the Broncos, listen, man, it is what it is. The big games are coming, and this week is gargantuan, and I think there's going to be an upset. I do. And I think all the hype is well-deserved. And I'm watching this Chiefs-Tampa Bay game tonight, and I am rooting for the Chiefs to win, man.
Well, I am too.
I want them to win.
Nancy even said that. It's kind of tough for a young team on the rise, which Denver is, playing against Baltimore, who got embarrassed last week, had a bad game.
Right.
And now you come in and you got a home game. Yeah.
All right, we got a couple of ethical dilemmas in sports to answer, just to keep you updated if you're just tuning in. Baron Browning traded for a 6th-rounder to Arizona. Jonathan Cooper signs a 4-year, $60 million deal, $33 million guaranteed. Rumors are they're shopping Dulcich. We'll have all the latest news as it happens. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor and go over to Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience, and you're going to find the car of your dreams, whether you're looking for new or pre-owned. It's going to be at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL because I know him, I love him, I trust him. I built a long-term relationship, and I value relationships. And you're going to do the same thing. Once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you're going to have a relationship for life, and you'll probably keep going back there. Guys, the inventory at Phil Long is incredible. It's as strong as it has ever been. So whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, or commercial fleet vehicle, it's going to be at Phil Long Ford. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, it does not matter. The incentive deals are solid. The interest rates are solid. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. No reason to shop all over Colorado. Go to one car dealership, find the new vehicle of your dreams. You'll thank me later. Shop from the comfort of your own home and let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. You can find them online at phillongdenver.com.
All right, we have this and we have no dumb questions. So we have a lot of foolishness for the next few minutes. Hope that you like foolishness. Let me get to the ethical dilemma about the Jason Kelsey story, and then we'll get to Embiid shoving a reporter. So Jason Kelsey is being followed. What is it, Penn State? Who are they playing? Penn State was a big game, right?
Penn State, was it at Ohio State?
No, I think it was
at Penn State.
Penn State.
Ohio State, yeah.
So this guy is 2 inches away from Jason Kelsey, screaming that a derogatory slur about Travis and Taylor Swift, like just 3 inches from his face, Jason Kelsey. So Kelsey grabs the guy's phone.
Probably filming it so he could get he trying to get a react.
He was definitely filming it. There was like 20 people filming it because that's what just everything, happens now. Kelsey grabs the dude's phone, throws it down, then picks the phone up, sticks it in his pocket, and walks off. Where do you fall on this particular incident?
If he had not used the there's a 4-letter F word and a 3-letter F word, and both of them were shunned.
Mm-hmm.
If he had not used and been documented using the 3-letter F word, then Kelsey would probably be in trouble, and you're gonna whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But by using that guy just hey. You can say, hey, free country, say what you want, but guess what? Sometimes there's consequences.
This is the social media effect of our generation, that you think you can say anything without consequences. And I'm glad that Jason did what he did. And I'm dead serious. I'm glad that he did what he did. We have gotten to a point in society that we have forgotten that there should be consequences for certain things in life. And
I guess it was a 6-letter F word.
Well, there you go. And absolutely, there should have been. The only thing. Back in the old days, he would have decked the dude right in his face, but he didn't do that. So
unfortunately, we still live in America, I guess, where you do have freedom of speech. So you are allowed.
We used to have the freedom to put somebody in their spot too.
We did?
Yeah.
When did we have the freedom to physically assault people? What year was that?
About 1990, 2000. You got to go to the bar, and you got to, when I was 5 years old, and you got to deck someone in the back alley and then come back and finish your drink.
Now listen, do I respect what Kelsey did, and do I get it? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's going to happen. But that's just the way it goes, man. You can't take somebody's property and destroy it and take it.
Here's what I say. Well,
but I don't feel bad for the kid.
You're probably right. And Jason Kelsey said, yeah, I stood up. And then I think you repeat exactly what the guy says and let him know. And then how proud are you of that kid if you're his parents? You're talking like that?
I'd be humiliated if I was that kid's parents. Right. Are you kidding
so
me? That would be horrible.
Jason's catching heat for repeating the word back to him. And if anybody's catching heat at him, like Jason was trying to say that as a slur, he wasn't trying to do that. He was repeating right back to the dude what he said and putting the dude in his spot.
Now, I'll be surprised if there's anything more than Kelsey just has to buy the kid another phone. And if it even is nothing, I won't be surprised by that either.
Well, what Kelsey ought to do is say, yeah, let's go to court. And let's get it on the record and get this kid down.
That would be something. That would be interesting.
Over a $1,100 phone.
Kelsey would likely lose the case because you still can't take people's property, destroy it, and steal it, period. The end. But it'd be interesting to embarrass that kid and find out why that happened. I agree with you on that. That might be the best way to handle it, frankly.
Yeah, you can't take it, but it doesn't mean it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I've said forever that you have the right to stand up for what you think is right. But then there's always consequences. You know, I wrote a great thing. There was a kid who was at school, beat up another bully because the bully was saying bad stuff about his sister. Kid got suspended. Dad went and picked him up and towed him home, said, I'm proud of you. Said, if you stood up for your sister and something like that, he goes, well, what about suspended? You deserve to be suspended. He said, sometimes doing the right things, there's consequences. And I think this is where Kelsey stands right there. That was the right thing to do, but there's consequences.
Let me give you another one here. Joel Embiid. So there was a reporter that wrote an article in which he brought up Embiid's son and his late brother, wrote a derogatory article about Embiid. So Embiid sees this dude, and help me if I'm wrong on some of these details, but he sees this dude. Was it in the locker room that he saw him? Is that right? Yeah. And he just shoves the guy.
In fact, here is what the part of the article this gentleman wrote that Embiid was so upset about.
All right. Embiid constantly Points to the birth of his son Arthur as the major inflection point in his basketball career. Often says that he wants to be a great father. Wants to leave a legacy after his brother, who tragically died in an automobile accident when Embiid was in his first year. Well, in order to be great at your job, you first have to show up for work. Embiid has been great at just the opposite. Now in his 11th season, he consistently has been in poor condition. The poor conditioning apparently seems to have delayed his debut this season.
What's the cat's name? Go make it
Who,
small.
the writer? I don't know. I don't know who it was. So what this reporter did is he's not writing about his son or his brother. He's just putting context in which Embiid has said, I want to be great, and you're not being great. So it is a little fuzzy there. He is using tragedies or things that are bad things in Embiid's life. So I guess I can see where Embiid is insulted by that. Does Embiid have the right to physically push the reporter when he sees him in the locker room? No.
You can't lay hands on him.
Okay.
But if you want to, then stand up to the consequences.
There you go.
And the consequences will now probably be, if the league isn't afraid of superstars, the league should suspend him for 4, 5, 6 games.
He should be suspended for doing that. He pushed a reporter. You can't do that, right?
Nope.
You guys
Especially
see the
since the guy
interaction.
probably is a pencil arm, can't curl 40 guy.
I forget who the Cowboys player was, but you guys remember the interaction from last week with the Cowboys player and the reporter when he got into it with them and was mad about something that he wrote, and he got in a full-on yelling match with the guy, right? Didn't physically touch him, got in a full-on yelling match, and then dropped right about D's you-know-what. Was that wrong?
Well, he apologized for it. Trayvon Diggs is who you're talking about.
Yeah, well, of course he had to apologize.
They end up doing a big mea culpa in front of the thing.
Yeah, and then he actually made good with the guy. He broke bread, more or less, with the guy.
Kevin's telling us Marcus Hayes was the writer. I don't really know Marcus Hayes. Is he a controversial, spicy reporter there in Philadelphia?
It is Philadelphia.
It is Philadelphia, man. The media there is tough. And Embiid's decision to sit games out has been criticized loudly. I mean, the NBA's doing investigations into it. So
I'm going to go with this conspiracy from Lovelander. He wants to be suspended, so he has a reason that he doesn't have to play. That's pretty good conspiracy. Right there.
What do you think? Do you think he gets suspended or not?
He should be, if the league is up to its word. He cannot lay a hand because a guy writes something you don't like. I mean, and we didn't like what Deion Sanders did to our guy who had written some pretty derogatory things.
Mm-hmm.
We just called him out and said, I'm not answering any of your questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just say the same thing. Sorry, hey, listen, you're persona non grata to me. I'm not answering. You can listen. Stay away from me. Don't talk to me. I don't appreciate what you've written about my family.
I don't love what Prime did and how he did it, but that would be the way to handle it, not to physically touch a dude.
No, you can't physically touch. Once you physically touch a guy, if you're going to fine dudes $3,000 in a skirmish for stepping off the bench, in an NBA game, or you're going to fine guys and suspend guys for going up in a crowd, this is, to me, no different.
I understand why Embiid was irritated by the article.
I do too.
That was not relevant to what he was trying to write. And it was an absolute shot at him, almost as if he doesn't love his brother and his kid enough to.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
But he says, I want to be great, to leave a legacy for my son, who he named after his brother who had passed.
Mm-hmm.
That was just a setup of it.
Yeah.
But to do that, you got to show up to work.
But
just say you just got to show
again,
up to work.
Exactly.
Tell him, Kevin, Mr. the Philadelphia Pipeline, that this Marcus Hayes guy is one of those guys. He's one of those dudes that tries to stir the pot. Listen, there's a lot.
But Kevin's a Philly fan, so he probably's on Embiid's side right here.
There's a lot of ways to set up whatever criticism you want to make of a player. He chose something.
Mm-hmm.
He made a choice, the writer did, to get spicy on purpose. He knew what he was doing. It was definitely a writer.
You're playing a dangerous game anytime you bring up family. Very dangerous game.
Yeah. But, again, America, right? It's freedom of the press, freedom of speech.
And absolutely. And the guy has every right to do it. We can disagree with what he writes with. I have no problem. I actually have no problem with what he wrote. I think it's a low shot, but that's what we have turned into now.
Mm-hmm.
But but you can't lay hands.
Going back to the Kelsey thing for a second, though, I'm going to be fascinated to see what happens with ESPN. I mean, he is the rising star. He is Mr. Everything. You know what they're trying to do with it was actually a great idea. They're trying to do a late night show with Jason Kelsey on ESPN,
Really?
like a traditional late night show where he sits down and he brings guests in. And,
Like later than the Scott Van Pelt show?
I don't know what time it would go on, but it would be a late night show, so I guess so.
Wow, because Van Pelt's on like after. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong there. That's late though. I mean, because he's on probably
he'll be on late,
11 midnight.
Or maybe it
Eastern.
replaces it. I don't know.
Oh,
but that absolutely is what ESPN was trying to do with him right now. He is the rising star.
All right, let's get into no dumb question. I got one for you right off the top. Let's hit it. It'll
Columbus,
dovetail.
Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago. Order online. Find a location near you. oldchicago.com. Too much with the Kelseys. Too much exposure right now. We getting a little sick of the Kelseys, or are we good with it?
Well, I'm sick of it.
I'm
sick.
Although I actually like.
Are you sick of Jason?
No, I'm Jason, and I'll stay specifically with Jason.
I'm not sick of Jason. I do think that Jason's not very good calling games. They put him up in the booth, and that's not his specialty. His specialty is being a comedian, and that's why the late night show for him is a good idea. But we've all had Travis fatigue for a long time.
I think I'm a little sick of Jason too. I like him, but I'm a little sick of him. I had this conversation with my wife though. She loves the Kelseys. She can't get enough of the Kelseys. I'm like, isn't it a little bit much? She goes, nah, I think it's great. She loves Jason Kelsey because to her, Jason's more of the married guy, family guy, that sort of thing. She's a bigger Jason Kelsey fan than a Travis Kelsey fan.
Well, Travis has been a hoe most of his life, and now all of a sudden maybe he settled down.
Is that legal?
Yeah, it's legal. He's a single guy. Whatever, he can do what he want to do.
All right, so
no, I meant the word.
Not sick of the Kelseys.
It's Christmas time.
There you go.
Sick or not sick of Jason Kelsey? Not sick.
No, I'm not sick of him.
All right, I'm sick of Jason Kelsey. I understand this incident. Tired or not tired of Jason Kelsey?
I'm not tired of Jason.
Not there.
No, I'm good. I saw what he did when he went to, was it Disneyland? He was with his wife and kid maybe and stuff. Some little kid from Philadelphia is wearing his jersey.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, hey, and the kid recognized him, and the kid's like crying. He signed his jersey. And I'm like, okay.
Dude, I saw
he still gets it.
A little squirrel moment here.
Don't speak about little squirrels right now.
Did you see Freddie Freeman going trick-or-treating, running into the kid dressed up as Freddie Freeman? Mm-hmm. That was awesome. In the world of awesomeness. There's Freddie Freeman, the MVP of the World Series, and he's trick-or-treating, running into a 9-year-old dressed up as Freddie Freeman.
Dude, I saw a video.
That is amazing.
I saw a video of Freddie Freeman when he was still with Atlanta, and it was afternoon of a game day, summertime, obviously, and kids were out on the street, Kozak playing wiffle ball. He goes out and joins them for like 20, 30 minutes and plays with these baseball with these little kids.
Have you seen him hit?
That's great.
Have you seen him hitting a dinger off his like 3-year-old play
Yeah.
wiffle ball and just
he
stands there? He just stands there. All right, I guess I got a little man crush on Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
All right, no dumb question. What do you got?
No dumb question. Have you guys ever done one of them sleep tests?
I have.
Yes.
I used to have sleep apnea. I no longer do.
Do you have one of the CPAPs?
Not anymore, but I did. Yeah.
Really? Did you do it at the place or did you do it home?
I've done both. And it's a terrible experience when you go there.
I thought it was I did it last night at home.
Yeah.
I thought it was horrible last night at home.
Yeah, it sucks.
You got like 8 wire. I got a wire on my finger. I got a thing.
How
on
do you
my
expect
nose
me to
and
fall
mouth.
asleep with all this stuff?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I did it at the place. It was tricky at first.
But you only can sleep like 2 hours, and then they wake you up and say, go home, right?
I slept for half the night without the CPAP and then half with it. Like they did the difference. And when I used the CPAP, it really worked. Now,
my brother believes in the CPAP.
I never could get used to it. I felt like I was suffocating because of all the air that was put in. I understand it's counterintuitive here, but all that air, it's coming in at such a pressure. I literally felt like I was suffocating.
My brother loves it because he has to fart big time in the morning.
Well, there's always that. I used it. I don't use it right now because I lost some weight. and that makes a big difference. So it changed things. But when I was super heavy, it helped a lot. Frankly, it was really good. It helped me get better sleep and help me get in better shape eventually, because getting sleep is so darn hard.
Well, that's me. So I took my home one last night, and I'm like, oh, this is supposed to be easy. In fact, when they told me,
it's tricky.
They'll send you like a little ring. You put a ring on, it measures everything. Oh, great. Open this box. It's plugged in charging right now. Got this box that sits on my thing, and then the box has got these 3 green lights on it. It's like a giant night light. I like perfectly
You realize as soon as you go in for a sleep test, you're going to need a CPAP. That will be the result.
I'm not going to do the CPAP.
Well,
they got mouth guard stuff now.
You're going to need something. Yeah. You don't go to a sleep test and you don't need something. Yeah. You need something.
But I travel so much, I'm not going to carry a CPAP machine.
People do it all the time. Yeah. People carry it all these. See those little portable ones, those little gray bags.
Yeah. But I'm going to carry a radio station with me too. I don't need to take another machine.
How bad do you need to sleep?
Well, that'd be nice.
That's the question.
It'd be nice.
Dude, it does suck. I've done it. It's crazy, though, when it works and you finally go out, and you sleep deep. It's pretty cool.
I haven't had deep sleep in a million years.
Well, it does work. I get it. It's annoying. It's this, that, the other thing. I would advise anybody, seriously, and a lot of men suffer from this. You will get a deep night of sleep with it if you can sort of get through it.
You know,
I could never sleep with that thing.
The warden says, you stop breathing in the middle of the night, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, no, I don't. That's one of the questions. I go, I don't know that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I did it one night, pretending, and I stopped breathing. And I swear I heard just to the left of me, in quiet voice, Lord, please let this be it. Let this be it. Lord, let this be it.
We'll have details on the Broncos dealing Baron Browning, signing Jonathan Cooper, and all the latest coming up next. Plus the Broncos, what did they learn from that tricky loss? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men over the age of 50, half of y'all have erectile dysfunction, more in your 60s, and even guys in their 30s suffer from ED. That stinks. You don't want that. It's a medical condition, just like any other, and it's fully treatable. So if you want this out of your life and get your sex life back the way it should be, then go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments when the pills or herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit, it's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hey, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Your personality is up to you. So call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, I think they can. I mean, I think each week there's a man. There are these learning experiences we have, not only as coaches but as players, as teams, and there's some games where you're going to play more aggressively because you feel like that's what's necessary to win. Yesterday, obviously, there was a handful of fourth downs.
All right, let's talk about that for a little bit. The approach to the game from Sean Payton. I was wondering when I was watching exactly what he was thinking, and I thought, you know what? At first, I was like, just kick the field goal here, man. What are we doing? And then I thought about it a little deeper. I'm like, okay, I kind of get it. It's the Ravens. We're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. And that's what he said. Do you guys like that approach?
It was the right thing to do. In real time, I probably felt the same way as you, but after you sit back and you think on it, he was 100% right. He went into the game with a plan of being reckless, knowing that if we got any chance of beating this team, we're going to have to be reckless, and it might come back and bite us. It might be embarrassing, but we got to go for this thing. So you could go into the game with one of two approaches. Let's not get embarrassed, and we'll kick the field goal, or we're trying to win a game, and we're going to go for it.
So what exactly did he do reckless?
Just the fourth downs, going for it instead of putting up 3 points.
I mean, they did get a touchdown on the fourth down, too.
Dan Campbell, his mentee, was going,
yeah, that's standard business for him.
What?
Now, it was double reckless going for it on fourth down and calling the Philly special. That was double reckless.
That was, yeah.
Well, that's where the other fourth downs they didn't get were in the middle of the field. That one was where you definitely could have got 3 points, no problem.
Didn't they throw a deep bomb to Troy Franklin on one of those?
They did.
Yeah.
4th and 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was a stupid play call. That was stupid.
He was open. He was open. And on the other fourth down run that ended up being a pitch, Bo checked out of it. It was supposed to probably be he checked out of it because what he was seeing, and that's why it was that it ended up being the pitch. That being said, I'm watching that. I'm like, hey, Javonte Williams, man, find a way. Find a way to get there.
Well, they gave it to him at first until they challenged the spot. Right? They gave him a first
how
down.
about making it a no-brainer and just getting to where you need to get?
Pitching it wide to a guy who doesn't have blazing speed or isn't.
Who should he pitch it to?
Henry. How about fake pitch, roll out naked, see a little tight end or a halfback right there, and now you got Bo Nix's legs. Pick up a first down.
Generally speaking, when you pitch the ball outside on 4th and short, that is an outright lack of faith in your offensive line. Like as an offensive lineman, you're kind of like F you. Like right, really, F you. You don't trust me to move my guy off the spot a couple of yards and 6 inches to get this ball downhill?
Well, let's do some X's and O's on that. If you see something and all of a sudden it's not, you see something defensively that's going to stop what you're about to do. And that must have been what Bo Nix saw. You've got to change it to something else. Or are you just saying even if it's different, it doesn't line up the way you want it, you still want to run that play?
When you got a fullback on the field, you got to call it and run it plays. So that's the beauty of having a fullback on the field is that there's nothing they can do to check you out of it. I can't remember.
I don't think they had a fullback.
Okay, so I was just about to say I can't remember if there was or not.
No, I don't think there was. I think he was lined up for just a sneak, the tush push sort of concept.
Okay.
He changed it.
What's up? Are you okay? Are you having an aneurysm?
Are you all right?
No, I'm having a little moment right here.
What's wrong?
I'm trying to remember. Wasn't one of the things that Sean Payton hated about Russell was that he would check out of play calls that he wanted run?
Lives in my brain. Lives in my brain. Really?
Wasn't that one of the...
Really?
Wasn't that one of the things, though, that Sean Payton hated? Was run the play I called? Oh. But here it's just, no, it's okay. It's okay now. It's okay. It's my guy. It's okay.
Oh, well, that's for sure.
Could you imagine who'd have got yelled at if that Russ had done that exact play last year?
Well, I'm trying to ask if is it a good audible by Bo or not?
Did it work?
Well,
the answer is always no if it doesn't work, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to go back and look at it. I don't remember the full context of what the defensive front was and everything.
He definitely checked out of something, though. He checked out of it for the pitch. I mean, I would guess theoretically, if everything is lined up in the middle and you pitch it, you must see that there's some room on the outside. Listen, I get it. They didn't get it. They had to review it, actually. They did give it to him, and then they reviewed it. My point is, as a running back, do something special, man. Just easily get it. Just figure it out.
Somebody else's fault.
Well, if you're going to pitch it, Javante's not the guy you want to pitch it to. You want to pitch it to
McLaughlin
Jaleel.
Well, but that's just what they had in the game at the time. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what all their options were.
Last year it's quarterback's fault. This year it's the running back's fault. Both times, plays was called by the same guy. Just be fair. Play called by the same guy. So just be fair is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Made you think a little bit. You hadn't gone down that road since I said that, did you? Hit it again, Dan. Let me help you.
That sounds like just a lonely Friday night right there.
You ever seen Scary Movie 2?
That's a great movie.
Oh, by the way, you know what my wife had on the island today or this weekend? I didn't even notice we didn't use.
What's that?
Long pretzels dipped in stuff in a box.
How about that?
Now, are you guys
healthy snack?
Are you guys that crazy Halloween family it takes 2.5 months to put all your stuff up, but you've got it all down the very next day?
Do I wish that we were? What'd you say?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do I wish what?
Yeah. Okay.
Although she did get some of the inflatables down before the snow hit, and I do have one bathroom already decorated full bore Christmas.
You decorate your bathroom for Christmas?
Oh yeah.
The bathroom.
Yeah.
Where Santa poops?
It doesn't the word tinkle and Christmas go together?
So you become Chris Tinkle.
Yeah, Chris Tinkle.
Tinkle.
Yeah.
Okay, you got me on that one. That's funny.
Yeah, Chris Tinkle.
Okay. There's no Jack Poop, but there is a Chris Tinkle.
Chris Tinkle.
Okay.
Yes, we already got a bathroom. I'll take a picture and bring it for tomorrow. Yeah, we already got Christmas up in bathroom.
Okay. Well, there's snow there's snow out there.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Now that I've been here for like almost 2 hours here, you getting used to this face? Are you kind of getting used to it, or is it still disturbing?
Did you ever see the movie Uncle Buck?
Yes. John Candy.
I feel like that principal scene right now. I can't help but stare at your nose.
And Macaulay Culkin. Macaulay Culkin and Jack Buck.
Well, listen here, Mr. Melanoma. Yeah. I'm like, it's really...
It draws you in.
It draws you in.
You don't change your face. I'm going to change it for you.
And it just can't... Yeah, we'll find that Uncle Buck scene.
I've never been able to look at your face, so it's kind of standard day.
Hey, there you go. Now.
You can't shave, though, right now.
Cannot shave.
On the chin,
I mean, I could shave, but it would look weird because I can't shave on the... it's road rash on my face, basically.
Yeah.
And
if you're lucky that one on your nose isn't over about 2 inches, because then you could have gone to somebody at Halloween.
I'm going to be in front of Malone, and we'll see Jokic or whoever tonight.
I think Kevin's going to like the blood on his rear end.
I'm sorry, what?
Hey, did you drop this scab?
Does Malone say something when he sees me? He does?
Yes.
You think
Unless
so?
you sit way back in the end.
I sit where I always sit.
Yeah.
You think he'll say something?
I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
Okay. I'm not going to be there pregame today, so it has to be postgame.
Well, that would be...
that would be better if it was pregame, I know.
Pregame, I would say yes. Postgame,
yeah.
You lose to Toronto tonight, he ain't going to say nothing about it.
Right. They win?
They win.
They get something.
You got a chance, but I think you got a 70-30 chance pregame. I think you got maybe a 55-45 chance in postgame.
Jokic, will he say something?
He might he'll
do something like that.
He'll give you that double look if you ask him a question.
You
He'll
okay,
give you
you
the
okay,
double
my
look.
friend?
Yeah, he'll give you a double look.
My friend, you okay?
It is disturbing to see. It's just like one of these, like, you got to be kidding me moments.
You doing your podcast with that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I feel like also? You ever seen the movie The Jerk?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like when Steve Martin invented the glasses with the handle right here, Made everybody go cross-eyed. I feel like I'm crossing my eyes just at your nose.
Well, part of the problem was not only did I smash my lower face, but my glasses were destroyed. These are my backup glasses. And that's what caused the black eye and all the stuff up on the nose and everything is taking it from the glasses.
Well, now you know your backups just aren't as good as your starter.
That's for sure. It's such a cliche. Next glasses up. These suck. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. It's a bad feeling. And you've probably been online. You're looking for answers. You might have bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner and your hair is remaining thin at the same time. Why is this not working? You're looking for a simple one-day treatment that's going to change your life. Guys, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about the Advanced FUE. It's not magic, but it feels close to it. They just put the hair where you need it the most, and bam, it's going to grow back. Advanced Hair has got it all. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing, the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. And check this out, guys. They guarantee that your own natural hair is going to start regrowing for life, and it starts the very next day. Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow for life. That is a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself, knowing that you've got that kind of guarantee behind it. So call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today and ask about a free consultation. Guys, you can get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but this is a limited time offer. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. 720-459-HAIR, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Oh, man. If ifs were a fifth, we'd all be drunk. All right, Cortland Sutton with the quote of the day. If ifs were a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
I thought that was defensive coordinator.
That was, well, Cortland Sutton said it. I don't know who else said it, but that's what Cortland Sutton said after the game. By the way, Sean Payne today said on his conference call, the person who just doesn't know what's going on is his brother, who always wants to do something at the trade deadline and doesn't understand contracts or anything like this. He ripped on his brother today. I don't know if you can find that, Dan, from earlier.
Come on, Sean. Why don't you go trade for Njoku? Come on, Sean.
It's pretty funny. Oh, my brother, he's the idiot. Meanwhile, the Broncos do make moves. They sign Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year, $60 million deal with 33 guarantee and trade Baron Browning to the Cardinals for a 6th-round draft choice. No notes of any acquisitions for the Broncos. There are other rumors out there. They're trying to deal Greg Dulcich. We'll see. You got 24 hours or so, right? I think it's right. It is 24 hours, 2 o'clock our time, I believe. Here is Sean Payton earlier today saying his brother's an idiot.
Kind of comical. Sean's brother calling him up. Hey, come on, man. We got to make a trade. We got to go. Let's go. What are we doing here, Sean?
What are you doing, bro?
I remember talking with Dave one year, and he was coaching one of his teams. And Dave's a great high school
I'm
coach.
sure it was a state championship team.
Well, but they were having some struggles in a game, and he had this one team manager guy, kind of everybody loved, but he's team manager. And he'd be able to sit there going and play with him. He'd be harumphing, right?
Team manager guy. Yeah.
So finally, I don't know if they call a timeout or whatever, and they're ready to bring everybody over so they can discuss. And the manager walks right in front of Lowe's. As he walks by him, he goes, "Why don't you call a play that works sometime?"
Oh, that's kind of great. That's a funny story.
And Dave's pretty competitive, but he said, even I had to stop and laugh because you know what? He was right.
Oh, my God. That's pretty funny. Okay.
But going back to Sean Payton, fans want that too. Same thing in the NBA, same thing in the NHL, same thing, baseball. Do something. We want the action. It's almost like gambling.
They did do something today.
Let's get some action.
Yeah.
We want action.
Yeah.
We want addition.
Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Do you like what the Broncos have done so far? And do you want them to do anything else?
Yeah, I like what they've done. They made a decision with Baron Browning in advance, okay? This is not a guy that we're going to give a contract to. We got 2 guys, Browning and Cooper, coming up at the same time, and we're only going to pick Cooper. So let's get rid of Browning while we can give value for him. You would have gotten a compensatory pick either way, but the way that the season was going for Baron Browning, he might not have signed for anything but a league minimum on his next deal. He's got 0 sacks on the season. So that's a solid move right there. You get Jonathan Cooper locked up. And then you look at free agency and take a holistic view at it. The Cincinnati Bengals, they have only made 2 trades, in-season trades, in the history of their organization. It's something crazy like that. Don't call me on the 2, but it's something insanely low. And that's an organization, to me, that is looking at the trade market the right way. In-season trades are, genuinely speaking, going to hurt you down the road, and not that far down the road. We're talking about a year or 2 down the road. So who are you? You're a team that is in the little leagues right now trying to fight in the big leagues, and one trade right now, if you make a trade, it's cool. Just make sure it's a long-term addition and not a short-term one.
The Bengals should be a big league team that's playing like little leaguers.
Yeah, they're coming back, though. They're playing well again. They're figuring it out. They
always do that.
This year
it's kind of crazy, but they do.
Unusually bad, though. They're usually bad at the beginning of the year, not like this.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really want to face Joe Burrow late in the season or in the playoffs? I mean, it's and the Broncos will face that in the second to last game of the year. So in Cincinnati.
And it looks like Cincinnati will have to have that win.
Okay. How big, then, is this game against the Chiefs? You got your butts kicked. You got whooped. Sean Payton said, "Do you have that, Dan? The no BS. You can't BS yourself on this." Cut 11, I believe. It's just it's a reality check that was coming down the pipe. You know, you had a pretty easy schedule overall, and now and listen, the Ravens are definitely a Super Bowl contending team. There's zero doubt if you're going to pick the 4 or 5 teams that could possibly earn a Super Bowl berth and a win, the Ravens would have to be one of them. Let's go through it. Chiefs, Ravens,
Detroit.
Lions, Bills. You going to give it to the Bills this year? 7-2 right now?
Ways to win, right?
Yeah. I mean, anybody else in the NFC? Are the Commanders the truth? Could that happen this year?
It'd be a shock if they don't make the playoffs.
Anybody else out there? Saquon Barkley jumping backwards over people? How about that move?
That was
by the way.
The AFC is interesting because it's top heavy with the Chiefs and maybe the Bills in that category. And then there's a lot of mediocre teams that are going to be fighting for playoff berths. NFC has got some dogs, and the AFC, it's watered down.
Do you believe in the Steelers who are 6-2 right now?
No.
As a playoff team, yeah.
Well, they're in a tough division, man. You got to get there.
Yeah.
You think they're going to get there?
I believe in the Bengals more than I believe in the Steelers.
I do too, but it's quite a Houdini show they got going in Pittsburgh right now. 2-0 with Russ, 4-2 with Fields. They're making it work.
Texans are 6-3, but they're
interesting.
They're an average 6-3.
Well, Dallas is done, and you know Jerry Jones points out today, and Dak Prescott may be out for a couple of weeks. We like McCarthy, what he's doing. Is Dallas? There's no dumb question. Dallas just setting up. Let's just go ahead and lose some games, and then the Shadur Dion premise that you brought out.
Mm-hmm.
Could that be a possibility?
Hey, by the way, congratulations to your Buffs. They're up to 21 by doing absolutely nothing. It's pretty exciting. Can't wait for this week. Miss CU football this weekend. Congratulations to the CSU Rams. My goodness. Hashtag asunder. Way to go, Ram family.
Who'd they beat?
Terrell Davis. They beat Nevada. Nevada? How do you ever say it? They beat Nevada, and they are right there, man, for the Mountain West. We'll see what goes on, but they're bowl eligible. Way to go. It's
How many
awesome.
games they won? 6?
They're 6. They got their 6th win.
6-3.
Yeah. They're doing good. I think they're 6-3, right? I believe.
Yeah, they're 6-3.
They're going to roll over Wyoming. Wyoming is not very good. They're going to kill them. And I don't know. They might be able to sneak out another one.
Well,
so they're having a great year, as it turns out.
Some big loss in the Big 12 this week, too.
This was huge.
Puts CU right up there, too.
This weekend for Colorado was absolutely enormous because what were the teams? So we had Iowa State. No. Gosh dang it. I think
Iowa State did lose, didn't they?
Did Iowa State lose?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a huge. Okay, so here's what had to happen. So you got help from Texas Tech and you got help from Houston, right? So for Colorado to make the Big 12 championship, first off, they got to go undefeated. They got to go 4-0, and then you need Iowa State to go 3-1 in the next 4 games. So you need them to drop a game. But outside of that, you just need one loss from Iowa State, and then you control your business. And now you're not just talking about a Big 12 championship berth, you're talking about a playoff berth.
Yes, sir.
There's a 100% real path for Colorado to make the playoffs.
Which really shows you how now, it's past, but that K-State game was winnable.
I know. That's
a winnable game.
That is, oh, my God. You had it, theoretically. Frustrating, but whatever. Tyler's right.
Yeah, you got help from Texas Tech and Houston this weekend, and that was huge.
You got to take care of business. 4 very winnable games. I mean, come on, man. Tech, okay.
Tech's a good team.
Speaking of winnable games, it may catch Travis Hunter in Penn State this week.
Do you know he was the first ever college athlete to make an appearance on game day at a different location.
I did not catch that.
He was at Penn State on game day.
Yeah.
As a guest on
on game day.
On game day, the show.
Wow.
Actually got a picture doing the Heisman pose with the crew.
He had a wild weekend because he went to Texas with Dion. He went to Dion's house down there in Texas, and then he flew up to Penn State.
PJs are a powerful thing. Pretty awesome. Well, good for him, man.
And, it's kind of smart because now all of a sudden you see the personality and you like him. They whenever someone sits down with you, you're not going to talk trash about anybody else. The Miami quarterback is now back, boom up as a front runner and so on and so forth. But, dude, that was pretty smart.
Dude, what
as
a
far as
power
the
move, man.
Yeah.
On a bye week, you go to game day?
I wonder if the university...
That's huge.
Does the university pay for that as part of the Heisman campaign?
Oh,
Probably.
hell no.
No, I bet they did.
What?
That's
Yeah.
That's Dion going.
No, I bet the university did pay for it. It's part of the Heisman campaign.
I'll bet you that's an alumni that says, hey, you want to use my place?
Well, that's all the same to me. Yes.
I don't know. However he got there, that's super. I did not know that. That's really cool. That's awesome.
Because universities, they've always got a budget for the Heisman kid. They buy billboards and stuff.
Well, I think he deserves it. You only got 4 games left. I'm glad he stayed healthy.
Is that crazy to you that no player has ever done that before him?
Not really. You're still a college student. Theoretically.
But it's a different era. I mean, we talked about it's a complete different era. And guess what? College kids can afford to fly from Texas to Happy Valley or wherever it is.
I can't get over the fact they are technically college students because you just think of being a college student like you remember being a college student, but it's a different world. It's a different deal. Well, we wish them the best, and we'll be excited to get ready for Tech and see what happens next for the Buffs. It'll be an exciting next month, that's for sure. And I'm excited for CSU too. That's awesome, man. I'm glad they're having a great year as well.
During the holiday break, have 2 college teams in the state going to a bowl?
I think that's great. And the fact that they could even win the Mountain West, too, is pretty exciting as well. So
I guess Jay Norvell quieted that down. He was on the hot seat at the beginning of the year.
It felt like it, didn't it?
Think about that you could possibly, right now it's in play, you could possibly have 2 schools playing for their conference championships in the state of Colorado.
That'd be amazing.
That's with the Air Force having a down year.
You'd think maybe one of them is Air Force.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Well,
hey, it ain't gonna be easy. Look, there's 4 games left, and that's a lot of football to be played. So handle your business, and then you got to get lucky. You need Iowa State.
And as we're
matter
seeing,
of fact, don't pull up
weather's
Iowa
coming
State's
in
record.
too. Right now, probably his last 4 games. Do you go to Arizona State or is Arizona State?
No, they don't play.
Them.
Here's the schedule. It's
How many
and
times
Arizona
brought
State
that one up?
brought back their starting quarterback and they won. So they're going to a bowl. My Syracuse won in overtime. They're going bowling. Arkansas lost by 30.
All right, so
we scored 31.
I pulled up Iowa State's schedule just to see if what they got left, and it's similar to Colorado's schedule. They got Kansas, Cincinnati, Utah, and then one we got to count on. Kansas State is their final game of the season. So we need Kansas State to beat Iowa State.
You know, when you got fans of certain teams, they've always got great excuses. What's Kansas' record right now? Like 1 and some?
They're number 22 in the country. I know that.
Kansas
No, I'm sorry, Kansas State. Kansas State.
No, what's KU's record? Like
1 and something, 2 and something. Yeah.
Do you know they've got 5 of their losses they led going into the 4th quarter?
They are not clutch.
No. But it means they must have something. They just can't finish.
Weren't they ranked to begin the year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
they
got
were favored to win the Big 12.
You got Utah. They're down. Kansas is down. Oklahoma State's down. Tech is okay. Not great, but okay.
But it could be a shootout for that one.
Could be. So your toughest game on the schedule may be this weekend for CU.
This might have been, I thought it was weird to have your second bye, but this might have been the perfect time for CU to have a bye.
Was their second
Get
bye
everybody fresh? Yeah.
If college football changed this year, it caught me off guard. I was 100% expecting a football game last weekend, and there was no game because it's the first year they've ever had 2 byes.
Well, it's exciting around here, man.
Tech is 6-3. They're no pushovers.
And the Broncos have their biggest game of the year, and I think they're going to pull the upset of the season. And I think they're going to start a 5-game win streak. That's what I think.
Broncos?
Let's football go coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. The name says it all. They are the premier heating and air experts. Snow, here it is. And I just got a notice from my Premier rep saying, hey, man, time for a little checkup. And I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm on the schedule. Hit me up. I love it. You can become part of the Premier family. I've been a long-term partner with Premier, and I host the Premier Heating and Air Show Saturday morning, 7:30 on Altitude. Available wherever you get your podcasts, altitudesportsradio.com. The phone number is 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. Here are some of the deals. $49 furnace tune-up. That's going on. That's what I'm getting here this week. Also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card up to 500 buckaroos if you sign up for a free estimate today. So call my friends at Premier, 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Wow. Wow. Aaron Eckhart, right? Aaron Eckhart, Two-Face.
Two-Face.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was such a good DA and then just got so bitter.
He just got so two-faced.
That's when the greatest Joker that's ever lived was in that movie.
Actually,
that was Heath Ledger.
If I just stand like this and you're just looking at this side, it looks
you
fine,
look fine.
right?
Yeah.
And then I go like that.
Did he die in the middle of that movie or something? Didn't he die like right in the middle of the filming of it?
I thought it was
or right after.
It was
Aaron Eckhart. No.
Heath
You're thinking
Ledger.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
he's on the Joker.
Okay, sorry.
He died sometime between done filming and because didn't he win an Academy Award or something that was posthumously he was honored or something?
It must have been right after.
Let's Football Goes brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quinn, Stanner, what's what?
All right, fellas, got a lot going on. So the NFL trade deadline is tomorrow. So the Broncos have been decently active today. Mike Kliss reports sources confirm the Broncos have traded outside linebacker Baron Browning to the Cardinals for a 6th-round draft pick. They then, well, the news at least came out. This happened, I believe, over the weekend. The Broncos then signed outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year, $60 million deal with $33 million in guarantees. It was actually done on Saturday. And then there's reports coming out today saying the Broncos are actively shopping tight end Greg Dulcich. And lastly, fellas, Kliss also says one of the reasons for moving on from Baron Browning was outside linebacker Drew Sanders is close to returning from the PUP list with an Achilles injury. So a lot of Broncos news coming out down the pipe today.
All right, so the question is, do you like what the Broncos have done, and should they do something else? Should they buy and sell? Do you like what they've done?
I love what they've done. Yeah, you got your number one priority locked up. I'd been calling for the Broncos to extend Jonathan Cooper for weeks. They did it. Not only did they do it, they got an incredible deal out of it. I mean, very good deal. Jonathan Cooper's annual average is like 13 point something. And if you put that in comparison to all the other outside edge rushers in the NFL, that puts him like 18, 19 in terms of highest paid edge rushers. He's producing at a higher level than 9 out of 10 edge rushers in the NFL right now. So that's a great deal. You put Dulcich on the trade market. You won't trade him. Nobody's going to take him, but you try to.
Can I snore yet?
Sure, if you want.
It's like going to a French restaurant. You say, "Yeah, give me your best appetizer," and they bring you nachos. You're at a French restaurant. Love nachos.
Mm-hmm.
Probably pretty good. Expect a little something more.
You're not satisfied with the Pito
What
juice?
did they do? Oh, they signed a guy for long term. Who cares? They got a 6th-round pick. So what? That ain't doing nothing.
What do you want him to do?
I think getting a 6th-round pick for Baron Browning, considering what the market was for him just a few days ago, is actually pretty good. And you look at the NFC West.
Hold on, look.
What?
I'm trying to see if the earth is shaking underneath your feet.
Sometimes moves are subtle. Yeah. Sometimes things just don't have to, be earth shaking to be important. You got something for him.
Sometimes you feel like you got to pee in the morning too, but you don't really, and you can wait another couple hours.
I think when you get value for a player,
I gotta really pee in the morning.
When you get, I just pee like 9 times during the night, so it's never an urgent thing. When you get some value for something you're not going to need later and doesn't make a dramatic impact now, I think you made out. I think it's good.
That's what the trade deadline should be for.
But
it's getting rid of guys, not so much adding guys, getting rid of guys.
This is like drafting at 21 an offensive lineman.
All right, listen. I'll tell you this.
Needed it. It's probably a good move, but don't say it's exciting.
I think. Well, do you like the signing of Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year, $60 million deal? I mean, that's a commitment to a dude right there, and maybe even a bargain at pass rusher if he's can be productive enough.
Yeah.
But I think their most dynamic guy remains Nick Bonito. I think this dude, and he did not get credit for a sack on the 8-yard loss on Lamar Jackson because it was a broken play, and I guess the stat guy has determined that's a running play, not a pass, although it could have been anything because, you never know what you're going to do.
You watch film. How did he do in the run game?
Cooper or Bonito?
Bonito.
Bonito leads. I didn't watch him all too closely in this game, but generally speaking, I'll tell you, Jonathan Cooper is a much well-rounded football player. Nick Bonito is very splashy. He's very twitchy. Leaves some to be desired in the run game.
Well, everybody did. The Broncos did okay in the run game. I mean, they gave up 127 yards, 106 to Derrick Henry. I mean, it's not crazy. They averaged 200 yards a game. The problem the defense had in particular is once you got past their first drive, the Ravens were ruthlessly efficient with what they were doing. I mean, it was awesome. The cliche about 60 minutes, that is not true. What you need to do in any sporting event is play well enough in a period of time to just win the game. It doesn't take 60 minutes. Yeah.
You cannot fall behind 2 scores with the Ravens. The second you fall by 2 scores, it's lights out, man. The first couple possessions, you could just feel the pressure of it. Like you had to score. That's
why them 4th downs early in the red zone, you got to come back with touchdowns.
Yeah,
I agree.
And you go
that's
back
why he was
to
aggressive.
it of kicking 3 or going for 4. It was the right thing. It was absolutely the right thing. Be recklessly aggressive when you're playing the Ravens. It's your only chance.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, the New Orleans Saints have fired head coach Dennis Allen. Special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi has been named the interim coach. Allen, who replaced Sean Payton as the coach in 2022, went 18-25 in his tenure with the Saints. But that's not the biggest story really coming out of New Orleans. So yesterday, Derek Carr, the Saints were playing the Panthers. Derek Carr throws a pass over the middle to Chris Olave in just a terrible spot. I mean, he gets crunched by 2 Panthers secondary players, hits in the head, has to go to the hospital. So that led to former Saints wide receiver Michael Thomas taking to Twitter and trashing Derek Carr. So a couple of tweets here from Michael Thomas. He said, dude is scared and panics and just throws the ball over the middle.
Wow.
Get him the F out of here. He is so blank. Another tweet. Derek Carr, I can't read that one. I'm sorry.
All right.
There's too many.
Oh my gosh, but now you got me curious. He added him?
They fired all those coaches trying to cover up his flaws, and he's still doing the same bleep. And lastly, that year, his buddy, I believe he's talking about Devontae Adams, went first team All-Pro in 2022. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is bleep on my granny, whatever that means. So,
Damn. Bleep on your granny. I mean, that's not good.
Blah, blah, blah. Does that mean Michael Williams is available to come to Denver?
So I think that'd be Thomas.
Michael Thomas.
Well, I don't know. What's your question? What's the question?
Well, I mean, bigger story. The Derek Carr tweets from Michael Thomas, or the fact that Dennis Allen was fired. The Saints have lost 7 games in a row. They lost
the bigger
to the Panthers
story
yesterday.
is firing a head coach. Just a guy who hates another guy is just Twitter.
Well, and he's a free agent to answer your question, though, Scott. I mean, he's out on the street. Yes, you could get him if you wanted to. And a little bit surprised that Sean Payton never did because it's his guy. Derek Carr getting called. I can't think of another guy getting called out like that by a former player, a former teammate. That's pretty wild. I actually didn't think that throw from Derek Carr was that bad of a hospital ball. I thought it was okay.
Dudes hate dudes for whatever reason. Twitter is,
it's loaded up.
Twitter is Twitter.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't take it all that seriously.
We've seen wives do it, and we've seen dads do it. So I mean, why not a former player in Saints? There's an old visual. As they say, rats always leave a sinking ship. Norm's a sinking ship. It really, to be honest with you, probably has been since Payton left.
Who thought it was a great idea to hire Dennis Allen anyways?
Who knows? This is his second time failing as a head coach. I was never impressed with Dennis Allen when he was here with the Broncos back in the day, but Sean Payton's got a long relationship with them. Listen,
maybe he can come back and be a wide receiver.
I actually was sniffing around. Could they bring him back as like a special consultant? And Broncos actually have several like special consultant guys. They got
that's what Saul is doing in Green Bay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal one way or the other. So, all right, let me ask you a question here. Dennis Allen is a Sean Payton guy and he's a defensive guy. Does VJ have anything to worry about?
No.
Okay.
He's got the number 1 defense in the NFL. You hope it's an anomaly, but yeah.
All right, just a heat check. Next up, Dan.
Dak Prescott will miss several weeks with a hamstring injury. He's going to seek a second opinion to confirm his treatment options. He suffered the injury during the Cowboys' loss yesterday to the Falcons. So Dak finished second in MVP voting last season. This year, he's got an 86% passer rating with 11 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Remember, guys, over the offseason, Dak signed a 4-year, $240 million contract extension with the Cowboys. So do you guys think Jerry Jones, if it continues down this track that the Cowboys are on, they're 3-5 on the year, do you guys think Jerry Jones will, at the end of this season, decide that he needs to blow it up and start over, or do you think he tries to make it work with this nucleus they have?
If you're willing to take cap hits, you can do anything you want, and the Broncos proved that. Shedeur Sanders will be the number 1 drafted player in the draft. I'm not saying he's the best player because it's probably Travis, but look at the desperation some of these teams have at the quarterback position, fellas. It is Shedeur is going to be a hot prospect.
The problem, though, in Dallas, in order for them to do that, they would have to reset things so much to the degree that they would have to accept a 4 to 5 year rebuild. And Dallas ain't ever doing that, right? After just giving Dak Prescott that deal, they're pot committed, man. They can't get out of that thing.
I'll never say a team's pot committed after what the Broncos did.
Well,
There's
I understand what you're saying.
There's always a way to move on.
Of course there is. Of course there is. But in order to do that, you got to be willing to rebuild for 4 or 5 years. And I don't think Jerry Jones is capable of doing that.
The Cowboys fan base is willing to do that.
Well, what are the Broncos doing right now? They got a rookie quarterback. They got their heads
rebuilding,
around, but they're winning at the same time. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you can do both, can't you?
Not really. I mean, you just watch what happened this weekend. The Broncos are having a good season because they've beaten 5 teams with a 500 or less record. And the schedule gods really favored the Denver Broncos this year. With 10 teams going into the weekend with 2 losses or less, all of our wins came to those teams. So what's happening right now is a bit of a mirage here in Denver.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's it going then? If this is a mirage, where's it headed?
Oh, no. We're headed in the right direction. But in terms of competing this year, we found out this weekend we're not ready for the big leagues.
The Broncos a playoff team this year or not?
They've got a very good chance at it still because, like I said, the schedule they've got a very good chance at it. Yeah.
What do you think?
No.
I say yes. And it's going to start this weekend in Kansas City. They are a playoff team, and they're going to make the playoffs.
So if they lose to Kansas City, are they still a playoff team to you?
Maybe, because they could win 4 games in a row after Kansas City. This is why I thought this Baltimore game was just kind of like meh, and it's proven that way.
Do you not think Kansas City is the big leagues?
Kansas City's definitely in the big leagues, and if even a loss to Kansas City doesn't end the season, you've got Atlanta, the Browns, the Colts, and some other slug team in there. Plus, the Raiders are in there. That's your next 4 games, all very winnable. Your final 3 games, Chargers, Bengals, tough, but maybe Kansas City when that game means nothing. So if you can still get 5 wins, so you could lose to Kansas City, win 4 games in a row, lose 2, beat Kansas City, and get 10 wins and get in the playoffs.
Yeah, you definitely can make the playoffs without beating Kansas City. That is a hot take, though, beating Kansas City. I think we found out this weekend they ain't ready for the big leagues.
I think this is the perfect time to play KC. The Monday night game is KC hosting Tampa Bay. That's going to be a banger tonight, by the way. You get KC on a short week. You're a huge underdog. I just love how it sets up. So I think if you were ever going to beat Kansas City in Kansas City, 5 of their 7 wins have been by 7 or less points. Let's go. I did hear something today, and I'm curious about your opinion on this. Do you think Sean Payton grinded the guys too hard after the Carolina win because he was so down on how they won? And on the TV broadcast, they said they had no, victory Monday. They went right back to work. Do you think that had a negative impact on how they approached the game this week?
No, I don't. I think that was the right thing to do. You knew you had the Ravens coming in. Boys, now ain't the time to celebrate a small victory.
I don't know. You got a young team. You can be harder on a young team than you can on a big vet team. And especially a young team with a young quarterback. You can they're coming out of college. So I don't know. Wrong thing. I think you need to grind. I've always felt that it's easier to be hard in the start and get easier as opposed to being a good guy like Hackett and then all of a sudden having to turn hard. It's hard to do.
Sean Payton on his conference call today said, Superman ain't walking through the door. My brother's an idiot. That was the, basic the quote.
Yeah. He didn't say Two-Face, though.
He did not mention me. I do wonder, once the trade deadline is over, do you really look around the room and you really realize, well, this is it. This is the team. unless they want to do something like promote a couple dudes from the practice squad, which I'm not against, by the way. I mean, we saw David Sills IV and Bandy catch all sorts of passes. I'm sorry they don't have Brandon Johnson on their team anymore either. But there were guys making plays that are still on this team. So I think you could make moves with the team. I'm not saying they're earth-shaking. I just don't want to see little Jordan Humphrey on the field anymore. You can do something to help out Bo Nix, can't you?
But again, that's Peyton's whoopee.
Mm-hmm.
Little Jordan?
Yeah, little Jordan's
you got to get over it.
But keep in
Peyton
mind,
whoopee.
Keep in mind
get over
after the Panthers game, Peyton did say, hey, if our wide receivers can't hold on to the football, we will find new wide receivers.
Correct.
So, yeah, you can try. I don't.
Boy, look bad.
Look, the upgrade going to Sills would be so marginal. It's not going to do anything in the big picture. But I'm not against trying things. I'm not against benching guys at all. If there's a reason to bench a guy, bench a guy. I don't think you're going to get any upgrade out of it.
If the Broncos don't make any additions, I just hope they make some internal changes to try to get better. That's all. And the message would be sent, in my opinion.
What did Malone do for this last game?
Played Hunter Tyson.
And kept
Sarich on the bench. Yep. How about that?
And it may not be a forever thing, but guess what?
It gets your attention.
Sit back a little bit, start seeing the game.
Yep.
Start thinking about it in a different way, and let's see. And good job by Hunter. I think he's been great in the minutes he's played in big minutes.
Listen, man, we've been kind of blowing up Hunter Tyson for a couple years. Like, can this dude play? I think he can. Sarich has looked, wow. I mean, I can't believe how bad he's looked. Is he really that bad?
To me, he looks like a guy that's in a new situation and he's overthinking absolutely everything.
Well, let's reset that because there was another development that was pretty remarkable that happened earlier today. Details on that next.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Where'd Scott go? Where's Scotty? What's he doing out there, man?
Taking his time.
Just drifting around our palace.
Chatting.
I got some funny news during the break, but I got to wait for Scott to get back in to tell it. Just happened during the commercial break.
Really?
Yeah. Hey, I got some funny news, bro. Two-Face news. So, I was scheduled because he got this beautiful new set. It really is cool. This is super cool at Ball Arena, by the way, if you're going to the game. The new set is on the club level. Okay, you can't go to the club level unless you got a club level seat during the game. But after the game's over, no matter where your seats are, you can go to the club level to see the post game on altitude. Pretty cool, right? So, yeah, wherever you are, come on. It's a beautiful set. It's in that social area there. It's a beautiful open bar, seating room sort of thing. So it's going to be like a live, like a late night show or something now.
Yeah, I think that's what they're intended to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they said, hey, you want to, they know I go to the game. You want to come on? And I said, oh, yeah, that'd be great. And I was supposed to be on tonight. Then I showed them my face over the weekend. They're like, ooh, why don't we wait a little bit? I just got a note. Hey, just come on anyways. We don't care. Come on.
Because we shamed them in the first segment.
Well, no. I respect what they said. I agreed with what they said. But I just got a note from...
So now you got to go home.
That might be because of me. I politely declined it. And
is that right?
Well, I'm doing it in a month or so, but
okay.
I couldn't do this one.
Oh, all right. Well, for whatever reason, you're going to see Two-Face on 4K, baby, on the new set. Just like, dish, boom.
Yeah, they ought to have Tyler or me up there with this so we can just hammer you for...
Well, come on up, I guess. I think this...
It's by invitation only.
I mean, that is the problem, though. If you bring you on like that, you have to spend at least 5 minutes of the segment talking about it.
There's no doubt about it.
And kind of a scroll, but still in the same vein. Did you check the bike out? Did any big damage?
I'm on the bike today.
Really?
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So
get back on the bike.
Scatter out the cement and everything?
It took me some time. Set it there for a couple days. Cleaned it up today. Spent some time with my baby today, just building that relationship back up again. I felt bad that I might have damaged.
And you let the bike down. The bike didn't let you down.
Correct. I was apologizing. I was trying to make up with her today. Or him. I don't care. It could be either way. I'm open on the bike. So, yeah. So, anyways, that's that. I just thought that was funny. Jenny, thank you, and Matt, and everybody. And I'll be,
So now you are going to go up there.
Yeah. Well, I was going to the game anyways. I was not going to go to the game.
So who told them no, they can't come to the show? They said, let's go to the Scarface.
I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what they want me to wear. There's really no makeup that would... you can't cover this up.
No.
There's nothing you can do makeup-wise. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, only if you had some big black Harry Carey glasses that might help with the shine.
Just put on a costume. I act like you're still doing Halloween.
The craziest part of that story on Friday, I told you guys.
Put on some boxing gloves and a championship belt, and then yeah.
We really did decide on Halloween. I looked too scary to answer the door for the little ghosts and goblins that were coming to the door.
So did you go upstairs, or did you sit in front of the 75?
I sat kind of right there, and they kind of came, and my wife with her little boo bags, which went over great, by the way. And yes, I have extra, and no, you guys don't get any.
No, I put that on you. You described those boo bags poorly. You set us up to expect those things.
They're a bag of mostly healthy treats.
You did have a thing of fruit.
Yeah, once you put in the orange, it counteracts everything cool in there.
Yeah,
Are they oranges or peaches?
Oranges.
Orange slices, baby. So, anyways, tonight the Raptors. See them.
Well, they're done with him now, right?
Revenge came from that.
No, Scotty Barnes, because he got hit in his face by his teammate, right?
Really? Who looks better, me or Scotty Barnes?
Well, Pirtle the Turtle hit him in the face and cracked his orbital bone.
Really?
Oof.
I believe so. In our game.
For what I did, I really should have been hurt worse, right? I mean, I went head face into cement.
There would have been sympathy coming your way had you hurt yourself.
I got a little.
Instead,
my wrist is a little sprained.
Yeah, but it's more like This is kind of like a good laugh at you deserve.
At this
You
point,
know
it
he
is.
really wants to have a lawsuit, though, right? Like he
Yeah.
in his heart of hearts, he
But
really
I guess
wants
going
to.
between cones
And if
there
he
for
doesn't,
warning,
there's
don't
no
enter.
chance he tells us because he's not going to want to get roasted for it.
I would
but-
never tell you. I'd just be looking sharper because I'd have all that money, that laundry cash. Meanwhile, today, Val Nichushkin was on the ice with his teammates for the first time, and you're allowed to, before reinstated, be with your team to practice ahead of being reinstated. How about that moment, guys? Val Nichushkin back on the ice.
For me, the biggest thing: are you clean, and do you have resources around you that can keep you on the straight and narrow? A lot of people said, and maybe he did this the first time. Oh, I can do this on my own. And there's been a million people who said I can do this on my own, and guess what? They can't.
How is he going to be received by the fans?
Well, I'm going to be fascinated how he's received inside the organization. Not that we'll really ever find out, because I bet the organization was no different than us when it happened. Screw this guy. Like, I don't want it back. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Like fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? And if you get to that point as an organization, I promise you, they felt that way. But now, are they like us, where it's just like, oh, good, thank God we got Val back? I bet you they're more like us than anything else. They're just like, thank God we got him back.
If you were, what are they now, 4-5?
Oh, my gosh. Well, let me think. They lost 4. They won 5, 4-5. They lost 3. So they're 5-7.
4-7.
5-7. They won 5 in a row.
So 5-7.
5-7.
I'll say this. I think the reception by the fans and the locker room is a lot greater right now at 5-7 than had you been 11-1.
I agree.
If you're 11-1, they're like, dude,
Now-
we really want to run this. We really want to run this back right now.
Right.
Now it feels like the Cavalry's arrived.
Yeah,
and you're like, oh, thank God the Cavalry's here.
and let him come out. He's gonna be first game. I guarantee he'll pop some dudes and he'll score, and the whole place will erupt.
Can you believe how we were feeling 6 months ago and how it feels now? It's a little predictable. It is a little predictable. Fans like to win. They love their teams.
That's what I'm saying. So 5-7. Guess what? Yes, please get him back here.
The crazy thing is, I'm going to guess he's going to come back and be incredibly productive right off the jump.
Well, you called him the top 2 or 3 player in the league last
Dude,
year before the playoffs.
He's unbelievable. I think he's a top 10 player in the world when he's playing at his highest level. And that is insane that would give the Avs 3 top 10 guys, in my opinion. Mikko just outside of it. Taves in the probably top 50. The talent is ridiculous. And you've got a goalie carousel with no real plan
or direction.
One of these guys, is something. But hey, the Avs on the ice at Ball Arena against Seattle. Lehkonen will be back on Tuesday. Tonight,
I think that's a big get too.
The NBA, the reason why it's 8:00 tonight, as Kevin pointed out, the NBA is doing, every team is playing 15 minutes apart.
So we're staggering again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Colorado's got 10-15 start next weekend, by the way.
Tech?
Yep.
10-15.
Wait, is it Tech or is it the game after that?
I thought it was 2:00.
No, it's the game after that. They announced the next home game is at 10:15.
10:15 a.m.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but they're complaining about that too because they're always on extremes. They're never in the normal spot.
10 is it against? I'm trying to think. It's Tech. It's Kansas then, right? It's Kansas. And that is at Kansas, so that's really 11:15 then.
I thought it was the next home game, but
the next home game is at 10:15 a.m.
Which would be 12:15.
Are you serious?
Which would be prime time
10 a.m.
Eastern.
Oh, at Utah's. Oh my God, they're playing a game at 10 a.m. at Folsom?
Yeah.
That is stupid.
I know. They're always getting extremes.
That is.
But guess
what is that?
Guess what time it is in East Coast?
Well, that's prime time, baby.
Noon.
So it's a national game. Is that the big noon?
Or the Foxes. It's Fox's big game, whatever they do.
So is every game going to be nationally televised?
The entire season has been.
That is wild.
Kansas will be interesting. We'll see if Kansas does. And look, the last game's at 10 a.m. too against Oklahoma State.
They win against Utah. They'll find a way to put Kansas on.
All right, guys, great show. Nate and Andy coming up next. Thank you to Dan Tanner. Good luck to the Nuggets today, and look for your boy Two-Face on TV. It's PhD on 92.5.
Remember that name you all had for me? when I was at Internal Affairs. What was it, Gordon? Say it.
Say it!
Two-Face, Harvey Two-Face.
Hey, we're here. Welcome into the show, everybody. It's Monday. We are live at the Hofbrau because that's where we talk to you from on Mondays. The Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in lovely Westminster, Colorado, where today we are here to get you set for the Nuggets and the Toronto Raptors over there at Ball Arena to talk about things happening with the Avalanche that are hopefully going to be better than what has been happening out on the ice. We are here to talk about the Buffs getting all kinds of good help from their friends in the Big 12 and CSU helping themselves an awful lot. Oh, the college football is fun, Andy. Are you prepared for a world where we could have two front-range programs in a conference title game?
I am.
I am ready for it.
Now, let me tell you what I'm more prepared for.
What's that?
Frosted Tips shift to you.
How
the
so?
Frosted Tips bet is to you.
Oh, that was not the agreement.
Oh, no. It's your turn. Your turn to wear it now. Your turn. You had brought up the Raider game.
Yes.
So are you willing to put – I put my Frosted Tips on the line. I frankly didn't know when they'd get it done, but they got it done this weekend.
Yep.
CSU Rams.
CSU
Bowl
Rams.
eligible.
One at Nevada. Bowl
So now-
eligibility. It's done.
The Raider game is the next logical spot
Okay.
for you to put the tips of your hair in the frosted danger zone.
Is that in favor of the Broncos or the Raiders?
The Broncos.
Okay. It's not the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. They're coming up this week for the Buffs.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, yesterday notwithstanding, we got some enjoyable football.
We sure did. That we did.
Yesterday sucked.
Was it terribly unexpected? What was your rage level as you watched that game?
No. It wasn't. No, golly, I am Sean Paytoning you left and right.
No. Come on. No.
No, the last no is my favorite. No.
I like how whiny he gets on the last one. He sounds like Luke Skywalker.
I
I gotta go to the Tashi station and pick up some more power converters.
Sure. If those droids aren't on the Eastern Plains by sunset, they'll be hell to pay. I don't remember what the line is. He's dead anyway.
By the way, did you happen to
barbecue.
notice that Luke was way more sad about Obi-Wan Kenobi, who he had known for 5 minutes, dying, than he was about his aunt and uncle who raised him since he was an infant?
Guy didn't look like he was a good time. Just see him going up to the Jawas with his RBF. I mean, come on.
I mean, Aunt Beru seemed okay. She was always there with the purple milk.
He was drinking the blue and purple milk. I'm sure he wanted the hell out of there. I like how his
he would have taken him out himself if he could have.
His sadness was the little turn of the head.
I'm
that
sorry.
Was it.
I know, right? That was it.
No,
I watched Star Wars this weekend.
I know
Sorry.
you did. How'd that go?
It was great.
The kid got her first viewing of it.
Edge of the seat.
Do I need to bring her Star Wars toys now?
You may have to. Yeah, she's all in now.
What are you going to do when she finds the old bikini-clad Leia?
Hey, it's important to have role models, Andy.
Whatever. Okay. First off, I can relate to Sean Payton's final no because I've had my kids wear me down that way.
Uh-huh.
Secondly, most importantly, was I shocked by yesterday's results? Yeah, in a way. I really thought we'd get a bit more. I did not think they'd win. Both our predictions spoke to that.
Sure.
I did not think they'd get boat raced like that. I was disappointed to see it, but it confirms. Here's what I think it should confirm for everybody. This is a defensive football team, and when the defensive side of the ball doesn't show up, you're not going to win.
Did they have a defense yesterday? I didn't see him.
You know where I started to get worried about that? When Vance Joseph had a comment last week where he talked about how it's tough to figure out how to rush Lamar Jackson, which is very true.
They did it well the first time.
You don't want to blitz him.
You don't want to,
he talked about how you want to have a fourth guy hanging out. You got to kind of mush rush. But again, Vance talked earlier in the year what turned things around for him. I have an identity. This is what I coach. This is what I call. I felt like Vance was out of his play calling comfort zone yesterday. They didn't know if they wanted to go after him. They didn't know if they didn't want to go after him. The tackling wasn't very good. They busted wide open holes in the zone all day long.
Yeah.
I felt like Vance, do you feel like the Broncos played to their identity most of the year, which is get after the quarterback, confuse you with our blitzes? I don't think he tried a lot of that. And I think, therefore, you just didn't call your comfortable game. And you got your butt kicked because of it.
They had a blitz early on, and it was I want to say it was that second down play where – and Lamar read it beautifully and threw a screen to Justice Hill, and he turned it into a big play. But there was a holding penalty. Their guard got called for holding out in space. Took him back to a second down and 12. And right there, you're like, okay, Broncos, there you are. There was your break. You got him behind the sticks right now at a second down and 12. Take care of business. And the very next play, Nelson Aguilar, there wasn't a defender within 10 yards of him in either direction. And that happened all day long. Zay Flowers had a bunch of those in that game yesterday. Just green grass. Receivers, just nothing but
running through the middle of the field.
It was like the barren lands of Tatooine out there, Andy, with the amount of space that those guys had and were able to make plays, and Lamar killed them with it pretty much every single time. My God, is that guy good.
Oh, they're good. Well, that's an offense that's got it all pieced together. You know what else bummed me? Okay,
they don't even need Deontay Johnson. What's he even there for?
I know. They had Zay Flowers.
Did he even have a catch in that game yesterday? He was non-existent. They don't even need the guy. That's how good they are.
I'll list my issues on offense, starting with what has been a very physical offensive line to this point. Kind of got manhandled as the game went along.
Sure did.
They were getting like Forsythe, that rough game for Forsythe. Rough game for a lot of them. We got the McFlinchy in there. We got the Bowles hold in there.
Oh, the drinking game
drinking game was in full throat.
You were buzzed yesterday if you participated.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
I hope you were sipping.
When
we say a drink, just a simple
hope you
taste.
drank responsibly, because the Broncos, they wanted to put you under the table yesterday.
So I didn't like how the offensive line played. It was a weird Bo Nix game for me. Again, the flaws of needing to not redline the ball, as Mike Sanford likes to say, when you got a wide-open guy. They give up a lot of big plays. You couldn't hit the big plays. He did seem calm. Like the first half, I was like,
he played with composure.
Again, this is a starting NFL quarterback.
Yeah, he looked like it.
Somehow you got to get the deep plays back in this thing when
Made
you play
some big-time
a team
throws.
like that. So he did. He also missed some big-time throws. You take the good with the bad.
4th down and 4 to Troy Franklin.
Yeah, that was there for the taking.
It was there. That was a free touchdown. You decided you didn't need it.
The run game has got to be better, and something you got to be able to lean on a run game. Every time they've been good under Sean Payton, the run big game's been a part of it. And then the run game ties into the play calling. Can the run game really be good? Like that 4th down play where Javonte, the camera showed, clearly didn't get to the first down. Now, it's a weird rule. I wish he would have leaned the ball out, but they're marking you where the knee is, so even a ball lean, I'm not sure would have got it done for him.
It's where the ball is when the knee touches, and so when the knee touched, the ball was not over the line.
Not close.
And that's one where Javonte Williams, you got to make that play, dude.
Oh, you do.
You're out in space. You got to pick up that first down, my guy.
I agree. Help your offense out.
Yes.
But I also do not like the pitch. What are we pitching him? All right, we got a 4th and 1. Well, now it's a 4th and 6 because you decided to pitch it 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. What are we doing?
Got to make that play. The problem is right now they're not very good either in running when they're up against the line of scrimmage. That 3rd and 4th down situation is a good example of that. Did you realize if you take the New Orleans game off the table, okay? Javonte Williams, in the other 8 games the Broncos have played, has 6 carries from the 3-yard line or in. No touchdowns. Outside of the Saints game where he was able to do that. But that's the kind of season this guy's having right now. He's just not good in those situations. Javonte Williams is a physical runner. When he can get ahead of steam, he can't bowl dudes over. He doesn't have that ability. And the fullback dive to Michael Burton, you can take that out of the playbook. I'm good. It's an ineffective play, and I don't even know if it's how much it's Burton's fault, how much it's Sean's fault for being in love with it. It's an awkward handoff because you have to make it so damn quickly, so it's hard to get sure-handed on that play because it's such a quick spin for Bo Nix. He's always in that I formation, so Burton's never able to get enough momentum going forward, and also defensive linemen are just bigger, badder, tougher than they've ever been. and Michael Burton ends up just running into the back of his offensive line and not making plays. The fullback dive, I'm set. I'm good. I don't need to see another one.
At least you ran the Philly special. I'll tell you
Effectively.
what. I almost tweeted this out, but I didn't know how people would take it, so I didn't need to deal with Twitter yesterday. Bo Nix seriously may be a better receiver than some of the guys he's throwing to. Did you see how he actually bodied the guy off to make sure that he could make a catch?
He turned
like,
his
that's
body.
a compliment to Bo Nix while being a shot at the receivers. I mean, come on, dude.
The corner made a good play, too.
He did, but Bo Nix used his body to shield it away
leveraged him
so
away,
he could make a catch.
Fell over the goal line.
Could I get a few guys to do that as well? Did you see? If your quarterback can do it, why can't you?
Lil Jordan Humphrey. Oh, Lil Jordan. Is he Sean Payton's version of Anthony Carter, where it's just like none of the rest of us see it, but you do, and you're going to keep putting that guy out on the field?
I don't know, man. Is it Josh Reynolds?
Why?
Is it
Audric Estime fumbles, and it's like, okay, he's got to carry a ball around for a week. Lil Jordan makes a boneheaded play every single week. Yeah, we're going right back to him on the next drive. What are we doing here? Are they that bereft of playmakers?
Yes.
Answer, yes. But are they really that they got to keep running him out there?
I guess.
Ugh.
Is that just because of Josh Reynolds? I don't know the answer, because when you watch Zay Flowers, and again, they decided to add more speed in Deontay Johnson, Broncos just don't have one of those. I mean, technically they do in Troy Franklin, but he and Bo just have a weird disconnect right now. They are just not on the same page with things. When Bo gets the throw right, he doesn't catch it, and then other times Bo overthrows him. It's weird for two former college teammates.
They had one good one in a tight window yesterday, but their deep ball connection is absolute puke. He had another one where he missed him out of bounds. Again, Bo Nix will do the thing where he throws deep balls out of bounds. Stop doing that. Give your guys some sort of chance.
Well, and I'll be honest with you. Even Mims, damn it, I really want to try to pump your cause because I think there's probably a good receiver in there. How do you not
keep squinting?
Reach your hands out. Okay. If we're going to ask Bo Nix to get better footwork, which is fair, to be a little more accurate, then you still need to catch the ones that are in your catch radius.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? You didn't reach out to reach back toward, come back to the football. Did you see the one in, was it Green Bay? No, it was Detroit. God, now I can't remember. One of the games, a pass was thrown, maybe it was even that Lions game, where the DB was right there to catch it, and instead the receiver ran right through it and snagged the ball and kept – was that the Packers game? I want to say it was the Packers game where he took the interception from the DB that stood there and waited for the ball. The damn receivers need to hear. You're like that DB. Go get the football for your guy.
We are live at the Hofbrau. It is Crankman and Lindahl on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. Broncos fall, point the finger. Your choice which one you want it to be after they get blown out by the Baltimore Ravens.
I have two middle fingers.
Did Baltimore actually open the door yesterday, and why did the Broncos want no part of it? We'll talk about that next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Denver's HVAC experts that truly do care. That is Apple Air. Go to appleair.com or give them a call, 303-733-2813. Get a free estimate, or if you have gotten a quote on a furnace, AC, plumbing, whatever, if it doesn't feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free. I had Shane come out to our crib and check out our furnace. He said this thing is in rough shape. Got me a fantastic deal. and a nice new Dakin. That's right, 2-stage furnace installed in our home. Oh, the place is warm and cozy as can be. And when I say that price was right now Apple Air is offering you $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Plus, if you need to get your system tuned up before the weather gets too chilly, pretty darn cold last night, $43.95 for a furnace safety checkup. That is a new customer-exclusive offer. That's right. Give them a call. Apple Air. They care about you. They care about your home. And they care about your money by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. 303-733-2813. 303-733-2813. Or visit appleair.com.
Apple Air. The experts that care.
First and 10, down the middle, look wide open. It's Flowers again, and he breaks the tackle, and he's off to the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown.
He extended plays He does that really well, especially extending right. He uses a real strong, stiff arm. And then he made some plays from the pocket, and they ran the ball pretty well. There weren't a lot of quarterback designed runs. When we did the research, when he's missed Wednesday and Thursday, that's happened 2 other times. They're a little less apt to run him on the design runs. So we saw a little bit more conventional style offense, but nonetheless, it was a combination.
Yeah, Lamar was pretty good yesterday. In fact, Andy, he was perfect. 16 of 19, 280 yards, 3 tutties, a passer rating of 158.3. Yes, that is the number that signifies perfection when it comes to the passer rating. 4th time in his career Lamar Jackson has done that. Here's where everybody has to say, not bad for a running back. Yeah, he's pretty good.
I think we're off that, right?
Are we? Let's. I think we should all agree that we could be. Zay Flowers, pretty good yesterday. 5 catches for $127, including that 53-yard touchdown right before the half that basically meant that this game was going to be over. The end of half management by the Broncos, not great, Andy. Really was not good. The Broncos got themselves a 1st down and 10 at the Baltimore 12. They run a swing pass out to Jaleel McLaughlin. He gets knocked out of bounds, stops the clock, saves Baltimore a timeout. On a kill situation, they go fullback dive to Burton. There's that again in the conversation. That doesn't work. Ravens did have to burn a timeout, but then Garrett Bowles just hugs up on Kyle Hamilton and gets called for holding. That stops the clock. 3rd down and 17. You throw an incompletion. Probably should have done something to force the clock to move on that play, but they don't. Clock stops. Lutz kicks a 37-yard field goal. It's a 17-10 game, but Baltimore gets the ball back with 54 seconds left, and they have a timeout. What did it take them? 2 plays? 3 plays?
Ridiculous.
To go down.
How quick that was.
And score. But yeah, 53-yard touchdown. Riley Moss gets beat. Flowers runs into the end zone, 24-10. Drive took 38 seconds. And that was pretty much ball game. Baltimore got the ball to start the 3rd, made it 31-10. But, you had the possibility of going to the half with a 1-score game. Instead, the next time you touch the ball, you're down 21.
Yeah.
You're toast.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
It's just not – again, the strength of your team all year has been defense. We've been saying that.
Yep.
So you got to show up in these big games. Got to give them the same fighting chance that they've had.
Yep.
Because what I was impressed with was I do think impressed probably too strong a word. I guess what I encouraging was if the Broncos could have stayed within what their offense does, which is a short passing game, don't require them to, you know what I mean, the longer drives, they're picking up some first downs. They're making some things happen, but they're not going to be a team that has 3 plays and jumps back in it either. They just don't have that in the bag right now. They don't have the playmaker in it for the bag right now, it would seem. So for the defense to be, and I mean, did you see at that one point, what was it, like 48 plays for the Broncos to half that for Baltimore, and they're doubling the Broncos up on the scoreboard? Come on.
They were hitting so many big plays in that game. So many plays in that game. And when they made mistakes like Rashad Bateman had a drop,
didn't matter.
3rd down and 10, and Lamar gets 11. Cooper loses contain. And, boy, Jonathan Cooper, interesting game to have and then get $33 million guaranteed the next day. Last time I saw him yesterday, he was getting stiff-armed by Lamar Jackson, either that or letting Lamar Jackson run right past him.
Running way too big and not holding the edge, as that was kind of pointed out.
Jonathan Cooper's a good player. Lamar Jackson is a different animal. I get all that. But, yeah, that contract had certainly been in the works before he put that game on film.
Yeah, now, I don't have a problem with it. I think if you're going to commit to 2 of the guys, Cooper and Benito, or for those that didn't hear the news today, Baron Browning traded for only a 6th rounder at Arizona. Here's why we can get all hot and saucy about some of the guys you ought to trade. When have you ever had that's a hell of a haul at the trade deadline? We were all kind of impressed with the Vaughn trade because it kept saying 2nd rounder. Then the Rams won the Super Bowl, and it was basically a third-rounder.
And the Broncos had to pay to make it that.
Yeah, they basically ate all of Vaughn's salary in order to – they bought a pick is what they did. They probably bought the beginning of the third round instead of the beginning of the fourth round is probably what happened there. So, I don't think anything else. We still have till tomorrow for them to do something. I know some want them to move on. Yesterday does show you keep developing, keep coaching. You've been saying it really all year when I've tried to razz you into the playground to try to get you to talk about a receiver or something like that. The reality is the true, sane, logical thing is to keep saving for the big house.
Yeah.
Keep all your money in the bank.
Baron Browning was getting squeezed out. Jonah Ellis has turned into a nice player. You're going to get Drew Sanders back and hopefully effective next year. There was no place for Baron Browning here. You get a 6th-round pick for him. You either make a pick in the 6th round or you use the 6th rounder as ammunition to be able to move around on draft day or whatever it is,
right.
If you need to. So that's why you make that move right there. So 2 transactions for the Broncos today. Jonathan Cooper gets a 4-year extension at $60 million, $33 million guaranteed. Good for Cooper. Great story. 7th-round pick. Turned into a really nice NFL player. So that is good to see. The Broncos paying one of their own. Andy, it's a good locker room move. Cooper's a very respected dude. Plus, when you're a 7th-rounder and you had to earn your own way, that's a good culture move to pay a guy like Jonathan Cooper. So I get it. You don't just do it because it's a nice thing to do. You do it because he's a good player. And, again, Lamar Jackson makes everybody look bad. And then Baron Browning squeezed. There was no room for him here.
Look, he was mid. I'm going to use the kid term. He was mid. I don't know what to tell you. He showed up some games. He didn't show up others. He was fine.
Yep.
But there was nothing consistently great about the guy. Did he excite me at points during his stay here? You betcha. You bet he did. But it was never consistent. Remember when he kind of had that Vaughn get-off move where he was timing the snap, but then he also went Vaughn and ended up getting more penalties for false starts or from offsides than he was making the move effective.
When it's Von Miller, you're like, okay, I get it. When it's Baron Browning, you're like, all right, stop, dude.
Well, they were looking at the clock going, nope, we're not giving you that.
Right.
So, whatever. They still need help there. Look, yesterday is just a reality check. I think we all knew we were going to get some kind of reality check. I just didn't think it would be
41-10.
Yeah, where you didn't score a touchdown for most of the game. Did they only get 1 touchdown in the second quarter? When did Bo catch his pass?
Second quarter.
That's it. That was your only score of the day.
And a field goal by Lutz. That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. They got down to Cortland Sutton called the ball at the 1-yard line at the very end. By the way, Josh Johnson took snaps yesterday.
How about that? We got that prop.
Drink on that
I
one.
loved your tweet about who was it. Jim Nantz getting to use all his prep work because the game was out of hand. I was shocked they didn't switch the nation to that Miami-Buffalo game.
They started doing
play-by-play
play-by-play of that game.
Well, because Jim was poor.
They were legitimately looking at the TV and giving play-by-play of
Yeah.
Buffalo-Miami, and they were paying no attention to Denver-Baltimore. And granted, there was no reason to. Game was over. It was out of reach. There was nothing to do but watch Bo Nix make terrible throws off kilter in that fourth quarter.
Well, they got to him. They got him out of his comfort zone again. But again, the O-line had a rough day. The offense had a rough day. So did the defense.
His start was okay.
It was.
He had an okay start. He made a really good throw down the field to Sutton on back shoulder right away. He made a really nice play to Javonte along the sideline, kind of Mahomesy of flinging it back over his body but finding a guy with space and being able to make some plays. There was tight window throw to Troy Franklin. There were some good throws. There were some good things out of Bo Nix yesterday. However, I feel as though, and again, I'm maybe saying this anecdotally, but most of the season he has gotten better as games have gone along. Yesterday he devolved. By the time that game ended, it was like I was almost like, are they going to put Stiddy in? This is just starting to look bad. It's garbage time. Who cares?
Well, don't get him hurt.
I mean,
don't get Bo hurt.
Don't do what the Bears did to Caleb Williams yesterday and leave him out there to get himself killed. So yeah, he had a really rough second half. His footwork just went to heck. He wasn't making good throws. He wasn't making accurate throws. He was making bad decisions. He was hanging on to the ball. He was seeing ghosts, hell, by the second half, by the time that came around. So it was a bad Bo Nix game. And I worry about that because instead of building momentum at the end of that game, he played worse as the game went along. And who's waiting this week? Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs. And that's a heck of a better defense than what Baltimore runs out.
No, I agree, but you better get ready to run. You got to run the football. We keep talking about this. That's why I asked Leggy last week, are they going to go back to the 40 or 50 throws? I didn't see what it ended up. But you still got to trust the run game enough.
19 of 33, 223.
That
now,
isn't terrible, but
it's also, you weren't bad at the half. It was, you were 20 runs to 21 throws at halftime, basically even up. Knicks had 20 pass attempts, and then Sutton had the one. So you were within your game plan largely in the first half, like we talked about before. By the time you touched the ball again in the second half, you were down 21 points.
Right.
Run game's obsolete.
Fair enough, but I still think you need – see, to me, you've got to manage the football game. Okay, you want to give me a drive where you try to throw your way back into it, fine. But isn't the evidence there that's not what this team does? I mean, look, whether we like it or not, Nate, whether we like it or not, even at the end of the half, Bo Nix is going to take the shorter route. He's not going to force something deep because he's been told sacks, turnovers, worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
Sacks, turnovers, you avoided them. That's how you won the job. Cool. So just accept what you are. Don't make it worse by continuing to have short 3-and-outs and letting them have the ball back. I mean, you want to talk about complimentary football. Nobody was complimenting anybody yesterday. Remember the old restaurant, Dick's Last Resort? Yeah, they stopped by there as far as the compliments went yesterday. For those that hadn't been there, they basically insulted you. You showed up to be insulted all throughout your meal.
We had
I don't know if it was funny or not.
We had a place in Chicago called Wiener Circle.
Okay.
David Tell went there
All right.
on his show. Yeah, they said things to you that were very inappropriate.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So
yeah.
That's how the complimentary football went yesterday. That's just my point. But do you know what? I mean, again, here's the thing, though. I feel like you know Kansas City well enough. Remember, were the Chiefs right after the Dolphins? Who was the game after the Dolphins?
It was Chicago.
Chicago.
That was
okay.
where they had the comeback.
Remember where we all kept wondering were the Chiefs going to put up 70.5 after what the Dolphins did?
Right.
And the Broncos played them tight both games.
Sure did.
I do think Vance Joseph, Sean Payton showed last year they got the win at home. I just think they know how to play the Chiefs. I'm gonna lean on that. Okay? And look, frankly, when you're trying to beat the Chiefs, here's what gives me some encouragement. Bo Nix is really, when he's in his pocket and showing us when he's comfortable to this point after 9 games,
yeah,
it's the short passing game. It's long drives. It's sucking up time. Dude, hold the ball this next game. We're going to be all right. I hope. I can't convince myself. Chris Jones keeps dancing through my head. When does Wattenberg come back? Can I ask that?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah. People keep asking us, what are the updates on the guys on IR, which is a fair question from the text line. He doesn't update that.
Is Josh Reynolds eligible to return this week?
I think so, dude, but I don't know what's going on
right,
after his scare. He may not want to live here anymore.
Exactly.
I don't know. Dude
yeah.
chased me out of my car shooting at me.
Right.
I'd be like, hey, can I get out of town?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's asking that, but seriously.
Lamar Jackson now has thrown for the most games with a perfect passer rating since 1950. He's got 4. Brady's got 3. Peyton Manning's got 3. Kurt Warner's got 3. Ben Roethlisberger's got 3. What happened to the coverage yesterday? It was non-existent.
Well, the problem was, I think, they are multiple in their weapons.
Yeah.
It is not just one or two. They've got a tight end. You haven't really dealt with a lot of tight ends this year, have you?
Nope.
You know what I mean? Like, again, when you did get to play Bowers, there was no Devontae Adams. He was already on his little pouting trip to get out of town.
The funny thing about it is their tight ends had 2 catches total yesterday.
But it still takes coverage
But
from
you had to account for them. Justice Hill, he had that big wheel route play that they hit yesterday. Zay Flowers had 5 catches for 2 tutties. Rashad Bateman only had 3 catches. I mean, really, it was a very efficient passing game. But, like, you look at this, and it's like, okay, Nelson Aguilar, 1 catch, but it was 29 yards. And it was on a 2nd down and 12 when you had him behind the sticks. Derrick Henry had a catch, but it went for 27. And that's – they just gashed you for big plays all day long. It's not to say the Broncos didn't have any. Cortland had a 33-yard catch yesterday, another 100-yard game out of Cortland Sutton. I would think that he's pretty happy playing with Bo Nix these days. Javonte Had a 34-yard catch yesterday. That was on the throwback along the sideline. That was a good play. Troy Franklin had the one for 19 yards, but Bo's got to hit him in stride on that because that was a touchdown. You cannot miss out on that stuff. That's just it. Like, Ravens opened the door early on in that game. Like, the Broncos had an early turnover, but the defense got a stop. They were able to do that. Ravens took a penalty that wiped out a big play, put them at 2nd down and 12, but nope, they made a big play. It just, at one point that game was 10-7, and it was within reach. And then, like, one bad possession, and that thing just got hideous really, really quick. And it was what happened at the end of the half. It was bad clock management at the end of the half by the Broncos. And usually, Sean Payton's pretty good at that stuff. He really does. He does that winning on the margins thing well. It's how he's got a winning football team with this group out there that you saw yesterday, quite frankly, isn't all that terribly talented. Sean didn't have a great day yesterday. I didn't think game plan-wise he was bad, but I do think, game management inside the game, Sean Payton was not great yesterday.
No, I don't think he did him a lot of favors, I don't. And so neither coordinator, and that's basically what Sean is, the OC, no matter what the titles are, neither coordinator really was in their bag yesterday. So that's got to change against the Chiefs.
Yep.
There's really nothing more to say. I'm with you. I think there was a lot that was not great yesterday. But look, Sean also showed us he was gripping about this game through most of the week. He sounded grumpy basically since Carolina ended.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Look, they surprised us against the Chiefs last year. I'll be surprised if they don't at least surprise us again this year.
Broncos fall. Craigman and Lindahl talking about it out here at Hofbrau. Come out, watch Monday Night Football tonight, Tampa Bay and Kansas City. That's right, the Broncos' upcoming opponent is on TV tonight. Bucks Chiefs right here. Watch the game at Hofbrau this evening. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll call it a down and up weekend for the Denver Nuggets. Now 3-3 with Toronto coming in tonight. Are we feeling any better about this team? We'll talk about that next.
Uh-oh, Westbrook's got that sniper look in his eyes. God, I used to hate this when he wasn't on our team. He throws it on the high left side over to Porter. Porter back out on top over to Jokic. Jokic goes to the right hand in the corner to Westbrook. Back over to Christian. Down the lane and a dunk with 2 hands. That's all up in your face. And then Gobert shoves Christian, and we got a melee underneath the Minnesota bench. What's the problem, Rudy? You don't like people dunking on you? Security from both teams immediately out there, and we'll see what we have here. Oh, my goodness. Rudy just got absolutely dunked on by Christian Brown.
Yeah, CB yammed it all over him. Problem was, that game wasn't 46 minutes long. Should have been. I would like to lobby the NBA for that rule change. Can NBA games just be 46 minutes long? Because then the Nuggets would have won. Instead, they blow that thing on Friday night. Some hideous possessions down the stretch. Offense got real weird without Jamal Murray. Say what you will about Jamal Murray and his struggles so far this year. He generally understands in crunch time, oh, yeah, get the ball to Nikola Jokic. They struggled with that.
Oh, yeah. Well, and nobody else wants to take a shot.
No.
That becomes a problem.
Yep.
Here's the thing. No matter how bad Jamal's been playing, Jamal still shows you he is not afraid to help be the man. He's not afraid to be the second option, to be the Robin to the Batman, however you want to put it. And that is one of the biggest things that Jamal brings to you. Somebody else has got to be willing to take the shot, bro. Take the shot. Aaron, MPJ, whoever. Don't be afraid. And you know what? That's what stinks the most about that Minnesota game. Both MPJ and Aaron Gordon had some good three-point shooting nights.
Sure did.
Now with Aaron or with MPJ, you expect it.
Sure did.
But Aaron Gordon was kind of in its like do you remember that many threes from Aaron Gordon? I felt like he hit more than usual.
He does it a couple of times a year where he's got one of those nights, and you hate to lose those games, but they did. They come back, second night of a back-to-back the next night. They played Utah. The Jazz are just awful.
God, they're bad.
And the Nuggets bludgeoned them. Utah is a completely rebuilding team. Nice to see our old buddy Cody Williams out there, although outside of one nice early play, he went 2 for 11 for the Utah Jazz, and the Nuggets took care of business the way that they needed to, but the Russell Westbrook shooting issues continue. He was 2 for 11 last night. The good news is it didn't matter because the Jazz are so bad. Our friend Andy, first name Hunter, last name Tyson.
Yes.
First name Hunter, last name Tyson.
I still will get it wrong.
I know.
Go ahead.
I know.
You know who I know him as? Mr. Chick-fil-A.
There you go. He likes Chick-fil-A. That's a thing we know about him. Hunter Tyson got some minutes in the last couple of games, and you know what, Andy? He's got play hard in him. I like that out of Hunter Tyson. Ripping rebounds down. I like the aggression out of him. He knows, and I think, quite honestly, he's looking at guys like why is Russell Westbrook still playing? Because he's got all the play hard in him. Christian Brown, how did he get to where he is in the NBA? The play hard got him on the floor. Now his skills are starting to catch up to it, and he's playing out of his mind right now. He has been nothing short of fantastic. But the Nuggets come back and blow out the Utah Jazz, now 3-3. Toronto comes in this evening, and then after that, this homestand is going to be loaded up with tests. Oklahoma City, Miami, and Dallas before they go on the road for a 3-game trip to New Orleans and Memphis. Have to have this one tonight. You played these guys close last time up in Toronto. It'd be nice if you got another laugher this evening against the Raptors. Jamal Murray is still out with the concussion. But, Andy, do you feel any better about the Nuggets after the weekend that was?
Heck yeah, I do.
Good.
And look, didn't we say this? We said it Friday. Just compete. Even if you don't get this one, compete. Yeah. They did more than compete. They should have won the dang game.
Should have.
Now, you know, Julius Randle looks like he's maybe a little more of a problem than we originally thought. He is a physical player. But, you know, yes, I feel – they feel a little bit more like the old Nuggets. We can all calm down after this weekend, right?
Yep.
Is that – you know what I mean?
There's something to that. Michael Porter has found his shot. He didn't have it to start the year. He's shot the ball really, really well over the last 3 games. He's made 11 threes over the last 3 games, so he's starting to certainly feel comfortable. Christian Brown has been great. Obviously, without Jamal, you're tinkering with some bench stuff. Not the worst thing early on in the season. We hope this thing's not serious with Jamal Murray. But right now, this is a Nuggets team that is getting to know some things. There's guys that are still getting comfortable. Dario Saric is still painful to watch out there
I
right
hope that
now.
changes.
I want to give that 10, 12, 15 games. I'd like to get a larger sample size of it. DJ got some minutes the other night, second night of a back-to-back. Okay, throw DJ out there, and he looked good. Again, when DJ is used sparingly, he can look spry like that. Don't play him too much.
Yeah, but let's, again, try to get Zeke Naji in there. Try to get something out of him. If nothing else, if you can get him just show enough to be able to trade him, which you can't right now.
He had a
Even
mid-range
that would help.
jumper.
He had a mid-range jumper. He's still an athletic guy. I do like seeing Hunter Tyson in there. I do.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe that's the good news about this Jamal Murray thing. You got to play some other guys. You got to go to some different pieces on your bench. If nothing else, Hunter Tyson can maybe bring you a little bit of offense if you can get that thing clicking. By the way, Julian Strother, please quit getting into foul trouble 5 minutes after you enter the game. It'd be cool to watch you not be in foul trouble and see if you could get that three ball stroking.
Defensive end of the floor is a
challenge.
It's tough for him right now.
But again, if he could get that three ball working, then maybe we wouldn't worry about that.
Tough
so
for
much.
him right now. So Toronto coming in 8 o'clock tip, by the way. We'll have it for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 7:30 pregame. It's by the way, it's staggered starts tonight in the NBA. There's a game tipping off every 15 minutes.
They're doing the hockey deal
in the NBA.
Are we calling this Hooperama? What are we calling it? Why wasn't I consulted?
It's they're having a basketball out there, Andy. I don't know. It's Hoopsapalooza.
Just a single one.
I'm done. That's. I was already fired from the committee. Okay. But yes, Nuggets and Raptors.
In honor of Matty
this
B,
evening.
just a basketball.
It's a basketball. I see what you did there.
Well, Matty B tells us he signs off.
He does. He does.
That,
he's
that
not
there's
shy
only a
about
left,
that.
not a right, or whatever it is. So.
I think that's in his Instagram handle.
It is.
actually.
He's not afraid to let
I
everybody.
believe it is.
I would not spill the tea if he hadn't told everybody. He's Kermit the Frog in that thing. He's sipping and telling.
So, a fun piece of audio, as much fun as you can have after a game where you lost, and it is Rudy Gobert, and he's a turd, but still, this is funny, is Rudy Gobert's talking to reporters in the Minnesota locker room after the game on Friday night. Anthony Edwards decides, I'm going to interject on this conversation. By the way, Anthony Edwards has like the vocabulary of like early 80s Eddie Murphy. just MFer every 3 words. It's hilarious to listen to this guy. So hopefully Spring got everything bleeped. But here you go. Rudy Gobert and Anthony Edwards are explaining to the local media in Minnesota on Friday night that Nikola Jokic knows exactly what play they're going to run coming out of a timeout in the fourth quarter. Roll that, Spring.
Offensively, you were a lot more
I'm sorry,
involved.
y'all. Hey, I was just telling Micah how this mother knew the play that we was running.
That was crazy.
Bro.
We have a spy on the bench, man.
Who knew it?
Jokic knew the play, but we didn't say anything.
He's pretty smart.
He knew the play better than us.
Which play was it?
Coming out of the timeout. Also, he knew the play. I think he knew the play better than us.
Which play? Like what the last time?
Man, where was that? When was that? When was it?
It was in the fourth. It was like 3 minutes left in the fourth.
After the timeout.
Yes, bro. It was right after the timeout. Me and Rudy lined up. This mother say, "Hey, he's good." Me and Rudy looked at each other and said, "How the do we know?" Because nobody said.
We didn't say nothing.
But I don't. That ain't cheap, bro.
Yeah, we gotta launch an investigation. There's some. But yeah, no, that was. What was the question again?
So somebody on Twitter posted a video, and it was like there was like 6 minutes left in the game. They're coming out of the timeout, and like Rudy's standing at the nail and free throw line extended. Jokic is between them. They're looking at one another, and Joker's just pointing out to where everybody is on the floor.
He was assigning defense.
And telling everybody this is what they're going to do. And they got to stop on that possession, and Aaron Gordon came up with a steal.
And Rudy at one point leans in and stares at him and goes, you know we're right here. I think he's both – he knows the play, and why are you letting us all know you know the play?
Right. He's just – it's straight mind games from Jokic. So Christian Brown was asked about this, and CB said apparently this is something that Jokic does regularly.
Yeah, he does that a lot. And honestly does it every game. But he does it every game, but there was even one possession, you guys go find it. He grabbed me and moved me into where I was supposed to be. And I was in the right spot for how we guard, but he knew their play. I knew what we do, and he knew what they were going to do. So he literally grabbed me and put me in a different position. I think kind of caught them off guard. They didn't run the play, and we stopped it. So he does that pretty often. So it's not really a shocker to me, but it's kind of funny to see, other teams' reaction to it.
Who did he do that to? It actually got caught on camera.
Yeah.
I want to say it was an inbounds where he grabbed somebody and just moved him a couple games ago.
Dude.
Like, no, take the ball. You're not understanding me.
That's such a coaching thing to do also. Like I was at the Buffs shoot around this morning and I'm watching Tad and Bill Greer coach these guys, and they're coaching defensive coverages, and they grab guys by the jersey and they just move them over. Just like, nope, you're over here, you're right up here, nope, you're right up here at the elbow, and they're moving bodies around, and that's basically what Jokic does. He is the coach on the floor. He knows what the opponents are doing better than they do.
He's
incredible.
These were his coaches.
Yes.
I think it's funny that Ant and Gobert can't figure it out. Dude, they coached
Chris Finch and
forever.
Mike Inori, yes.
But you need to change the play, bro.
Sounds like he does it to everybody, though.
Well, there's just plays in basketball. They were talking about it in the Sunday night
It's
game
only so
last
much.
night. Blade and razor.
Right.
From Bill Walsh's offense, still the same thing. One's a flag, one's a post. Blade and razor.
Sure. There's nothing too advanced inside that game. Shoot threes. Make them. You'll win basketball games. Nikola Jokic is a gem. Nuggets Raptors tonight at 8 o'clock. Jeff Legwald joins us to talk about a Broncos defeat, a Broncos team that's trying to bounce back for Kansas City, and a couple of transactions that went down today. A trade and a contract. That's all coming up with Leggy next.
Hey, guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Winter's coming, sadly, at least for me. Maybe you're one of those big skiing guys like me. Can't wait to get the old snowboard up the hill. You need any gear for that to make it easier, a trailer hitch, whatever you may need, tie-downs, anything. Maybe you want a shell for the back of your truck to just throw the ski gear in there, or a bed cover. You can keep all the stuff in there all year round. It's all at Colorado Off-Road if that's what you need. Colorado Off-Road's the place I go for all my truck 4x4 accessories. Mainly for me, it's truck stuff. Got the step rails, got the bed cover, got the remote start. The remote start got used this morning because it was so cold, needed to warm the truck up before it left for the day. So you're able to do that without breaking the puffer laws. What are those, you may ask? You cannot leave your keys in your car and warm your vehicle up. That's illegal here in Colorado. Don't do it. They can help you out with that over at Colorado Off-Road. Owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. I've been working with these people for over 5 years now. Proud to steer you their way because they're great people. They're going to help you out. Colorado Off-Road's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's where you'll find the showroom. It's right behind Arapahoe Community College. On the web, it's cooffroad.com. The number, 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
All right, hour number 2, let's dive right into it. Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, Mr. Sunshine, spin some positives in a 41-10 defeat last night. Tell me something good about that Bronco performance in Baltimore. Go do some digging and get back to me right now.
It was the nicest day I've ever covered a game in Baltimore. I'll just say that.
Sun was shining, 60 degrees.
It was a beautiful day. I've never covered a game in Baltimore when it was that nice. So the Broncos can't even blame the weather for what happened.
And it was nice enough that not even the shadow of a Broncos defensive back could impede a Ravens wide receiver yesterday. Why was everybody so open down the field for Baltimore?
You know, Nate, this is what Lamar does for you. You know, the Broncos obviously made a decision. They're going to play a lot of zone so they could face the ball, you know, and keep an eye, obviously, you know, have a better chance to keep their eyes on Lamar. When you play man, you turn your back to the ball a lot, and quarterbacks are taught, you know, when you're in trouble against man, take off because there's plenty of space. So they obviously made the decision at the onset that was going to be how they were going to do it. And then they haven't played that much man or zone this year. They play a lot of man. That's what they do. Or they at least play a lot of combination coverages with a portion of it man, you know, with Surtain, you know, and you know, they worked last week with Surtain on Zay Jones, you know, or Zay Flowers rather. They worked on that, especially in the red zone. They repped it, and then you don't see it in the game. And I have a hard time believing, you know, he finishes with 100 yards receiving if Surtain's on him all day and you take your chances with the rest of the guys. The also fewest 5-man pressures they've run all year. And, you know, so they turned down an aggressive pass rush and played a lot of zone and didn't play zone very well. So you put that together against a really good offense, you're going to have a lot of touchdowns. I think a lot of ugly stats for the Broncos, but 41 points on 54 plays for the Ravens is just about as ugly as you can have.
Jeff, why do you think it went that way? You know, I said earlier in the show I thought I was a little concerned because I heard VJ talking midweek about not sure what to do. You want to spy the guy, but is the spy a waste? You want to pass rush him, and yet you and I know VJ likes to be aggressive. That's kind of who he's decided he's going to be, and it's worked to great success through the first part of this season. Do you think he went away from what he wanted to do? Why wouldn't they run that coverage matching like you talked about?
You know, I don't know. You know, did it come from Sean Payton? Did they decide it democratically in a meeting? I don't have the answer to that. But I sat there and watched them play differently than they've played all season long, and the results were not spectacular. And then you couple that with an offense that just has zero pop against that. That's one of the worst big play defenses in the league this year. They've given up more explosive plays than almost everyone. And the Broncos had a couple a 32-yard play, a 33-yard play. Those are technically explosives, but they didn't do the damage other people have done this year. And again, you know, a rookie quarterback was in some difficult spots. His accuracy suffers. You know, we've talked about an early mistake with Bo Nix, and things don't go well after that, and they didn't. And there's a stretch there. Broncos make the game 17-10, and then from that point on until it's 38-10, the Broncos ran 4 plays on offense. 4. So, and one of them's a kneel down. So it's just you know, they went up in weight class and they were not prepared for what they found.
Jeff Legwold on a Monday afternoon, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. First half ratios, Andy and I were talking about this before, weren't bad. You were 21 throws to 20 runs in the first half. Like you were alive in your game plan, and you were generally balanced. By the time they touched the ball in the second half, they're down 21, run game's out the window. Okay, yeah, but the run game in short yardage situation on this team stinks. Javonte Williams is not good at picking up yardage in short yardage situations. The fullback dive it's just a hole in the playbook right now, yet for whatever reason they like to continue to call it. Audric Estime, who I think should be good in these situations, but he makes mistakes and then he ends up in Sean Payton's doghouse. Right now, Jeff, there's got to be a better path for this team to be able to get tough yardage than the one they're trying, right?
Well, yes. And, my thought is always try one game. I mean, just try one game. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And, apologies all around. But 3 wide has been this team's dominant formation in every single game this year. And it's not close because they're trying to give Bo Nix as clean a look at a defense as he can possibly get. And I even asked Sean Payton after the game yesterday, they went tempo, not because they thought it was the best move, but they thought it calmed down the Ravens' pressure packages. So they didn't make an offensive call with this is what we do the best in mind. They made a major offensive call in how to keep the quarterback calm and sort of protected. And I just, this is what was going to happen, when you're going to start a rookie at quarterback. And it's what they're asking Bo Nix to do is really hard. And it's not getting any easier when they try to get so cute and so, there's one play late in the game. They're in a 2-back set finally, but Cortland Sutton's the lone back in the backfield. And that play ends up with Bo Nix running around in a sack. And to me, that's like a big flag. Okay, too cute. Let's dial down the cute and just play football for a minute. And look, if that's not the way to go, then you tried it one time. But until I see them try it and then tell me it doesn't work, then I'm going to keep saying, how about you try it and see? Because it gets more Tebow-esque as the season goes along. Snap the ball, quarterback runs around, hopes for the best because they're in 5-man protections again. Yesterday they had multiple snaps of actual 4 wide receivers, not 4 players lined up wide, 4 wide receivers in empty sets. They don't protect those. He doesn't know what to do with them once he gets the ball. Yes, he gets a clean look at the coverages, but they don't protect him in those sets. And I think it just shows up. And again, he's had multiple games this year where he makes an early mistake. And I just think it's hard for a rookie to get past that when you're, been told all week it's a big game. They're a good team, and you make an early mistake. That's not even your fault, really. That tip ball interceptions, it's a little high by Bo Nix, but that's still a catch an NFL receiver should make. But I think, again, that every time they made a little mistake, the Ravens were there. One team very good in certain situations and really good on offense and has been in games where 1 or 2 mistakes tip the balance and they know how to do it. And, and you saw why the guy's been MVP twice and right now would be his 3rd win.
All right, we only got a couple of minutes, so I got to ask it quick and answer it quick. Any more moves on the horizon with Browning traded?
They'll listen to everything, Andy. I just don't know that they have much wherewithal to take on contracts to get somebody, And they made their pick. Both Cooper and Browning were going to be free agents. Their cap situation makes it impossible for them to pay both. I'm sure they had to tweak one or two deals just to get Cooper done. So I haven't seen the official tally yet of what all that looks like, but they made their call. They picked Cooper and they traded Browning for the best deal they could get.
Read Jeff Legwold's reporting on all of that news at ESPN.com. Listen to him every day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He will rejoin the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Friday afternoon ahead of Broncos Chiefs. Leggy, good work, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
The great Jeff Legwold with us right there. Dial down the cute and just play football. Can't dial down the cute on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We bring it every afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, we're past Halloween. We're allowed to do holiday season stuff. Perfect gift to put under the tree. Actually, it's a little big. I'm not sure it'll fit under the tree. It'll fit next to the tree. That's a Rad Power Bike. We have got some great stuff going on over at Rad Power Bikes. First off, we've told you how affordable these e-bikes are over at Rad, that you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit when you purchase with Rad Power Bikes, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Also, Rad Power Bikes is now offering financing through Affirm in 6, 12, and 18-month options. So they have got all kinds of ideas and tools to help you afford a brand new e-bike. You can replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike, easy to rise, comfortable, fully customizable. Get all the baskets and racks and bags that you need on that thing. These bikes are super low maintenance. They'll get you 50 to 60 miles per charge, and they're good in any inclement weather, rain, snow, cold. Those fat tires on my Radster trail bike, they just cruise right through the slush. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go see them at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Go check out Rad Power Bikes Service Center and Showroom. And hey, tell them Nate sent you. Tell them you heard this on Altitude and get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Again, go to radpowerbikes.com and check it out.
The 2-yard line.
Throw the fade outside.
That's Sutton you're drawing up there at the top. They got a reverse play. Sutton with a throwback pass. Caught at the goal line for the touchdown. And the 2.
Hey, that was fun, right? That was kind of the extent of the fun yesterday, but it was fun nonetheless. Bo Nix going up, making a play. Good receiver.
Yeah, that looked like it was his
Not
position
bad.
of trade, to be quite honest with you.
Kind of did, yeah.
The way he made sure he bodied off the defender, didn't jump too early.
Little Jordan
put his
Humphrey.
arms out for it.
Take notes, man.
Yeah.
That's how you make
Use
a play
that
right
big
there.
frame to your advantage.
That's what you're out there to do. Nice job. 41-10. 41-10. The Broncos get absolutely clobbered yesterday. Lamar Jackson, perfect passer rating day. Derrick Henry goes for $106 and 2 touchdowns on 23 carries yesterday. Broncos did okay on him for a minute, and then eventually he wears dudes down. Carried poor Brandon Jones into the end zone on that touchdown. Looked like Jeff Van Gundy hanging off Alonzo Mourning, Andy. Whew. Yeah. Tackling that guy is no fun at all. But the Broncos get slobber knocked. It's Kansas City coming up here this week. Chiefs will be in action this evening. By the way, what is your favorite expression for a blowout? Is you like a good boat racing, a kick in the teeth? What expression do you like to go with?
Boat raced
there?
is fun.
Boat
Although
raced?
I've never raced a boat, so I don't know why I have loyalty to it. But, yeah, I like boat racing.
Now when I think of boat racing, I think of, because I was watching a lot of that two-man kayaking during the Olympics
there you go.
this summer. That's now what I see in my head. That doesn't feel like a blowout.
Where it gets physical.
It just feels
gets a little nutty.
That just feels silly to me.
Feels rude.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I generally just go kick in the nuts, but maybe that's because that's my greatest fear in life. I don't know. But
that's it?
Yeah, Broncos took a kick in the nads while they were out there in Baltimore. A kick to the crabs, if you will. Getting crushed 41-10 by the Baltimore Ravens.
If you're a Bronco fan, though, you never look forward to a Baltimore game.
You shouldn't.
I don't care who the team is.
You shouldn't.
I'm trying to remember a team that's really shown well in Baltimore. Like, the only time they did it, sadly, was 2012.
Yeah.
And then Baltimore came back here and handled their business in the playoff.
Yep.
But I feel like it's one of those places the Broncos just don't play well.
No, and it's mostly because the Ravens are almost always awesome.
Yeah, and they know what they're doing. They know their identity.
Yeah.
They've got their defense together.
And
They've
that's
been
one of
building
those-
this thing for a while.
Watching that Ravens team yesterday should serve as a reminder to everybody, okay? Like, there is so much more to this Broncos build right now than just Bo Nix develops, you know? Bo had some good moments yesterday. He had some atrocious moments in that game yesterday. But also, like, Bo Nix he's showing progress. But also, why is Baltimore awesome? They have a bunch of weapons, a wide receiver. They have a running back that complements everything that they do. They have playmakers on the defensive side of the ball, even as sort of paper thin as their defense has been this year. Kyle Van Noy, still a playmaker. He was the one that essentially forced that first interception and made Nix throw that ball high. Kyle Hamilton rules.
Yeah.
That guy's all over the field and is just a hell of a player. Marlon Humphrey had a couple of rough moments yesterday, but that's a good NFL corner. Like, there is talent at every level of their defense. You see it with that group. The Broncos they're multiple drafts away, and they're in a good place right now. But they are multiple drafts away from being able to go and hang with the likes of Baltimore or a Buffalo or Kansas City. And to your point, Andy, I'll give the Broncos a fighter's chance next week, but we know what the Chiefs are built to do, and Denver's just not built to be able to do that kind of thing right now. This team is a ways away.
And we knew that.
Yeah.
It just, you didn't need it turned up to 10 like it was yesterday. But look, it's got to start with coaching it better. You got to coach it better. You got to call the game better, okay? You got to be – I can't help but find Leggy's comment interesting about why did they practice one way from what he was watching, and then defensively now we're talking.
Sure.
and then you didn't play that way in the game.
Zoned up yesterday.
Did Sean Payton decide to influence the way the Vance Joseph plays? Because, again, they never really brought pressure. In long yardage situation,
No,
they were able to confuse Aaron Rodgers with some stuff. They didn't try to do that to Lamar Jackson.
The sack they got yesterday was on a 3-man rush.
Right.
It was just they mush rushed it, and they kept him in the pocket. Honestly, when I saw that play right there, I was like, ooh, all right, the Broncos are in this thing. Like, because that's how you have to play Lamar Jackson. You keep him in the pocket. You force him to step up into the pressure. However, he's awesome. He's going to make plays. He started to break contain. Benito missed it a couple of times. Cooper lost him bad one time, got stiff-armed out by Lamar Jackson. He gets out in space. He gets so patient with the football. That's the thing about watching Lamar play football right now. You can't hurry him up. You can't speed him up, unless you're Kansas City. Spags always figures out how to be able to bother him. Nothing the Broncos did yesterday. He was nonplussed. He was sitting in a lawn chair back there.
Well, the reality is you just don't have the speed. You talk about all the things that they've got. First off, our offensive line started getting smacked around. Now, it took about a half of the game, but the second half of the game, they're getting physically worked over again. Yep. That gets a little frustrating, in part because they know you're not going to run the football and they can pass rush. You don't have the speed of Zay Flowers. You don't have a reliable tight end like Mark Andrew or Isaiah Likely. I mean, Isaiah Likely has been amazing for that team. I'm not even sure he got a look yesterday, yet that guy, you watch other Baltimore games,
target.
He's always a factor in other games.
Yeah, he had one target.
They've got two of them. You don't have one. Again, if you're going to play three wide, why not just use some motion with some bigger people? Talk to the Mike Sanfords and some of the modern coaches of the world. Put some more motion in here to get that look you're desiring. You know what I mean? Like Tony Romo, they did some motion. Baltimore did some motion, didn't they? And then Romo picked up right away what the Broncos were in. Oh, they got this. By the way, how was your Tony Romo experience? First time calling a Bronco game that I can remember.
I thought Romo had a pretty good day.
Yeah, he wasn't as annoying as I feared he would be. He's been annoying to me on other broadcasts.
Some of it was the game lacked intensity, so he didn't feel the need to kick it up to 11, which there's a better analyst in there. I thought some of his stuff on Bo Nix, particularly like second, third quarter, he praised Nix for making plays with his legs, but also pointed out like, okay, but here's an opportunity to stay in the pocket, force defenses to adjust to what you're doing, and he did it without burying the kid. I thought Romo had a good day.
Nance seemed bored.
Nance was bored.
Nance was not happy he was on this game second half.
Yeah, no, he got to dip into his Josh Johnson prep. At one point, I think he dropped Lil Jordan needs to be a little bigger.
Yeah. Big Jordan would have caught that.
right. Whatever the line was, it was okay.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was easy, but it was still pretty good.
They did not appreciate getting stuck in a blowout situation, but
especially with Buffalo and Miami in a one-score game.
Exactly, and a 61-yard field goal decided that game. But we all knew that there was a risk of a rookie quarterback going into Baltimore and a game with a 9-point spread that it was going to turn into that. And I think we were all hopeful. Again, there were moments in that game early on where the Broncos were a play or two away from okay. You can trade punches with these guys for a while, and then Baltimore just landed a couple of haymakers really in the middle 8 minutes of the game that just finished it.
Yeah, when they needed the offense, look, they didn't get defensive stops and they needed to. When they needed the offense to hold the ball a bit, they couldn't do that again. I do feel like it becomes a passing game, and Sean wants to get in there and start passing again. I don't know. It didn't go the way that you wanted. It's frustrating. It's frustrating at the end of the day because I just didn't think the spread would be that big. I wasn't surprised at all by the loss. I thought it might be – I thought maybe they'd lose by 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I thought they'd be in there through the third quarter. And really the way the first half played out until the backbreaker was that quick score before the half. And you got to give Romo credit. Who was it? One of the guys went out of bounds, and he said for the Broncos that bought
McLaughlin.
them. McLaughlin. He goes, you got to stay in bounds.
Yeah.
Got to let that extra 10 seconds run off.
Yeah, it's a tough play. I mean, you're first and 10 from the 12, so you're not really goal to go yet, but also it just comes down to situational awareness. Stay in bounds, force them to call timeouts. You give them the ball back, they go right down the field. The college football was wonderful this weekend. and only CSU played. Rammies get a crazy win in Reno, in which here was a game, Andy, where first off they scored on a kickoff because Nevada just didn't pick the ball up, and CSU ran down and fell on it and got a touchdown. And then Jordan Noyes, the 32-year-old kicker for CSU, blasted a 60-yard field goal in that game.
Yeah, how about that?
That was amazing. They blow out Nevada on the road. CSU now is 3 wins away from going to the Mountain West Championship game this year. They finish up. They're at home against Wyoming this week. Pokes have struggled mightily, although they just scored 49 against New Mexico. They're at Fresno. Bulldogs just blew a game at home against Hawaii, and then they're at home against Utah State, who is also struggling mightily this year. At Fresno is the toughest game, rivalry matchup with Wyoming, but CSU is in the driver's seat to go and play Boise State in the Mountain West Championship game right now. Now let's talk about the Buffs, okay? Everything went their way this weekend.
There's not been a better weekend for them in a while, and they didn't even play.
Iowa State blows that game at home against Texas Tech. Texas Tech gets a 1-point win on the road. That's who the Buffs play this week in Lubbock. K-State, a 9-point lead going into the fourth quarter. They lose on the road at Houston, 24-19. So that was absolutely massive. You take a look at the Big 12 standings right now. BYU still in first at 5-0. BYU is undefeated right now in the Big 12. BYU didn't play this weekend. They were on a bye, just like the Buffs. So BYU right now, they control their own destiny. Win out, and they're good to go. Iowa State falls back to 4-1, which ties them with the Buffs. Iowa State ranked 17. The Buffs ranked 21st. Huge that K-State took that second loss. So that was massive for Colorado.
God, they had that game too.
Yeah, because K-State's got the tie break. But the Buffs right now at 4-1 in conference. I don't know exactly what the tiebreak machinations are between Iowa State and CU. Of course, here's one of the other problems, okay? These damn conferences are too big. There's 16 teams in this league.
Well, wait till there's 20 in each.
You don't have divisions anymore, so it's like, hey, there's CU. They don't play BYU this year. They don't play Iowa State this year. Like, they don't get an opportunity to play these games to set themselves up to have a better chance to play spoiler. But if the Buffs win out, they're in great position. They're in great position, hell, to go to the college football playoff right now, and they got a week off, and they're getting healthier right now. CSU is a chef's kiss situation right now for the Buffs.
You called it, though, CSU.
CSU, yep.
You called
And
it
CU.
a couple weeks ago that they're still in great position despite some losing football. And all they got to do is win these games. They're winning them.
Yep.
They're winning them.
Take care of your business.
Who are they going to play? Boise State, right?
It'll most likely be Boise. Yeah. Also, like CSU, I mean, their schedule broke unbelievably. They don't play Boise this year. They don't play UNLV this year. They got the good situation, and they got right, and they're playing well at the right time. Now they're doing it without Torrey Horton, but Caleb Goody's been really good. Boom. We have a chance right now. It's a ways off. We have a chance right now. Both the Buffs and the Rammies could be in their respective conference title game. That's awesome.
And if not, let's say they both fall short.
They're going bowling.
Could it be the Snoop Doggy Dog Bowl for both of them? And we redo the Rocky Mountain Showdown.
Rematch.
Someone was saying on Twitch that's in Tucson.
I don't need to watch that game again.
Why not?
I watched it once.
All right.
It wasn't a great time. It wasn't, frankly, all that terribly competitive. I'll pass on that game a second time. The trash talk could be fun. I just don't need to watch the football game.
How many bowl games do you really need to watch? You just want to bet on them anyway, right?
Yeah. That's what they're there for. It's you know, it's the day after Christmas, and it's 11 a.m. Who's playing in Shreveport? Let's find out.
The day after Christmas, sometimes it's like, hey, they just started Christmas break.
Right, exactly. Yeah, let's get these. Yeah, I think the New Mexico Bowl is usually like 2 weeks before Christmas.
It's like December 19th or something.
Let's just get this stuff going, folks. Love bowl season. But great weekend for the Buffs. Great weekend for CSU. Everybody is in good shape right now. Win out, and it's all right in front of you, fellas. College football is cool right now.
College football. I saw what game were they? I watched our guy Joel, and who's his guy?
Gus Johnson.
Gus Johnson.
Yeah.
They were having fun with the game.
What'd they do, Ohio State, Penn State?
Yes, that was it. How about that one?
James Franklin's never going to win a big game.
James Franklin, here's the deal. I get you don't like people talking to you, but probably don't yell at the student on your way out the door.
That dude needs to relax. My God. Just chill out. By the way, our buddy Bill Armstrong's SMU
I've
Mustangs.
seen. He's been hitting me up with the podcast every week. You'll like this one.
They're in good shape.
They're in great shape. Yeah.
Right now,
they beat Pitt, right?
Yeah, they're on their way to the ACC title game. That's right. SMU is in the ACC. Still got to get used to that, but it's a real thing. It's reality.
Which also has 50 teams in its conference.
Right.
So not everybody plays each other.
That is yet another one. Good college football weekend. Do you have anything you want to add about the Avalanche before we go to a time?
Well, I mean, I don't understand. No, you got to leave a little bit early today. That's what I think, Nate. We'll let Spring explain.
Okay.
They sent 3 guys down to the minors only to call them back up today. I know it's salary cap machinations. All these leagues, I'm begging you, stop with the stupidity. Just let there be. The roster's a roster. These guys might play. Like, again, NFL, if you got them all practicing, let them all eligible to play. Who the hell cares? I am sorry. And so they sent Ivan and Kovalenko and Prospatov or whatever his name was, not Prospatov, but the new guy. They all go to the Eagles. I don't think they physically went to the Eagles because now they're back on the Avs today. And you know what? Another thing, just real quick, you should have asked this. Hey, hockey, can I just when are we going to get some honest, just give me some honest dang injury assessments? Now, look, Bednar tried to be honest last week with the guys on the morning show, but guess who hit injured reserve today? Miles Wood. What did I tell you, judging by his answer last week? He's going to go on injured reserve, and sure enough, there he is.
I believe it was Kovalenko you were looking for, number
Whatever.
51. Nikolai Kovalenko.
Who was it? It was Kovalenko, Ivan, and wasn't there one more guy? The kid who's wearing 85?
That would be Prishapov.
Him. He's back too, right?
I believe
Spring?
that's Jalen Virgil.
Jalen Virgil. There's a great.
Yes.
Is that your favorite 85?
That was the first one that came
Willie
to my
Green,
head.
who caught Elway's yardage record.
Yeah.
Wore 85.
Deep cut for you right there. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we return, there were quarterbacks holding the ball yesterday, Andy, and holding the ball and holding the ball and holding the ball. And that means one thing. Where are we going next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show? We're going everywhere. Keep it here. We are live at the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Mexican Monday, Monday Night Football this evening. Football on a Mexican Monday. Andy, we have got the Bucs and the Chiefs watch the game right here tonight at the Hofbrau. Great place to come out and watch Monday Night Football. Great place to watch college football Saturday and NFL Sunday. All of it come out here to the Hofbrau. Nuggets and Toronto tonight as well. Of course, you can watch that game right here at the Hofbrau. I don't know, what do they got, Andy? 1,000 televisions, roughly?
42 to be exact.
42
and then
to be
thanks
exact.
to your calculations,
Yeah.
a 17.5-foot TV and back.
That's a large, large television.
Call it the stadium room. They put on the surround sound. The bands play on the stage, but bands are Thursday through Saturday.
So there's
then
no
they
bands
drop
on Sunday.
The screen.
Yeah.
If you've got a college, like your Illinois alumnus, could get together, rent out that stadium room, and have at it. Just an absolute orgy of Illinois football frenzy.
That sounds like a terrible time.
Yeah, all of that.
Did you see how our game ended this week?
Not good.
Yeah.
Bob?
Driving down, trying to get the tying score, coughed up the ball, fumbled it away. I had to watch P.J. Fleck be happy. That was not a good time. Michigan State, Rutgers, and Northwestern still to go for the Illini. But
You weren't rowing the boat the other? Is he still rowing the boat?
Oh, God.
Row the boat.
That is the most insufferable human. My God. Oh.
Did you see Jamie Erdahl come out all fired up for the Skol chant
Puke.
last night?
I did not, no.
It was kind of cute. She was jumping up and down. But then I think, here's the thing. We got to get Roach on one day about this.
Yeah.
I think the fix is in with the big Skol horn because she goes to, you blow the horn, and it's a gigantic horn.
Sure.
It looks like it would, to me, just based on size of horn.
You think they're piping in the horn
It
sound?
has to be. She just, I mean, dude, you got to go full Dizzy Gillespie with the cheeks out and the whole deal, blow that thing in to get the horn to sound. And instead she's like, what?
That's not going to do it.
Yeah, what did you?
No, I'm with you.
You blowing dust off your phone there?
I'm with you.
And the thing just goes.
I call shenanigans.
I was like, come on. That isn't real.
No, I call shenanigans.
And I was like, how many people have put their mouth on that? Where that mouthpiece? Are you doing a new mouthpiece every time?
Detroit, Baltimore, Buffalo. Who's the best team in the NFL?
Detroit right now.
Woo!
Detroit.
I heard a stat today. Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown have connected on 30 consecutive targets.
It's crazy, right?
If the ball is thrown to him, he will score. He got the score yesterday. He did the headstand thing like the kid from
the
Incarnate
bowling pin
Word.
deal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. His was great. Drake London's, yeah.
He fell faster. He didn't have the extension.
Exactly. If it were a gymnastics routine, you did not really complete full extension.
The kid from Incarnate Word had the best one, though.
Well, yeah,
he clearly had put in the work.
He's the OG.
He pointed his toes even. There were some nutso plays in that Broncos-Ravens game yesterday. Much more of them were by Baltimore. There was one other nutso play in the NFL that we'll get to, but we wanted to time these out. And as always, anytime that we are trying to express to our audience in an audio format, because that's the only way we can illustrate things here in this particular medium, we like to illustrate things in audio format in order to paint a picture of a length of time. Okay? How long did something take? In this case, it was snap to throw. We had 3 plays in the NFL yesterday that we would like to highlight. 2 of them are from the Broncos-Ravens game. I was actually a little bit surprised to find out the timing on this, but Spring has done it. He has matched up Michelle Branch's early 2000s songstress anthem Everywhere with a couple of key plays in the NFL yesterday. Let's start with Spring. Are we starting with the Lamar Jackson 7-yard touchdown to Zay Flowers in the second quarter? Is that the one we're starting with here?
Correct. This is the shortest one, yes.
Shortest one. How long did Lamar Jackson hold the ball while dancing around before finding Zay Flowers?
I've got 5.5 seconds.
5.5. That's not even.
All right.
That's not even the highest Lamar Jackson of the year. All right, give us a little Nansen Romo and the third member of our broadcast crew, Michelle Branch. Roll it, Spring.
3rd and goal, 7 yards out. Steps up from the heat. Slides, throws, completes the pass to Flowers for the touchdown.
5.5 seconds. That's nothing.
No, that was just a kiss of the song. That was a peck on the cheek.
I wrote down in my notes that was Michelle Branch worthy. I don't even believe my own notes right now. I think I was.
All right?
I think I might have had a couple too many drinks during that game, thanks to the drinking game. No, that was 5.5 seconds. That's nothing. We need to step it up a little bit. And in order to step it up, we go to the fourth quarter. Bo Nix, footwork out of control. Here's Bo Nix on a 1st down and 10 on the Broncos' first drive of the fourth quarter. Spring, how long did Bo hold the ball before finally connecting with Cortland Sutton, by the way, on a pass for no gain? How long was this one, Spring?
Got this one clocked in at 11.1 seconds.
11.1. This was the double spin out.
Yeah. Soup to
Bo
nuts.
Nix.
11.1.
11.1. We're doubling up Lamar's touchdown to Zay Flowers. You're nothing, Lamar Jackson. See? Bo Nix did something better than Lamar Jackson yesterday.
Hold on. When was it?
Roll it, Spring.
I know your mischievous ways.
Go.
Mixon State wants it. First and 10. Oh my gosh, circling back a second time. He's 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's going to make something out of it. He gets it back for no gain.
It lost a foot.
All of that.
I remember that.
Man, oh man, was that something.
He did his best, Lamar, and this reminded me of Little Giants. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle.
I forgot about that play. I was like, which play is he talking about?
Double
Then
spin
I
out.
remember where he threw it. It went 10 yards.
Yep.
But Cortland had run back so far, he was at the line of scrimmage when he caught it. So that was a big nothing.
I like the part where Nance is like, he's 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Oh, I was like, this is going poorly. Throw it away, kid. Throw it away.
Get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball.
Get
By the
tackled.
way, he had another self-sack yesterday. Stepped out of bounds before throwing the ball away. Clean it up, Bo. Come on. Clean it up for me. All right, last one, though, because it could still get topped.
Now, there's a way I want you to say this name.
End of regulation. Patriots-Titans. 17-10. Last play of the game. Drake May. This was, what were they? They were 5 yards out. Drake May eventually finds Ramondre Stevenson. Spring, how long did Drake May have the ball in his hands?
Clocked this at 11.7.
11.7. This one.
He's the Drake.
Differently from Bo's.
You liked him. I want you to call him the Drake.
Love the Drake. Hate the Drake. Yeah. Here we go. Let's roll it, Spring. Here we go. 11.7 seconds. This is the tying touchdown. Of course, Drake May would then throw an interception in overtime, and Tennessee would win. But here we go. Tying touchdown. End of regulation. New England and Tennessee.
Whatever you want here, because you got one play.
Drake May for the game. Patting the ball. May scanning. Loads of time. He'll roll. He'll run. A sidestep. He's ready to throw. Nobody's open. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Oh, my goodness. Stevenson. And May with an absolute jewel of an effort.
11.7. By the way,
Don't assume the end of the play-by-play guy.
How many ways did Benetti have to come up with? He still has the ball.
Yeah. Nobody's open, but it's caught anyway.
Pats the ball. He slides.
Burp the baby.
Stevenson really wasn't. It was kind of just like the ball was thrown in such a spot. I think the DB was even just like, well, I can't go get that thing.
And then the Drake got clubbed as he threw
Jake
that.
did.
He paid for that one.
Woo.
Holy cow.
How about Tennessee, man? Fumbling in overtime, but then falling on it. Yeah, rabbit's foot up their rear end. Titans get the victory 20-17 yesterday, but Drake made some good fireworks at the end of that game. He threw for 206, ran for another 95. Problem was the interception in overtime. It's you got to look out for that safety, Drake. That guy's he's out there lurking.
Next time we do this, we got to use Wonderwall by Oasis just to acknowledge the reunion of the band.
Drop a Wonderwall sometime.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's that seasonal depression weather time of year. That's got a little bit of melancholy to it.
Ah, I see.
Let's just throw that one in.
Okay.
We could do Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins.
You want to go? You want to go Champagne Supernova next time? We could.
No, I literally told you Wonderwall.
Is that one too much fun?
Yeah.
too enjoyable.
We're drinking champagne.
By the way,
that's too New Year's Eve.
Joker was wearing the champagne-colored shoes the other night against Utah.
How about that?
Yeah. Champagne-colored. So, there we are, everybody. Crackman and Lindahl and Michelle Branch on Altitude Sports Radio. Hockey is here, basketball is here, and Sport Trade is introducing a totally new way for you to be betting on your favorite sports. On Sport Trade, you can view the odds as probabilities, allowing you to bet a team to win pregame at 47% odds. Then if you want to, sell your bet at 60% when they take a lead in the first quarter. It's a really simple concept. Buy low, sell high. For the first-time bettors out there, this could be your calling. No more having to understand confusing odds like plus 115 or minus 60. Again, buy low, sell high. That's a concept that all of us can handle. Download Sport Trade today and use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Again, download Sport Trade today. The code is NATE, N-A-T-E, and you will earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Download that app at getsporttrade.com. By the way, check out the tape on Sport Trade. It's my favorite Sport Trade feature. You see every bet happening on the service in real time. That's right, the guys at Sport Trade, they're operating transparently. They will allow you to see all the action happening on the site. Follow the smart money in real time. Again, go to getsporttrade.com, use code NATE, and get 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news. Oh, guess what, Andy? The Grim Reaper has already visited in the NFL. We got a coaching change on
This
a
one was
Monday.
predictable.
Yeah, let's dive into it, Spring.
Let's do a Monday High Five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos news and notes following the loss in Baltimore and with the trade deadline tomorrow in the NFL. Today, the Broncos traded pass rusher Baron Browning to the Arizona Cardinals, who are in first place in the NFC West, for a 6th-round pick in the upcoming draft. And a corresponding move, the Broncos extended. They re-signed outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper to a 4-year deal. It's worth up to $60 million, $33 million guaranteed. All right, moves are being made by the Broncos today. The trade deadline is tomorrow. Sean Payton talking to the media today. What is his next 24 hours going to look like?
The next 24 hours for me will be just like last Monday or the following Monday or the Monday prior. It's going to be putting to bed the game we just played, and then the preparation beginning on Kansas City. Now, in the meantime, George and his staff will, I'm sure they'll get, there's always these last-minute calls either way. George will keep me abreast. He'll walk in here if he thinks it's something significant. But honestly, the focus is on the guys in this building right here. Superman's not walking in. My brother's the worst at this. You ready? He's the worst at free agency, and he's the worst at the trade deadline. And he just wants to see action. And then right after the action takes place, he never goes back and reflects and says, well, that was a bad signing or that was a bad trade. But and I say that, I kid him, but I think that there's so much more that goes into it relative to whether you're trading a player or acquiring a player. Contracts go into it, vision goes into it, locker room goes in. There's a lot of details that go into that, and yeah. So to answer your question fairly, I'm sitting here with the numbers right now with Kansas City, depth chart, injury report, scouting report. Kind of finished up on Baltimore. Our players are in meetings on Baltimore, and that's where we're at.
So Sean Payton's brother is basically like one of our texters.
Right.
Just blowing him up. You should get David Njoku.
Wants everybody. Wants everybody.
You should trade 2 first-rounders and get Max Crosby. Go and do it, Sean. Come on, bro.
Trying to think what other ridiculous players out there. Max Crosby's a good one.
Uh-huh. Why don't you move Zach Wilson now?
Go get Malik Neighbors. Trade Zach Wilson for Malik Neighbors right now.
Broncos did make a move, which is different than most Mondays. Yes, Baron Browning is now an Arizona Cardinal, plus Jonathan Cooper got paid. Start with Baron Browning, Andy. Been with his team since 2021. 9.5 sacks, 43 games played. Compare that to Jonathan Cooper, the 7th-round pick in the same draft from the same school, Ohio State. 18.5 sacks, which leads the team since 2021, and 56 games played. Availability, performance, Jonathan Cooper had it. He got paid. Baron Browning didn't have it. He got traded. That's pretty much the end of the story
well,
there.
if you go through the last, since Vaughn left, the more noticeable player has been Cooper.
Yep.
Browning had a moment there in the final, 5-6 games of the Von Miller stretch here in Denver where he was a great.
Popped.
He was kind of the Shaq Barrett, the new Shaq Barrett to Vaughn.
Yeah.
And just once Vaughn got traded, he never really got back to that level.
Hadn't stayed healthy, hadn't stayed on the field. Jonathan Cooper is 18.5 sacks since 2021. You're going to pay him $15 million a year. You give him $33 million guaranteed. It's a mid-market pass rusher deal, but that's a good veteran player. And we talked about this earlier in the show. He's a former 7th-round pick. He's good in the locker room. He's good in the community. He's a good Denver Bronco. When you pay those guys, that's the rebuild that they are undertaking. That is building up the culture of the franchise. They paid Surtain. Now they pay Jonathan Cooper. Okay, the Broncos are almost starting to operate like a semi-healthy NFL franchise.
Yeah, but even then, Leggy told us in his interview, you got to be careful because they're probably going to have to announce some other move to fit this under the cap.
Yeah.
It also tells you where they are. They've got to avoid the New Orleans cap situation with all cost.
By the way, Garrett Bowles, who we've talked about, Garrett Bowles, who they haven't messed with his contract, who they want him to be done after this year. Bowles' holding penalty in the second quarter on Kyle Hamilton that wiped out a Bo Nix touchdown run. 35th of his career. That is the most in the NFL since 2017. Next closest, Donovan Smith of the Chiefs with 28.
Whew.
Garrett Bowles has cleared the next closest by 7 holding calls in his time as a member of the Denver Broncos. He's not a bad player. He's been well compensated. But
Palczewski's back. Shop him.
He is not going to be the left tackle for this team.
So
for
then
very
don't keep
long.
him. If that's the case, then don't keep him. Try to get something for him.
Yeah.
Everybody needs offensive line help.
It's true.
I mean, look, it's not like Jacksonville got a huge haul for Cam Robinson.
Right.
But they still got something.
Dangle away. Spring.
High five.
All right, the New Orleans Saints lost in Carolina to the Panthers yesterday. That was their 7th straight loss after starting the season 2-0. They fall to 2-7, and so today the Saints fired their head coach, Dennis Allen, special teams coordinator, Darren Rizzi, the Rizmaster, the Rizzler, although I think there's already someone named the Rizzler out there. He will take over as the interim head coach for the Saints. Today, he talked to the media, and he was asked what his message to Saints fans is.
Listen, they should be pissed off. I'm pissed off. The fans should be pissed off. The people in New Orleans, the people of Louisiana, no one should be happy. And I think this city deserves a winner. They know what winning football looks like. And, it's our job to bring that back. And my message is this. Here's what I can't promise a lot. I can promise passion. I can promise fight. And I can tell you that team's going to go out there every Sunday. And that's going to be clear that we're going to have a team that's full of passion and a team that's full of fighters. That I can promise you. Now, the football's got to get better. The execution's got to get better, all right? But we're not going to lack those two things. We're not going to be boring to watch. That I can promise you.
Oh,
this guy is the
some
most
big promises.
capital I interim coach I've ever heard in my. That is the most interim coach energy you could ever have. This guy's bringing to it. I don't know a lot about football, but I know we're going to play hard.
Who was remember the Miami running backs coach, Tony
Sparano?
I was like, not Soprano.
Yeah.
Tony Sparano. That's who that guy reminded me of right there.
That is good interim
Does
coach
he have
energy.
the old color-changing glasses as well?
I hope so.
Is he about 5 feet tall?
I didn't watch that press conference.
Bald and wearing a ball cap?
I need to know what the Rizmaster looks like now.
We're going to be angry. All right. They really don't have a bad roster when healthy. I don't know if most of it's healthy.
Ooh, Derek Carr was terrible yesterday.
Yeah, he was bad.
By the way, and it was the stat that I saw, I want to say it was like outgaining your opponent by at least 150 yards, rushing for at least 150 yards, and winning the turnover battle.
And they still lost.
The previous 275 meetings such as that, the team that did those things was 275-0.
Yeah.
Now
it's 275-1.
Dennis Allen was the first, and he has been fired. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can't lose to the Panthers.
Don't get to lose to Bryce Young. That's
and I don't
fireable offense.
I don't think the ugliest game on Thursday night in a while helped his cause either a couple weeks ago against the old boss.
Now,
who decided to roll into Drew Brees' party.
Best of luck to you, Darren Rizzi. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys fell to 3-5 after losing in Atlanta. They were down 2 touchdowns. You can see Dak Prescott mouthing on the sidelines, "Man, we bleeping suck." And now Dak Prescott is expected to miss several weeks with a hamstring injury. He's going to miss Sunday's game where the Cowboys host the Eagles. CeeDee Lamb has a sprained AC joint, but he might be able to play Sunday against the Eagles.
Eagles have found something. Cowboys are absolutely terrible. By the way, Zeke had a DNP yesterday because he missed a team meeting and they told him to stay home.
No, he's been missing them all year.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, this was a buildup of stuff. Are you kidding
Finally,
me?
it was enough.
Good night.
Yeah. Maybe he got caught behind those tour groups in the building. He couldn't make it to the meeting room on time. Dak got the hamstring injury. Cooper Rush came into the game. Just a heinous performance. Kirk Cousins threw 3 tutties yesterday. Falcons get that victory. By the way, as long as we're talking about coaching moves, the Raiders also made coaching moves. They fired Luke Getsy, their offensive
Who else?
coordinator.
And quarterback coach
Rich Scangarello.
Our guy is out of it again.
Scangy got canned.
Screwed again.
What is that going to fix with that team?
I really don't know. And now Antonio Pearson asked today. He was like, I don't know who's replacing him. I don't know who's starting at quarterback. I guess it's a good thing we got a bye week because we got to figure all this stuff out. You don't fire an OC without some idea who's going to take his place? Are you sure anybody even wants your job?
Were these Brady moves? Like, whose decision was this?
Maybe. But this started trickling out last night when Tom was calling the game.
Yeah. It really, well, he can still text in commercial break, right?
You heard he may get in trouble, right?
Tom?
Yeah.
What did he do wrong?
I didn't look at the high five rundown. Am I stealing? Do you know what Tom did to maybe
No,
get in
yeah,
trouble?
I think I know what you're alluding to. Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Is that in there? Okay. He can't criticize the officials. He's an owner. And he talked
did he?
He talked about the head launching that got the Detroit safety tossed.
Yeah, Brian Branch.
And you're not allowed to say that as an owner. So now we've got a gray area. Are you really an owner? See, this is the thing. Will you just admit he's not an owner? Call him a stupid shareholder. Call him whatever.
He bought his way into a front office position is all he really did.
Right. So let's not take him like he's seriously making a lot of Raider decisions.
Well, I'm also
he just
saying,
is there to add a little prestige.
People talking today that, was Tom Brady texting with Raiders ownership while he was calling Lions-Packers?
I assume so. Yeah, I assume so.
I mean, I text people in breaks.
Yeah, what do you think these guys do in commercial break? Yeah, they got time. And quite honestly, if you listen to Tom's analysis, he could be doing it during the play. I don't know.
Is he stalking Giselle's Instagram? What? There's a kid?
Many years ago, I called a game with a guy one time. Just one time that I called a game with this individual. He was searching for other things on his phone during the game.
As long as the audio stayed off air. Was it like yesterday's Bronco game? Was it that kind of point spread?
Just like poking me in the ribs and then just like showing me his phone. I'm like, and now they'll inbound the ball. Thank you.
I'm trying to concentrate on something else.
I'm busy right now.
Yeah.
But you just keep doing that over there. I'll let you know when it's time for you to talk. I only work with that guy once, thank God. It's Craigman and Lindahl. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Yeah, we're with you. We're here at Hofbrau. It is Monday Night Football. We have got the Bucs and the Chiefs. The Broncos get obliterated by the Ravens. All right. What does this do to a potential matchup with Kansas City coming up next week? Now, they got to play tonight. We don't know who's going to get hurt and what's going to happen, but what will be Denver's fallout for matching up with the Chiefs? We'll talk about that next.
It is Craig Lindahl live from the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth here in Westminster. It's the North area. Really, it's the metro area's largest sports bar, 42 TVs, the stadium room. They just had a big raucous holiday weekend, Halloween party on Saturday night. That's done. They got bands Thursday through Saturday. Come and check it out. Mexican Monday is the deal tonight. Stop on by, get some tacos, some fajitas. Their fajitas have been honored by Westward. I like their burrito. They got great green chili. Just get on in here. Plenty of TVs to watch. Ken will come by and say hello. They got pool. They got darts. They got the shuffleboard that you can play, all sorts of stuff. We always have fun. Great to be up here on Monday nights. Nate is off to call some basketball. I don't think his partner tonight, knowing Scott Wilkie, is going to be distracted like he described in that last segment. I think we'll be okay there. But he's going to call a little Buff basketball tonight, and so he's off to get up to Boulder to do that. And Spring and I will be taking you the rest of the way. Spring, it is interesting because now that the Broncos, how many wins do you see left on the schedule as we look at this thing? If they were to go chalk, and Nate had the great stat by Vegas adjusted win totals and expectations. Now, last week we got the word that the Broncos ended up with, what was it, like the third easiest or second easiest schedule to start the year, which makes sense. The Jets aren't as good as we thought they would be. I don't know that Seattle's kind of an up and down team. You go back, you look back at some of the folks that they've played, and they won the games they should have won. I think they beat the teams and they're better than it. Maybe the Bucs is the one surprise outlying out there, but Sean Payton certainly knows how to coach against Carolina. Frankly, the Saints situation is kind of some of his doing. Not kind of, it is his doing. He was part of kicking the can down the road with Drew Brees and Cap Hell. I don't know that they've drafted particularly well since he left, so that adds to the problem too. So that's another team that you've been great against, and he dominates Todd Bowles. So those are three of the wins that they've had. The Jets' victory was a little bit of a surprise, but the Jets aren't as good as we thought. So with that in mind, go ahead and take a look at the rest of the schedule. And do you see a path to the playoffs for them? And in order for us to have this conversation, because right now, even after I saw the results at the end of yesterday, because the Chiefs are already leading the division and the Bucs don't affect them, and that's tonight's Monday night game. The Broncos have fallen out of that 5th slot to the 7th slot. They're still in the playoffs technically. How many more wins do you see? Do you think they need to get to 10? What's the magic number for them for you to feel good like they will at least hold on to this 7th seed for a playoff spot?
Well, I see 3 wins.
You're comfortable with.
Yeah, and they're all in succession with a bye week mixed in there. Weeks 12 through 15 at Las Vegas, at home versus Cleveland, at home versus Indy. I think they'll be favored in all 3 of those games. There's 3. You never know. It's the NFL. That gets you to 8 wins. I think you got to get to at least 9, although this AFC is interesting. There are teams that are below 500 that are going to think they're still in this thing, and the Broncos are a game over 500. Like Andy, I think the Jets still think they're in this thing at 3-6. I think the Dolphins could still actually be in this thing at 2-6. They just got to get hot. The Bengals at 4-5. I think that all those 3 teams right there are still fighting and still have a shot. So if you're the Broncos at 5-4. I think they are still on the inside track to make the playoffs. Now, do they fall to 5-5? Do they lose in Kansas City? I think the Chiefs are ripe to be beat. They're undefeated. I think that 0 goes away at some point. Will it be the week after? They play Buffalo the week after Denver. Will that be their first loss? I think on paper Denver can beat Kansas City, but there is a part of me that is concerned, Andy, that this little 2-game road swing against 2 of the 3 best teams in the NFL. What's their aggregate going to be at the end of this thing? Is this going to be one of these things where, it's 41-10? We're going to be looking at like 80-20 overall, or do the Broncos turn things around and are competitive against the Kansas City team that I do think they can match up well against? They beat them last year. I don't think the Chiefs game is out of the question, but I'm not going to put that in a for sure win. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they'll compete with the Chiefs. I just feel like Sean Payton showed us that last year. They were having bigger struggles last year, and Sean Payton found a way to coach his team to, Vance Joseph, I think, knows the drill against Patrick Mahomes as well. I think they found a way to be competitive. And I think they'll find a way to be competitive again. Now, is that going to be good enough to get you 2 wins against the Chiefs? I don't think so. Look, predicting any Bronco team, just like I said earlier in the program, that it's very tough for all Bronco teams to go into Baltimore for whatever reason. I don't really know why. It's the same thing for Arrowhead. I grew up here. I remember the Elway years where, now in part, knowing a little bit more about what maybe he was doing the night before a game, maybe I understand better why he looked so tired against the Chiefs at that 11 a.m. slot all the time. But that said, even the great Elway teams, even the only team that really went in there and owned the Chiefs in Arrowhead were the Manning teams, right? That's the only time they've gotten the better of the Chiefs. Otherwise, Arrowhead has really kind of been a house of horrors for the Broncos for the most part. I remember thinking everybody here was amazed when the Broncos went to Arrowhead and beat them in the divisional round in that first Super Bowl run. There are a lot of people around town that didn't think they were going to be able to do that. So it's always tough to predict any Bronco team going into Arrowhead and getting a win. But they were competitive last year. For those that forget, last year it was a Thursday night game. Everybody thought it was going to be, the quick turnaround. Oh, this team's so bad. They just had that loss to Miami. I think it was a couple weeks earlier after the Chicago thing. They barely beat Chicago. They had to rally to beat Chicago last year, if you remember. And I think that's when we were all predicting bad things against Kansas City. And it turns out they went in there and were competitive. So I think they can do that again this week. But look, to your point, I don't know what the mental state of the team's going to be. At some point, they've got to find a way to get these big plays to click. And a lot of that's going to be getting Bo Nix, I think, in a more comfortable throwing position because he keeps redlining it. Mike Sanford talks about it. There's too much redlining of the football, meaning you're throwing it, you're just all outing the ball, and you don't know where it's going to end up. So we've got to cut down on a little bit of that. But, Mark, guys got to catch the ball when it's thrown to them, too. Someone has got to start making plays if you're going to upset one of these teams you're not supposed to.
Well, you wanted a measuring stick game. You got it, right? And
yeah, you didn't get what you wanted, but you got it.
But this is what it should be. Like, the three best teams in the league right now, like elite teams. I mean, I'll go Kansas City 1. I'm sorry.
I'm with you. They haven't lost a game.
Yeah. I'll go Detroit 2. Detroit is freaking amazing right now. They are so good. How crazy is it that, if you're a Lions fan, and just even from the outside looking in, like that was the dregs of the league, and now they are legit. Like it's beyond, oh, it's fun, oh, they're good, oh, they're above average. No, they're elite. They're elite, and I'll go Baltimore number 3. So, you played the third best team in the NFL in that elite tier on the road. I thought the offense did some good things. I think, letting the 3-play scoring drive happen before the half, and then Baltimore gets the ball to start the second half, and you're in their building. It's just stuff just worked against you, and then they were better. Lamar, this is not his first rodeo. This is Bo Nix's first rodeo. You're probably not going to win that game when an elite team brings their A game, so they lose. Fine, but did they learn something? You play elite team number 1. You at the end of the day get your doors blown off. Now you play elite team number 2.
But you know them at least.
You know them. You hopefully learn a thing or two against Baltimore about the level you have to play at, what it's truly going to take to go into that environment and win. Maybe they keep the Chiefs game a little closer. Also, broader picture, Andy. Look, you ask about the schedule and wins ahead. Look, the Chiefs game will probably be what it will be. You hope they're competitive, but again, it's an elite team on the road, and the Broncos have a rookie quarterback. Does a Broncos playoff berth come down to Week 17 at Cincinnati? Is that the game? The Chiefs or the Bengals are going to be, they're going to be fighting for that 7 seed. The Broncos are going to be holding on to that 7 seed. It's in Cincinnati. I think that's the game, Andy. And Cincinnati's defense, that's not elite. The Bengals overall,
they're not good.
They're not the Chiefs this season. They're not the Ravens this season. That's a little bit different now. Cincy will be coming. I'm looking ahead here, but I think that maybe it comes down to that. I really do. I think maybe it comes down to at Cincinnati Week 17.
No, I think it's the right game to circle. I was thinking about that. At the end of the year, the Chiefs could have everything sewn up when they come in and finish the year with you. They may not need the game. Because right now, I mean, look, they've got the tiebreaker on everybody, right? They keep beating all the teams they need to beat, and they haven't lost a game. And to your point about your rankings, yeah, the Chiefs are the elite team. They're still undefeated. I don't care how sexy it's been. I don't care if it's looked like it's looked in the past. The reality is nobody's beaten these guys. Nobody's beating these guys. They're the champs. They're coming out. Wasn't it the last Super Bowl team to win the Super Bowl and jump out like this? Might be the '98 Broncos, who got all the way to whatever it was, 13-0, before they finally lost a game. I mean, the Chiefs are on pace to do something like that. So they are they're the beast of the league, period. The Niners may jump back into the conversation. They opened the window for Christian McCaffrey today, and so maybe the Niners will have something to say about this run of the Lions before it's all said and done. But at this rate, the Niners are going to have to go to Detroit. Detroit's not going to be going to the Niners. And you're right, that offense is amazing. You know, look, for Bronco fans, I think we all know this. I just don't get boat raced again this weekend against the Chiefs. I'd love for you to win this game for obvious reasons. You haven't won an Arrowhead in forever. But don't let another boat racing happen. You know what? See, VJ, go be you. Go blitz again. Play man coverage. Do all the things you didn't do against Baltimore. Use your bag of tricks. And just hang in the game better. You know what? Let Bo Nix get a taste of Arrowhead. Let's see what he can do. But the reality is, if they can just be the 7th seed, now that you are where you are in this season, unless you go and lose all the games, which there's no way. I don't want to make stupid radio proclamations, but I would be willing to bet a lot of things that the Broncos aren't done winning games this season. They'd have to lose the rest of the way for you to be back in, what about the draft pick stuff? Now where you are at with the wins, now with you likely to get the 8, and you're looking for 9 and 10, because I'm with you, they should beat Cleveland, they should beat Indy, they should beat the Raiders, okay? So with that said, you should be at 8 wins. Now you got to go find win 9, and 10 would be the one that makes me feel comfortable. So just getting Bo and whoever else that's going to be around, which some days, Mark, I'm not even sure how much. We're getting a few guys identified as guys that are going to be around, but just get them a taste of the playoffs. It may not go well in the playoffs because you could be facing Baltimore and Baltimore again, right? And it may look exactly like it did before, but just get a taste of the playoffs, get a taste of the intensity, get a taste of getting it done, and I think it's still a good season at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely agree. And, you get that taste of the playoffs, even if it goes poorly. Like, it could be a repeat of what you saw yesterday. The Ravens ended C.J. Stroud's awesome rookie season in the playoffs last year, because when you're a rookie, you can have a great season, but you go into Baltimore, a team that has been there and is more primed for it, you're probably going to lose. It's probably going to be the Broncos' fate. Who knows? Maybe this season is a little weird and the Steelers are able to hold off the Ravens and you get that playoff matchup. You get Steelers-Broncos in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's more beatable than Baltimore.
There's no doubt about that. The football gods, I could see that happening. Hey, we all wanted to see this, so we're going to make it happen in the playoffs. Hey, look, there's a possibility you could be playing the Jets again. Let's say the Jets do get hot. Don't cross it off that you could be facing the Jets again, I don't know. I mean, Buffalo, it seems like that's probably Buffalo's division, right? And Miami, that loss that Miami had yesterday, which good on them for even being in the game, that probably takes them out of the race, but we'll see. I don't know. You realize that the Jets, 2 of their 3 wins have come on Thursday night. Do you realize that?
Well, and they just got flexed out of Sunday night. Jets,
thank God.
Jets, Colts in a couple weeks was supposed to be Sunday Night Football. Now it'll be Bengals, Chargers.
Did you see the Broncos Falcons? I think was in consideration for that.
I
had read a tweet from Kliss saying that Broncos Falcons was considered for that, but I think they probably went with the better matchup. That Broncos Falcons game, I want to tell you right now, that one scares me a little bit, Mark. That one scares me a little bit. Kirk Cousins is rounding into form. I think that team's figuring out what they are, and Justin Simmons does have a little knowledge of what you like to do offensively.
Yeah,
hell. Justin Simmons knows what VJ likes to do defensively.
That's going to be the interesting one. Regardless of what happens in Kansas City, though, clean slate. You come home. You're at Baltimore. You're at Kansas City. There's not unless you're going to Detroit as well. There's not a tougher 2-game road trip you can have. But then you come home and you play Atlanta. You're at home. That's a winnable game. That really is a toss-up type game that you can steal. They're probably going to be 500. They're probably going to be 5-5. But that could be a game right there. The Atlanta game in a couple weeks. It's going to get overlooked in that 2 o'clock window because Bills-Chiefs will be going on at the exact same time. But maybe that's one that they can more realistically look at to, quote-unquote, steal a home game against Atlanta, where Atlanta will probably be slight road favorites maybe, rather than this Sunday in Kansas City. But who knows? Who knows? I think the Chiefs, I think they're probably going to win tonight and improve to 8-0. But even though I still think they're the best team in the league, they're not going undefeated, Andy. That does not strike me as a 17-0 team. Even though I think they're the best team in the league, I don't think they're 17-0 good. So maybe the Broncos sneak one. Maybe they do.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope you're right. I don't want to have to put up with it from Chiefs fan if all of a sudden they are undefeated on top of it. That'd be just a little too much. It's going to be interesting to see how they ultimately work DeAndre Hopkins into things. I think he gets to play for them tonight. I don't know. You know what? Look, at the end of the day for the Broncos, I would say the hunt for 10. Aim for 10 wins, get into the playoffs. I think it's all realistic. It's all still in front of you. To your point, even if you don't get it this weekend in Kansas City, no big deal. Nobody had you winning that game before the season started anyway. And you know what? You're one win away from costing Vegas a lot of money because they're over-under predictions as well. All right, we are going to come back. We'll take our final time out of the evening here from the Hofbrau. We're going to come back. We'll get into a little Avs talk because, again, some moves made today. Nothing earth-shaking. Val's back on the ice. Does look like we'll see our tree Lehkonen tomorrow. You and I got a few things to talk about on the ice before we get out of here. It's Kreckman and Lindell. Wow, you have no idea the old show name that just entered my brain there, Mark. I'm glad I didn't say it because it was like 3 stops ago. We'll be back on Altitude.
Oh, we're past Halloween. We're allowed to do holiday season stuff. Perfect gift to put under the tree. Actually, it's a little big. I'm not sure it'll fit under the tree. It'll fit next to the tree. That's a Rad Power Bike. We have got some great stuff going on over at Rad Power Bikes. First off, we've told you how affordable these e-bikes are over at Rad, that you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit when you purchase with Rad Power Bikes, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Also, Rad Power Bikes is now offering financing through Affirm in 6, 12, and 18-month options. So they have got all kinds of ideas and tools to help you afford a brand new e-bike. You can replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike, easy to rise, comfortable, fully customizable. Get all the baskets and racks and bags that you need on that thing. These bikes are super low maintenance. They'll get you 50 to 60 miles per charge, and they're good in any inclement weather, rain, snow, cold. Those fat tires on my Radster trail bike, they just cruise right through the slush. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go see them at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Go check out Rad Power Bikes Service Center and Showroom. And hey, tell them Nate sent you. Tell them you heard this on Altitude and get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Again, go to radpowerbikes.com and check it out.
Wrapping it up here at the Hofbrau. Don't worry, we'll be back next Monday, too. What about, we got to get to Thanksgiving. And Spring and I are going to talk a little Avs here in a second. Ken Harrell, always with us from the Hofbrau, about quarter till every night. Say hello to your daughter and your grandson. And
hello,
your
guys.
Your wife isn't so worried about it, though. She hears you talk enough at home, right?
Yeah,
It's
she's
your
usually
daughter
telling me
that
to shut
goes,
up. Yeah, exactly.
Not to listen.
She's telling me to be quiet.
All right, so you guys had a phenomenal Halloween party is what I heard. You went ahead and did it the week after. I was like, man, I hope that works out for him. It sounds like it did.
It was packed in here. It was
Now,
fun.
I heard the band was hopping. Everybody loved the band.
Well, we have that band every year. They bring in all sorts of decorations and animatronics and this and that. I mean, they spend 4 or 5 hours before showtime just setting things up, and they do a really good job. The band called The Corporation, and they've done it for the last 8 years.
Now, another popular band, that 80s band, is this week, right?
Correct. That 80s band. And when they're here, it's an adventure. It's an event. It's fun. They really know how to put on a great show, and it's always one of our best weekends, always.
Yeah, well, you need to have it because now it's all dark and depressing, so get in here and have a little fun.
And there's no cover. There's never
no
a cover.
That's the biggest thing. No cover for anything here, but especially because I think sometimes people hear music and they think I got to pay a cover. No, you don't. Not at the Hofbrau.
Never at the Hofbrau.
Got another 11 o'clock game. You guys are rocking yesterday for brunch. Now, this is just when I say it's rocking, this is a huge bar. There's plenty of space for everybody.
True.
What are some of you got? The breakfast burritos. You got the omelets, right?
I mean,
you do an omelet?
We've got omelets, we've got skillets, we've got waffles. I mean, we have the full breakfast menu. It's served all day, every day, but on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 to 2.
I forget college football. You do it for college football,
absolutely.
too.
All weekend, 10 to 2, brunch specials, so special prices on all of our breakfast menu items, even though they're served every day, all day. We have brunch specials for Saturday and Sunday for all the football. And, I mean, on Sunday mornings, especially when the Broncos are playing, they're just flying out of here. I mean,
now, we got the room, again, the 17.5-foot
yep.
TV in the stadium room with the
Yep.
surround sound.
Yep.
In 2 weeks, we got the 10 a.m. CU game, so your breakfast menu will be in play.
Yep.
If you got it, has anyone got the room rented that day? As we get to college football big games, you need to rent that room.
well, so that's the 23rd, is that right?
Couple weeks here, yeah.
Yeah, that's room's actually rented for the Bronco Quarterback Club. They come in and do their meetings in here.
On the Saturday?
Yep. They come in and do their monthly or quarterly meetings in here.
Okay.
So, I mean, Randy Gradishar was here their last meeting right after he got into
So we're talking the
whole thing.
15th, though. Let me get my dates right. It's the 15th.
Okay, well, it's not ready for the 15th.
All right, the
Yep.
15th's out
okay.
there.
All
So
right,
it's up
that's
for
good.
grabs.
It's
10
up for
a.m.
grabs.
CU.
Absolutely.
All right. What'd you dress for as Halloween?
A
bar
a
owner?
happy bar owner. Because I was very happy.
Well,
I had a smile on my face.
That's really all we care about at the
Yep,
end of the day there.
Exactly.
All right.
My staff didn't even recognize me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I heard what our gal was telling us. She said I dressed as a waitress. She said she didn't. She wanted you to do it the week before, but you didn't take that into. Sounds like you made the right choice.
Well,
but-
I mean, we don't follow; we lead here.
Wow, look at that! Yeah.
So,
Ken.
I mean, a lot of people had their parties on Saturday, and that was fine. I mean, the previous week, and next year we'll definitely have it on the Halloween weekend because it's on a Friday. But I mean,
you said your Thursday night was good too, though.
Thursday was great as well. The band we had, and lots of people are still keeping here with costumes. And
did you win sexiest costume?
Yeah, because I kept my Hofbrau gear on. My Hofbrau gear was in full view.
That's good to hear. All right, man. Well, you know what? Hey, if Election Day's got you down, no matter what way it goes, come on in here and grab a beer.
That's right.
Nobody's any party here in Hofbrau, so no
No.
matter what, it goes your way or doesn't go your way, just be respectful of each other and have a drink.
We're very bipartisan here. We're apolitical here.
That is right.
Apolitical.
All right, Ken, we appreciate it, man. We'll
Hey,
talk to you next week.
good to see you.
It's good to see Ken always. All right, Spring, let's talk about it. So real quickly, let's get into these Avs moves. Is Juice the guy? How do you think this goalie thing? Let's start there. How do you think the goalie thing's going to shake out? I know it wasn't perfect on Saturday night against the Predators, but you're playing with your junior lineup. You know what I mean? What do you think happens with Juice after what we saw the other night?
Well, I thought the Avs were the better team in Nashville. I really did. I thought for the majority of the game, they were the better team, but a couple of power play goals from Nashville I think is really what lifted them to victory, and the Avs can only get one power play goal. I thought Justus played very well. I think he's the guy. I really do. And now Arturi Lehkonen is back tomorrow night, and you're welcoming a Kraken team to town that is going to be on the fifth game of a 5-game road trip that started in Montreal, and now they had to fly out of Seattle, so they go all the way to Montreal. They go coast to coast. Then they went to Toronto, they went to Ottawa, they went to Boston, and now they'll come to Denver. And they were gangbusters with Seattle to start their road trip. They won 8-2 in Montreal. They've lost their last 3. They've only scored 1 goal in their last 3 games. They got shut out in their last 2. Their last goal came on Halloween in the 3rd period against Toronto. Then they got shut out in Ottawa. They got shut out in Boston. So they're tired. They can't score. They're a solid team. The Avs already went into Seattle and won. And I'm telling you, man, just getting Arturi Lehkonen back. I know you're still without everyone else. Like, it'd be great if you still had Ross Colton to go along with Lehkonen, but just getting somebody back that we've been waiting to come back is going to feel like a shot in the arm.
Hey, I'll back that up this way, too. Getting Arturi Lehkonen, and look, I like this young man. I think he's got a chance to have a great future in Ivan, okay? But how many times in the last couple of games on the power play has the shot ended up on Hint's stick with a great look, and he's just not ready yet, I guess, to make that one. You know what I mean? And that could be Lehkonen next time. That can change up where you've got your 5 actual NHL players on your power play 1, which has not been the case the last couple of games because of this ridiculous run of bad injury luck. All right, now let's talk about the deal with Val Nichushkin, right? Val is back on the ice. He's skating with the team. Isn't it the 13th that he's allowed to be back where officially you could have him back in there too? So today's the 4th. So maybe a week from Wednesday you could add yet another powerful forward into your lineup?
November 15th.
15th. Okay,
15th.
so I'm 2 days off.
Yeah, and I believe that will be the start of a road trip for Colorado. So they'll be at home for 4 straight games before Val gets back. So at least you're at home, and then you go on the road, and Val's back, which I think that would be preferred, to start a road trip when things get a little tougher. Yeah, just less than half a month. We are 11 days away from Val Nichushkin returning, and he's back. He's skating with the team, so he's around everybody. And he's talking with everybody, I assume. And the comments are positive. Like Jared Bednar's comments are along the lines of, yeah, he's good. He's ready to go. And fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, hey, what else can you do? What else can you do at this point? Because guess what? Now you need him. I know a lot of the conversation on this station today has centered around, I can't believe we're all welcoming him back because everybody thought after what happened this would be the end. But here's the reality. He's your player. There's no getting out of the money. So what course do you have except to welcome him back and hope for the best, as you just said, at this point? Because, frankly, you need him. And in reality, even when all you guys are healthy, you're still a better team with him than you are without him. So now we wait on Gabe Landeskog. I saw some interesting tweets from practice today and some of Coach Bednar's comments. By the way, we got asked by somebody, did the Avs have a Halloween party? Well, Instagram solved that question for us. Yes, they did. a lot of the girlfriends of the Avs players, the girlfriends and wives, tweeting out what they – did you see it was Landeskog, McKinnon, and their 2 lovely significant others? One's a wife, Gabe's married, and McKinnon's girlfriend, they were ABBA. They were the band ABBA.
Oh, Nate would have enjoyed that. Nate likes ABBA.
Well, that's why it was Nate and Gabe and their 2 girls.
No, Kreckman.
All together, they were all ABBA.
Kreckman likes ABBA.
Oh, I was like, yeah. Kreckman likes ABBA?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, no, it's just Kreckman's an ABBA guy, so he's driving to Boulder right now listening to this. He's got takes. He's screaming at the radio.
We might have to open up with the show tomorrow. Little Dancing Queen. I don't even know if I know another ABBA song other than Dancing Queen.
I think there's
Did they have more? They had more than one, right?
Yeah, not off the top of my head.
But yes, they all did go. Who was it? I guess Kovalenko, right? Sexy cop, and so was his girlfriend.
Okay, yeah. I'm on the Avs. I'm on the Avs Better Halves Twitter account right now.
Yeah, there's plenty of yes. So there you go. So I don't know. Hopefully the Avs.
Let's see. Oh my God, dude. Okay, Logan O'Connor and his new wife went as OC is that that masculine woman from Dodgeball, Olga or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, hey, go look at Josh Manson's. Josh Manson, they did it from 50 First Dates.
Yes.
So Manson and his wife got into it, too. They all had a lot.